Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most important and baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they happened, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. These broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper.
Woven into the nylon, or whatever it is that women's stockings are made of. Let's lay the stocking out flat here, so you can see what it is. There, you recognize it? That's right. It's an impression made in greasy mud of a tire, a motor car tire. Now, the people who first saw it were quite justified in believing that the young woman who was wearing the stocking had been struck and killed by a motor car. She was struck, but the motor car didn't kill her. I've asked Chief Inspector Patrick Bull here to tell you all about it. Now, Mr. Bull, if you please.
About midnight on the 15th of August, 1948, leading fireman Horace Bertram Adler of Kingston Fire Brigade was driving alone on Somerset Road, Wimbledon, on his way home from a meeting of his lodge of Freemasons. It had been raining all evening, and on a particularly badly illuminated section of Somerset Road, Adler was startled to discover what appeared to be a body lying in the muddy roads ahead of him. He applied his brakes and approached it cautiously, halting his car, which was a Humber saloon, about 5 yards away, and dismounted. The body proved to be that of a well-dressed young woman. She was quite dead. A cursory examination by the light of the headlamps indicated that she had been struck by a motor car. Police from the Wimbledon station was summoned. Measurements were taken of the exact position of the body, and leading fireman Adler was released, it being obvious that his car had nothing to do with the accident, if indeed it was an accident. The body was taken to the Wimbledon mortuary for further examination. I arrived at the mortuary about noon of the following day, the 16th. It was still raining. I wasn't happy about the assignment. I said so to David Brown, the police surgeon.
Oh, don't tell your troubles to me, Chief Inspector. I'm supposed to be off duty today, too. But yesterday was the day my relief chose to sprain an ankle playing tennis. So here I am. Tennis at his age. And don't raise a row about coming in here at noon. I've been here since 8 a.m.
Pity for both of us to have to be here.
Well, what else are you going to do on a day like this? Might as well work.
Well, here we are, working.
And the other people from the yard have been here since the crack of dawn.
What did they find out?
Not much. So far, nobody's been able to identify her.
Well, it's a hit-and-run case, of course.
Obviously.
These her clothes?
Aye.
Pretty good clothes, they seem to be.
Well, she was well dressed enough.
Is her purse?
It's empty.
Oh.
No, there's not even a lipstick in it. I expect that's one of the reasons you're here.
Eh?
Well, robbery isn't usually one of the concomitants of a hit-and-run case.
You think she was robbed?
It's not my business to make deductions, old boy.
Isn't there anything in her pockets or anything?
I haven't looked. Your man says there's nothing. What pockets a woman has.
And nothing to identify her either, of course.
You can see for yourself.
Laundry marks.
Well, your man says no.
Well, there must be labels.
He's calling Selfridge's now. There's a label in her panties there.
Where? Or here. I doubt he'll trace it. No other labels?
He said her shoes. Selfridge's, too.
Where are her shoes?
There.
Oh. Well, if she had an account at Selfridge's...
And if you're lucky...
We'll see what we shall see.
Said Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, quite.
Well, it's my opinion you'll need him.
These her stockings?
I don't know, Chief Inspector. They're the ones she had on.
Muddy.
It was raining last night.
Looks like tire marks on this one.
Well, that's what your man said.
They're not from that car the fireman fellow was driving. The chap that found her.
How do you know?
Only he was driving a Humber, the report says. These tires would be too small for a Humber.
You are a detective, aren't you? That's what your man said.
Did he?
He said they'd be something like an Austin 7 or a Morris Minor, one of those wee cars.
I'd agree.
Well, what are you looking for now?
See if there are marks on her dress. In a hit-and-run case, there are usually paint marks from a car, or if a lamp hit her, there might be splinters of glass that could be identified by the laboratory people.
Well, there aren't.
Eh?
I said there aren't.
You don't mind if I go over the dress carefully, do you?
It's quite all right with me. But you'll not find anything.
How do you know?
The first place, your man admitted he couldn't find anything.
I think the laboratory can.
I doubt they can.
Why not?
Because she wasn't killed by being struck by a car.
Well, now, she was found in the road. There are tire marks on her stocking.
I suspect those marks are accidental.
I doubt that.
She was murdered elsewhere and brought here to Wimbledon dead.
Shall I give you my Sherlock Holmes hat?
Come over here and have a look.
Well?
Now look at her, Chief Inspector.
Those marks on her face were made when her head struck the roadway.
No, Chief Inspector.
Or by the car when it struck her.
No. Look at the right arm here.
Those look like bruises made by fingers.
I rather think they are.
Oh.
Now, lift her other arm. Easy. You see?
Blood, well, that's...
No, there, where it's dried, on her body.
What's this?
There, Chief Inspector. In the second intercostal space, if you'll observe carefully, you'll note that an edged instrument has been introduced, which has severed one or both of the superior intercostal arteries.
Which means, I take it,
that she was stabbed to death.
This message for general circulation. Information required. Any person having knowledge of the name and movements, July the 14th or 15th, the following female person is urgently requested to notify Chief Inspector Patrick Bull, CID, New Scotland Yard, W1, at once. The woman's age, about 30. Reddish hair, brown eyes, height about 5 foot 2 inches. Weight 103 pounds. Last seen wearing the following clothing. Black dress. White blouse. What do you call that stuff her blouse is made of?
Nylon jersey, sir.
White nylon jersey blouse. Red artificial flower.
Rhododendron. Cerise rhododendron.
Cerise?
Mm-hmm.
Cerise artificial rhododendron on left shoulder of blouse. Large white open-work hat. Lace gloves.
Ecru.
All right. Ecru lace gloves. Transparent. Platform shoes. What do you call that color?
Oyster, sir.
Bolting. Stockings, ecru?
Dream dust, sir.
Dream dust?
Dream dust, sir.
Right, dream dust then. And carrying a large purplish handbag.
Cyclamen, sir. Cyclamen, I mean.
All right. Put down cyclamen. I only hope people understand what we're talking about.
Women will, sir. There's only one thing, sir.
What's that, Miss Sears?
Was she really wearing an outfit like that? With red hair?
And, green cami knickers.
Beg your pardon, sir. Cami knickers haven't been worn in England since before I was born.
Oh?
And her lingerie is pistachio, sir.
Good Lord, no. Well, write it down. I must have been mistaken. The first day, the 17th of July, that my description of the dead woman's remarkable clothing was received by all stations in the Metropolitan District, for all policemen to chuckle at me, The first day it was published in the London daily newspapers, I had a visitor.
Good afternoon, sir. I should like to speak to Chief Inspector Patrick Bull, if you please, sir.
I'm Chief Inspector Bull, madam.
Oh, how do you do, sir? I come about the advert.
Advert?
The one in the Express, sir. The one about the ladies' clothing.
Oh, yes, indeed, indeed.
I seen her, sir. I saw her.
Oh, you did? And you recognized those clothes?
That I did, sir. Quite fashionable, aren't they? What's she done, sir? Is she on the jam lout? I always thought
I'm
that
sure
she was...
I don't know whether she's a shoplifter or not, madam. And where did you learn that term?
Now, look here, mister. Don't think to put your great fat hairy hands on my shoulder. I come here to give you some information you was asking for. And might I explain that you ain't got nothing on me? Nothing at all, kind sir.
Well, I'm sure I beg your pardon, madam.
Granted. I was asking a civil question. What's she wanted for?
So far as we know, madam, she's not wanted for anything, I assure you.
Would you just as least not call me madam? My name is Miss Hildebrand, Hortense Hildebrand, if you must know. I sell newspapers on the corner of Inner Park Road and Parkside, Wimbledon, sir. That's how I happened to see this advert of yours, and thinking there might be a bit of spare cash in it.
There's no reward offered, and, Miss Hildebrand...
Well, in that case, I may as well be back to my work.
I am prepared to offer...
£1, I'll take it. Thank you.
Well, now perhaps you'll tell me who this young woman with the extraordinary clothes is.
I don't know who she is, I'm sure.
What?
Now, sir, I don't know what her name is. But I see her quite often near my corner, and I've seen her the day before yesterday. The 15th, just like it says in the advert. Having knowledge of the name. I don't have any idea of the name. And movements, I can describe them to you as of 10:30 on Monday, July the 15th as ever was. And I was talking to her for 4 or 5 minutes just before it started to rain. And to that I'll take my oath.
Go on, please, miss.
Hildebrand, Hortense Hildebrand, sir.
What did you talk about?
Lord love you, sir, I couldn't get my mouth open. She done all the talking.
What did she talk about?
About money, sir.
Money?
And men, or a man, I mean.
What was his name?
She didn't say, sir. But he was trying to borrow some money from her, she was saying. Said she wouldn't find her giving money to a man. Not her, she said. Not a wooden threepence, to which I agreed.
Yeah? She
showed me her handbag. Oh, that gorgeous Cycleman one in the advert, sir. And...
Yes?
She must have had £50 in it, sir, as well as about £1.50 of hard money. I fair goggled at it. I hadn't seen that much ready money since my aunt died. She had 2 insurance policies.
Will you tell me more about this young woman, please?
Well, then it started to rain, and she said, oh, bother. But the man came up.
What man?
The man that wanted to borrow the money, I expect. So she says, good night, Miss Hildebrand, and I hopped in the van and they came away together.
What's this about a van, please?
Oh. Well, it was a little van. It looked like it had been, I don't know, Morris Minor or an Austin 7 with a van body built onto it. And it was green. I could see it was green.
And did you see the man?
No, sir. I couldn't see him.
You're sure it was the woman described in the advertisement?
Lord love you, sir. I see her at least once a week. And I couldn't forget them clothes, could I, with that red hair?
Well, thank you very much, Miss Hildebrand. You've been of great assistance. I'm sorry you don't know her name.
No, sir, I don't. I hope you get her, sir. I never liked her looks. What did you say she'd done?
She's dead, madam.
Oh! Lord love and die, the poor thing. Who killed her?
Which was precisely what I wanted to know, I reflected morosely, as Miss Hortense Hildebrand waddled out the door of my office, mopping up tears. Well, anyway, I had our unknown victim located a short time before she met her death in the neighborhood of where she was murdered. But the green van sounded like the title of a song I remember from my youth. My Diane of the green van. Yes, seriously now, there must be at least 10,000 green vans in London. Then the door was pushed open again, and Miss Hildebrand was back.
I remembered something else, Inspector.
Oh, and what this time, Miss Hildebrand?
About the van, sir.
What about it?
It had a shoe on it.
A what?
A great shoe. Like you wear on your feet. Painted on the side.
Well,
So all you have to do, sir, is find a green van with a shoe on it, look inside, and there'll be your murderer, sir. That's all.
What would you think that a shoe painted on the side of a delivery van would indicate to you? That's right. Someone who deals in footwear or repairs it or... In the telephone directories of Greater London, there are 276 pages devoted to the practitioners of the profession of St. Crispin. The number of shoe shops, bootmakers, cobblers, cordwainers, and dealers in leather findings is astronomical, and amongst all of them, there are probably 3 who operate a small green delivery van with a shoe painted on its side. I contemplated suicide. But I found myself seated in a bombed-out cellar that had formerly housed a famous pub, along with John Davidson, the Black Museum man, and David Brown, the police surgeon from Wimbledon. I drank beer, Brown imbibed ginger beer. John Davidson, not to be outdone, drank both.
Shandygaff, my friends, is pure nectar and ambrosia.
Well, you can have it, sir.
I'll take my beer bitter.
And my ginger beer unadulterated by it.
You boys have no imagination.
My imagination staggers at the thought of interrogating every person in London remotely connected with boots and shoes.
And saying, what colour are your bands, sir, to each of them?
Well, somebody will say green.
By the time we get to him, he'll probably have it painted amethyst.
Have you started looking for the owner yet, Patrick?
This morning, sir.
No results, of course.
I've heard of none.
How many of these people will you have to see?
About 40 billion, roughly.
Seriously?
Well, I reckon actually about 10,000. Perhaps 11. Don't you think so, David?
12, I should think, at least.
How many are there in the Metropolitan Police?
Not enough.
I just finished reading Sir Harold Scott's report.
How many?
15,647, including 67 pensioners and 122 auxiliaries.
That many?
Well, that was last December 31st. I should say we gained a few since then.
That includes chief superintendents,
police surgeons,
chief inspectors,
all sorts of persons who couldn't be expected to go around knocking on doors and asking questions.
Signalers, laboratory technicians,
motor car and motorcycle drivers.
Well, say only half of the full 15,000 are effective to you. 8,000.
At that rate, if my guess is correct, about the number of people to be called on.
Each one would have only about a call and a half to make. Oh, that's not such a tremendous job.
Especially when you're sitting here drinking ginger beer.
Well, don't you feel better, Patrick?
It isn't quite as simple as that, sir.
Nor as hopeless as you thought, is it?
Well, sir, I must admit. But what if that wasn't a shoemaker's van?
Set your mind at ease about that, Chief Inspector.
What do you mean by that?
When you telephoned me about this shoe business idea, I popped down round the corner and borrowed a shoemaker's knife from the cobbler.
And?
I tried it on the wound.
Oh, did you?
It just fits. So I rather suspect that our killer used the shoemaker's knife, too.
Has your cobbler a green delivery van?
Have another shandygaff, sir.
How's your advertisement going, Patrick?
Only the one reply, sir. Miss Hortense Hildebrand.
And she doesn't do so well on names, sir.
No, she didn't know the girl's name nor the name on the shoemaker's green van.
Too bad you can't find the girl's name.
Might save us a lot of trouble and effort.
How?
Some of her friends might have an idea who the man is. The man with the shoemaker's knife.
Oh.
You know, those clothes of hers...
How a woman dressed like that could escape notice wherever she went.
Fantastic.
I could tell you how clothes like that might escape a great deal of attention.
How, sir?
How, sir?
Well, if they were worn where other women wear clothes of the same general appearance...
Where would that be, sir?
No. Let me make myself clear. I'm not an expert on the kind of clothes worn by...
By whom, sir?
Music hall performers.
A music hall performer. Of course. Neither of John Davidson's ideas was as easy to work out as they first appeared. If I could be permitted, I think I should have to say that there's many a slip betwixt an idea and the relic of a crime hung on the wall of the Black Museum. But John was right, as I must admit he usually is. It took many days of hard work to ask about the green van of all the names listed in the telephone directory. I would have been inclined to give up and start afresh, but Miss Hortense Hildebrand knew what she had seen and was quite vocal about it.
I know what I saw, Governor. I saw the red-headed girl with the artificial rhododendron climbing into the little green van.
And drive away, she said.
And drive away. But I don't know her name, sir.
On the 26th day of our quest, after 3,165 firms had told investigating policemen that they either had no green delivery van or had one of the wrong size and general description, I received a telephone call from a constable who had been making inquiries in Putney.
Is that Chief Inspector Bull, sir?
Yes, it's Bull here.
It's Constable Beeler here.
Who?
Beeler, sir. Constable Beeler from the communications room.
Yes.
I was assigned to go out and ask questions, sir. A great many of us have that job. And
Yes.
I found him out, sir.
What's that?
Yes, sir. He's a Mr. Colfax, sir. Colfax. He's a music hall proprietor here in Putney, sir.
Putney.
Yes, sir. The woman's name is Sheila Colfax, sir. She's his daughter, and...
You mean the dead woman?
Yes, sir. Now, I asked him, sir, if he knew who killed her, sir.
How would he know who killed her?
Well, I don't know, sir, but I thought I'd ask him.
What did he say?
He said he didn't know, sir.
Well, bring him in here.
Yes, sir. He doesn't want to come, sir.
Why?
Well, sir, he hasn't seen hide nor hair of her for 2 years, he says, and he don't want to see her now. Isn't that right, sir? Yes, he doesn't want to see her.
Why?
Him and she's estranged, sir, so they don't like each other.
Look here, Constable. Ask the gentleman where he was on the night she was murdered, the 15th of last month. Don't alarm him.
I know where he was, sir.
What? How do you know?
He was in hospital, sir, with his legs broken. He's still in bed here at his home. He was hit by a tram, sir.
Thank you, Constable.
Beeler, sir. PC 317, A Division.
I'm afraid we don't live right, I thought. That door, which had opened such a little way, closed with a dull thud. And Constable Beeler and all the others went on with their questionings about the green van with the shoe painted on its side. The 22nd day passed. The 23rd. 24th. At 4 p.m. on the 25th day, Mr. Fox was announced. He came in and sat down.
Sidney Fox, Chief Inspector of the Fox Shoe Repairers, Tottenham Court Road. I'm your man.
I think you'd better explain, Mr. Fox.
I have a green delivery van.
Oh?
It's a Morris Minor chassis. It has a large shoe painted on each side panel.
So?
I could show it to you.
Well, I'd like to see it. Where is it?
In the firm's garage on Charlotte Street, just off Tottenham Court Road. We don't use it anymore.
I should think you wouldn't.
Oh, it isn't that. It isn't what you think.
Oh?
No, sir. We haven't used it since Lionel left us.
And who's Lionel?
Lionel was our delivery man.
And where is Lionel?
Well, he told Harry he thought he'd go to Spain.
Who's Harry?
My partner, my brother.
I wish you'd be more frank with me, Mr. Fox. Why is this Lionel going to Spain? Did he leave your employ of his own accord, or did you discharge him?
Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. Lionel stole, let us say, embezzled, a sum of money from us, a considerable sum.
I see.
I finally set a certain date for him to return the money he had taken or be turned over to the police.
What was that date?
The 15th of July.
I see.
He did not return it. Well, he didn't even come back to the shop. But Harry told me Lionel had assured him he'd have the money that night. He knew where he could get it.
He didn't say where?
No.
How had your brother seen him if you hadn't, Mr. Fox?
We always allowed Lionel to keep the van at night. He and Harry both live in Euston, and he always drove Harry home at night and back to the shop mornings.
Where did he keep
He kept the van in his own garage.
Is this Lionel married?
He had been. Well, the next day...
16th.
Yes. Harry drove in alone from Euston. I said, where's Lionel?
Where was he?
Did a bunk, Harry said.
Oh?
Harry said about 6 in the morning, Lionel came to his house and waked him. said he was sorry. He got some money, but it wasn't enough. Told Harry he was leaving. Going to Spain, he said. Couldn't stand the disgrace and all that. Said the van was in his garage. Here are the keys. Bang over, he's off.
And what did Harry do?
Well, he went over to Lionel's garage. There was the van all freshly washed and...
Washed?
And Harry drove it in. We've kept it in our own garage ever since. If Harry wants a ride home, he can buy one.
And where was this Lionel going to get the money to repay you, Mr. Fox? The money he didn't get, so he washed the car so carefully and went away to Spain.
From his wife, I suppose. His former wife. We saw her quite often.
Oh?
Daughter of a rich theatre owner in Putney.
What was her name?
Colfax, I think.
Come along, Mr. Fox. Let's go and have a look at your green van. And so we found the green van. It had been carefully washed. Not carefully enough, though. There were bloodstains in the cab, and David Brown proved they were the same blood type as that of the murdered woman. And hidden under the seat cushion was the late Sheila Colfax's smooth leather wallet with 70 pounds in it. Not enough to give to Sidney and Harry Fox. There was a bloody fingerprint on the leather. It wasn't hers. And out in Lionel's garage where the car had been, the good Constable Beeler found a knife. A shoemaker's knife. Just like the one David Brown had tried on Sheila Colfax's body. The blood on it was her blood type, too. Oh, yes, and we found Lionel. He was hiding in the garage with a great tin of biscuits, a round of cheese, and a jug he refilled daily from the tap, he told us. The first thing we did was check his fingerprints with the one on the leather wallet. They matched, of course. So we arrested him. And when he'd shaved off his guilty accumulation of beard, he was brought to trial. It took the jury 15 minutes to bring in a verdict of guilty. And he was hanged at Wandsworth before the first frost.
And a curious thing. Upon a thorough examination being made of the body of Sheila Colfax, it was discovered that she had been in the last stages of cancer at the time of her death. She would have died of that dread disease in less than 4 months. Perhaps she did have reason for wearing those fantastic clothes.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Horace Braham as Inspector Bull. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Pat O'Malley, Beulah Garrick, Lester Fletcher, and Guy Spall. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Every 20 seconds through the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. These fires kill 11,000 persons each year, disfigure for life or severely burn thousands more, and destroy $7 million worth of property. Protect your homes from fire by following these simple rules. Don't smoke in bed or throw away lighted cigarettes. Clean out closets, basements, and attics. Any place where old newspapers, magazines, and inflammable materials are liable to accumulate. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. Follow the campaign of the next president on NBC.
Whitehall 1212. Quickly, please.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases. These accurate records are drawn from the Scotland Yard file by special permission of Commissioner Sir Harold Scott. They're true in every respect, except for the names of the participants, which, for obvious reasons, have been changed. The research has been done by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in case number 201 MR340. Sidney Patterson, builder.
Mr. Patterson is absent, sir.
Detective Inspector Edmund Whittaker of Scotland Yard.
It was quite obvious why Mr. Patterson was absent. There are other participants in our case number 201 MR340, but not of the same importance as Mr. Patterson. We shall run across them as we go on. We shall run across a great many interesting things as we reenact case 201 MR340. And I should like to warn you, if you have the slightest trace of murder in your heart, that a murdered person's teeth are almost impossible to destroy, and that nothing is ever lost. It will certainly be found sometime, somewhere, by someone. Now, will you come with me? This is Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Yes?
It's Inspector Whittaker, sir, with a friend.
Oh, do come in, Whittaker.
Thank you, sir. Come along. This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, the curator of the Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? I'm afraid this place is a little like a chamber of horrors, although our exhibits taken by themselves are not so startling. But they are souvenirs of the lawbreaker's art, particularly of the unlovely art of murder. Now, this human bone here brought one man to the hangman's expert hands. And these dried bloodstains on this cloth are from a once-loving husband's throat. And this revolver... Oh, but you wanted to see the exhibits in our case 201 MR340, didn't you, Whittaker?
Yes, if you please, sir.
Well, these are the only ones we had. Man's tooth, and this badly charred top of an ordinary office stool.
That's all we have here of case 201 MR340. The rest is elsewhere. Detective Sergeant Alexander McMurphy and I, we were the murder squad next on call, were sitting peacefully chatting in my office at Scotland Yard that evening of the 16th May, waiting for our relief, who were due in less than half an hour.
Oh, you're early, Anson.
No such luck, Mac.
Oh, hello, Boots. What's up, Boots?
Investigation, sir.
Why couldn't they wait another half hour?
Sorry, sir. It just came in.
We don't live right.
Camden Town, sir.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fire.
What?
They want someone from the yard.
What are we, a bleeding auxiliary fire brigade, do they think?
They seem to have come across someone sitting in the middle of it, sir.
What?
Sitting in it?
Grilled to a turn.
What?
Here's the address, sir. Your car's waiting.
We hastened at once, of course, to the Camden Town location, about 20 miles away. The fire was a small one. It had partially destroyed an old shed which had been used as an office by a local builder, Mr. Sidney Patterson. It was only a smouldering ruin when we arrived and identified ourselves to the magnificently moustached section leader in charge. We followed him into the soggy ruins of the shed.
Right here, gentlemen. We wetted him down with the fire hoses as soon as we saw him, but it was much too late.
Hot fire?
Oh, ruddy inferno.
Mm-hmm.
He had paints and oil stored in here. Not my idea of a way to commit suicide.
Suicide?
Note on the table there. What was a table? Pinned to the top with a drawing pin. See?
Yes. Hold up your torch here a sec, will you, section leader?
Yeah.
Goodbye, all. No work, no money. Sidney R. Patterson.
That was the poor sod's name. See the sign?
I'll telephone the laboratory to pick up the remains, shall I, sir?
Best use the two-way wireless on the car, I think.
All right, sir.
What's he leaning against? Looks like a stool or something.
That's what it is, sir. A office stool. See these buckets all round him? He must have surrounded himself with buckets of paint and whatnot. And flipped a match into one of them.
You ever hear of a chap committing suicide by setting himself on fire before?
No, I wouldn't want to. It hurt awful.
Well, don't touch him.
Well, I was only trying to pull him away from the stool here. Part of him ain't burned, see? Where he's stuck to it.
Don't. The laboratory chap will eat it.
Blimey. Setting himself on fire didn't hurt him.
What do you mean?
He shot himself first. Did you see the bullet hole in his back where it ain't burned? Where it was against the stool?
In his back? Well, was the man a contortionist?
No, sir. He was a builder, sir.
At the Yard's pathological laboratories, the relatively small, unburned portion of the body was carefully examined, and it was established that the bullet wound was the probable cause of death. The bullet, which was recovered, proved to be a .38 caliber revolver bullet, which had been fired into the body from the back, entering just below the left shoulder blade and ranging downward, presumably through the heart. Experiments by all of us demonstrated to our satisfaction that such a wound could not possibly be self-inflicted. The improbable suicide was definitely murder. I sent 2 detective constables to search the ruins of the shed. It had been roped off at our request by the Camden Town Fire Brigade. You'll be looking primarily for a revolver, I told them, but fetch back anything you find that appears useful to us. Whilst they were shifting the ashes, Sergeant McMurphy sifted the affairs of Mr. Sidney Patterson. He reported to me what he had found.
From the little I've been able to gather, Patterson wasn't much of a success as a builder, sir. He seems to have been a genius for getting into difficulty.
What sort of difficulty?
Money.
How strikingly unusual.
Huh? Oh, he had one time been a ship's carpenter on one of the P&O liners, but was discharged when he was unable to account for tools to the value of £8 11 shillings. It was strongly suspected that he sold them, but the charges couldn't be proved. He served in the Royal Marine Light Infantry as a Lance Corporal. His record is, shall I say, dubious.
How dubious?
He was accused of a number of times by his shipmates of cheating, specifically at the game of Crown and Anchor. He was extremely unpopular in the Royal Marines, it seems, and was finally discharged. I shall have a more detailed report from his former commanding officer tomorrow.
Hadn't he any friends at all?
I've been able to discover only one with whom he could be said to be reasonably friendly, a man named Duncan Fraser, a rent collector in the city with whom he frequently played billiards.
I hope he didn't make the mistake of trying to cheat a Scotsman.
I'm not so sure, sir.
Yeah?
Duncan Fraser has been missing since the night of the fire.
The hue and cry was immediately set up throughout all Britain for the missing Duncan Fraser. It's extremely difficult for a British subject to leave our tight little island without record. But the search was no avail whatever. It apparently dropped off the earth. The constables applied to the ash sifting at the scene of the fire found only one thing of note: the twisted remains of an ornate red and black fountain pen, which was identified by his wife as Sidney Patterson's property. Careful examination showed that it was the pen with which the farewell note had been written, and comparisons with other known samples of Patterson's handwriting demonstrated that it had been actually written by Patterson himself. Sergeant McMurphy and I were extremely glum as we discussed our progress in my office late one night.
Progress, indeed. We've been progressing backwards, sir.
Yeah, if we could find the revolver, it'd be quite simple to trace its owner.
If the owner is Duncan Fraser, we'll still have to trace him.
No luck yet?
None at all, at all. You know, sir, one thing puzzles me.
A great many things puzzle me, Mac.
If this missing rent collector did murder Patterson, why did he first deposit half the money he'd collected? In the bank, I mean. If he was going to kill someone and scram, why didn't he keep it all? He'd need it.
How did he get Patterson to write his own suicide note?
Had a gun on him, maybe.
Well, the handwriting wallers insist there's no indication of stress, strain, or emotional upset or whatever in the handwriting. It's normal, they say. I wonder...
What?
I'm thinking. I have a filthy little hunch, Mac.
What?
What if Fraser's dead?
Maybe he is. We can't find him.
The teeth of that deader weren't destroyed.
Patterson's?
I'm wondering if it was Patterson's. Or Duncan, Mac.
Patterson was a known crook.
Could he have been playing games with us? Show me that telephone, old boy. Good evening, Mrs. Patterson. Detective Inspector Whitaker, Scotland Yard here. I wonder, Mrs. Patterson, if you could tell us the name of your late husband's dentist? Thank you very much indeed. No, Mrs. Patterson, I'm afraid we've nothing to report yet. Get this juice merchant in here first thing in the morning, will you, Mac? We'll meet him in the laboratory and let him look at our client's fang.
Well?
Well, what, Doctor?
I never saw these teeth in my life.
What?
Oh? I can assure you they are not Sidney Patterson.
You can swear to that, Doctor?
Well, I hope you're not impugning my professional judgment, sir.
Oh, not at all, Doctor. It's a matter of correct legal procedure.
I have ample records in my office which you may consult. Charts, impressions. Sidney Patterson had lost 3 teeth a long time ago. I extracted the left upper canine and the adjacent incisor myself more than a year ago. You'll observe that both are intact in this jaw, sir.
Then you're prepared to swear that these teeth are not Sidney Patterson's, sir?
I most assuredly am.
And that this is not Sidney Patterson's body.
Since the jaw containing the teeth is attached to the remainder of the body, I'm prepared so to swear, sir. It's often impossible to grow a new head on a body. My fee will be 1 guinea.
I will indent for it at once, Doctor.
Good day, sir. Now, what did I do with my hat? Oh, yeah, good day.
Good day, Doctor. I am sincerely glad that teeth are not inflammable, Mac.
If more people knew that, there'd be fewer left to be called for corpses around here, sir.
Right. Now, have you found Duncan Fraser's dentist yet?
I at once caused a thorough investigation to be made throughout London and the vicinity of Perth in Scotland, where Fraser came from, to discover a dentist who had been employed professionally by him. The search was most thorough, although the combined efforts of Scotland Yard and the provincial police were not sufficient to find the person. In the meantime, we were able to lay our hands on some 13 or 15 persons who had known either Patterson or Fraser. Each individually viewed the grisly remains in the Scotland Yard mortuary, and the result?
Ivor Young, Esquire, former employer of Duncan Fraser.
Oh, it's hard to say, but I believe this to be the body of Fraser.
Michael Fish, a former neighbor of Fraser.
No, that ain't him. I knowed him well.
Edgar Stone, brother-in-law of Patterson.
I'm quite sure this is Sidney Patterson's body. And besides, that's the fountain pen I gave him.
Artificer Sergeant Rodney Smith, Royal Marine Light Infantry, a former service acquaintance of Patterson's.
No, that ain't him at all. Oh, I wish it was. Bleeding stinker he was. No, but this ain't him.
Police Constable Mark Emerson, a former billiards companion of Fraser.
Duncan, all right. He looks awful, but then he always did.
Hamish Fraser, uncle of Duncan.
Oh, no. No, that isn't my nephew, Duncan.
Samuel Furness, labourer, sometime employee of Sidney Patterson.
I know it's him. Well, didn't I work for him?
Confusion. Confusion confounded. 6 said it was Furness, 7 insisted it was Fraser. Patterson's widow herself was not sure, and she and her brother, Edgar Stone, Patterson's brother-in-law, had high words. Mac Murphy and I nipped round to the Goat and Compasses to refresh and sustain ourselves. I was finishing my gin and bitters, and Mac was deep into his second pint of mild and bitter, when the proprietor, one Dick Gillespie, came out of the saloon bar and accosted us.
Oh, I say, Inspector Whittaker, I didn't know you were in here.
Yeah, hello, Dick.
There was a telephone call for you.
Oh, who was it?
Sergeant Kenneth at the yard.
What do you want?
Well, he said they'd found the dentist. What's the matter, Inspector? Your teeth hurt you?
It was a dentist from Perth. The Scottish police had found him. We brought him at once to Scotland Yard, where he immediately identified the charred remains as those of Duncan Fraser. One of his molars was curiously malformed. It corresponded exactly with the one shown in the clinical photograph of Fraser's mouth the doctor had made a year ago. There was no mistaking it, he said. We returned to my office to marshal the facts that we had accumulated. The labourer, Samuel Furness, who had been so certain of his identification of the body as that of Patterson, was waiting. Mac and I listened.
I knew that was Mr. Patterson what burned up to a skeleton, sir.
Why are you so sure, Furnace?
Because I was the last man to see him alive, sir.
When?
Well, in the afternoon of the day he was burned up, sir.
Go on.
Well, it was like this here, you see, sir.
Go on.
Well, I come into his office, sir. You know, the shed, what was all burned up. I was after the 7 and 6 he'd owed me for 2 months. Oh, he was always putting me off, sir, but...
Why?
Well, he always seemed to be stony, sir. Never seemed to have a shilling. He was always putting me off.
Go on.
Did you get your money?
Oh, that I did, sir. Before you could say knife, he had out his purse and he pulled out a great wad of notes. Then he counted me out me 7 and 6. And then he handed me half a crown. And he says, here, buy yourself half a pint, Sammy. Cool, I was fair took aback at old Sydney giving anybody anything for nothing.
He seemed to have plenty of money, did he?
Well, his wallet was fair stuffed. You know, it's the first time I ever known him to have more than threepence in my life.
Oh?
Well, I was so took back, I tried to get up and I fell right on my apple and plum, yes. I kicked my foot against a couple of bags of cement he had under his desk and I fell right down.
Did you see the bags of cement?
Well, they was under the desk, sir.
Did you see them?
Well, well, no, sir, I didn't, but I know I kicked my...
Atchison had plenty of money in his wallet for the first time.
And we found that there was absolutely no identification in the ruins of the burned shed that any cement had ever been stored there.
We'll find him.
I said that nothing is ever lost. No thing, no person. I will admit, however, that it is sometimes extremely difficult to find a missing thing or a missing person, especially when the objects of the search have few distinguishing characteristics. Sidney Patterson was such a man.
Description of Sidney Patterson, broadcast by Scotland Yard.
Age, 43. Height, 5 feet, 9 inches. Weight, 11 stone 4. Medium brown hair and straggling moustache, same color, which he may have shaved off. Eyes, blue. When last seen, was dressed in grey tweed, single-breasted suit. White shirt, dark red tie, black, low-cut shoes.
How many men answering that description do you see in a day? We had reports from every corner of the United Kingdom. 2 slightly addled gentlemen, neither of whom resembled Patterson in the slightest, marched, one at Torquay and one at Llanfair in Wales, into police stations, announcing themselves as the wanted man. Each was promptly committed. Lodging house keepers by the 100 were interviewed. The manhunt dragged on for 8 days before we had our first glimmer of success. Let McMurphy tell it. He was there.
There was a lodging house in Regent's Park, a very obscure one, which smelt of Brussels sprouts. The proprietress was in the hospital having another baby, and her husband, a very harassed man, was in charge. Yes, he said, they'd had a lodger who seemed to answer to the broadcast description. Had, I said.
Well, he ain't here anymore, I mean.
What became of him?
Well, he opted. He opted the very day that the piper come out with the description.
Where?
I don't know. He just sent us his telegram.
Brother ill. Must leave. We'll get in touch later. Rogers. Rogers, eh? That the name he gave?
Right here it is in the register book. Here. Sidney Rogers, see?
Sidney, eh? That his own writing?
Yes.
I'd like to have that page, if you please. Oh, I'll return it. You're sure it's his handwriting?
Oh, I seen him. I seen him write it.
May I have the page?
Well, my old lady likes to keep things neat and tidy.
Well, I'll return it as soon as we've checked it against a sample of his handwriting. Now, when did he come here?
16th of May. It says right here.
And when did he leave?
Well, the day his description first come up in the paper.
He leave his luggage?
Oh, he hadn't any luggage. He was here all the time without even changing his shirt. That room of his, fair piggish.
Must be.
Well, we're rid of him, and he's paid up to the end of the week. Anyway, so we don't lose nothing. You suppose it was him?
It'll be in the papers.
Comparisons of samples of Patterson's handwriting with the signature of Sidney Rogers showed them to be identical. Peterson's full name was Sidney Roger Patterson. The telegram had been sent from Southend. We turned our attention to that muddy little place. He was not to be found, although our search was scrupulous and thorough. We put a postal stop on all letters addressed to his former home, expecting that sooner or later he'd attempt to write to his wife. Thus, all letters addressed to that house would be held out and delivered to us first. We would open and read them, reseal, and allow them to be delivered to the addressee without the wife's knowledge that we had read them. No letters appeared. We waited. Time was on our side, and the searchers at Southend plodded along, making no apparent progress. And then, after a week had passed, the post office people sent us a letter. It was addressed to his brother-in-law, Edgar Stone, who had a room there.
Letter addressed to Edgar Stone.
Dear Edgar, just a line to you in the hope that I shall be able to see a friend before I end it all. Will you come to see me at Southend Sunday, please? Take the 10:35 train. It arrives at Southend at 12:08. Come out of the station, walk straight across the road and down Whitegate Road on the left side. I shall see you coming. If you come, please bring me a 15.5-inch shirt and a comb. Best of luck. Mine is gone. F. Farmer.
Well.
So.
I withdrew the detectives from the area mentioned in the letter, which was resealed and delivered to Edgar Stone. I didn't want to alarm Mr. Farmer Patterson. Next day, Edgar Stone came to see me. He sat down nervously. What can I do for you, Stone? I asked.
I have received a letter, Inspector.
Yes?
It's from...
Are you going to Southend on Sunday, Mr. Stone? Stone had a strong sense of justice, strengthened perhaps by the shabby way Patterson had treated his sister for so many years. He agreed at once to assist us. We sat in my office and planned it, Mac and Stone and I. You're taking the shirt, of course, Stone, I said.
Yes, sir.
What a man who's going to end it all once with the shirt is beyond me.
Probably needs it.
Afraid he'll be recognized if he goes out to buy one, I expect. He's got plenty of money, we know that.
If the banks had been opened that afternoon, he wouldn't have any.
What?
Well, Fraser would have deposited his afternoon's collection, same as he did his morning.
Well, the banks had been opened. Fraser'd still be alive.
Sydney'd be up to some other mystery.
Yes. Well, let's get organized, shall we? First, we'll need a good man on this Whitegate Road to see Patterson doesn't get frightened and do a bunk. You'd better do that, Mac.
Well,
afraid he'll spot you for a cop.
Sky? I've seen too many cinemas, I'm afraid.
I don't like false beards.
Wait. You play the fiddle, don't you, Mac?
What?
You could be a street fiddler, couldn't you?
Well, I could.
That's what you'll be. Complete with tin cup and pathetic look. Very touching and very unsuspicious. And I'll have half of what you take in.
How am I going to stop a man with a fiddle?
Oh, simple enough, old boy. Just play God Save the King. You stand at attention till I get there. We planned it as carefully as we could. This was to be the definitive last act. Stone and I took the same train to Southend, but when he got off with me, I stayed inside the station. Far down the street, I could see Sergeant McMurphy in an ancient green suit of clothes, sawing industriously away on his fiddle. There were a few pedestrians on the street. Church services were just over. There's Whitehead Road, I said to Stone. Come back at once. The up train's due in a few minutes. Good luck.
I wish I didn't have to do this, Inspector, but...
Just remember what he's done, Stone.
It's the only reason I'm doing it, sir.
Good luck.
Sidney was my friend once.
He turned and crossed the road, walked slowly down Whitehead Road. I watched him from the station window. As he approached McMurphy, he paused a second. I chuckled as McMurphy held out his tin cup and Stone dropped a coin into it. Far away, I could hear his fiddle. I went to the door of the station and stepped outside as he turned the far corner. There is such a thing as trusting a man, but... I waited. The distant street fiddler shambled round the corner which Stone had turned. I fidgeted. A couple passed on the way home from the church. I waited. A small boy ran past with a hockey stick. I waited. And at last I saw McMurphy in his green suit come slowly round the corner toward me. In a moment, Soane reappeared. He glanced at Mac as he passed, and I thought I saw him nod. I started toward him, sauntering quite casually. We passed without recognition. Mac had halted again and was playing. I stopped alongside him. How much have you made, Mac? I asked.
4 shillings.
Good. What happened? Oh, it's all right. Anybody who sees us will think I'm asking you how you fell to this low estate.
First house round the corner. There was a cardboard sign in the window. Sydney was printed on it. Door opened. He went in. That's all I saw.
Good. I'll nip round to the back. You walk on around in front and play. Let's see what happens.
I can't play God Save the King.
It was easy to nip over the fence and slip around to the rear of the second house, which was marked J. Huntington. I tried the rear door. It was unlocked. I opened it cautiously and stepped inside. It was empty, apparently. I stepped down the narrow hall.
Is that you, Mr. Huntington?
I walked toward the voice.
Mr. Huntington, is that you?
I walked to the door on the left.
Mr. Huntington.
He stood there in the frosty little room, a pathetic figure with his neatly combed hair, holding a clean white shirt in his hand, an embarrassed little smile on his face.
Oh, I thought you were Mr. Huntington.
I'm Inspector Whittaker of Scotland Yard, Mr. Patterson.
Oh, yes. I knew you'd find me eventually. I just wanted to put on a clean shirt before
I detain you on suspicion of being involved in the murder of Duncan Fraser.
Poor Duncan.
And I warn you that anything you may say will be taken down in writing and used against you.
There we are. I've only one thing to say, sir. I did murder Duncan. This is the revolver I shot him with.
Give it here.
The one you couldn't find, sir.
Give it here.
It wasn't lost, sir.
Give it here.
Oh, no, sir.
Patterson! No, Sidney. Nothing is ever lost. Except lies, I'm afraid.
You have just heard the story of case number 201 MR340 from the official files of Scotland Yard. All of the facts related are true, with the single exception of the names of the participants, which, for obvious reasons, have been changed. The research prepared by Mr. Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express, and the story for radio was written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Next, listen for Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express.
The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now here is the custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. Here in the Black Museum, we have murder weapons in quantity and in variety, as no doubt you're aware. Killers are not at all particular about the means they employ in their dreadful pursuits, and whatever comes to hand is often useful. Now this has served its purpose. It's an electric torch, as you can see. Its shape makes it an excellent weapon of violent death. It fits the hand, and when charged with batteries, it's heavy enough to do considerable damage, as this one did, the shape it's in. Well, it had a great deal to do with the man's death, and the man who wielded it died too. But the torch here didn't cause his death. It was a hangman's knot that struck him under the left ear. Chief Inspector Francis Hand can tell you a great deal about it. Can't you, Francis?
That I can, John. Chief Inspector Lawrence Campbell Bannerman and I were assigned to this case, which took place in Wimbledon in the early autumn of...
1937, old boy. September 1937.
That's right. It was the 16th of September, wasn't it?
That's right. Just 15 years ago. Wimbledon, that's right.
When we got to the house, we found quite a display.
Nice place, wasn't it?
Big house. Quite nice indeed. Good, solid construction, good taste. Well, he's a builder himself, wasn't he, the fellow, wasn't it?
The man that was killed.
What was his name? Apthorpe.
Geoffrey Apthorpe. Big, handsome chap in his late 50s.
Dead.
Death as Julius Caesar. There, with all the family silver laid out about him. He had some nice things.
Really fine things. Tableware and a few other things. Mugs, heavy silver candlesticks.
All ready to go.
Complete with green baize bag to carry them in.
And that battered electric torch on the floor.
Alongside his well-battered head.
And blood.
The revolver shots caused most of the blood.
That's right. Oh, the revolver was there, too.
His own revolver.
And the door was locked.
We went in.
This is what we discovered.
Geoffrey Apthorpe's body was lying in one corner of the dining room, which was quite a large one. 2 or 3 chairs had been knocked over. The dining table itself was scarred in several places, as if a heavy body had bumped against it. 1 or 2 pictures on the wall were crooked. There were muddy footprints on the carpet, and the heavy buffet stood with its doors open and 2 of its drawers pulled out and empty. Around the floor stood the Apthorpe silver, carefully arranged in groups, and looking a little like...
like a blasted store window, wasn't it, Francis?
Except for the bag, lying in the middle of the display. A green baize bag, very professional appearing, and with half a dozen knives and forks spilling out of it.
And some spoons, I remember.
As if an experienced burglar had been quietly at work and had suddenly been interrupted.
Tell about Apthorpe.
Oh, yes, of course. He was lying in a heap, his hands empty, his arms stretched out as if he'd been about to seize someone.
Burglar, very likely, we thought.
The carpet was quite stained with blood, but first it wasn't apparent how he'd been killed.
Oh, he was quite dead.
When we moved the body, we discovered how he'd been killed. Under him was the battered electric torch.
The one Chief Superintendent Davidson showed you.
It was shockingly battered, stained with blood, and there were marks on his head that seemed roughly to fit the marks on the torch.
But that wasn't what killed him. There were also 2 bullet wounds in his head. He'd been shot at close range, and there was a good deal of powder blackening on the body.
He'd obviously been shot at close range.
But when we looked for the gun, it wasn't there.
We found it, though. It was on the floor, just outside the door that led to a hall, a full 5 feet away from the body.
And he had obviously been shot, Francis said, at very close range.
The gun had been held, I judge, not more than an inch or 2 away from him.
Tell them about the really strange part, though, Francis.
Oh, yes. The telephone rang.
Kept on ringing while we searched high and low for it.
I found it at last. Hello, I said as politely as possible.
Hello. Is that the Apthorpe residence?
Yes. This is Mr. Apthorpe, sir.
Oh, thank you. May I speak to Mrs. Apthorpe, please?
I beg your pardon?
May I speak to Mrs. Apthorpe, please?
One moment, please.
Who do they want?
Someone wants to speak to Mrs. Apthorpe.
Mrs. Apthorpe? Is there a Mrs. Apthorpe?
Must be. They're calling for her, old boy. Hello? Excuse me just a second, please. What will I do?
Huh? Ask who's calling.
Good. Excuse me. May I ask who's calling, please?
Who are you?
I beg your pardon. I'm afraid I'll have to know who's calling Mrs. Apthorpe.
Tell her it's Mr. Apthorpe calling.
Huh? I said...
Mr. Apthorpe. Geoffrey Apthorpe. Mrs. Apthorpe's husband.
Now, it was obviously impossible, wasn't it, for Mr. Geoffrey Apthorpe to be calling his home by telephone. For Mr. Geoffrey Apthorpe lay there before us, most convincingly dead. And if I may quote Algernon Charles Swinburne, dead men rise up never.
The Garden of Proserpine, stanza 12.
The Garden of Proserpine and its 11th stanza, beg your pardon. That dead men rise up never. Mr. Apthorpe never moved. And the voice on the telephone spoke again.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Apthorpe's gone.
And broke off the connection. I couldn't agree more that Mr. Apthorpe was gone, and I immediately rang back to see where Mr. Apthorpe might be calling from.
Don't keep them in suspense, old boy. It was a sanitarium calling.
Now, don't be giving the wrong impression, Lawrence. Not an asylum or anything like that. It developed Mr. A had been,
confined.
Had been...
Committed.
Be still, do. He had been staying in this sanitarium because he was a drinking man. He drank to excess and was going through a course of treatment to remedy or alleviate some of the suffering he had been experiencing. He had been there for several weeks, leaving his wife alone in the great house, and he had been certified as recovered.
Practically recovered.
And he had taken a sudden notion to telephone his wife on a matter of importance, and had asked one of the attendants to ring up his home for him.
And before the attendant made the call, Mr. Apthorpe had left the place without saying a word to anyone, obviously to return home.
Just in time to be killed.
That's right.
He had told the attendant that it was of the utmost importance that he speak to Mrs. Apthorpe at once.
It was obviously of such importance that he felt he couldn't wait.
But what did he want to tell her?
You see, he hadn't told the attendant. His wife couldn't have known. Certainly Mr. Apthorpe couldn't tell us now.
The message must have been an important one.
But what was it?
Obviously, the next step was to consult the lady in question, Mrs. Apthorpe herself.
Mrs. Cornelia Apthorpe.
She might possibly have some idea of why her husband had attempted to telephone her and then abandoned the effort to return home, just in time to be murdered. Leaving the body of the deceased to be taken away for an autopsy, Campbell Bannerman and I went looking for her. We had not far to go. She was at the Wimbledon police station in a state of collapse. We found her barely able to speak.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to see you gentlemen.
We're sorry, too, Mrs. Apthorpe. The pity we must disturb you, but...
I quite understand. Have you discovered anything that I ought to know? I mean...
We've discovered nothing yet, except...
Nothing. We were hoping that you could tell us something, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Yes, we hope...
I'm afraid I've said everything, but...
Would you mind telling us? This is the first time we've seen you, you know.
All we know is what the officers who were first called were able to tell us.
If you don't mind, then, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Perhaps you'll know that my husband has been away for some time. He's been ill.
Ill?
Yes, we know that.
I've been away from home, too.
Where have you been, madam?
Well, only the last few days. I was so lonely in that great house. All alone.
Where were you, Mrs. Apthorpe?
I was visiting friends. But I became worried about our place tonight. The silver and our other valuables, you know, and I've heard stories about burglars, and so I called a cab and hurried home. I'm sure you can confirm that with the cab people.
Where were you, madam?
Oh, I was visiting my friends Alice and Eric Shield.
And where do they live?
Here in Wimbledon.
Where, please?
Oh, their place is called Portulaca Cottage. It's on Ely Road near the Common.
Lawrence?
Huh? Alice Shield can tell you. She wanted to come with me, but...
Oh, wait then, Lawrence, please.
Right. How about this Mr. Shield? He can...
No, he wasn't at home when I left their house.
Oh? Where was he?
I don't know. He often worked late. I assume he was working. That's the impression I got from Alice. I mean, I hardly ever saw Eric. No, he wasn't at home.
They know about...
I think the people here at the police station telephoned them.
Find out, Lawrence, would you, like a good chance?
Of course.
I suppose Eric must have come home just after I left.
Probably.
He always does come home.
Naturally. You say you didn't know your husband was returning home tonight?
No, of course not. He was at the nursing home.
Sanitarium.
I didn't expect him for another week. I to find him.
That is the way you found him.
With all the silver there on the floor. He was lying there.
Dreadful shock, madam. Why do you suppose he came home?
I don't know. I haven't the faintest idea.
You had no warning?
None whatever. To find him lying there.
Did your husband have a revolver?
What? A revolver? Yes, he had a revolver.
It is possible, then, he was shot with his own revolver.
Oh, yes, that was his revolver.
Huh?
I saw it on the floor.
Yeah, we saw it.
They telephoned Mr. and Mrs. Shield. I talked to them, too.
Oh, good.
What else?
Well, they talked to Mrs. Shield. He wasn't home, but he came in while they were talking.
What did he say?
They were quite shocked. He wanted to come over here to the police station.
Oh, no.
But, they said he didn't have to.
Thank you, Lawrence. Sit down.
Thank you.
Mrs. Apthorpe, you said you have no idea why your husband came home at this particular time.
No, not the slightest.
Excuse me, Lawrence. I was going to ask Mrs. Apthorpe if she knew any reason why her husband should have put in a telephone call for her before he returned.
Well, I didn't know anything about any telephone call.
He had put in a telephone call for you before he left the sanitarium.
Then he apparently changed his mind and came home instead.
How on earth did you...
The call was put through whilst we were at your home.
After your husband had been killed.
Well, I haven't the slightest idea.
Had he called you before? From the sanitarium?
No. I don't remember that he did.
Well, this must have been an important matter.
One would think so. Wouldn't one?
I can't imagine what it was.
Was your husband the worrying type, Mrs. Apthorpe?
No.
Well, he must have been worried about something.
Well, I don't know what he could be.
Do you suppose Mr. Shield might know?
Mr. Shield? Oh, Eric, I don't think so. I don't know how he could know.
Really?
Well, he hardly knew my husband.
I've asked Mr. Shield to come over here.
Why, You asked him to come over here?
Yes. You don't mind, friend?
Of course not. But, I'm afraid I don't quite...
Mrs. Apthorpe, what is your theory of your husband's death? Excuse me.
Theory? Why, he was killed by a burglar, of course.
By a burglar?
Why, of course. The silver was all laid out, ready to be taken away.
Yes?
The burglar had broken in, and finding the house unoccupied, had decided to do a thorough job of it. And then my husband came home.
You still have no idea why he came home so unexpectedly?
I'm trying to think, but... No, I just can't imagine.
You were saying, madam?
Oh, when my husband found the burglar, he started to grapple with him.
That's when the burglar struck him with the electric torch.
What? Yes, that's what I think, too.
I forgot momentarily about the torch.
Yes.
And then my husband must have broken away and went to get his revolver.
He didn't carry the revolver with him.
No, it was in his desk in a drawer.
Go on, please, madam.
Well, then the burglar must have shot him.
There was no one there when you arrived?
No. Just Geoffrey lying on the floor there. The whole thing must have happened before I got there. Perhaps he heard me and ran away.
Slamming the door and locking it.
But it was spring locked.
Yes, I remember.
We had a time opening.
Well, that must have been the way it happened. Poor old Geoffrey. Don't you think so? Don't you think so?
Well,
that's the way it looks, isn't it?
That's the way it looks to me.
Mrs. Apthorpe, you were on good terms with your husband, of course, weren't you? Yes?
Frankly, Chief Inspector, I was not on the very best of terms with him. Everyone knows we quarreled. My husband drank.
And husbands who drink to excess often quarrel with their wives.
Well, I didn't want to be under any false pretenses with you.
Of course not.
You'd find out anyway, but he was my husband.
And you loved him?
Yes, I loved him.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I wish I knew why he telephoned you and why he came home so unexpectedly.
I'm sure I have no idea.
Perhaps someone at the sanitarium might have an idea.
Well, perhaps he was bored and just decided to come home. Perhaps he felt he was cured, and perhaps he was telephoning me to say that he was coming home.
Perhaps.
Perhaps he meant... he might have changed his mind about telling you and decided to surprise you.
That might have been it.
Mm-hmm.
He arrived at a singularly inopportune time.
Poor Geoffrey.
Well, at least we'll find the man that killed him, Mrs. Apthorpe.
How will you find him? How can you be so sure?
There are fingerprints on that electric torch, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Oh, I didn't... Are there really?
A fingerprint man's been examining it.
Oh. How will he know?
We'll compare them with the prints in the Criminal Records Office. We've prints of practically every known burglar.
But what if what if the prints aren't on file?
Oh, it'll be a little tougher on us, but we'll find him eventually.
You think you will?
We'll find him, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Somewhere.
Is my husband... is he still... He's still there?
He's been taken to the mortuary, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Why? Did you wish to go home?
If he's gone... would you take me there, please?
We'll have someone take you home, Mrs. Apthorpe.
I was hoping you gentlemen...
Oh, I'm so sorry. Chief Inspector Hand and I must stay here for a while. We're on duty.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can't be helped, although I would wish...
We'll be in touch with you, Mrs. Apthorpe. If you'll excuse us now. Come along, Francis. If you'll just wait here a moment, we'll send someone to drive you home.
Thank you.
You have our sympathy, Mrs. Apthorpe.
Yes, indeed, Mrs. Apthorpe. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What did you... We could have taken her.
Why was I so rude, you mean?
Well...
You forget, we must see Mr. Eric Shield, my dear Hand.
Oh, yes, he's coming here, isn't he? What do you want to see him about? Why couldn't we see him with her? We could.
I want to see him alone.
Why? He doesn't know anything about all this. He wasn't home. He wasn't there.
That's what we've been told, isn't it? He wasn't at the murdered man's home, was he?
You talked to him, didn't you?
I asked him to come here.
Why, for heaven's sake?
I want to ask him a question. And I'd like you to hear his answer.
What question?
I want him to tell us how he knew there was an electric torch involved in this thing, if he'd not been there to see it.
This is the last broadcast of Whitehall 1212. We hope that you've enjoyed this series of authentic cases from the official files of Scotland Yard, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. At the Wimbledon Police Station, Chief Inspectors Hand and Campbell Bannerman of Scotland Yard await the visit of Eric Shield, at whose home the recently bereaved widow has been staying. Chief Inspector Hand speaks.
We sat and waited. Campbell Bannerman's sudden revelation was most startling. We stared at each other, but the same thought, I'm sure, was in both our minds. Look here, I said to Campbell Bannerman. She said he wasn't there.
That's what he said, too.
She said he was at work.
That's what he said.
How would he know? Excuse me. Yes. Inspector Hand here. Oh, yes. Bernard. Henry Bernard, the pathologist.
What's he got to add?
Yes, Henry, yes. He was? You're quite sure? Quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. You can swear to that? That's extremely interesting. Well, thank you. That puts a very interesting and quite different light on it, doesn't it? Keep us advised, will you, old man? Thank you. I'll tell Chief Inspector Campbell Bannerman. He'll be more than interested. Thank you. Goodbye. But here, Lawrence, that was Henry Bernard. He's...
I was thinking of something.
Huh? What?
There are fingerprints on that electric torch, aren't there?
Of course, all over the blasted thing. Henry Bernard...
I wonder who's there.
We'll call the CRO.
What if they're not there, Mrs. Apthorpe?
Do you suppose...
I more than suppose. Don't you?
I certainly do. I want this man Shields' prints.
No way of getting him.
Yes, there is.
Huh?
Wait. Sergeant Murphy. Look here. When I press your buzzer, Sergeant, will you please come in here and take the drinking glass I'll indicate to you? It'll be right here on the table. Yes. Yes. And take it down to a fingerprint man.
Edwards is assigned to it.
Good. Take it down and have Sergeant Edwards develop any prints he may find on the glass and compare them with the prints on that smashed electric torch we gave him. And then ask him to telephone me here at once. You want?
Oh, how do you do? This is Chief Inspector Hand, Mr. Shields.
How do you do?
Like to see you.
Sit down.
Sure.
Sorry to inconvenience you. I just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Of course.
You knew Mr. Geoffrey Apthorpe, I believe?
Yes, I knew him slightly.
And you know Mrs. Apthorpe?
Cornelia. Oh, yes, my wife and I know her. Yes, she's been stopping at our place for a few days while Apthorpe's been gone. That's a tragedy, isn't it?
Too bad.
I hardly knew the fellow. Quite a drunkard, though, I believe.
You didn't like him?
I hardly knew him.
Oh, yes, you told me.
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Well, Mrs. Apthorpe mentioned your name.
Like a drink of water?
Thank you.
Would you like some more?
No, thank you.
I'll call Sergeant Murphy. Get some more water, please, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been in Mr. Apthorpe's house, Mr. Shields?
No, I haven't. I understand it's quite a place.
Burglar broke in there tonight.
The burglar killed him.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's too bad. I didn't know him very well.
That's what you said.
He was beaten to death.
Oh?
The burglar beat him to death with an electric torch.
I thought you said he was shot when you talked to me on the telephone.
Shot?
With an electric torch.
How did you know about the torch, Mr. Shields?
Why, you just told me.
Oh, you mentioned the torch when you talked to me on the telephone.
No, I didn't. How could I know anything about it?
Shall I answer? Chief Inspector. Yes, Murphy. They are identical. Thank you.
You did that pretty quickly.
Wasn't much trouble. Edwards was waiting with the prints from the torch.
What's the matter?
They compared your fingerprints on the water glass with the ones on the electric torch, Mr. Shields.
They're the same.
That's not true. It can't be. I didn't.
I hardly knew. I didn't...
Why did you kill him, Mr. Shields? It wasn't admissible evidence, of course, but it was enough to cause the bewildered Shield to blurt out the whole story and recharge it.
Yes, I did it. I've been in love with Cornelia for years.
But you're married, Mr. Shields.
I love Cornelia. I'm sorry for my wife. I honestly am, but I love Cornelia.
How did you do it?
Well, I was going away with Cornelia. I was going to get her away from that beast.
Marry her?
Of course. I loved her, I tell you.
Go on.
This was our opportunity. He was away, and I went to the house with Cornelia. I took my torch, so we wouldn't have to turn on the light. She was picking up her clothes. They were all packed.
And she talked, too.
And just then the door opened. And there was Jeffrey. He'd heard something about Eric and me, and he screamed at us. He'd run away from the sanitarium, and he was drunk. And he said, I'll kill you both. And he had such dreadful things, and he sprang at Eric.
And I lifted my torch.
Oh, Eric, it was so horrible.
And then you thought you ought to make it look as if a burglar...
I took out the silver and arranged it.
And then I went away, back home, while Cornelia called the police.
How did he get shot?
I don't know. I didn't.
I did it.
Cornelia.
I knew it had to look like a burglar. And I knew where the revolver was kept.
But he was dead, Cornelia.
Yes. But I had to make it look good, darling.
Eric Shield was tried for murder.
And Mrs. Apthorpe with him, of course.
They were both found guilty. Shield of murder, Cornelia Apthorpe as accessory to murder. Shield was hanged at Pentonville 2.5 months after the crime.
And Mrs. Apthorpe served 11 days of her sentence of penal servitude before she died.
You've been listening to Whitehall 1212, which is based on true stories of Scotland Yard cases. Today's story, The Wimbledon Burglary Murder, is the last of the series. Thank you for listening to us. Heard today were Horace Braham as Chief Inspector Hand and Lester Fletcher as Chief Inspector Campbell Bannerman. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Morris Dollymore, Kathleen Cordell, Carl Harbord, and Florine Sears. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is the story of Scotland Yard file number 140MR519. And here to brief you is Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. This is the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard. These two rooms on the lower ground floor of the main building are the repository of, shall I say, mementos of some of our most famous cases, both solved and unsolved. We keep here as exemplars of the practical art of murder and other crimes, a great many weapons, a not inconsiderable stock of disguises, a large number of miscellaneous objects, more or less directly concerned with the commission of specific crimes. Death mouse of a few notable criminals, such as the late Heinrich Himmler, and a great many bullets, some of them with the stain of death still discernible, and more than a few genuinely gruesome objects, portions of human skeletons, things in alcohol-filled glass jars. Every object in here has an unhappy association. And most of them have aided us in solving other puzzling crimes. For the criminal mind is curiously imitated. Now, this case, number 140 MR 519, happened 30 years ago. You may have heard about it. It created a great sensation in the United States. Now, here is the one item that remains. A knife. It was once very sharp, but the blood has rusted the blade. Oh, good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, this is the man who knows more about case 140 MR 519 than anyone else up the yard. May I introduce Chief Inspector David Apries of the CID.
There was another man who knew a great deal about this case, sir, but he's not with us anymore.
Who was that, David?
The hangman, sir. Mrs. Hildegard Amory was one of the most fascinating women I've ever known. Her husband, Peter James Athelston Amory, was 32 years old, but everyone who knew the couple thought he was at least 10 years older than his wife, although in point of fact he was only 4 years her senior. From what we know of him, he was dull, moody, and not a very good husband, except that in the accepted sense of the word, he was faithful to her. It's a pity that he had no other recorded virtues. On the night of the 3rd of October, 1922, he was murdered. This is all I had from Detective Sergeant Max Fisher of the Ilford Police Station, who reported it to me.
Kensington Gardens, Ilford, sir. 10 minutes before 12 midnight, sir, last night, stabbed to death by a person or persons unknown, sir. Mr. John Thomason and Miss Elizabeth Poole of 7B Oxford Crescent, Ilford, met Mrs. Amory as she was running down the street screaming. A doctor was fetched who pronounced the man dead.
Go on, please, Sergeant.
Mrs. Amory remarked to Police Constable Douglas Gregg that she supposed that she would probably be blamed for the husband's death. She'll be at the Ilford Police Station, sir, this morning.
I proceeded first to the mortuary on Horseferry Road to view the body. He had been stabbed untidily 3 times in the neck. The man at the mortuary said one slash had severed the carotid artery, causing death. No weapon, Sergeant Fisher said, had been found. I went to Ilford for a talk with Mrs. Amory.
She's in there, Sergeant.
Well, thank you. Will I go in with you, Chief Inspector?
I wish you would, yes, please.
Yes, Sergeant Fisher.
I have Chief Inspector Apries of Scotland Yard with me, Jones. May we come in?
Mrs. Amory?
Let them come in.
Thank you. We'll be all right, Jones.
Yes, Sergeant.
Come in, sir. Mrs. Amory, this is Chief Inspector Apries.
I don't know what more I can tell you, Chief Inspector.
I'm sorry to be under the necessity of asking you any further questions, Mrs. Amory, but you understand.
Yes, of course.
If we might sit down.
Oh, please do.
You did not see the assailant, you said?
No. Peter had gone...
Your husband?
Yes. My husband had gone ahead of me a few steps to unlock the door. All I remember was a kind of black shadow rising up beside the steps, hearing Peter cry out.
The other man said nothing?
Nothing at all. He just turned and ran away down the street.
And you?
I'm afraid I was so frozen I didn't do anything for a second. Peter was coughing and crying out. And I think I screamed and ran away.
Uh-huh. You didn't touch your husband?
I put my hand out to him, and the blood... I was so... I don't know. I think I ran for help. I know I was screaming. Those people heard me and called out, and I...
You thought your husband was dead?
I knew he was hurt badly.
You didn't tell us before about seeing the man who attacked your husband, Mrs. Amory.
Oh, I thought I did.
No, you didn't, Mrs. Amory.
Sorry.
I'm going to ask you a question, Mrs. Amory, which you need not answer.
I'm sure I have nothing to conceal from you, Chief Inspector.
Of course. Why did you remark that they will blame me for this, or words to that effect?
Did I say that?
In Constable Gregg's report, madam.
I don't remember saying that.
Why should you say such a thing?
Why, if I said it... I was very much agitated, you must understand. Of course, I suppose I must have been thinking that no one else had seen the...
Murderer, ma'am?
Yes. The...
Sergeant Fisher.
Yeah? I'll be back at once, Chief Inspector.
Right. Had your husband any enemies that you know of, Mrs. Emery?
I've been trying to think.
Can you think of any other motive?
Robbery, perhaps?
Oh, I should think that a robber would have run away without attempting to attack.
I don't know.
Could I ask you to tell me in your own words exactly what happened, as near as you can remember?
Peter and I had gone to the Criterion, and we were in rather a gay mood when we came home. Peter said to me, I'll run ahead and unlock...
That is a very dark street.
Well, usually it's quite bright. But last night, the street lamps... Something apparently had happened to them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that other couple saw him.
So who?
The murderer.
Oh, no.
Oh, good.
Saw him quite plainly, they said.
Did they recognize him? I mean, they're not going to be able to identify him, are they?
Catch her, Fisher. She's going to faint. Verbum sat sapienti. If I remember my schoolboy Latin, a word to the wise is sufficient. I'm not at all certain of the degree of wisdom, if any, that I possess, but we had the word right enough. Recognize. Why should they recognize the man? Had Mrs. Amory recognized him? Why should she be so concerned about his being recognized? She returned to her home. Fisher and I quietly began asking questions of the people who knew her.
Her next-door neighbor answered me.
Oh, it's a dreadful thing, sir. The poor woman's fair out of her mind.
How long have you known the Amerys, sir?
6 months.
Uh-huh. Had she any friends, other than her husband, could you say?
Well, sir, the parson, I should say. Mrs. O'Malley, who keeps the pastry shop. And, well, I liked her very much. I'm the dustman, sir. I saw her almost every day on my rounds.
What about her husband?
I say nothing but good of the dead, sir. Although my private opinion is it served him bloody well right.
Why?
Well, sir, many's the night I've heard him shouting at the lady something terrible, sir.
What about?
I never listened to details, sir. I have a great admiration for the poor thing. She's very attractive, sir.
Do you know anyone else who is of the same opinion?
Everybody, sir, except him. God rest his nasty soul.
Inquiry of the parson brought more praises of little Mrs. Amory. A most attractive, lively, pleasant young housewife were the exact words.
I talked to her employers, a firm of wholesale milliners in Aldersgate Street.
I've known Mrs. Amory for a great many years, sir. She's been in our employ since the 3rd year of the war.
Oh. Well, what are her duties with you?
She is chief bookkeeper and manageress, sir.
Do you know anything about her friends?
Everybody in this establishment can lay claim to that title, sir. She is universally beloved. We do not make inquiries into the private life of our people, sir.
Of course. But do you know any of her friends, apart from her colleagues in this office?
I have seen her lunching once or twice with the young men I assumed to be a younger relative, sir. But I naturally made no inquiries.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Quite welcome, I'm sure, sir.
I should like to ask you one more question, sir.
As you will.
Why do you think this young man is a relative?
I do not believe I am breaking a confidence. Mrs. Amory has several times received letters from him, posted at various points of call of the Peninsula and Orient Steamship Company. I have seen the envelopes.
Well, how does that prove that he's a relation of hers?
I have seen the name on the letters, sir.
Oh. You looked at the letters?
Inadvertently, sir.
And the name was?
Westlake. The same as Mrs. Amory's maiden name, sir. I happen to know.
Oh, well, thank you very much indeed, sir. Good day. I didn't tell the male milliner that Mrs. Amory's maiden name has been nothing at all like Westlake. As a matter of fact, it was Balderston.
I saw that Mrs. O'Malley, the dustman, had spoken of within 2 hours after I learned the results of Chief Inspector Apris's interview with the milliner.
Oh, yes, sir. I know Mrs. Amory very well indeed.
And her husband?
I knew him.
Sad affair.
I didn't like him, sir.
You know a man named Westlake, Mrs. O'Malley?
Of course.
You do?
He was a paying boarder for a few weeks at the Amory's.
How long ago?
Oh, about 18 months ago. He left and went to see Mrs. Amory said. I don't want you to get the idea, sir, that Mrs. Amory's the type who takes in boarders indiscriminately. She's a genuine lady, sir.
Of course.
Amory threw him out after a few weeks.
Oh? Why?
Some tosh about his being too thick with poor dear Mrs. Amory. Such tosh. Westlake's the brother of a girl who attended school with Mrs. Amory. What arrant nonsense. But Amory was a swine.
You know where this Westlake is now?
No one's heard of him from that day to this.
And not Mrs. Amory even?
This young man was merely the brother of a former schoolmate, I told you. Why should she know anything about his private affairs, indeed?
I agree with you, Mrs. O'Malley. Why, indeed?
That was the 4th day after Peter Amory's death. Sergeant Fisher and I struck what bookkeepers are fond of calling a trial balance. A, Peter Amory was stabbed to death.
With a knife?
Practically every sailor carries a sheath knife.
Westlake was a sailor.
He had been thrown out of the Amory home.
He was also accused by the husband of too great familiarity with the wife. That could be a motive.
Mrs. Amory was quite concerned about the possibility of the murderer having been recognized.
Perhaps she did recognize him.
Would she be shielding him?
Well, he's the younger brother of a schoolmate of hers.
Would she be shielding the murderer of her husband? Let's ask him.
Let's find him first. I had very little trouble finding William Westlake. A telephone call to the offices of the P&O Steamship Company found him for me. Yes, they said they had a steward of that name. 20 years old, they said. Had been with the P&O for about 18 months. Well, that corresponded with Mrs. O'Malley's recollection of the date of his departure from the Amory's house. What ship? The SS Murray, they said. Where was the Murray, please? It had docked at Tilbury on the 23rd of September after a voyage to the Mediterranean. Well, at least Westlake had been close at hand when Amory had been murdered 10 days later. The Murray was still at Tilbury. I paid the ship a visit there. A young sailor loitering at the gangway greeted me.
Where you going, mate?
Is this the Murray?
Unless they changed her name this morning. What do you want?
Looking for a man named Westlake.
What do you want him for?
I want to talk to him.
What about?
I'm afraid it's none of your business, mate.
Ain't it? My name's Westlake.
Oh, is it? William Westlake?
Right, what's yours?
My name's Fisher.
Never heard of you.
Detective Sergeant Fisher of the CID.
What do you want? Detective Sergeant Fisher of the C.I. Bloody D.
Did you ever hear of a man named Peter Amory?
I didn't do anything to him.
I didn't ask you that, Westlake.
I might have known him.
Well, then you won't mind answering some questions, will you?
About him? Why?
He's dead.
Who killed him?
I don't know.
Well, what do I know about it?
That's what we want to find out, Westlake.
Well, ask me. Go ahead.
No, you'll have to come to Scotland Yard with me.
What if I won't?
Better.
What'll you do if I won't come?
Take you. Come along.
There's nobody looking. I could smash you on the head and drop you in the water.
See those constables down there on the pier head?
Where?
I shouldn't try while they're watching us.
Oh. Well, I suppose I'll have to come along with you. But you've got nothing on me.
Good enough. Get your sheath knife and come on.
What? I've got no sheath knife. I haven't had a sheath knife for ever so long, mister. I haven't got a sheath knife. I lost it. I lost it, I said.
Well, come along, then. I'll try and find your knife for you.
I had invited Mrs. Hildegard Amory, the bereaved widow, to come to my office at New Scotland Yard from Ilford to consult about some new evidence that had been discovered, I said. She arrived at 11 o'clock, quite composed, with no outward signs of nervousness. I said she was one of the most fascinating women I've ever seen. Blue silk frock, a most fetching hat from the establishment that employed her. Hardly suitable for a recent widow, I remember thinking idly. Great purple blue eyes. A most charming smile as she greeted me.
You must tell me the news at once, Chief Inspector. What has happened?
A few facts that I think you should know, Mrs. Amory.
Have they identified the man they saw running away? The people who saw the man.
A little too anxious, Mrs. Amory, I thought. I said they had not identified anyone yet.
Do you think they can? Identify him, I mean.
Oh, I'm not at all certain that they can, Mrs. Amory. The street light was out, you know.
Oh, I do hope you find him.
Did I detect a suggestion? Just a suggestion of triumph in that? We'll see, I said.
I haven't the slightest idea who... It is so dark, though. I'm afraid he'll never be identified.
I wish you had seen him. We could hold an identification parade.
Your telephone, Chief Inspector.
Oh, it's ringing, isn't it? Chief Inspector Abrie's here.
I've got him, sir.
Oh.
Westlake, I mean, sir.
Oh, good, old man.
Is she there, sir?
Oh, quiet.
Is your door open, sir?
Forget it, old boy.
I'll take care of it, sir.
Thank you, that will be excellent.
I'll bring him.
Thanks very much indeed, old boy. Goodbye. Oh, my dear Mrs. Amory, the light from the windows directly in your eyes. I'm so sorry. Please, take this other chair. It faces the other way.
Oh, it's quite all right, Chief Inspector.
Insist. Please sit here. It'll be much more comfortable.
Well, if you must be so thoughtful, Chief Inspector.
Please.
Thank you very much.
There. Now, you see, you're much more comfortable. The light's much better this way.
I think there's someone at your door, sir.
Oh, really? Who is that? Who is it?
The man you wanted to see, sir.
Hildegard!
William, what? They found you!
So you're the one that wants to see me
No.
in Scotland Yard?
No!
You fighter! You madman!
No,
you!
Take him away,
no,
Bishop.
No,
Come on,
please.
I'll kill her, too.
Oh, God, what can I do?
Come on, Wesley.
Why did you do it? I didn't want you to do it.
I tell you. You do it. Cheer up with the...
I really think you owe us an explanation, Mrs. Amory. This is what she said.
I did not know William Westlake at all. When his sister asked me if he might come and stay with us, I remember him only as a small boy from Norwood, and I met him on a holiday with his sister. As a small boy, he was remarkably charming. When he came to live with us, he was still charming. One day, while my husband was away on a short business trip, William told me he was falling in love with me.
This is what he said.
Of course I was in love with her. In a kid's kind of a way. Old Amory caught us one afternoon kissing in the parlor. He kicked me out. It was an awful row. I said I'd get even. Well, he's dead now, and I'm still alive.
She said...
I had nothing to do with it. It was his own idea to murder Peter Amory.
And he said...
Ask her about those letters, Detective Sergeant.
I'm a detective. My job is to catch criminals, not to make pronouncements about the state of their minds. Neither is it my job to pass judgment upon anyone. Ask her about the letters, Westlake said to Sergeant Fisher. We did ask her.
The letters? I thought he destroyed them.
Westlake laughed when we told him what she had said.
Them letters will hang her, Mr. Detective.
Westlake had been charged with murder and duly warned. The judge's rules in England are almost unbelievably strict regarding what may be said to a prisoner once he had been officially charged. But the boastful ones often say more than they intend to. Neither Fisher nor I made any comment.
You can't ever prove that I killed old Amory, gents. You know nobody saw him get killed. Why, even them people that said they saw me couldn't possibly identify me. Could they?
I'm sure I don't know, Wesley.
Oh, I know. They can't. Nobody can. and even if somebody could identify me, which they can't, they'll never hang me.
You've been warned, Westlake.
So I have, haven't I? Anything I might say might be used in evidence. But she thought I burned them letters, or tore them up or something. I didn't, gents. Now, what will you do for me if I show you where them letters are? Huh?
Nothing.
We can promise you nothing, Westlake.
Don't you want to hang somebody?
Come on, Fisher.
Don't you want them? Don't you want them? Well, they'll hang her, I tell you. They'll hang her. Don't you want me to give you those letters? Come back. Come back, you. She put me up to it. Trying to prove she put me up to it, I tell you. She made me do it. She talked me into it. She's the guilty one. I just stabbed the man.
The filthy, filthy brute.
And she thought he was in love with her.
She knows better now. Come along.
Where are we going?
To find those letters. We found them in his locker on the Morea, wrapped in an old newspaper under a pile of dirty clothes. 56 of them. And under them a blood-stained sheath knife. The one that you saw in the Black Museum. The letters were incredible. She admitted in court at the trial that she had written them. Would you like to hear what she had written? Here are typical excerpts from the record of the trial.
You said it was enough for an elephant. Perhaps it was, but you don't allow for the taste, making only a small quantity to be taken. Now, your letter tells me about the bitter taste again. Oh, darling, I do feel so down and unhappy. Wouldn't the stuff make small pills coated together with soap and dipped in licorice powder like Beecham's? I'll try again while you're away.
And another.
I tried the broken glass 3 times, But the third time he found a piece of it. So I've given it up till you come home.
Stop. In court at the trial, she was asked why she had written such dangerous letters to Westlake at various points of call. I can still hear her reply.
Nobody knows what kind of letters he was writing me. I destroyed them all. He did not destroy mine.
And she was asked, why did you incite this man to murder your husband? Her voice was very low when she replied.
He was the first man that ever loved me. I was afraid he might meet another woman on one of his voyages. He would love better than me. I could not lose him.
I'm no moralist, I'm a detective. But it is curious to know that among the effects left in their home at Ilford was a trashy novel by an English author, published some 10 years before the tragedy occurred, before Westlake had ever come to live there, while he was still a small boy and she a schoolgirl. Some of the passages in her letters are almost exact duplicates of passages in that book. I don't know. Hildegard Amory and William Westlake were found guilty of willful murder at Old Bailey in June 1923. I don't believe she even heard the verdict. Her mind was failing even then. Westlake went to the gallows bravely. She was carried to the execution shed completely unconscious by warders, and the trap was sprung without her ever regaining consciousness. The hangman is a sinister figure, but even he was sickened. It was the first time in English history that a hangman resigned his job. I don't know.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio written and directed by Willis Cooper. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Today here...
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Good afternoon. This exhibit from the files of the Black Museum is labeled 50MR242, which is the file number of the case you are here about. You'll note that it is not a very good wedding ring. That is, it is of intrinsically poor quality. The base metal of which it was made shows through the shabby, worn covering of gold wash with which it was once adorned. Base metal, yes, as base as the purpose for which the ring was purchased for 6 shillings, as false as the promises of the bridegroom who bought it and took it back again after it had served its purpose. I hope you'll pardon my sentimentality. A policeman is generally not entitled to that luxury. I ask you to judge for yourself. Inspector Stephen Rockheed, who was Scotland Yard's principal representative in this case, shares my feelings, I think.
Your feelings seem to have been shared by a great many persons who participated in this case, John. Witness Mr. Justice Brewster and what he didn't say at the trial.
I'm afraid I don't remember, Stephen.
He omitted the phrase, "May the Lord have mercy on your soul," when he sentenced Stanley Brown to death. 50-242 began for me with what, if it happened in a drama for the wireless, would be described as an incredible coincidence. A letter had been passed to my desk. It had been addressed to Criminal Investigation Department, New Scotland Yard. A letter from a man named Crittenden, living at Aston Clinton in Buckinghamshire. The CID receives dozens of letters of its type daily, and it is our generally tiresome duty to read them all. Whilst I was glancing over it, a visitor was announced. Before he sat down, he laid a 3-days-old copy of the Morning Telegraph on my desk.
You're Inspector Rockheed?
Yes.
My name's Ramsey, Norman Ramsey, formerly of Blackpool, now resident in Shepherd's Bush.
Yes.
I've been carrying this paper around for 3 days.
Why?
This article here, sir.
This one?
Here.
Highgate tragedy. Bride drowns in bath.
That's the one.
What about it, Mr. Ramsey?
Well, I've come here because I was a witness to a very similar case 2 years ago.
Where, sir?
In Blackpool, where I formerly lived. A bride drowned in her bath just 2 days after her wedding.
What was her name?
Brown.
I see. Well, Mr. Ramsey, you are to be commended for bringing this to our attention. That was her husband's name, I assume.
Stanley Brown was his name.
What happened to him, do you remember?
Oh, I don't know. He went away the day his wife was buried. In rather a hurry, I thought.
Are you making an accusation, Mr. Ramsey?
I must admit I didn't like the fellow.
Are you making an accusation?
I am telling you what I know about an extraordinary coincidence, sir.
Excuse me. Did you know the wife's maiden name?
Oh, I believe it was Crittenden.
Crittenden?
No, that's right, yes, I'm sure.
Alicia Crittenden.
Oh, you've heard of the case.
Do you remember how the late Mrs. Stanley Brown, the former Alicia Crittenden, was buried, sir?
I most certainly do. It was the most shocking thing I'd ever heard of. She was buried in a common grave.
With 3 other deceased persons in the cheapest part of the graveyard.
How do you know that?
Because I have a letter here in this morning's post from her father, relating the same fact you've just told me, and considerably more besides. You speak of a coincidence, Mr. Ramsey.
Well, this is amazing.
It's more than that, sir. I'm afraid I shall have to ask you a few more questions. We talked for 2 hours. Mr. Ramsey remembered a great many things about the death of the bride in her bath at Blackpool. He remembered a representative of an insurance firm who'd asked him his opinion of Alicia Crittenden Brown as a potential risk for life insurance. He recalled having been asked to witness 2 newly drawn wills, one of the husband and one of the wife, in which each left the other everything. He recalled the circumstances of the fatal bath.
But they had 2 small rooms on the first floor in this house. It was a sort of private lodging house, you see. Extremely charming people owned it. Mr. and Mrs. Ralston. I've heard that they've gone to America. But I remember the circumstances quite well indeed. The bathroom was just above the kitchen where the rest of us were sitting this particular Saturday night.
Do you remember exactly when it was?
Early in March, if I remember correctly. She was upstairs. I remember his saying to her, "Now, mind, don't get the bath too hot. Remember your seizures."
Her what?
Seizures. She had epilepsy, I believe. Well, then it was very quiet on the floor above us, and Clark Brown said he was a bit worried about her and went up. Came back almost at once and said, "Oh, she's all right," or something like that. Sat down and played the piano for a while. Then he went upstairs again, and I heard him calling out that she had drowned. The doctor came, and that was the whole thing.
And you have certain suspicions.
Not enough to go to the police. Before, I mean.
You obviously have now.
Did you notice the name of the husband of the bride who was drowned in the bath at Highgate?
Why, I...
Look at the paper here.
Stanley. J. Stanley.
Stanley Brown's full name was James Stanley Brown.
Well, Mr...
I'm sure you understand, Inspector, that I realize I may be doing the man a dreadful injustice. He may, so far as I know, be the victim of... Well,
coincidence, eh?
Well, yes, put it that way, if you like. I shall never forgive myself if I've stirred up suspicion of an innocent man, but...
You'd recognize him if you saw him?
Of course. Never forget him. Tall, heavy man with a long face like a horse, perfectly bald head, and the most extraordinary eyes I've ever seen. Absolutely dead eyes. Like some primordial monster from the slime of an ancient sea.
Are you a poet, Mr. Ramsey?
I'm sorry. He is rather fishy looking. Yes, of course I'd recognize J. Stanley Brown.
Excuse me. Will you put me through to the police at Highgate, please? Right. Ring me when you get them. I should like to ask you to come up to Highgate with me. Could you come this afternoon?
Oh, this afternoon? Well, let me see.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Inspector Rockheed speaking, Scotland Yard. Oh, yes. Hello, is that you, Richard? Oh, I wanted to talk to Chief Inspector Richard Yarborough at Highgate. Right. Oh, there you are, Richard. Stephen Rockheed here. Oh, fine, thank you. How are you? The young woman who died in her bath, when was it? The day before yesterday? Right. Mrs. Stanley. I'd like to have a look at her husband, Richard. Where would I find him? I mean, does he live at... What?
What's the matter,
really?
sir?
Can't hear you, old boy. Oh, when? What? Interesting. The same day she was buried, eh?
What, sir? Very sorry.
That's very interesting. How long have they been married? Says recently married in the paper here. 3 days.
It's Brown, I know it. Sorry, sir.
Well, yes, I would rather like to talk with him. I think we'd better pass the word to have him picked up.
Is he gone?
If you please, Mr. Ramsey.
I'm sorry, I'm big sorry.
What's he look like? Alphatic, where's my pencil?
Here.
Now, go ahead. Tall, about 14 stone. Big chap, isn't he? What kind of extraordinary eyes?
But that's him.
Like an insane what? What? Thin and hatty? You do turn a phrase, Richard. Excuse me. What are you saying?
Bald-headed. Ask him if he's bald-headed.
Yes, bald-headed chap, is he? Oh, curly black hair.
But that's not him. It can't be.
Will you please be quiet, Mr. Ramsey?
Well, he was perfectly...
Sorry, Richard. Yes, thanks. Give our people here at the yard the fullest description you have, and thank you very much indeed. No, I'm not sure, but the circumstances of his wife's funeral do interest me. I'm very curious. Thank you.
Is he gone, sir?
He's gone, yes. And where do you suppose his bride is?
Well, you said she was buried.
She is buried in a common grave with 4 other miscellaneous corpses, just like the other bride of 3 days who died in her bath. Mr. J. Stanley of Highgate, who bore certain resemblances to Mr. James Stanley Brown of Blackpool, was not to be found. The attending physician at Highgate, who'd signed the death certificate for the drowned bride, told us that she had visited him the afternoon of the fatal bath. He had given her some powders for what she described as a migraine headache, which was sometimes, she said, so severe that she had fainted from the pain. The powders had not been unsealed when the body was found, although the husband had told him that his bride had complained of a nagging headache immediately before her bath. You certified her death, of course, as from natural causes, I asked the doctor.
I did, sir. I was convinced at the time, and still am, that a sudden twinge of pain caused her to faint. She slipped down in the bath until her head was under water, and she drowned before aid could reach her. She was naturally alone in the bathroom, sir.
Do you recall anything that her husband said at the time, sir?
Well, the man was all but prostrated. He kept repeating that if he'd only insisted she take some of the medicine I had given her, she'd still be alive.
Would she have been?
In effect, I so certified, Inspector.
A post-mortem might...
I saw no need there, nor do I now of a post-mortem. If I may venture an opinion, I think you're being needlessly officious, sir.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Reply by Mr. Francis Harrington, insurance broker of Highgate, to an inquiry by Inspector Rockheed of Scotland Yard.
No, I did not pay the amount of the insurance to Mr. J. Stanley. Mrs. Stanley was insured in the amount of £1,000 sterling. Yes. Yes, he called me early on the following Monday morning with a copy of the death certificate, but, there are certain formalities, with the Home Office, and I was unable to give him a check. Yes, he was very annoyed. No, I did not think it unusual. I found that people are quite unpredictable in matters relating to life insurance. Yes. Yes, he said he would be away for some time, but he said he would notify me of his address and I could send the check there. He notified me today, and I've already sent him the company's check for £1,000 sterling. Yes. I think I can give it to you, yes. It's 8 Rotherhithe Crescent, South End. You're quite welcome, sir.
An inquiry at 8 Rotherhithe Crescent, South End, disclosed the fact that this was an accommodation address. Stanley had picked up his check, canceled his arrangements for receiving mail, and gone away from there, leaving no forwarding address. I was having a plate of cold roast beef with John Davidson, the Black Museum man. He was a superintendent then. In the course of our meal, I told him the sequence of events. John finished his roast beef in silence. What do you think, John? I asked.
A little too well done for me, I'm afraid.
What?
I like my roast beef rare. Wasn't that what you were talking about?
You know quite well I wasn't, John.
So pass those pickles if you're not going to eat them, will you?
Mm-hmm. Well?
Excellent pickles. Why, if you're asking about the story of the brides in the bath, Stephen...
I am.
Well, I'm forcefully reminded of a biblical quotation. The wicked flee when no man pursueth. That's Proverbs 28, first verse.
We're pursuing this fella.
Yeah, but he doesn't know it. As far as he knows, no man is pursuing him.
Yes, but he...
And he's obviously fleeing. Therefore, he must be wicked. QED.
On the face of things, these two deaths are coincidences, John.
Well, it's quite possible.
We don't even know it's the same man. Bald-headed men don't suddenly grow curly black hair.
Well, sometimes they wear wigs.
Yeah, I thought of that. Have to find him to prove it.
Is there any more beer in that jug? Thank you. I don't think you're going about finding him in the right way, Stephen.
Do you have any suggestion, then?
Say, no more of that beer, I suppose. That's a pity. But I think if I were doing it, I'd take my cue from that proverb I just quoted.
Well?
I'd give the wicked something to flee from. He just might flee right into your arms.
Perhaps you'll tell me how to do that one.
Of course. Well, I'd dig up those girls' bodies and let Henry Bernard, the pathologist, have a look at them. Can't say I envy him. One of them's been dead a year or more, hasn't she?
2 years.
Poor Henry. Well, at least he could tell you whether the chap's really wicked or not. If he is, then cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. And Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 1.
After a series of annoying explanations on my part, I succeeded in obtaining the necessary permission to exhume the bodies of Alicia Crittenden Brown at Blackpool and of the late Mrs. J. Stanley at Highgate. Henry Bernard, the long-suffering pathologist, was assigned to perform the postmortems on both bodies. Accordingly, he proceeded first to Blackpool in Lancashire for the first of the examinations. I waited impatiently. 2 days later, I received a telephone call from that well-known watering place. It was, of course, Bernard.
Henry Bernard here, Rocky. Well, I've finished. It's, of course, impossible to say at this late date whether the woman was really a sufferer from epilepsy. I told you that before I came up here. What? No, there's no evidence of any organic disease. No, she wasn't poisoned. No, there was no indication whatever of any wound of any kind on the body. Lacking any other evidence, I can assure you there is none. We must accept the fact that she drowned as a result of an epileptic seizure. No, there can be no more to add.
Excuse me, there's
I am,
somebody at the
however,
door.
conferring this evening with the doctor who signed the death certificate.
Excuse me,
Yes, what do you want? I'm talking in
The
the...
police station just telephoned you. They waited, but then they said they wouldn't wait any longer. And pleased to give you the message at once, as it is extremely important.
Well, spit it out. What do they want?
It was Inspector Rogan, sir. He said to tell you that there's a lady complaining to them that her husband is threatening to kill her.
Now, look here, Constable. I'm in no mood to be bothered with details that can be handled by... Tell them to do their own work. I'm busy. Of all the... Hello, Bernard. Hello, are you there? Hello. He's hung up, damn it. Now, look here.
Well, they said you'd be most interested when you hear the lady's name, sir.
Well, what is her name, then?
Mrs. J. Stanley Brown, sir.
I hurried at once to Wardour Street, where Mrs. Marigold Brown, the alleged wife of the vanishing J. Stanley Brown, had come to report the threat in her life. She was a tall, angular woman, singularly unattractive, wearing a shapeless gray tweed coat and a series of large aluminium bracelets which clanked. She sat stiffly in an uncomfortable chair and answered my questions quietly.
Yes. We've been married for 11 years, Stanley and I.
You could, of course, produce your marriage certificate, Mrs. Brown.
I have it at home.
Mr. Brown and you live together?
He's away a great deal. I'm alone for several months at a time.
Where does he go?
His business takes him to various parts of the country.
What is his business, Mrs. Brown?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Does he...
He doesn't give me much money. When he's away, I generally go into service. I'm considered quite a good housemaid.
Do you know what your husband does when he's away from home?
I think he deals in second-hand goods in various places.
Do you hear from him when he's away?
He sends me picture postcards.
From where, for example?
Portsmouth, Bristol, various places, Blackpool.
Where?
Blackpool. That was a long time ago. 2 years. He doesn't tell me his business.
This is the first time he's threatened your life.
I've been a good wife to him all these years.
Would you answer my question, please, Mrs. Brown?
Well, he said things in the heat of the moment. Not threatened me, but he said he wished he was well rid of me.
And this time?
He meant it. I could tell from his face that he meant it. I could tell by the way he shouted. And he laid hands on me, too.
Your eye?
Yes.
What was the occasion for this?
I don't ask Stanley for money very often. But this time I knew he had some money. He'd been drinking when he came back from Highgate.
Highgate, you say?
Yes. When I asked him if I could let me have £2 for a new dress and coat, he flew into a rage. He'd been drinking, I said. And he flew at me and broke my glasses and threatened my life.
Just what did he say to you, Mrs. Brown?
He said he'd take me and drown me.
Police stations throughout England were advised that Scotland Yard wanted J. Stanley Brown, not merely for questioning, as we would have had to say before his poor shabby wife made her complaint. Now he was wanted for a violation of the Summary Justice Act of 1879, threatening a breach of the King's peace, which is felony. The questioning would come later. Henry Bernard, the pathologist, had left Blackpool and gone to Highgate for the post-mortem on the second bride. I came to the mortuary at his request.
This is my assistant, Miss Littlejohn, Inspector Ruffy.
How do you do, Mr. Littlejohn? Thank you, Bernard.
I found out something, Inspector. Come over here, please. Dead bodies don't bother you, I hope.
Oh, no.
I've brought the last Mrs. Stanley called himself at Highgate, didn't he?
Stanley, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's nothing at all I could discover on the one at Blackpool. But this one is Much more recent, you see. Little more than a week.
Yes. She must have been quite good-looking.
Puzzles me why girls like this will marry such rascals. I understand he's hideous.
So we hear. Well, what did you find to show me?
Well, I'll get to it in a second. First, though, the bride at Blackpool. She didn't have any epilepsy.
I thought you said you couldn't be sure.
I can be sure of one thing. Look, I've had a bathtub brought in here.
Where? Oh, there. Well, what's
now,
that?
Be patient, be patient. This is exactly the same type of bathtub in which the woman at Blackpool was drowned. And by another of those coincidences you're so fond of, also the same as the one at Highgate. I've seen them both. Now I'm going to show you something. Miss Littlejohn.
Yes, sir. Oh, I hope that water isn't cold.
You've had it filled?
Of course. Now, Miss Littlejohn, if you'll take off your clothes.
It's all right, Inspector. I've got a bathing suit under my smock. Oh, no, you didn't think...
Take off your shoes, Miss Littlejohn.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Now get in the tub.
I feel most awfully silly.
You'd feel sillier without your bathing suit. Get in, please.
Yes, sir. Oh, I thought you said this was warm.
Sit down.
Oh.
Now, the first reaction in an epileptic seizure is a sudden stiffening of the muscles, especially of the legs. Miss Littlejohn will now stretch out her legs sharply. Observe. If you please, Miss Littlejohn.
You want this?
Uh-huh.
There you are.
Well, nothing happened.
Of course. An epileptic would merely prop herself against the foot of the tub, her back resting against the slanted end, and her head out of the water, like Miss Littlejohn. She's wedged in there. But if her legs were relaxed... Sure, Miss Littlejohn.
There you are. Like that.
Now, I'll show you something else. Step around here to the end of the tub.
Now, be careful.
Take off your coat. Doesn't matter if your shirt sleeves get wet.
No, what are you going to do?
You're going to do it. Reach down in the water.
Now, do be careful.
Take hold of Miss Littlejohn's ankles.
Well,
Go on.
Excuse me, Miss Littlejohn.
Now, do be careful now.
Lift her feet out of the tub. Hold her feet up. Hold them up. Hold them up.
But her head is underwater, man.
Of course, old chap, she's drowning. That's the way the young lady over there on the table was murdered. Oh, I say, drop her feet. She is drowning.
I would not recommend that you try that trick with a friend. It took artificial respiration to revive Miss Littlejohn. And when Bernard showed me marks on the ankles of the drowned bride, marks that fingernails would have just fitted into, well, we measured the tiny scars and photographed them for comparison with the fingers of Stanley Brown, should we ever catch him. It was almost exactly 7 weeks later. I had a telephone call from Mrs. James Stanley Brown, the living one. Please come to my flat at once, she said. It's of the highest importance. I went there. Mrs. Brown was quite excited.
I'm so glad you've come, Inspector.
What's happened, Mrs. Brown?
Oh, Inspector, I want to withdraw the charge against my husband. Please say I can withdraw it.
Mrs. Brown,
Please say I may. Oh, please.
I'm afraid I'll have to know more about this, Mrs. Brown, before I can answer
Oh, it's quite simple. We've made up again.
You've what?
Oh, I know, but, we've decided it was so awfully silly for us to be quarreling, and he's promised.
You've seen your husband?
Yes, he came back to me. And we've had such a long talk. We're going to start over again, and...
Whose idea was it?
Why, his, of course. And now I want to cancel a silly charge I laid against him.
It wasn't a silly charge, Mrs. Brown.
So ashamed of myself. I simply must have you drop these charges. They're only a formality anyhow. Oh, we're going to be so happy. Already has begun to
is he, please?
You won't believe it, but he's upstairs right this minute, preparing me an heavenly bath, just like a bride.
She wept bitterly when I arrested him in the bathroom alongside the inviting full tub, thinking of cheap bath salts for this pathetic last bath. Despite the things he'd done to Marigold Brown, her dreams died hard. But they died when she heard the stories of the other brides who had had their baths. Henry Bernard proved the points he'd made to me and Miss Littlejohn. In the face of it all, Stanley Brown confessed. On that day, Marigold Brown stopped weeping and believing in this black-hearted man. He was found guilty, of course, and sentenced to death. He was guilty of the death of 3 women. On the day he was hanged at Wandsworth, Marigold Brown committed suicide. I think there's some good advice in what Superintendent John Davidson told me.
Give the wicked something to flee from. Sometimes they'll flee right into your arms.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212. Research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Among those heard in today's story of Scotland Yard case number 50MR242 were Harvey Hayes, Winston Ross, Horace Graham, Lester Fletcher, Patricia Courtley, and Beulah Garrick. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The fight against cancer is your fight. You're personally concerned with its disease, for anyone can develop it. And there is something you can do to protect yourself and your family. First, familiarize yourself with the facts about cancer. Interesting, easy-to-understand literature may be obtained from the local unit of your American Cancer Society. Guard your family and strike back against cancer. Mail a generous contribution to Cancer in care of your local post office. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed.
Research for Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is Chief Inspector John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. Can you imagine mistaking this exhibit here for a revolver or a pistol, or in fact for a gun of any kind? Here, have a look at it. Sorry, I dropped it. If it had landed on my great toe where that cab horse trod on it in December 1907, well, thank goodness it didn't. No, I shouldn't think that anyone in his right mind could possibly mistake this for anything but what it obviously is, a hammer. Yet a large number of persons, some of them policemen, were at one time quite certain that it was a gun. Now, I hung it up here on the wall in the year 1929, the same year that Pierrepoint, the hangman, did as much for the man who used it. Now, this is Chief Inspector Reginald Porter, who will tell you how it happened. Reginald?
The morning of 11th January, 1929, I was handed a telegram which had been sent the night before from Southampton.
A case of murder has occurred here. A man has been found shot in a room, the door of which was padlocked. The body was found today. It has probably been in the room some 8 or 9 weeks. Will you please send a man down to investigate the matter? McCormick, Chief Constable of Southampton.
One thing was obvious to me at once, that Mr. McCormick had had very little instruction on the art of eliminating unnecessary words in his telegrams. A good CID detective sergeant could have told the story in 20 fewer words, although I agree not so elegantly. In Southampton, a smart young detective sergeant, smelling of pear soap and a good grade of hair oil, escorted me to the scene of the discovery.
The place here was formerly a garage, sir, as I'm sure you can see.
Yes, I can see, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Is this the one that was padlocked?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, both this door and the one in the rear were padlocked. The rear one is still intact. This is the one that was broken.
The main entrance?
Quite, sir.
The men who found him broke the lock?
Yes, sir.
Where are they?
They should be inside, sir. I'll ask the constable at the door, sir.
By all means, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I say, Constable, those 2 gentlemen are inside, Sergeant. I suppose you're looking for them, aren't you?
The ones that found him?
Inside, sir.
Inside here, Chief Inspector. No, sir. This way, if you please.
You needn't sound like a blasted shop walker, you know, Sergeant.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Constable.
They'll be inside, sir.
I heard you.
Yes, sir.
Door's open, sir.
Am I blind?
Yes. After you, sir.
Where are they?
Mr. Remington? Mr. Penn?
Where do they go?
Mr. Penn, are you here?
Over here, Sergeant. Over here.
Over there, sir.
What are they doing in heaven's name?
I don't know, sir.
Here, Sergeant.
Where? I don't...
Behind the oil drum, Sergeant. I see them. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning,
sir. Morning, sir. We got here, Sergeant. Gentlemen, this is Chief Inspector Portner of the Yard.
Scotland Yard. Where'd you find him?
Right down there, sir. He was crumpled up against them oil drums.
Dead, sir.
I can see the blood. That is blood, isn't it?
I'm afraid so, sir. There's quite a lot of it, isn't there?
Yes, sir, for one man, sir.
Find the gun?
No, sir, not yet. We're starting to look again this morning.
You did find the body, though, didn't you?
Oh, yes, sir. Rather, these gentlemen did.
How'd you happen to find them? You the ones that broke the lock? How'd you get in here? I haven't been briefed in this thing yet. Don't even know the murdered man's name yet.
Oh, his name...
His name was Rafe Street, sir.
He was our agent.
Your agent?
Our company's Chief Inspector. Lion Oil Limited.
He sold oil and petrol, sir.
All these drums are ours, Chief Inspector, you see. Mr. Street was not actually our employee, you see.
Just an agent. You see, we hadn't heard from him for several months.
Several months?
October 28th, to be precise, Finn.
I hope you don't mind being precise, gentlemen. This is a murder, you understand. Sergeant.
Sir?
Had this man been reported missing before his body was found?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
I'll want to know why his disappearance wasn't investigated, if he was reported missing, you know.
I'll check, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I am to understand that your agent had not been heard from for something over 2 months. And you people up to now made no effort to find out why. Is that true?
Well, sir.
Oh, I can explain that, Chief Inspector.
Do so, please.
Well, in the first place, the late Mr. Street was a man of no known relatives, according to our records.
That's right, sir.
He had sleeping and living quarters in the back of this building. And I suspect there was nobody to notice his absence.
Wouldn't you people notice it?
Well, the company had written to him several times regarding his failure to send in his reports of November the 1st and December the 1st.
Isn't that unusual with you people?
Not necessarily, sir. Our agents are often late in rendering their reports.
Oh, yes. We did become concerned, Chief Inspector, when we'd heard nothing at all from Mr. Street for so long. He owed us 3 consecutive monthly reports.
November 1st, December 1st, and January 1st.
That's right.
So the company sent us down from London to investigate, you see.
That was when you found his body?
We found the garage door padlocked front and rear, and...
We had no keys, of course. These premises were Mr. Street's.
So I got a tire lever on my toolkit. Together we ripped the padlock off the front door.
We have that padlock, sir.
Be quiet, Sergeant. And then you entered and found the body?
Precisely.
We could have them both for breaking and entering.
Sergeant, will you please put a sock in it?
Well, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You didn't use a hammer to break that padlock, gentlemen?
No, sir.
No, sir. Tire lever. From,
Well, then will you tell me what that bloody hammer's doing?
Sir, is it necessary to use such language?
Sergeant, you have an evil mind. Will you look at that hammer there beside the Lion Mane SAE-30 oil drum? How'd that blood get all over the hammerhead if that man was shot? I left the fragrant sergeant to arrange for and supervise a draft of detectives from the Southampton police to organize and conduct an all-out search of the garage warehouse for the gun with which the victim had allegedly been killed, and proceeded in good order to the mortuary where the body lay. It was not in very good shape, but a careful examination on my part convinced me that the cause of death was not a bullet, but a series of wounds caused by repeated blows from a heavy object. Now, please don't at once begin to find fault with the Southampton police. The wounds resembled a great deal more than superficially those often caused by bullets. Gregory Aldous, the police surgeon, pointed this out to me.
You see, here in particular, Chief Inspector, a deep punctured wound, exactly like one made by a bullet. And here...
Yes, I see.
And here again. And the fractures themselves were so covered with dried blood, it would be the obvious thing for a layman to say at once, gunshot wound.
I wouldn't have.
You Scotland Yard chaps are geniuses, of course.
Well, I will admit if I hadn't noticed that bloody hammer on the floor.
Don't be so modest.
I was about to say where you chaps had seen it a dozen times and paid no attention to it.
I think I'd better just make sure there isn't any bullet in his head. Or evidence of one having been there.
Well, I'm sure I'm not going to watch you do it, Doctor.
That will be helpful, sir.
Mind you're careful now. I shall want to try that hammer to see if it fits those marks on the skull.
So shall I, sir. Must be an extraordinary hammer to produce marks like bullet holes.
It is. The end of the hammerhead opposite the striking part, the peen it's called, Doctor, is quite thin and long and about the diameter of a .38 caliber bullet. The kind of hammer often used by motorcar mechanics, as Mr. Remington of Lionel Limited was good enough to point out to me.
How does he know?
He was once a motorcar mechanic himself, my dear Doctor.
And when are you going to arrest him, Chief Inspector?
It had occurred to me at the very moment I was saying it to Gregory Aldous. I went back to the garage to find them. He had gone back to London to report to his firm's officials, but Finn was still there, helping assiduously but ineffectually in the search for the alleged murder gun. I sat him down in a corner of the place, which rang to the voices and the noises they made as they overset racks of oil drums. Haven't found it yet, eh?
Not yet. Oh, my sainted aunt, I'm tired.
Tired?
Those oil drums were in the neighborhood of 100 weight apiece. I've moved several million of them.
Remington move a lot, too?
Not really likely. He had to go to London.
Yes, I know. Tough on you.
Well, he's my boss.
Fine to be a boss, isn't it?
He's all right.
Known him long?
Met him in the Navy 20-odd years ago. I was his boss then.
Oh?
Wavy Navy. We were the crew of an MTB. I was skipper, full lieutenant. Remington was just a sub. I hadn't a job when we were demobbed, and he was going back with Lion Oil. He offered me one, and I've been there ever since.
That before he was a motor mechanic or after?
During. We ran the company's garage in Cheltenham before we got onto this job.
You're both motor mechanics, then?
Yes.
You're both familiar with that kind of hammer I found, then?
Oh, quite. We used dozens of them.
No. Sergeant! Sergeant!
Sergeant! Yes, sir. You want me, sir?
Sergeant, that hammer's still here?
The one you found, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Take it, please, and deliver it to Dr. Gregory Aldous of the mortuary where the body is.
Dr. Gregory Aldous of the police surgeon? Yes, sir, I know him.
Right, but be very careful with it.
Oh, I will, sir. I had Geordie Tucker photograph it, sir, before I moved it and wrapped it up in paper and put it in a biscuit tin I found. I'll send it right away.
Take it, I said.
Yes, sir.
Wait there for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice chap, that.
Oh, yes, quite. So you've known Remington a long time?
Oh, yes.
How long have you known this dead chap, Street?
I never saw him till now. The first time I've ever been in Southampton, even.
Oh? Remington know him long?
He'd never seen him either.
Oh, hadn't he?
I don't think so.
He'd tell you if he had, wouldn't he?
I expect so. Oh, why?
Just wondered.
You think Rem killed him?
My dear man, how do I know you didn't?
Why on earth should we kill him?
That's what I'm going to find out. Come along, I want to see this fellow's books and papers. Now then, you chaps get going there and see if you can find me that gun, which I doubt. Come along with me, Finn.
All right.
This his office, I suppose?
It must be. It's the only door in the place.
Open it. You've got keys, haven't you?
I've got no keys.
Then I'll open it. Stand clear. Some use for regulation police boots, after all.
This must be where he slept.
Oh, fair frosty in here.
Ew. It's a pity there isn't a window.
Had he any desk?
Doesn't seem to have had.
Well, the man do business.
He did all right. He was a good customer, even if he did live in a pigsty like this.
Wonder where he kept his money. Here, what's this?
What is it?
I found where he kept it.
Kid's money box.
Well, it's empty now. Don't touch it and spoil the dabs.
What?
Fingerprints.
Oh. Robbery, eh?
Place was locked up.
There's a spring lock on the door.
Ah. Poor devil must have closed it himself when he came out. Or no, the murderer did it after he killed him and broke the money box open. Cool blood, huh? He must have known the place pretty well.
What are you looking at me for?
Where are you going?
Well, I just want to see what's in this coat there.
Where?
Here.
Oh. How did you know it was his?
Oh,
What's his name? Street.
I don't. There must be, though. The murderer wouldn't leave his.
Let's have a look at it. Give it to me.
Here.
Pockets full of papers. Well, not exactly full. Letter. Here, hold the first.
Okay.
Ah.
What's the matter?
How well do you know your friend Remington?
What?
This letter, Mr. Finn, is attached to one of Street's invoices. This is the letter. It's on the stationery of Messrs. Clive and Buckley of this city. It says, Dear Sir, the amount, £14.11, mentioned in your attached invoice, was paid to your salesman, Mr. Remington.
What?
Your salesman, Mr. Remington, in cash at the time the goods were delivered.
You can't. Remington didn't know the man.
We suggest that you consult your Mr. Remington regarding this amount, for which we hold his signed receipt. Yours is set for Clive and Buckley, for Terence Buckley, Secretary Treasurer. I'm afraid I must ask you again to come with me.
Where? Where are you?
We are going to the nearest police station, sir, where I shall telephone London to bring me Mr. Remington. I'm going to consult you both. Come along, if you please. There's no trouble at all to reach Scotland Yard in London and to arrange to have Mr. Remington contacted at Lion Oil and then accompany an officer back to Southampton. In the meantime, Mr. Finn consented to accept the hospitality of the Southampton police until his partner arrived. Myself, I went to the mortuary, found Gregory Aldous gone, and left that gloomy place for Aldous' official quarters, where he sat talking with the sergeant, who was not so redolent of oils and unguents by now. Gregory Aldous looked at me pleasantly.
Well, was I right, Chief Inspector?
Hmm?
You arrested Remington?
He'll be in custody at once, yes. What did you discover about the hammer?
It fits perfectly, sir.
I was speaking to Dr. Aldous, Sergeant.
Excuse me, sir.
Does it fit the wounds, Doctor?
Perfectly.
Good.
There's no bullet in the skull, though.
I hope he didn't spoil it.
It's a trifle difficult to spoil a skull that's been worked on by somebody with a peen hammer, sir. The sergeant here has made an interesting discovery, Chief Inspector.
Oh, has he? And what have you discovered, Sergeant?
Where the hammer came from, sir.
What's that?
You looked at the handle, of course, sir.
Of course I looked at the handle. Why?
You saw that Morris Works and a number was branded on it.
Sergeant, I must admit I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Who is this Morris Works? Did you find out?
If you had lived in Southampton, sir, you'd of course recognize it at once.
Of course.
Well, what's so blasted funny?
That's the factory where they make the Morris motorboats, sir. The Morris Works.
Well, I'll be blowed. That shows you what a Londoner doesn't know, doesn't it? And what else did you discover, Sergeant?
Well, sir, I rang up a chap we know at the Morris Works, and I asked him about that number.
Good.
And he put me on to the tool issuing department, and a man there recognized it at once.
Better and better.
It was the number of a chap in the engineering department, a motor mechanic.
You see, Aldous?
You were right.
I was right. Go on, Sergeant.
Well, sir, that's the lot. We found this fellow, name of... I wrote it down. I found this at the garage while we were hunting for the gun.
There isn't any gun.
Nothing but the hammer.
Yes, sir. The fellow's name is P. Gallant... No, that's not it. Oh, here, on the other side. Here it is. Teddy Finucane.
Go out and arrest him at once, Sergeant. You found him, you make the arrest.
Thank you, sir.
Doesn't suspect anything, does he, eh?
He's not the one, sir.
What? What are you telling me?
No, sir. On October 24th last year, Finucane reported that his hammer, a spike peen hammer, he called it.
I told you all this.
Spike peen?
Go on, Sergeant.
Well, he'd lent it to a man, a stranger, who never brought it back, and he had to requisition a new one. That's all, sir.
Well, Sergeant, just as soon as they deliver this Remington chap from London, you and I'll hurry him right down there.
It would save time if we got this Teddy Finucane to come up here, sir.
Right. Then we'll let him identify the fellow. No, by gad.
What's the matter?
Let him identify whichever one of the two borrowed the hammer. If he doesn't know the man's name...
He doesn't, sir.
Well, that's either Finn or Remington. They're good friends. We'll see which one he identifies. Sergeant, that's extraordinarily good work.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me, what kind of hair oil is that you use?
Oh,
it's an excellent taste. The identification parade, to which both Remington and his friend Finn readily consented, was scheduled for 10 in the morning in a vacant room at the Southampton police station, to which the sergeant was attached. Mr. Teddy Finucane was seated alongside my desk with me as the crowd came in and stood along one wall. I had secured 6 or 8 other persons to stand in with them to make it as fair as possible for the suspects. That, of course, is standard procedure.
Will you gentlemen please take off your hats? Thank you.
Not that there was any doubt by now.
We're all ready, sir.
If you please, Mr. Finucane. Now, will you please tell us whether you recognize any of these gentlemen, sir? Good, the first one.
No.
Remington was third, Finn seventh in line.
This gentleman, Mr. Finucane? No.
This one, sir?
Yeah, I know you.
Well, you ought to, Ted. Even after all these years.
Corky Remington! Oh, I haven't seen you since the night you and I and Joe Finn were thrown into the clink together.
And Sheerness.
Where in the world have you been?
Joe Finn's right here, Teddy. Why, Joe, it's Teddy.
Why, Teddy Finucane, why, you old blighter.
You know them?
No. Well, they're the best pals I ever had in the Wavy Navy in the war, and I haven't seen them since. Say, Corky, what time is it? The pubs will be open any minute. I know you'll excuse us, won't you, Admiral? Boy, Corky, what are you doing here?
I'm the blinking suspect, mate.
By 9 that night, they were all 3 in jail. The charge was under the Act of 1872, in such cases made and provided, Section 80 of which reads, being guilty while drunk of riotous or disorderly behavior in any highway or other public place, whether a building or not. It had been both, and the Royal Navy Volunteer Reserve had done themselves proud. Mr. Teddy Finucane, former artificer petty officer attached to motor torpedo boat squadron Ump, was able at last to master his hangover and speak to me.
No, sir. They ain't the man I lent my hammer to. No, sir. Positive.
I'm very sorry to put you to all this trouble, Mr. Finucane.
Pleasure, sir. But it couldn't be them. Neither one of them has a slide in his left eye. Port, starboard, right eye.
Cross-eyed, you mean?
True. Should have told you before. And a cut on his same right cheek. Big one. That's all I know. There's Corky.
He'll be able to join you for breakfast, Mr. Finucane, I'm sure. He and Mr. Finn both.
Breakfast?
I shall probably join you then.
Breakfast. Goodbye.
Come on, Sergeant. Well?
I'm as disappointed as you are, sir.
You're not old enough to be, son.
Yes.
Well, we'll find him someday.
Not much use keeping this any longer.
What is it?
The card I wrote Teddy Finucane's name down on, sir. Picked it up at that garage where the dead man was, stuck in the edge of an oil drum.
Anything else on it?
Just a name, sir.
Oh, well. Name?
Gollinson, P. Gollinson.
Never heard of him. Why should that card with a name on it be there, though? Gollinson.
I don't know, sir.
Huh. Did you ever play a hunch, Sergeant?
I do all the time, sir.
Do they work?
Quite often, sir.
Come with me. I'm going to play mine. I borrowed a telephone in Dr. Gregory Aldis's office at the police station.
Trunk call, sir? I'll get it for you. What's the number?
Whitehall 1212.
Right. Put us through to Whitehall 1212 in London, please. It's Chief Inspector Portner calling.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Chief Inspector.
Put me through to the CRO.
Criminal Records Office, yes, sir. Criminal Records Office.
Look here, this is Chief Inspector Portner.
Yes, sir.
Here we go, Sergeant. Do you have anything on a man named... Wait a second, let me see the card, Sergeant.
Gollinson.
Gollinson. Gollanson. P. Gollinson.
I'll see, sir.
The eye, sir.
What did you say, sir? Oh, yes. He has a slide in his right eye.
What, sir?
A slide, a cast.
Yes, sir.
And a large scar on his right cheek. Can you check him at once, please?
I'll try, sir. Will you wait, please?
I'll wait. He's looking, Sergeant. Oh.
Are you there, Chief Inspector?
I'm here.
We have him, sir.
Sergeant, we got him. Where is he?
Gollinson. Peter Herman. You want his record, sir?
I want his whereabouts.
He's got a bad record, sir.
Good. Give me his address.
He'll be quite easy to find, sir. He has 8 more months to serve at Wandsworth Prison of the term he was sent on for last November.
That's all. That's nearly all, anyway. There he was in Wandsworth, calmly sewing mail sacks. He knew what he was doing when he pled guilty to breaking and entering 2 days after he murdered poor Street. Rather, he thought he did. He had worked for Street for a short time and had been stealing from him consistently, using the name Remington, which he had seen in some of Street's correspondence. We took him to Southampton. This time, Finucane identified him at once as the borrower of the hammer with which Street was killed. Street, Gollinson said quite calmly, had accused him of stealing, and he had hit the poor man several times with a borrowed tool. So he stayed in Southampton for the assizes, and when they found him guilty there, Sir Charles Wilson sentenced him to go back to prison, this time at Winchester, where they hanged him.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Portner. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Maurice Gosfield, Pat O'Malley, Gerard Burke, Francois Grimard, and Gordon Stern. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. When you're driving your car, remember that speed has its price. Death or injuries that can cripple you for life with endless bills to pay and endless years of suffering. Just because you may speed at times and get away with it, don't be lulled into a false sense of security. The price tag on speed violations last year was 15,000 killed and 500,000 injured. This year, thousands of lives can be saved if you and millions of other motorists come to the sober realization that speed is the biggest killer on the highways. Follow the campaign of the next president on NBC.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. To brief you on case number 914029, here is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Good afternoon. When taken out of context, the exhibits in the Black Museum seem often far removed from the murder cases in which they played most important parts, either as clues or as actual weapons that caused someone's death. Now, these things here are examples. You would think that a set of false teeth, an upper plate to be exact, and a small bottle which once contained about 2 grams of petrol, you would think that such a collection of items would have very little connection. But I assure you, you'd be wrong. They both had something to do with a woman's death by murder. She never dreamed that these familiar things would one day encompass her death. Nor could she have known they would be the death of her son, whom she loved. But they are here in the Black Museum today. They've done their part in committing a crime, and then in punishing it. Chief Inspector Leslie Cameron Underhill had a great deal to do with case number 914029. He will tell you more about it.
I don't suppose one could say that a man has been hanged in England in a long time at least because he ran away leaving an unpaid hotel bill. But it is certainly a fact that an unpaid hotel bill was a contributing factor in this man's death. No, he was not hanged because he defrauded the hotel, but it is true that he might have escaped had he paid it. I was called to Margate by authority of the Chief Constable of Kent, who had asked for the CID's help on the 1st of November. Inspector Charles Hatcher of the Margate Police told me what was happening.
We've got him safe in jail on a charge of unlawfully obtaining credit. We shall be able to put our hands on him when we want him, all right.
I don't understand what you need a CID man for on a charge like that one. A misdemeanor, Inspector?
It isn't a misdemeanor we want him for, sir.
What do you want him for?
Murder.
Uh-huh.
We can't prove it, of course, yet. So we can't charge the blatter. But as long as he's in jail, we can look about a bit. And we're hoping that perhaps you can find out if we're right in our suspicions, Mr. Underhill.
I'm glad you know my name, Inspector.
Eh?
I got the impression you thought it was Holmes.
Oh, really now, Inspector?
Well, what's it all about? I know nothing, of course.
Well, he did the hotel people, the Metropole here in Margate, out of, I remember perfectly, £8, 13 shillings, 11 halfpenny. Food and lodging for himself and the old lady for a week.
Yeah?
And then he got an advance of £40 on their insurance.
Was she dead?
Of course, in the fire.
What fire?
When her room caught on fire.
When?
Last week, the 23rd.
What happened? She died?
Suffocated. Carbon dioxide, smoke, etc. 2 doctors certified her dead by misadventure. Well, then...
I don't understand it.
He took her away to bury her, but instead he rushed up to Norwich.
Buried her at Norwich?
Her home was at Great Frensham, but he didn't go there. He went to Norwich.
Yes, you've said that.
Well, Norwich is the headquarters of the insurance company. There he got an advance of £40, but he didn't bother to come back here and pay his bills.
Oh, I see. And you went up and pinched him?
He is in jail here now, awaiting trial on the fraud charge.
Well, then...
Well, we have an idea that the old lady didn't set herself on fire, accidentally.
You think he murdered her for her insurance?
With your assistance, we hope to prove that. Let me tell you what we already know. Now...
excuse me. Who was the old lady who got murdered?
Oh, I thought I told you. His mother.
Inspector Hatcher took me over to the jail in which the prisoner, whose name I neglected to tell you, was Sidney Baholo Wolfe, was being held on the fraud charge, and I was permitted to speak to him. Now, I would remind you that according to the judge's rules, by which all prosecutions are conducted, an officer is forbidden to speak to a prisoner on any subject concerning the crime or misdemeanor with which he is presently charged. The prisoner is under no compulsion to speak except of his own free will. He is warned at the time of his arrest, anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. But he may be questioned freely on other subjects. That is not evidence. So he was brought in from his cell.
This is Wolf, Chief Inspector.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Now, Wolf, I'm Chief Inspector.
Underhill's your name, yes.
Oh. Did Inspector Hatcher tell you who I am?
No, sir. I met you when you was a sergeant in the CRD 7 years ago. Remember me? At Woking, sir?
Well, I remember you. Forgery, wasn't it, Wolf?
I got 2 years for it. But it wasn't your fault.
It did seem to me you had something to do with it, Wolf.
Well, they said I did.
Sit down, Wolf. If you don't mind, Inspector Hatcher.
Oh, right ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Remember, you've been warned, Wolf.
Yes, sir. Soft chair feels good.
Not very soft, sir, is it?
Well, softer than them back there in the cell, sir.
So you had your mother insured, Sid?
I don't think
it's a matter of record, Inspector.
Right. Go ahead, sir.
What about it, Sidney?
I wish I could have afforded more. It was only £3,000.
Where'd you get enough money for an insurance policy?
Well, I generally get money when I need it badly enough.
How long has this policy been enforced, Sid? Well, you might as well tell me. I can find out from the insurance company.
Since the 22nd of April this year.
You kept it paid up?
Yes, sir.
How have you and your mother been living? I remember it. You two had a rather rough time in the past.
We've had that.
Go ahead and answer him, Wolf.
Well, I had a pension, sir.
Oh, yes.
8 shillings a week from my disability in the war.
And what about your mother?
Well, she had 10 shillings pensions a week on account of my brother Horace was killed with a London Irish rifle, sir. You remember?
18 shillings a week between you.
Well, there's other ways, sir.
I dare say.
Well, when I was sent down last year for 15 months...
By mistake.
Well... My mother went to the workers when I was at Dartmoor. She was sick.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then when you got out?
Well, we came up here. A lot of other places before, though.
I think I'd look up some of those other places if I were you, Hatcher.
I'll just do that, Wolf.
When did you come here to Margaret?
About 10, 11 days ago.
Where did you live?
At the blasted Metropole.
The place where your mother died.
God rest her soul.
Were you there when your mother was killed, Sidney?
I tried to rescue her. I was overcome by the smoke.
That was on the 22nd of October, wasn't it?
22nd of October at 9:07 in the evening.
Was your hotel bill paid then?
No, sir.
Why?
Because I hadn't any money.
Wasn't next day, the 23rd, the 6th month after you'd taken out your insurance policy on your mother's life?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the money to pay that?
No, sir.
And so she died. Wasn't there double indemnity in case of accidental death, Sidney? Wasn't there?
I think so.
Curious coincidence, isn't it, Hatcher?
What?
She was killed on the last day her insurance policy was good. Wasn't she, Sidney?
You're accusing me of murdering my mother.
Uh-huh.
I didn't. I didn't have anything to do with it. How can you say such a thing?
Why, Sidney, you were the one who said it.
I didn't. You can't make me say I did. I didn't do it. It's a dirty lie. She died of her own self of suffocation, she did. Well, I even tried to pull her out.
That's true, Inspector.
Did you, Sidney?
Why, all but got my own self suffocated in the smoke.
You did get quite a lungful of smoke.
I nearly got myself killed.
Well, now, let's not scream and shout, Sidney. I want to know what happened when your mother died, if you please.
She was reading the newspaper, I told you.
You didn't tell me that.
What? Well, I've told everyone else. She was reading the newspaper and the paper caught fire from the gas heater.
You said she was suffocated.
So she was. I went right...
Does paper make enough smoke to cause suffocation?
Well, there was a lot of smoke, Chief Inspector.
Enough to cause a person's death, do you suppose?
Well, the easy chair caught on fire, too. I saw it after the fire brigade put it out. It was burned quite badly and made a lot of smoke.
Her clothes were burned, too, I expect.
Why, I don't recall that they were.
They must have fallen away from the chair.
That's right, sir. She fell out of the chair away from the flames. Mother wasn't burned at all, suffocated by the smoke. That's what the doctor said.
And where were you, Sidney?
I was unconscious.
He was knocked out by the smoke.
What did you do, Sidney, when you discovered the smoke?
Huh?
First, I mean.
Oh, why, I ran into the room. I'd been taking 40 winks in my room next door, and I see my mother lying there.
Through the smoke?
Yes, through the smoke, yes, sir.
Where was she lying?
Huh? Alongside the chair.
Go on.
Well, I tried to drag her out and...
to the hallway?
No, sir, through my room next door, but she was so heavy and I was coughing, so... I couldn't. And so I staggered out into my room and closed the door.
And left your mother lying there in the smoke?
What? Well, sir, I was fair perishing.
So was your mother, wasn't she?
Well, sir, I didn't think.
You left your mother unconscious on the floor of a smoke-filled room with the door closed and the place on fire.
Well, sir, I tell you, I didn't think.
I'd like to ask you something else, Sidney.
Yes, sir?
What would you have done if your mother hadn't died?
What, sir?
You hadn't any money, had you? Either of you.
I hadn't thought of that, sir.
All right, Sidney, that's all for now.
What? Don't you
You
want
can
me...
send him away, Hatcher, if you please. I'll talk to him again later.
Right. Come along, Walt.
Yes, sir.
Take him away, Constable.
What's going to happen to me now, sir?
You're going to be tried for defrauding a hotel keeper. If they don't decide to hang you.
The crime of matricide is probably the most atrocious one I can think of. Because of its enormity, it's even more important that a man suspected of it be protected from guesses and inferences. Guilt or innocence must be established within a reasonable doubt before a man can be accused. It behooves those who pursue crime and criminals to walk softly. I talked to the man, Mr. Adam Gunn, who carried Mrs. Wolf's body out of the hotel room the night of the fire.
Adam Gunn. That's the name, sir. For Dunedin.
Mr. Gunn, you're a guest at the Metropole Hotel.
Aye.
I understand you carried the body of that Mrs. Wolf out of the fire the night...
Aye, sir. I am that man.
Was she dead then?
I think she was, sir. At least when the doctor examined her after I laid her body on the pavement, he said she was.
Of suffocation?
So he said, sir.
Was she burned? Her clothing or anything?
Well, she didn't appear to be, sir. She was lying on the bed when I came in.
I thought she was lying on the floor.
I was the one that went in the room, Inspector. She was lying on the bed, a good 6 or 7 feet away from where the fire was smouldering and...
Smouldering?
Aye.
What was burning?
Well, the bottom of the chair appeared to be, sir. And some papers beneath it.
And the carpet?
Oh, I don't know about that, sir. The room was quite full of smoke. Oh, it's no wonder she was suffocated. I nearly was.
You had to open the door to get in?
Aye.
You saw no signs of her having been burned?
No.
She was unconscious, though?
Aye.
Where was Mrs. Wolf's son?
Oh, him. Oh, he was yammering and howling out in the hallway. I gathered the smoke had overcome him. He did say his mother was inside.
With the doors closed?
Aye, the one to the hall was locked, but the one to her son's room was only just shut.
And you are sure she was unconscious at the time you found her?
Okay. She was unconscious enough.
What's funny?
Well, I wouldn't say anything ill of the dead. But I think the old lady died happy.
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Gunn?
She was lying on an empty whiskey bottle, sir. She was drunk.
I talked with Dr. Edmund Whittaker, the physician who had examined Mrs. Wolf.
Yes, I examined her. Immediately afterwards, she was brought out of the room. I was passing by on my way home from my Oddfellows Lodge, and
You certify that she died of suffocation?
Of heart failure superinduced by the effects of suffocation, yes.
Was her heart weak?
She was 67 years of age, sir.
Do you have evidence that she suffered from heart disease, Dr. Whittaker?
I had already prescribed medicines for that, sir. She had a very bad heart.
She was not burned?
No, sir. That I can be sure of, too.
Could anything else have induced a heart attack of this type, Doctor?
Well, the whole effect of the shock might have, sir.
Could drink have done it?
What? In my opinion, no.
Could carbon monoxide poisoning have caused her death?
What? Well, undoubtedly carbon monoxide poisoning might have, yes. The fact that I certified suffocation in this case implies that carbon monoxide was present and had a great deal to do with her death.
I'm not cross-examining you, Dr. Whittaker. I'd like to know if she breathed carbon monoxide in sufficient quantities to kill her.
If one breathes in the presence of a fire of this sort, my dear sir, one must necessarily breathe carbon monoxide.
Then there is even now carbon monoxide in traceable quantities in her body.
Well, unquestionably, sir. The inner passages of the woman's lungs will be coated with soot and smoke, and the mere process of breathing would introduce carbon monoxide into her blood.
But you didn't look to see?
Of course not. That would have required a post-mortem operation, and I saw no need whatever for that. Besides, I'm not a surgeon.
Do you suppose, Dr. Whittaker, that you could supply me with the name of a competent surgeon?
Here, sir?
No, in Great Frensham.
Why, that's where the woman was buried.
Precisely, my dear doctor. It wasn't necessary to find a surgeon at Great Frensham. I asked the Home Office, and they sent Sir Hubert Crosby, the best known of the Home Office pathologists, up there. A crew of local laborers conducted the exhumation, and the body was taken to a room in a temporarily vacant school building for the post-mortem. While Crosby went to work with his assistant, Hatcher and I studied the blackboards in the adjacent room.
Takes me back to my kid days.
It doesn't take me back to mine.
Why not, sir?
We didn't have dead people in our schoolroom.
Come to think of it, I don't believe we did either.
Did have a master we often wished dead.
Yeah, it's one of those in every school.
I wish that hotel manager hadn't been in such a hurry.
What are you talking about?
I went over there yesterday to have a look at the room where the old lady was burned up.
She was suffocated, sir.
Killed, let's say, till Crosby finds out. I went over there to have a look, and the blighter's got it all repaired already.
That helps.
Got new flooring put in, carpet before the gas fire replaced, the burn chair thrown out, everything cleaned up like new.
What were you looking for?
Evidence, old man, remember?
Oh. I wonder if he threw it on the corporation dump.
He didn't say.
Like me to find a telephone and call him?
Why, if you would.
And if you did, I'll put a constable or two onto the dump to see what they can find, shall I?
Do. Ask them to bring back anything at all that they can find.
Righto. Back at once.
And I'd better see someone from the fire... Oh, they didn't hear me. Oh, well, if they find anything. Who... Oh, hello, Sir Hubert. Found out anything?
I thought I heard someone come in.
No, it was Hatcher going out.
Oh.
Find anything yet?
Come in and see.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I found out she's dead.
Yeah. What'd she die of?
I don't know yet, old man. I can tell you what she didn't die of.
What?
Suffocation.
I mustered up courage enough to open the door where Crosby was holding his post-mortem and went in. How do you know, I asked.
Look here. Oh, come closer, man. She won't hurt you. Now, where are the forceps? Here. See here?
That's her throat?
Excellent, old chap. Now, I ask you to look very carefully. If that formaldehyde bothers you, breathe through some cotton wool. See? There isn't a sign of soot or smoke discoloration on the inside of the mouth passages. See? If she'd breathed smoke at all, unless the passages had been carefully cleansed, there'd be unmistakable signs of it here, and here, and here. Do you see?
Yeah.
Apparently, she didn't breathe any smoke at all.
Well, what does that mean, then?
It could mean she was dead when the fire started.
Are you sure?
Emmerman's testing a sample of blood over there for traces of carbon monoxide. Find any yet, Emmerman?
No indications so far, sir.
And if we can't find any, then we know she was dead when the fire started. I don't know what killed her yet. Sure of one thing, though.
What's that?
She was full of alcohol when she did die.
And what does that indicate?
She didn't know either.
Sir Hubert Crosby returned to London and his laboratory that night with certain specimens he wanted to examine more thoroughly, and the remainder of the body of Mrs. Rose Wolfe was reburied in the churchyard at Great Frensham. I went back to Margate with Inspector Hatcher, who told me that the corporation dump was already being examined. A man from the fire brigade called on me early the next morning, and, well, he wasn't much help. Yes, he'd been at fire. No, he hadn't seen body. No, nothing had been burned except few scraps of newspaper on the easy chair. Well, how about the carpet between the gas fire where it started and the chair? Hadn't been damaged at all. Not at all, I said. Not at all. He remembered that. Well, that was strange. Sir Hubert Crosby telephoned me.
Crosby here, Chief Inspector. Look here, this old lady wore false teeth, didn't she?
I'm not sure. Wait, I'll ask Hatcher. Hatcher, did Mrs. Wolfe wear false teeth?
I'm sure she did, yes.
Hello, Sir Hubert. Hatcher says she did.
I'm sure she did. Where are they?
Where are they, Hatcher?
Her teeth? Wasn't she wearing them?
Wasn't she wearing them?
I never saw them.
Well, we'll look around. I don't mean to be impertinent, Sir Hubert, but does it really make any difference?
I rather think it does. There are definite bruises inside the mouth, which I believe to be from false teeth. And she wasn't wearing any in the coffin, so where are they?
Well, I'm afraid I don't quite get it, sir.
Look here, old man, you let me do my job, and when the time comes to do yours, I'll let you do it.
Yes, sir.
These aren't the ordinary marks, you see. They're more in her throat than actually in the mouth. Do you know what that means?
She swallowed them?
It's impossible to swallow a set of false teeth, man. Wasn't a throat in the world big enough.
Well, what happened then, sir?
Someone pushed them down her throat. Where'd they go?
It was almost time to talk to Sidney Wolfe again, I told Inspector Hatcher.
The information about him being up for obtaining unlawfully has got into the police gazette. He'll be wanted in half the towns in England when we get through with him.
They got him for one, then.
Walked out, thoughtfully leaving the gas turned on. If she hadn't waked up and smelled it, he would have been down to Wandsworth long before this.
I think he'll be there soon enough.
I think we'd better telephone the Metropole. They should have some information by now.
Oh, the hotel, yes.
Come in.
Constable Harris, sir, from the corporation dump.
Yes, Harris. What'd you find out?
We found a lady's dress, sir. Here.
Oh, where was it?
Where they throw the rubbish from the fire. Exact spot, the hotel dustman said. He remembered this dress, too. Recognized it, in fact.
Whose is it?
Mrs. Wolfe's, sir, he says.
Oh.
He'd seen her wearing it that very day. She always stopped and had a word of greeting from him.
Is he sure about it?
Yes, sir. He'll testify to it.
Oh, excuse me. Inspector Underhill here. Where were they? Are you sure they're the ones? Good. Send them over here at once. Thank you. Thank you very much. I beg your pardon? Oh, you have. Hers, of course. Would you send it over too, please? Yes, right away. Thank you.
What is it, sir?
Let's have Wolfe in here.
Right. Go out and get him, Harris.
Yes, sir.
What was it, sir?
The hotel people called us. They found something.
Oh, what?
Let's let Sidney Wolfe try to guess. Hello, Sidney. Bring him in here, Harris. Oh, no. Don't sit down, Sidney. We won't keep you long.
I don't know anything.
We'll see. Where are your mother's false teeth?
You remember now, don't you, Sidney?
She had them on?
No, she didn't. You know perfectly well she always removed them and put them in a glass of water before she went to bed.
She had them on. She didn't go to bed. She was sitting in the armchair.
Not after she drank the whiskey, Sidney. The whiskey you bought her for a present.
I didn't.
You knew she'd go right to sleep, didn't you, Sidney? After all that whiskey that she wasn't used to.
I never gave her.
Didn't you?
But I didn't kill her.
You said she was lying on the floor. She was lying on the bed. Drunk. Unconscious.
No.
Wearing her dressing gown. Her dress hung up quite peacefully.
No, I said.
Quite unconscious from the liquor her son gave her and choked to death with her son's hand.
No!
It's true, Inspector Hatcher. Then he went over and set the fire that he claimed killed her.
No.
Oh, yes, he did, Sidney. We found the bottle of petrol. Your mother used to clean that dress. And it's empty now. Her insurance was due to expire, and you didn't have much time, so you killed her. Choked her with her own false teeth.
I didn't.
We can prove it, Sidney. You said your mother was wearing her teeth.
She was. I've seen them, I tell you.
So you did, Sidney, when you choked her. You didn't notice they dropped out of her mouth afterwards, did you? They found them on the floor. Behind the bed. No, Sidney Wolf, it won't wash. I arrest you on the charge of murdering your mother, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down and may be used in evidence. Will you have this man taken away from here, Inspector? Yes, of course he was found guilty. He was hanged at Wandsworth 37 days later. I wonder if the Lord did have mercy on his soul.
Heard today in the order of their appearance on Whitehall 1212 were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Winston Ross, Lester Fletcher, Pat O'Malley, Ronald Long, Carl Harbord, and Edward Ashley. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. There's a critical shortage of scientific and engineering manpower. American industry will need 30,000 engineers annually for the next decade, and only about half of this need will be supplied, according to present estimates. The Engineering Manpower Commission of Engineers Joint Council urges the American public to consider the scope and the seriousness of this problem, and consider also the effect it will have on the nation's economy. You high school students are urged to consider careers in science and engineering, and consider the advantages of engineering training for positions of leadership in many, many fields. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212.
Enter Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Chief Superintendent John Davidson will brief you on this case, number 381397.
Good afternoon. This Gladstone bag is one of my exhibits in the Black Museum back there. Perfectly ordinary black Gladstone bag, vintage, I should say, of 1920. Now, it doesn't unlock any longer. The lock has been forced. But it can be opened. Now, you can guess for yourself what those stains are. You see, they're both on the lining of the bag and on this tennis racket cover, which has been in the bag since Easter weekend of 1924. And now, if you please, here is Inspector Rafe Sylvester, who I think will tell you how this bag came into our possession here at Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
I could supply the answer quite simply and quickly, sir.
Yeah, I know that one, old boy. The owner had no further use for it.
The owner had no further use for anything, sir, except the services of Pierpoint the hangman. Robert Emmett Dignam worked very hard at being a hail fellow well met. He was a dapper man, a persuasive talker, and thus an excellent salesman, despite the fact that he was only 5 feet 2 inches tall. Dignam's wife, Olivia, who worked as a automaton operator at a salary of £3 a week, entertained certain suspicions of her husband, due largely to his undeniable attraction for other women, particularly tall women. She herself was an inch shorter than her husband, a scant 5'1" in height. One day, when Robert Emmett Dignam had returned home to Kew from a weekend trip to Manchester, he'd said, on business, Olivia Dignam came across a cloakroom ticket from Waterloo Station in the pocket of the suit he had worn. She asked an old friend of hers, Herbert Chin, for advice. Chin, who had been a detective sergeant of the Metropolitan Police, took the ticket and went to the Waterloo Station cloakroom to see what was what. He was not a particular friend of Robert Emmett Dignam, and then he came to see me at Scotland Yard.
Oh, I turned in the ticket, and the man handed me a bag, a black Gladstone bag.
It was locked.
Locked, yes. But I was able to pull the sides apart a bit.
So you could see what was in it?
Yes.
What was?
It was empty.
Mm-hmm.
Except for some pieces of silk, what looked like a tennis racket case and a large knife.
Well, that's an odd combination, I agree, but...
Well, I'll take my oath. They were all stained with blood.
Chin gave me the ticket, which he had got back when he returned the bag to the cloakroom shelves. I took it and went to see for myself. I took one of the pieces of silk and sent it to the laboratory to be tested. Back came the report. Human blood. I put 2 detectives on a 24 hours a day watch of the cloakroom. At 9 o'clock the next morning, they brought him in and left him in my office. I asked him his name.
Robert Emmett Dignam, Inspector. Named after the great Irish patriot, you know.
This your bag, Mr. Dignam?
Well, I paid for it.
Is it yours?
Yes, sir. I left it in...
You know what's in it?
What I'd love to know is how it came to be here.
You left the ticket for it in the pocket of your green suit.
Oh. My beloved wife goes through my pockets.
She does, sir. At least she did in this instance.
She wants a thrashing, doesn't she?
I shouldn't let a constable catch you at it.
I shan't, thank you.
I asked you if you know what's in your bag, sir.
Nothing very important.
Shall we look? Will you unlock it? These things yours?
Well, that's my tennis racket case.
Your name is Dignam, you said?
Yes.
Initials on it are I.J.M.
Eh?
Not yours, are they?
I bought it from a friend several years ago.
These pieces of silk and this knife. Cook's knife, big one.
I must have picked it up at the bungalow.
These stains, Mr. Dignam, can you explain them too?
Oh. Well, I'm very fond of dogs.
Dogs?
Yes, I was carrying some dog meat in the bag. Oh, odd place to carry it, I know. I had it all wrapped up in these bits of silk. And that's where the stains came from, old boy.
What sort of meat was it?
Oh, whatever kind of meat, dog, beef or horse meat, perhaps. Oh, yes, probably horse meat, I fancy.
That blood is from the meat.
Of course, I said...
It was human blood that caused those stains, Mr. Dignam. I should be glad to hear your explanation of that, sir.
Well, all I can say is that it was dog's meat.
What kind of dogs do you have, sir?
Oh, I haven't got any... I mean...
What do you find so amusing, sir?
Well, all this is making me sound quite like a murderer, isn't it?
Mr. Dignam, I must detain you on suspicion of murder.
Look here.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. If you have anything to say now, I'll be glad to hear it.
Well, I'll have to think about that.
Mr. Dignam thought. He thought for a long time, sitting in my office, staring out of the window at the rain. 10 minutes went by. I looked at him.
I've got to get some things straight in my mind.
Take your time, Mr. Dignam, I said. He sighed, asked for a drink of water, drank it thirstily, and returned to his staring out the window. Another 15 minutes went by. Speaking to me, Mr. Dignam, I asked.
I suppose you know all about this, don't you?
I've no intention of telling you what we know, Mr. Dignam. It's for you to tell us if you want to. You've been warned.
What?
That anything you say may be used in evidence.
Yes. Well, it isn't murder. What are you writing down?
What you've just said.
Oh. Well, it isn't murder. I've been very foolish, perhaps. Write that down, too. I'll make a statement now. I've got it all straight, what to say.
When you are ready, Mr. Dignam.
I do not know who this fellow was, this man. I'd gone for a weekend's rest to the bungalow. I've been very exhausted. I worked very hard, you understand, and I felt the need for a rest. Alone, all by myself, to recuperate, to regain my strength. I didn't tell my wife or anyone where I was going. I wanted no interruptions, you understand, either business or domestic. Are you getting all that?
Yes.
I had come across this place in my travels. A capital place to be alone, I thought at once. To rest, to refresh myself, I thought at once. A genuine deserted cottage on the deserted seashore. I told no one about my plans. I took only just a few articles of clothing, and, of course, the tennis racket.
The tennis racket you refer to is the one that was in the case marked with the initials IJM.
That's the one. The one I bought from someone several years ago. I went to this place alone and settled down for the evening. About midnight, I was awakened from a sound sleep by a sound. Shall I go slower?
Thank you, I'm getting it all right.
A man, a tramp by his appearance, I have no clue whatever to his identity, burst into my room. He told me he wanted my money. I leaped out of bed, and seeing he was much larger than I, started to retreat. He seized an axe.
An axe?
It was used for chopping up firewood, and he threw it at me. He attacked me first. Got that?
Yes.
The axe rebounded from the wall, and the handle was broken. Then, despite the difference in our sizes, I grappled with him. He slipped and fell, his head striking the edge of a large coal scuttle alongside the fireplace. He did not get up. To my horror, I discovered he was dead. Have you got that?
Yes.
I'm afraid I lost my head. I carried the body into the other room. Then I think I fainted. When I recovered consciousness, I was horrified to find the body still on the couch where I had placed it. Then I made my greatest mistake. I was panicky. I thought I might be accused of murder. My first thought was to dispose of the body. Do you know what I did?
No.
I first tried to burn the body in the fireplace. The clothes caught on fire, but I grew more frightened. I put on my coat and I walked to Eastbourne, where I bought the large knife, the one in the bag. I came back, and then when I got back into the
I will spare you the rest of Robert Emmett Dignam's gruesome story, except for the curious commentary Herbert Chin, the friend of Mrs. Dignam's maid on the case. Dignam was concluding his statement when the telephone rang.
I'm a fool.
Excuse me. Inspector Sylvester here.
Herbert Jim here.
Oh, how do you do?
I take it you got him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I saw his wife. I told her it was his raincoat Dignam had left at the Waterloo cloakroom, but she won't be satisfied.
Oh?
Well, she's sure it's something to do with some woman he's been chasing. Has it turned out that way? I mean, is it permissible to ask you that?
Turns out quite different, it seems, fella.
Well, she'll be glad to hear that. She keeps insisting this Manning girl is involved in it somehow. Oh, she'll be very glad.
What was that name?
Manning. Arlene Josephine Manning, that's her full name, I believe.
I looked over at the initials on the tennis racket case in the black Gladstone bag. I.J.M. Irene Josephine Manning. So that was the name of the former owner. Was it also the name of... Go on, Mr. Dignam, I said. I didn't mention the name of Irene Josephine Manning to Dignam at this time. Rather, I sat and squirmed with impatience while he told me more details of the place where the alleged tramp had been accidentally killed. It was at a place called the Crumbles, a long stretch of shingle on Pevensey Bay near Eastbourne in East Sussex. Shingle, as you Americans perhaps do not know, is it's a kind of pebbly, rocky beach, very unpleasant underfoot. The Crumbles is as desolate a spot as could be found on the southeast coast. Windy and dreary, deserted by nearly all human life. The cottage where the tragedy had occurred, Dignam told me, bore the quaint name of the Officer's House, part of a former Coast Guard station. And Dignam had rented it from a Mr. Saul Brainerd. When Dignam had finished his statement, he was tucked into a cell at Cannon Row Police Station, and I motored to Eastbourne to interview Mr. Brainerd.
I'm Brainerd, Inspector. What have I done now?
You've rented a house, Mr. Brainerd.
Well, I suppose it was a crime to charge 3.5 guineas a week for that place. Oh, I'll go along peacefully.
You did rent it to Mr. Dignam, then?
Dignam? I told me his name was Plunkett. Old Irish family, he said. Related to Lord Dunsany. Little bit of a chap.
Recognize him again, would you?
Oh, he's unmistakable. Cocky little beggar.
Paid up, of course.
Oh, for 2 more weeks. Well, that's why I haven't been around there. Said he liked privacy, and I'm no trespasser, though I am a landlord.
I wonder when you saw him last.
Well, I saw him and his wife come in. I was cycling by.
He didn't see you?
Well, I don't think so. He was up there on the road.
His wife?
Oh, great tall girl.
Sure it wasn't another man you saw?
Oh, great mop of blonde hair blowing in the wind. We've no long-haired men around here. Leave that for London. Besides, he did mention his wife to me when he rented the place, seems to me.
Well, when was that?
Oh, Saturday evening. Late afternoon, rather. Why, what's up?
Haven't seen him since? Or her?
Haven't been around. Said he was looking for privacy, as I said.
Yes, I expect he was.
A good place for it.
Yes. Would you recognize him?
Isn't he here?
No.
I say, old chap, what's up?
Things. Would you?
Well, the fare to London...
Oh, the Home Office will pay it.
In that case, the answer's yes. You won't mind if I go round to my tailor's whilst I'm there, will you?
Not at all, if you'll come.
Say no more. I'm your man for a free trip to London. What else can I do for you? Spot of whiskey? A cup of tea?
Thanks. Just let me use your keys to get in the place.
She'll let you in.
I doubt she's there.
Oh, I don't know if I should let you in, old boy, after all.
I've got a search warrant.
Oh, something is out there. What are you looking for? Proceeds of a bank robbery?
Well, hardly a robbery.
Oh, you won't talk, eh? Well, look, the big one here is for the front door. This one? Oh, well, all the others are for various rooms. They're labeled, see? Sure you won't need any help, then?
No, thanks. Like to go back to London with me today? We'll catch the up train at 4:30, shall we?
Oh, righty-ho.
Righty-ho. Well, thanks, old chap. I'll see you later. I walked over to the dismal little walled house. It had a dank look. I glanced over my shoulder. Brainerd was still watching me. I walked through the gate in the wall, and I couldn't see him any longer. Up to the house. The sound of the sea. The smell of the sea. And then another smell. I remembered the time the sergeant cook at Knotty Ash Rest Camp in Southampton had let a pork roast catch on fire and we went without dinner. I felt like... Well, never mind. I unlocked the door and opened it. I walked in. There was the fireplace choked with ashes. There was the coal scuttle he said the tramp cracked his head on fatally. Tin. Crumpled tin. There was the axe. The axe, he said, had been thrown at him. The handle was broken. Exactly the way he said it was. Bloodstains, I thought they were on the floor. What's that? White thread. Looks like a long blonde hair. Huh. Let's keep that. What's in the other room? What's that? Leather heel. High heel. Of a woman's dark blue shoe. What's that? Bloodstain. And here, too. And the tramp died when he struck his head on the coal scuttle out there. Let's review it all again, I thought to myself. The broken axe handle. Check. The crumpled coal scuttle. Might be. I doubt it. The woman's high heel. Maybe. The woman, the wife that Brainerd saw. The knife, he said he bought it in Eastbourne. Who's that? Brainerd.
Did I interrupt you, Inspector? Come on, the London train's due in 20 minutes and we've just got time. I don't want to miss the free trip to the city, old man.
We caught the next train. Just caught it, as a matter of fact, because I had to stop at all the ironmonger shops in Eastbourne to inquire about a cook's knife. I deposited Brainerd at the West End Hotel and went home for a night's sleep. 7 o'clock the next morning. I called Alfred Ormerod, the Home Office pathologist at home. He was annoyed.
It's better be important, Sylvester. I've got lather all over my face.
Well, take my word for it, Alfred.
But take your word for what, then?
It's important.
Well, go ahead, my dear. This is...
Can you tell the difference between a man's body and a woman's?
Are you daft?
When they've been destroyed by fire?
I repeat my question. Have you taken leave of your senses, Sylvester?
What's the answer?
No. Now, look, my face feels...
Will you come to the office at the yard at once, please?
I'll be there at 9:30. Not a second earlier.
But look...
I suggest that you go shave yourself, Inspector. I'll see you at 9:30. Good morning.
Well, that's that. Oh. Inspector Sylvester here.
Oh, Chin. Herbert Chin here, Sylvester. I've been trying to get you, but your telephone's been busy.
What do you want?
Well, look here, about this chap Dignam.
What about him?
Oh, you remember I mentioned that girl, that Irene Manning, to you yesterday? The girl he was chasing after?
Yes?
Well, look here, she's disappeared.
How do you know?
Well, her sister. Her sister, Julie Manning, she's at Mrs. Dignam's home right now, screaming for Dignam's blood.
Oh?
She says her sister's been missing since Saturday afternoon, and she's certain she's gone away with Dignam.
Dignam's in Cannon Row Police Station.
Oh, but where's Irene Manning?
Is this sister with Mrs. Dignam now?
Yes.
Can you bring her to my office at Scotland Yard at once?
Well, I'll try.
I'll be there in less than half an hour. Goodbye.
But...
Now, where are my trousers? Oh. Yes? Inspector Sylvester here.
Cannon Row Police Station here, sir. Sorry to bother you this hour, sir, but...
What's the matter?
This prisoner of yours, Dignam.
What's wrong with him?
He's been raising all kinds of canes. Says he wants to see you at once. Says it's extremely important.
Well, send him over to my office at the yard with a couple of men. I'll see him.
Is he dangerous, sir?
He is.
How soon do you want him, sir?
I'll be there in 20 minutes, I hope.
Thank you, sir. I'll be glad to get rid of it.
Goodbye. Now, if that thing rings just once more... But it didn't. I got to my office at New Scotland Yard, still adjusting my braces. I glanced at the clock. It was 5 minutes before 8. In the waiting room, Herbert Chin sat beside a tall, blonde girl. I'll see you in a moment, I muttered, and went on into my office. There was Robert Emmett Dignam, flanked by 2 large constables. He jumped up when he saw me.
There you are at last.
Well?
Look here, I didn't murder anyone.
So you said, Mr. Dignam.
I mean, this tramp who attacked me with the axe fell and smashed his own head. That's all that happened.
And, you disposed of the body, you said?
Well, I was confused. I was frightened. I didn't know what I was doing.
I'm sorry.
Well, you can't keep me in jail for that, you know.
I'm afraid I can't do anything for you, Mr. Dignam. That's a matter for the magistrate.
I'll get a writ of habeas corpus.
Do you have anything to add to your statement of yesterday, Mr. Dignam?
I told you everything. I've nothing to add.
Well, when you have, I'll be glad to take it down in writing. Until then, I'm sorry.
Listen to me, you. Now, listen,
take the little man away, Constable,
I'm going to say, you're not going to hang me. You're not like that.
Herbert Chin came in with a tall, blonde girl whom he introduced.
This is Miss Tilly Manning, Inspector.
Sit down, Miss Manning.
My sister's gone.
You have any idea where she is, Miss Manning?
Yes. That man Dignam murdered her.
What makes you think that?
Well, I really lent him money, and I know what he did with it. She thought he was speculating with it to make some more money for both of them. And he lost it on the races.
How do you know that, Miss Manning?
Or he was the one that found it out. I know all about it. He promised to desert his wife and marry her. And he told her they'd go to South America when she accused him of spending every penny she saved.
Well, that doesn't argue that he murdered her, Miss Manning.
Then where is she? Tell me where she is if he didn't kill her.
Now, Tilly, please.
You keep quiet. I know where she went with him last Saturday. He told her to come to Eastbourne with him.
Eastbourne?
Yes. He told her he'd give her the money there at his cottage. And, well, she told me about it. I told her she was a fool, but she won't go. And he's murdered her. I tell you, he's robbed her of every penny she owned. And when she wasn't any more use to him, he took her away and murdered her. He murdered her. She told him she'd have him arrested and put in prison for the rest of his life for stealing her money, and he killed her. Oh, poor Irene.
He said he walked to the village and bought a knife after the tramp had died. The ironmonger in Eastbourne said a little man who was with a tall, blonde woman had bought the heavy knife when they got off the train in Eastbourne. They laughed together about it, he said. He bought the knife before they went to the cottage, and they laughed together about it. Alfred Ormerod, the pathologist, you remember, came in at 9:30. He left on the 10:03 for Eastbourne with his murder kit, promising to telephone me. At 10:15, the landlord Brainerd came in.
I'm sorry I'm late, but I've just been to the bank.
Bank?
That's Steve Plunkett.
Plunkett? Oh, Dignam.
Oh, whatever his name is. I just got his check back from the bank, stamped R.D. My wife sent it to me from Eastbourne. No funds, the bank says. I had him hanged.
I walked over to Cannon Row with Brainerd. He recognized Dignam at once as Plunkett, and the dapper little man was charged again, this time with obtaining money by false pretenses. He again pleaded with me.
Even if the man died, even if I did dispose of the body, Inspector, they can't do anything to me for murder. Even if I killed him, it's manslaughter, isn't it? Justifiable homicide. It's just...
I'm sorry, Dignam. Perhaps Robert Emmett Dignam already felt the clammy touch of the hangman's hands on his neck. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Alfred Ormerod telephoned me from Eastbourne.
Hello, Sylvester. I've been working all day here at the cottage. I've never seen such a diabolical...
Did hang. When it was demonstrated in court that he had bought the knife before he enticed the girl to the cottage, they laughed over it together, the ironmonger said. When they fitted the axe into the wounds on what Alfred Ormerod proved was a young, blonde-haired girl's skull. When the whole sorry tale was told about his relations with Irene Manning and his fleecing of her money, then the jury said, guilty. And dapper little Robert Emmett Dignam was hanged.
You have just heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. The research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. And the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true story of some of its most important cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Good afternoon. Let me show you this thing. Have a good look. Unless you're a member of a rather uncommon profession, I doubt you'll know what it is. Like many of the exhibits in the Black Museum here, this is a murder weapon. And like many of our murder weapons, it is a tool of a trade. And even after I tell you what it is, I wonder if you'll know what it's for. It's an ankush, a goad used by an elephant man, a mahout. You've seen these things before, I wager you. But I'll agree that this is an odd place to find one. And here is Inspector Samuel Tupper, the first of us from Scotland Yard who saw it. Inspector?
I was at the head of the rota of inspectors this particular night in the autumn of 1928, so it was my job to go to Regent's Park when the call came in that murder had been done. The Taper House of the zoo there is near the outer circle of the park.
Excuse me. Would it be a good idea, Inspector, if you told what a taper house is?
Oh, it's where they keep the taper, sir.
I'm sure you don't mean wax candles.
No, sir. The tapir is a hooped swine-like mammal allied to the rhinoceros. It has 4 toes in its front feet and 3 on the back, and its snout is prolonged into a short, mobile proboscis. Found in India and Sumatra, and there are species in certain parts of South America, notably Brazil, where it's found in the vicinity of abundant water. Its body is generally blackish, except for the Sumatran variety, which has white patches. It's partly nocturnal, quite gentle in disposition, and only grunts.
Thank you.
Quite welcome, sir. These were the ordinary ones, mostly. Blackish ones.
In the Taper House.
Yeah. I found Police Constable John Charles Daly awaiting me at the door of the Taper House while his companion, Police Constable Henry Eastman, was on duty upstairs. Alongside the entrance, a man was lying on the grass. He was dressed in Oriental clothing and was very quiet. Who did it? I asked P.C. Daly.
It's not him, sir. He just broke his leg.
Who's dead, then? They said somebody was dead.
The dead is upstairs, sir, where P.C. Eastman is, sir.
Who's this, then?
I don't know his name, sir. He's some sort of Indian or something. He jumped out of the window or fell out, is the way I understand it.
Don't you know, man?
No, sir, not very much, I'm afraid, sir.
Look here, Constable.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't understand him.
Oh?
And now the vet's given him morphia or something, and he's passed out, and the other one's dead.
Oh. Has there been a doctor here?
Only the vet, sir. He'd been treating a sick elephant, sir, and he came hurrying over when he heard all the commotion, sir.
Oh, what was the commotion?
All the shouting and yelling, sir.
Who was shouting?
I don't know, sir. That's what the vet said attracted him, and he came hurrying over. This chap was howling and moaning, and the vet looked at him, and he said Stern saw his leg was all fractured, and he went back and got his morphia and a syringe.
How did you find out about it?
Well, sir, P.C. Eastman and me, sir, we were at the moon, and we were on patrol outside the park, sir, and I climbed over the railing alongside the privet hedge, sir, to see, and here they were.
Who?
This fellow, sir, and the vet who was just sticking him with this great syringe. So I inquires what's going on here, and the vet says the man's hurt, and he's not the window there.
Window? Oh, that one with the glass broken.
Yes, sir, he jumped out according to the vet. He could understand it a little. He talked about it, just see his face and his arms cut by the glass.
Ah, that's what I see.
Well, then P.C. Eastman hurried up the stairway, and in a moment he shouted down, "There's a murdered man up there," and this man stopped moaning and went to sleep, and the vet went upstairs, and P.C. Eastman came down and went to find a telephone to call the yard, sir.
I see. You haven't been up there yet?
No, sir. First I was here while P.C. Eastman was up there, and then I was here whilst he went to make the telephone call, and then I was here until you arrived, sir.
You don't know anything about the murder, then?
No, sir. I've been here, but I could go up with you now, sir, if you like. I don't think this chap's very likely to get up and walk off for a long while.
Well, morphia wet off, you know.
Yes, sir, but he has a broken leg. And besides, the vet has been working on an elephant. I doubt he'll remember to change the dose in the syringe, sir.
The upstairs room in the Taper House, to which I repaired after my interview with Police Constable Daly, was in the accurate sense of the word a shambles. In the middle of the disordered floor, flat on his back, lay the murdered man amongst the ruin of his possessions. Police Constable Eastman identified the various objects in the room.
This here was apparently his bed, sir, but the way it's tore up, it looks as if them wild animals downstairs had been at it.
Odd sort of bed.
I am led to understand, sir, that many of these Oriental people use no mattress or anything. And here, sir, is what he must have used as a cupboard.
What's in it?
Well, you see the money scattered about the floor, sir.
Constable said you gave him enough for an elephant.
Oh, hardly. I have to admit I just remembered in time, though.
What else, Constable?
Well, sir, them there is his clothes. Look as if they've been ripped to pieces by whoever killed him, sir, I expect. And these here...
What are they?
Looks like bank deposit books, then.
That is what they are, sir.
They his, the dead man?
His name was Ahmed Ali.
Oh, Hindu.
Indian. Mohammedan, not a Hindu.
How do you know?
He's very well known around the zoo here.
That is the name on the bank book, sir. It was his.
That's it.
Quite a respectable balance, sir. £212.
Never mind that. What about him?
He is dead, sir.
I don't see how you could tell, Constable.
Well, sir, he's been beaten about the head, something horrid, sir. Oh. Didn't know you was joking, sir.
Very thoroughly beaten. Wonder what with?
Hammer or axe, I'd say, from the looks.
Did you find anything like that, Constable?
No, sir, but it wasn't necessary anyway.
Huh? What do you think?
The thing under him, Inspector. thing he's lying on?
What's he lying on?
Blimey, sir. It's fair pushed right through his heart. See?
What is that thing? Looks like a boat hook right through him.
It's an ankush.
A what?
What?
An ankush. An elephant hook. That was Ahmed's job. He was an elephant man.
You have any idea who did this, Mr. Rainley? What's that?
Yes, what is that?
Animal?
It's the other man.
What other?
The one with the broken leg. Downstairs.
Come along. I want to see what he's got to say.
Yes, sir.
Stay here, Constable. Come on, Doc. Coming. Who is this one? Do you know, Doctor?
Another elephant man. He lives here with Ahmed Ali.
Anyone else in the building?
Nobody but potatoes. Very good thing I gave him that shot.
Was he badly hurt?
Well, he has that broken leg, and he's been battered about the head. But whoever killed Ahmed tried to do the same to him, I'd say.
He's come to, sir.
How's he feel?
He sounds terrible.
Let's have a look at him. Oh, Tom.
Do you know the fellow?
Yes, of course. Sure, Proho, Tom. I straightened out his leg a bit, but we'd better find a real people doctor. Yes, Hindi is speaking, but he's a Burman.
Go call the ambulance, Constable.
Yes, sir.
How is it you know all about this flight? I thought you were a veterinary.
Oh, I'm Mr. John Cavana. Okay.
She is critical heart mein hai. Abhi chup rata.
You understand what he says? You speak it?
Oh, a little, yes. Kya ho gaya?
Ask him what happened, will you?
That's what I am asking. Kya ho gaya?
What did he say?
Tum usko malum hai?
No. Mera dost Ahmed Ali mar gaya.
What's he say?
Astibo. He says some yellow men came.
Yellow men? Chinese?
Here, wo China log hai, boss?
No. Japan log. Mera kiya hai.
Japanese, I think.
Ask him if he recognized them.
Well, he said no.
I say, unke paas Rafi Arturian.
What?
4 of them. Clubs. Hammers they had.
Takoy.
Robbers, you think?
Well, they didn't act much like robbers.
Ankush says.
Ankush? Didn't he say Ankush? That elephant hook he was stabbed with?
That's exactly what he was saying, Inspector.
Ankush. Yes. They hit for me. I jumped, going out. Man runs. I'm mentally dead.
You better give him another stab with that elephant needle, Doctor.
He'll be all right.
Get the ambulance.
On the way, sir.
Well, then carry on, Constable. Come on, Mr. Ainley. I'd like you to tell me some more about all this, if you please.
Of course.
We could find a place to sit down.
I've got a bungalow over here across the steakhouse. Could have a drop or something with me, Inspector?
I'd like a cup of tea.
Sure. Obviously. The officer here will see you're all right. Hospital, old boy. You'll be all right.
No, police. No, police, no.
Now then, look here, old boy. Police won't hurt you. Take it easy.
No.
We hope you get well.
No, police. No, police. No.
Why do you suppose that chap's so suspicious of the police?
General principles, I expect.
Oh?
Why not? I'm very often suspicious of police myself.
Are you? Why, may I ask?
General principles, Inspector?
The boy's making a lot of noise back there.
I think I'll go back and give him another shot of morphine.
I shouldn't if I were you, Miss Brennan.
Why not? He's in pain.
Obviously. And if he were under the influence of a shot of morphia, he wouldn't be able to talk, would he?
Of course not.
So, let's not give him another shot of morphia.
What are you driving at? I say, what are you driving at?
I think you know more about this than you pretend to, Ainley.
And what do you base your suspicions on?
General principles.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
General police principles.
What in the world would I? What would I?
I don't know, Doctor. But I have heard and seen enough to convince me that the man obviously knows who murdered the fellow up there.
Well, of course, he said he saw the 4 men. Didn't they try to kill him, too? You heard him say it yourself.
I don't understand his language, Doctor. I don't know what he said.
I told you.
You said you told me.
Why should I lie to you?
I don't know, I'm sure. Now let me ask you, why should you be so quick to give a man a dose of morphia which effectually stopped his talking when you first saw him?
That wasn't why I did it.
Why did you do it?
All right. Arrest me.
I shall.
On what charge, then?
Mr. Ainley, I must detain you on suspicion of concealing evidence in the case of the death of the man Ahmed Ali.
Go ahead.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing, may be used in evidence. Will you come with me, please? Did you ever hear a taper? Try sitting by yourself with only a recently dead man for company in the house where the tapers live. It's an experience you're not likely to forget. And I rather suspect the tapers won't forget it either. Constable Eastman had taken Mr. Ainley in charge and had escorted him to the doctor's bungalow near the Snake House, where he had telephoned Scotland Yard for assistance in carting the doctor off to jail. I heard the ambulance arrive and depart with Constable Daly and Tombo and his broken leg. That left me, the dead man, and the tapers to ourselves. I waited. The dead man waited. The tapers. Yes, very coldly. I waited. Panther, I believe. Crocodile, no doubt. I perspired gently. Ahmed Ali lay there quietly under the glare from the little incandescent bulb. We stared at each other. And then, exactly like an old Leslie Howard Scarlet Pimpernel picture, the door opened slowly. And a man who looked like Leslie Howard stood there smiling at me.
I say, you're not the dead man, are you?
Who are you?
Oh, I say, old fellow, did I frighten you? I'm so sorry. These rubber soles I'm always wearing, they tell me I sit about like a blooming ghost or something. But I assure you I'm not.
Who the devil are you?
Oh, sorry, I'm George Scott. I'm afraid I'm a police surgeon. Didn't Constable Eastman telephone you I was on my way? I must have frightened you out of your...
You didn't frighten me at all, old man. I was a little startled, I admit, but...
Where was that?
Only a taper.
Oh, yes, this is the taper house. Constable Eastman said.
Where is Eastman?
Putting the car somewhere. I came on...
In your rubber sole shoes?
Oh, I say, I am sorry about frightening you
out
of your...
You didn't frighten me, I said.
Well, sorry anyway. I didn't mean to, you know. Pity Eastman didn't telephone you.
There isn't any telephone here.
Should have thought of that. Tapers don't use telephones, do they? Just the bed, chap.
Yes.
Must look at them. What I came for, you know. Well, Eliza Doolittle said, it's my belief they done me. Allowing for the difference in genders, of course. Who did it?
You know, yeah.
Well, what's that? That's not a taper.
Eastman.
Oh, good. Say, this one has been smacked off the hour.
Hello, Eastman.
Hello, Inspector.
Mr. Scott there?
Yes, he's here.
Yes, I'm here, Constable. This chap's been stabbed too, Inspector. You are an inspector, aren't you?
Yes. Come in, Eastman.
Stabbed.
With an ancush, sir.
What's an ancush?
That thing sticking through him.
Yes? But that didn't kill him.
I didn't think it did either.
Well, he's dead. Excuse me, sir.
Quite all right, Constable. No. This was done after he was dead.
He was beaten to death.
How do you know that, sir?
Well, the chap who presumably saw him beaten to death said that the men who did it came up here with clubs and hammers.
They hammered the door down, sir, by the looks of it.
Somebody did.
Look what they did to the lock.
Look what they did to him. What were they after? His money?
I expect so.
Why didn't they take it?
I wonder about that, too.
You should. Somebody's kidding you, Inspector.
I suspect that myself.
That animal doctor, sir?
Good Lord, and they're making doctors out of...
Doctors for animals, Mr. Scott.
Oh? Really?
He's in jail. Excuse me, sir.
Constables should be seen and not heard, friend Eastman.
Yes, sir.
Who is this animal doctor, Inspector?
He's in jail. He talked too much to suit me.
Oh? Think he did it?
Think he knows who did.
Who?
4 people. Japanese, he said.
Who said?
The other chap mixed up in this. Said they smashed the door down and then came in and beat this one to death and tried to attack him.
Where is he?
In the hospital. Broke his leg jumping out that window.
Thought there was a draft in here. Tore a big piece out of himself on the way out, too.
Where?
Left it hanging on the point of this shard of glass. This came out of his arm, I'd say.
Well, he had a big wound on his left arm, but I was under the impression that was caused by the beating.
Glass cut. I'd better take along these shreds of gentlemen. I'd like to compare it with them. See if it fits him. If he says it was caused by a blow, I shall give him the lie in his teeth.
If you can understand him.
Understand him?
He's a Burmese.
There's this other gentleman with the boat hook in his torso.
Ankush.
Eh?
It's an Ankush. An elephant goad.
He is not a Burmese, sir. He's a Indian. A Mohammedan, and his name's Ahmed Ali, sir.
You see that these fellows who came in here and exterminated him used clubs.
Hammers and clubs, I suppose.
They didn't use any clubs on this fellow.
What's that?
None of these marks look like the marks of a club. You can almost see the shape of the hammer here. 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 Here, too. They gave him a rare beating, didn't they?
Strike me pink if they didn't. Excuse me, sir.
What are you looking at, Mr. Scott?
These marks on the door frame. They look very much like those on the chap's head. I'd wager they're the same.
They probably are. They broke down the door and then came in and beat him to death.
Sure. Probably did.
We'd better get the 2 marks measured. Then, if we can find the hammer...
Sir?
Yes, Constable?
Sir, there's a hammer down there.
What?
Where?
Down there on the grass, quite close to where this one has jumped with lying moaning.
Could that be the one?
Well, how would he get down there?
Well, it's down there, sir.
Can you find it, you think?
Well, sir, if you was to be so kind as to shine your torch out of the window...
Go along, see if you can find it.
Yes, sir.
What I want to know is how he could have got down there.
Probably wrenched it away from one of the assassins and left through the window with it.
Why?
Blessed if I know.
I'm the torch, sir.
Eh? Where are you?
To the right, sir. Left on me.
There it is. I can see it from here.
That's it, Constable. Fetch it on up.
Oh, it's all bloody, sir.
What did you expect? Ostrich feathers?
Eastman brought the hammer up to us, and we tested it against the wounds in Ahmed Ali's skull.
It fits.
Then we tested it by laying it in the indentations where the hammer had smashed against the wooden door.
It fits, sir.
But how could he take it with him when he jumped out of the bleeding window? How could he possibly...
That's what I'd like to know.
Well, he's a lot braver man than I'd ever be.
All right.
All me, sir. Snatching it right out of the ends.
He's a brave man. Policeman.
Sir.
There's a telephone in Ainley's bungalow.
Oh, yes, sir, I know.
I want you to get down there and get through at once to Constable Daly at King's Cross Hospital and see if this, what's his name?
Jose?
The man he took to the hospital. See if he's in shape to talk. I want to see him at once and discover if we're right.
But we can't understand him, you said, sir.
Oh, well, in that case, where did you take the animal doctor?
Bow Street, sir.
Well, telephone them and have them sent over to the hospital to interpret for us, will you? Now, hop it, Constable.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
Wasn't this supposed to be the door that was hammered down by the murderers?
Yes.
Before the murder?
Yes, of course.
And we know it was done with the same hammer that murdered the fellow.
We know that.
Look at the marks the hammer made on the door frame.
Yes.
Yes, what?
There's blood in the marks.
Mm-hmm.
And, let's see the hammer again. They match.
Then we're both thinking the same thing.
How could blood get into the marks on the door before there was any blood on the hammerhead?
The door was hammered down after the man was killed.
Inspector!
Who is that? Who's...
Your constable?
Inspector! Hi! Inspector!
Yes, Eastman, is that you?
It is I, sir.
Get the car at once.
No, sir, I can't.
What? What's wrong?
Something, he's run away.
Who's run away?
Who's run away?
The Parisian hero. The man what jumped out of the window.
What?
He's run away, sir. He's gone. Nobody knows where he is.
We found him after a 2-week search. He was hiding in the cellar of Mr. Ainley's bungalow at the zoo. Ainley found him. I also heard Ainley tell you.
I was quite sure from the very beginning that Tom Bow did it. I knew why. Tom Bow was a substitute elephant man. The boss was Ahmed Ali. Always collected the pennies the children who visited the zoo gave to Chang, the big greyish-white elephant, the kid's friend. Tom Bow got none. One day, Ahmed Ali, who, unlike most Mohammedans, liked the taste of alcohol, had beaten Chang. I know. I dressed the poor beast's wounds. And little Tom Bow loved Chang, too. That's why he murdered Ahmed. I was sure of it. And I liked little Tom, too. I was sure we'd find him hiding with his poor broken leg in the cellar of the bungalow, by the window. The window that looks out on the elephant enclosure, where Chang lived.
So they brought the little elephant man to trial, and they sentenced him to hang. But there was a great and good man who stood beside little Tom Bow before the Criminal Court of Appeals. And the day came when the judges listened. And when the great man finished speaking, the little dark man was sent away, a free man, to Burma, where the elephants come from.
Heard today in Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Tupper. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Guy Spall, Morris Dallimore, Francois Grimard, and Gerard Burt. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Thousands of Americans have made blood donations to our armed forces.
Ask any of them, and they'll tell you that donating blood is simple, easy, almost effortless. Practically every new blood donor says, why, there's nothing to it. No, there's nothing to it. Yet that simple act may mean the difference between life and death to a boy fighting now in Korea. There are millions and millions of Americans who can give blood so easily, and yet we need hundreds of thousands of pints of blood to prevent needless suffering and loss of life. Every one of us who can should make a blood donation to the Armed Forces now through your local Red Cross chapter. Call the Red Cross or blood bank in your community for an appointment. Do it today. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the participants in case number 604MR530 from the official files of Scotland Yard. Leo M. Stefanovich, former member of the Polish Navy.
Yes, I deserted the Navy.
Marian Konieczki, who'd fought in Spain.
What I am interested in is money.
Kazimir Kashuba, who was found dead. Albert Stevens, the coppers narc.
It's a living.
Superintendent Alistair Watkins of Scotland Yard.
I must warn you that if you expect high adventure in Limehouse or sinister Orientals lurking in dark byways, you'd best turn off your wireless now. We're quite ordinary people at Scotland Yard. Professional policemen, catchers of criminals, and we don't go in much for the picturesque, the way we're sometimes pictured. However, if you'd like to see how we proceed upon a case, I'll ask you to step inside our Black Museum and meet the man in charge of it. Come in. This is Chief Inspector John Davidson, who's in charge here.
How do you do? I'm afraid that the so-called Black Museum is neither black nor a museum, nor is it the Grand Guignol. We have here a large number of guns, knives, other weapons which have been used in crimes. We have also disguises, clothing, exhibits of all sorts that have helped in solving many of these crimes.
I think you ought to explain, John, why we keep these gruesome relics.
Yes, indeed. They're here for a purpose quite removed from idle curiosity. They're principally for the use of the men of Scotland Yard in studying crime techniques and exemplars of crime methods. They bring to life the cold words contained in our files, and the most useful as well as graphic. For example, in this case, Superintendent Watkins is reenacting for you. Now, this is a bullet that killed a man. It was fired from this gun, 32 caliber Waltham automatic pistol. And it was Scotland Yard's job to prove that. And this, the top of an ordinary mechanical pencil. This is a very important bit of evidence. Just a cheap little metal pencil.
It wasn't cheap for the man who lost it, John.
Well, it cost him his life, you see.
We were standing in the corner of a saloon bar in Whitechapel talking. Albert Stevens, the copper's narc, and me. I expect you don't know what a narc is. N-A-R-K. In America, I think you call him a stool pigeon. Every detective in the world has his pet narc, and Albert Stevens was mine. It was an insignificant place we were in, and Albert Stevens' 2 mild and bitters had set him talking 16 to the dozen.
I don't suppose you'd know him by sight, sir, but I could tell you how to find him. That is, I've seen him about here and there. It's American cigarettes they're handing now, but they ain't got many left. And when they're sold out of them, they'll try something else.
Have you got any ideas, Albert?
No, sir, not yet. But it'll be something big, I'm sure of that.
Do they know you, do you suppose?
Nobody notices a taxi driver, sir. They've rode in my cab twice now, and they've never even looked at my face. But I've looked at them.
Will you have another mild and bitter, Albert?
Well, I wouldn't say no, sir. Here, miss. Fill this up here, will you, again? Will you? Thank you. They're some kind of foreigners, sir, they are. Thank you, miss. This I know. They're in the black market up to here.
You said that. What kind of foreigners?
I can't understand them much, except when they talk about, well, what they think is English. Greeks or Spaniards or Russians, I think. All three of them. Oh, they tip quite nice, too.
But you're sure they're in the black market?
No doubt about it, sir. I hear enough about it.
Don't know their names?
Well, one is called Marion.
Marion?
And the other's name is Kashmir. Kashmir. Maybe he's an Hindu. And the other is a gentleman in some kind of navy, sir. Not ours. Some foreign navy. He wears a uniform.
Who seems to be the boss?
Well, I'd say this here Kashmir is, sir. He's an odd man, he is, sir.
Is that all you know about them, then?
That's all I know right now, sir. Well, ain't that worth 3 pints of mild and bitter, sir?
Just about, Albert.
Well, I was sort of hoping you'd have a spare 10-shilling note on you, sir.
I have, Albert, but not for you, my lad. When you've something better than a comic trio of foreigners who gibber about American cigarettes, maybe, but not till then.
Would you like to buy a magnificent new solid gold mechanical pencil, sir? Here. A sacrifice for 10 shillings.
Where'd you get it?
A lady gave it to me, sir. Now, what say 7 and 6 to you, sir?
Come now, Albert, you know that's worth all of 9pence.
9pence, then, sir? I need the money.
Come off it, Albert.
Well, then, sir, What did you say if I told you these foreign blokes is murderers?
Shouldn't believe a word of it.
Oh, they might be, sir.
Well, when you can prove it, come round and see me, Albert.
Well, don't I get another pint, sir?
Here, miss. Another of the same for my friend here. Night, Albert. At Scotland Yard next morning, I walked leisurely down the long corridor on the second floor that leads to my office. A voice hailed me as I opened the door to my office, and I looked back. It was Detective Sergeant Llewellyn, a Welshman who had been a constable at the Wardour Street police station when I was a sergeant. Here was a welcome face. David, I said, I've not seen you in 6 months.
Longer than that, indeed, Superintendent. It's 10 months, and I'm very glad to be seeing you.
Where have you been?
To the Army all this time, sir. I was seconded to MI5.
Yes, I heard that.
It was tiresome work, but now I'm back, thanks indeed to the Lord.
Taking a well-earned rest, I expect.
Oh, indeed, goodness, no. There's no rest for the wicked. I'm on a case already.
Can we have dinner this evening, then?
I'm not so sure, sir.
What have they given you?
Oh, a murder.
Good bloody one?
I've just seen the man. He's bloody enough, indeed. They found him shot to death in his car early this morning.
Where?
Chepstow Place, Notting Hill. The constable who found him in his car, parked beside the curb, thought he was taken with drink and sound asleep. But it was a .32 caliber bullet in the back of his neck and out the front of his head. Very gory.
Know who he was?
A foreigner, it seems, with the name of Kashmir Kasuba.
Oh.
Whatever's the matter, then? Do you know him?
Come on in my room here. I don't know the chap, but I have an idea I know someone who does.
Well, indeed, to goodness.
Come on in while I telephone. I've got his number in my book here. At least a number where I can reach him. Ah, here it is.
Whoever is he, Superintendent?
Chap named Albert Stevens on Narg. Talking to him just last night. Mentioned a chap named Kashmir, he called him. Foreigner. Just might be. Now, where's the beggar? Every little bit.
Yes? Who is it?
Oh, hello. Is Albert there? Albert Stevens?
He hasn't been home since yesterday morning. Who wants him?
When he comes in, tell him to telephone Watkins. Watkins, got that?
Hoskins?
Watkins. Watkins. He knows me.
What do you want?
Just tell him to call me, that's all.
Does he know where to call?
Yes, it's very important. Do you understand?
He ain't come home since yesterday morning.
All right, have him telephone me at once.
You needn't shout at me, Mr. Bloodywell Watkins.
Goodbye. Not there. He'll telephone me. I say, where can I reach you?
Oh, I've got all this report on the man to write up, for goodness sake. I'll be in my office till noon.
Oh, he'll telephone me before that, I'm sure.
Well, I must be going, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry I couldn't reach him just now. But I'll be in touch with you as soon as I hear from him.
I'll be very grateful to you, sir. It was good seeing you again.
Been a long time, Llewellyn. Well, goodbye.
So long.
So long, old chap. Oh, you dropped something.
Eh? Where?
There on the floor beside your right foot.
Oh, mustn't lose this.
What is it?
Found it in the car with the dead man.
Huh?
A top off a cheap mechanical pencil.
Let's see it. Do you mind?
Not at all. Don't have to be careful of fingerprints. They've had it in the laboratory. Nothing on it.
That's it.
Beg your pardon, sir?
I've seen this pencil before, Lou.
Oh, millions of them about, no doubt. The chap that was killed must have lost it.
No.
Eh?
I've seen this particular one before. I saw it last night.
I don't follow you, sir.
Huh. That settles it. Look here, closely.
Yes?
See these initials scratched on it? Very tiny here. Probably done with a pocket knife. See it? A.S.
By crikey, A.S., that's what they are. Whose do you suppose?
He offered to sell it to me last night.
Who?
Albert Stevens, the copper's narc. I was just trying to telephone.
Goodness sake.
So that's why he hasn't come home.
Eh?
He said he knew this Casimir. He said Casimir had money. And money was what he needed.
Well, Casimir was robbed, we know that. But I never knew a copper's narc to have the courage to commit murder, sir.
Why, I bought him the courage, old boy. 4 pints of mild and bitter. Suppose that makes me an accessory to murder?
The constables who were dispatched to the home of Albert Stevens reported that he was still absent. At 11 next morning, he had not yet come home. His wife knew nothing of his whereabouts, nor did the garage people where he usually kept his cab. At noon, a teletype signal was sent to all metropolitan police stations giving a description of the man and the number of his cab, GLP 301. The same information was published next day in Metropolitan Informations, which goes to all police officers. There was no immediate response. Neither the man nor the cab could be found. By now, Superintendent Watkins had been officially assigned to the case, and on the morning of the 4th day, we held a strategy meeting in his office. He had some new information for me.
They found the gun.
Indeed, sir.
They've been taking the car to pieces down at Hendon for us, you know. They found a .32 caliber Walther automatic pistol hidden in the lining of the top.
Good.
Our friend Casimir was killed by a .32 caliber bullet, you know. And ballistics assures me that this is the gun from which it was fired.
Good. Fingerprints? Fingerprints?
None. The ballistics say they're sure that more than one shot was fired from the gun.
How could they tell that?
There are 2 cartridges missing from the clip. And it seems they found too much powder fouling in the receiver and the barrel for one shot. I don't quite understand, but they're quite positive.
They find more than one bullet?
Only the one that went through Casimir's head. It was embedded in the dash of the car.
Where's this other one, then?
Somebody else's body, I expect. But whose, I say?
Yes.
Oh, blast. Superintendent Watkins here.
Hi, Watkins. Fletcher here, T Division.
Hello, Sailor.
Look here, we found your man Albert Stevens.
Oh, good. Found him.
Oh.
Where was he?
Sitting in his taxicab.
Where?
At the bottom of the Thames.
What?
Near Wapping Old Stairs. One of our boats found him.
Is he dead?
Twice dead, old chap. Drowned and a bullet through his heart.
Well, so that's where the other bullet went. I admit I'd more or less dropped a brick in pinning all my hopes of a quick solution of the case on Albert Stevens. Llewellyn and I moved at once to realign our strategy. This was our estimate of the situation.
It is possible that Stevens did murder Casimir, of course.
Possible, but Not probable.
The forensic laboratory people, the ballistics people, say that the bullet they found in Stephen's body was fired from the same gun that killed Casimir.
The .32 Walther automatic they found in the car.
But then, who killed who?
I suspect that since the gun was found in the car with Casimir, he was the last one shot, wouldn't you?
Well, then, of course, Stevens couldn't have killed him.
Right. Stevens must have been dead and at the bottom of the Thames when Casimir was shot.
Then who killed Casimir? Obviously not Stevens.
The forensic laboratory can tell us who died first, I hope.
We know.
How?
The gun. It was with Casimir, remember? Unless someone shot him, then took the gun and killed Stevens with it, pushed him into the Thames, and then brought the gun back.
Sounds silly.
Indeed.
Then who shot Casimir?
One of Stevens' friends might have if he knew Casimir killed Stevens. Revenge.
How do we know Casimir shot Stevens?
Well,
Besides, Stevens didn't have any friends. Except me. And I don't think I did it.
His wife, perhaps?
Yeah. Perhaps. Well, besides, how could she get that gun?
No friends.
None I know of. I knew Albert rather well.
What?
Casimir had friends, though. Albert told me about them.
Who?
A man named, woman's name, Marion.
I don't know him.
And a man who wears a foreign Navy uniform.
Polish? Casimir was Polish and a deserter.
I suspect our man's a deserter, too. They were all mixed up in the black market, Albert said.
What sort of black market, sir?
Oh, all sorts, it appears.
Why should they kill Casimir? Or Albert Stevens?
Well, Albert, that's simple. They found out he was an informer, a narc.
Why Casimir?
Oh, people have been murdered for money before. Perhaps Casimir was cheating them. He was apparently the boss.
Well, a crook who cheats a fellow crook is asking for it.
Let's get on to Marion and the Navy officer.
All we have to do is find them.
Now, allow me to digress for a moment. There was, of course, no record anywhere of Casimir's former address. We put people on that at once, suspecting that Marion and the Navy officer might live close to Casimir's home. But another day dragged by without tangible result. I was sitting gloomily in my office, trying to think of a more tenable theory than the one we had tentatively adopted. Oh, blast the phone. Yes, Watkins here.
Lady to see you, sir. Inspector.
What's her name?
Name, please.
Miss Dottie Telfer.
Spell it, please.
Taliaserro. You've heard of me. I'm the actress.
Miss Dottie Telfer, sir. And...
Actress. You know me.
Actress, sir.
What she want?
She said it's in connection with Casimir... What was her name, miss?
Kashuber, I said.
I heard her.
Yes, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir.
And ask Sergeant Llewellyn if he'll just step in here.
Yes, sir.
Come in. Good afternoon, madam.
Are you Superintendent Watkins?
I am. Sit down, madam.
I thank you.
You said you knew something about Casimir Kashuba.
Yeah, I saw in the Express that he's dead.
Extremely.
And good enough for him, I'd say.
You knew him?
Yes. He was a crook.
I'm afraid you're rather late in telling us that, madam.
Well, I mean to say,
What sort of dealings did you have with him?
I never had any. Well, I mean, he cheated me, and now he's dead. How am I going to get back the £17 I gave him? That's what I want to know.
Why did you give him £17?
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Oh, come on in, Llewellyn. This is Miss Dottie...
Telfer. I'm a music hall star at the Shepherd's Bush Empire.
How do you do, madam?
Sit down, Llewellyn. Seems Miss Telfer has given Casimir £17.
Whatever for, miss?
Well, I expect it was rather silly of me, but I couldn't resist it.
Resist what?
Well, I was having a
late supper after the show last Tuesday, and there was a man, Kashmir Kashuba it turned out to be, sitting 2 tables away from me.
That the first time you met him?
Of course. Do you think that... On the table before him was the most magnificent handbag.
Handbag?
A woman's handbag, the kind I hadn't seen for simply years. I couldn't resist doing what I did.
What did you do, madam?
Oh, I know it's breaking the law, but isn't everyone in the black market?
Not everyone exactly.
Oh? Well, I just stepped over to the table and introduced myself, and he gave me his name, and I said, would you mind terribly telling me where you got that adorable bag? I wanted one myself, you know.
Black market.
So, he said he manufactured them, and that I could have one if I liked. All I had to do was to give him £17, so that he could buy the special leather it was made of. And in a day or 2, I could call at his flat, and it'd be ready for me, do you see?
And you fell for that old one?
You called at his flat?
Would you believe it? When I called, he professed never having seen me. He said he was not a manufacturer.
He wasn't.
And nothing I could say would make him give me back my £17 or the bag.
And did you kill him then?
I did not.
Later, perhaps.
I never killed anyone in my life. I'm a law-abiding...
Will you give us the address, my dear law-abiding young woman?
No, it's in Maida Vale somewhere. I think I have it here, in my shabby old handbag.
Thank you very much, Miss...
Telfer,
an actress, I think you said, yeah. Well, that'll be all, Miss Telfer, and thank you very much. Come along, Llewellyn.
Yes, but how am I going to get my £17 back? The man's dead
You're
now.
not going to get it back, Miss Telfer.
What?
You're very fortunate. The black markets cost you only £17. It cost Casimir his life. Ready, Llewellyn?
Within 20 minutes, a Scotland Yard car dropped us at the address in Maida Vale Miss Telfer, actress, had supplied us. We interviewed the proprietor of that dismal place, a cross-eyed young man in an unusually dirty waistcoat in the Red Mingus tartan. His name, he informed us, was Ian Kalbfleisch, and he had a cold.
No, he ain't here. We're quite aware of that, my good man. He's dead.
Did you murder him?
No. Are you in the black market, too? No.
May we see his room?
Tain't his anymore. Whose is it, then?
Another man.
Who?
An officer. Navy officer.
Oh? RN, RNR, or RNVR?
Not one of ours. Polish Navy.
When did this Polish naval officer take the room, Mr. Kalbfleisch?
Day after the murder.
Oh, you know the day of the murder, then?
I can read. Was it all the papers?
Is this man here now?
No.
Will he return?
He always has.
Was this naval officer a friend of Casimir's?
I don't know.
May we see the room?
Got a warrant?
Yes.
All right. Second door on the left.
Come on, Lou.
All right. It's unlocked.
Come on. No, leave the door open, Lou. Our friend with a runny nose might just warn him that we're here.
Right. I'll keep watch.
While Llewellyn kept watch from the open door, I made a quick search of the place. I found nothing at all of any apparent importance until I went for the pockets of the navy greatcoat in the closet. I was about to exhibit my findings to Llewellyn when he hissed sharply at me from the doorway. What's up?
Chap coming in, wearing a navy uniform.
People in your room, Commander.
Who are they?
Police. Scotland Yard.
What do they want?
If you'll come in, Commander, we'll be glad to tell you.
Who are you?
Sergeant Llewellyn of Scotland Yard. I think you'd best come in, sir. Come in, sir.
What is the meaning of this, may I ask?
What is your name, please?
Leo M. Stefanowitz, Commander, Polish Navy. What do you want?
I should like to ask you a question.
Well?
May I ask you where you got this mechanical pencil, sir?
I will tell you. I got it,
Well, where did you get it?
I didn't kill him.
Kill whom, Commander?
Why, Casimir Kashuba.
This was Albert Stevens' pencil, Commander.
I didn't kill Albert.
The top of this pencil was found in the car with Casimir Kashuba's body, Commander.
I didn't do it.
Perhaps you can explain, then.
Yes,
Well?
Marion did the killing.
Oh, indeed, Marion.
Yes, I told him not. It was Marion who did it, not me.
Oh, our friend Marion. He did it.
Yes, I am telling you the truth. Marion.
You know where Marion is?
I will take you to him. Yes, I will help you. He did it, and I will help you find him. Please, let me take you to him.
Please.
Will you please? Casimir was my friend.
I'm just wondering something, Inspector.
Huh?
I am wondering if Albert Stevens was also his friend.
Let's go and find your friend Marion, shall we, Commander?
It was a quiet little hotel we drove to in the West End. Inspector Watkins and me and the commander all jammed in the police car together. The clerk nodded in a familiar way to Stefanovitz when we entered.
Is my friend in?
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't announce us, please. We will work the lift ourselves. Get in, gentlemen.
All right.
Now, we shall see justice done.
Indeed.
The first floor, gentlemen. The door directly opposite. Here.
Who is he?
Leo, Marion.
Who's with you?
No one.
Got in. Leo, my boy, I am glad.
We are from Scotland Yard, sir. I warn you, both of you, that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
What is the meaning of you murderer? What? Yes, these gentlemen have come to arrest you for the murder of Casimir.
Sacre, you traitor! You coward!
Arrest him, gentlemen. He is the murderer.
You look, this man. He's the one who fired shot.
Huh?
He's the one who did it. I see him do it.
You see me? You know you did it. He is the one, gentlemen.
I'm not. He should catch me from behind as I sit in front seat.
I was in the front seat. He did it.
Sacre!
Oh, talk yourself, Valery. You murderer, you thief,
Gentlemen, Marian Konechny and Leo Stefanovitz, I arrest you both on suspicion of having been involved in the murder of Casimir Kashuba and of Albert Stevens. You've both been warned. Have you nothing to say? At the trial, the two men admitted all the details of the two murders. Albert Stevens, it seems, had talked too much about his relations with the police, and someone in a moment of rage had shot him, and his cab had been dumped into the Thames. Walking away from there together, they'd stolen a motor car. Casimir Kashuba, who had been drinking heavily, twitted his companions about the new hold he had on them as murderers. He boasted that he'd had no part in the crime, and one of the two men had shot him in the back of the neck with a Walther automatic pistol. Each man blamed the other. The jury took 25 minutes to decide who was guilty. Mr. Justice McConaughey placed the black cap on his head.
Marian Konechny, Leo Stefanovitz, the jury have found you and each of you guilty of the murder of Casimir Kashuba. It is the sentence of the court that you and each of you be taken to a lawful prison and thence to a place of execution, that you be there, each of you, hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your brothers respectfully.
The two men appealed the verdict and won. They were immediately tried for the murder of Albert Stevens and again heard the fatal words,
that you there, each of you, be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
The latter sentence was carried out.
You have heard the eighth in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled by special permission from the official files of Scotland Yard. Only the names have been changed. Otherwise, the story is true. Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. And the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper and produced by Jack Goldstein and Collie Small. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure zooming your way today with Joel McRae featured in another authentic story based on the files of the Texas...
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, brought to you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, this is the voice of the custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. This is a man's handkerchief. I doubt you've ever seen a handkerchief so stained with blood. I don't believe I have. I just like to touch it. They should really wash these things, shouldn't they? If the young man who owned it had washed it, he wouldn't be where he is now. No, I don't know exactly where he is, but I've been led to believe it's an unpleasant place. His body is buried, as Mr. Justice Coburn said, within the precincts of the prison in which he had been confined. That was Pentonville Prison, where a great many murderers are buried. Now, here is Chief Inspector Godfrey Allen Rouse, who had most to do with the case number H42426.
Yes, I've been on duty all night. No, I'd had no adventures at all, except an interview with a sad, fat man who accidentally set his bed on fire, and whose landlady was annoyed with him. I don't believe the poor man has smoked cigarettes in bed since. I was shambling sleepily along a certain street in the West End, thinking how nice it is to go to bed at the height of the full, fresh, fragrant morning, when my arm was rudely seized. My thoughts of bed vanished with a minor popping sound as I recognized the features of Mr. Alistair Crumbine, proprietor and chief clerk of the nearby Forensia Hotel. I gathered from Mr. Crumbine's gobbling that someone was violently dead in his hotel. Sighed and followed him. There, a functionary conducted me by means of a frighteningly creaky lift to the top floor of the Forensic and preceded me into a room, the door to which was standing open. Across the neat bed lay the body of a dead woman, appallingly battered about the head and upraised arms. She was a thin, middle-aged woman, and there was no sign of blood on her. She had been carefully washed off, although the bed linen was spattered freely. There was no sign of a weapon, and the room, except for the carnage on the bed, was quite tidy. A door leading to what I assume was a private veranda was closed, locked, I afterwards found, from the inside. The functionary and I stood and looked silently, and then I heard the lift creak again, and Mr. Alistair Crumbine was there. Who is she, I asked Mr. Crumbine.
She's dead, isn't she? There's no doubt she's dead, is there?
I reassured him, and he burst into lamentations.
Oh, my poor hotel. What's my poor hotel going to do with people getting murdered in it? What's to happen to me?
What happens to your guests, Crumbine? She's a guest, isn't she? Who is she?
Oh, the poor lady in my hotel. She's dead.
Yes, she's dead. Who is she?
Eh?
Who is she?
It's Lady Madge Johnston. She's dead.
I knew of Lady Johnston. Lady Madge Johnston, a well-known philanthropist, widow of Sir Lawrence Johnston, a former member of the London County Council. reputed to keep a large box of crisp £1 notes for handing out to indigents at all times. What are you doing, Alistair?
The box of money's here, all right.
Mean there is a box of money?
Look.
You may believe it or not, but there was a great Schweppes ginger beer case still bound with iron straps under the bed, and it was absolutely running over with fresh, crisp Bank of England pound notes.
Whew.
Wonder if it's all there. Wonder if he took a fistful.
Who?
Chap that did her in.
I wonder who did it. In my hotel.
When did it happen?
The maid found her when she brought up a cup of tea at 7 o'clock, like she always does. Darjeeling tea she always drank, the poor thing. Nasty strong stuff. At 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
And then the maid came and woke me up and hurried home at once. Had a seizure, she said. Elsie Weed from St. Louis, USA.
Who?
The maid had a seizure.
She say anything?
Only that she was going home.
I know, a seizure. Anybody else been here?
I don't think so. No.
Who was that man who brought me up here? He's been here.
Oh, Fellows, the porter. He operates the lift.
He here?
Eh?
Was he here?
Oh, he must have been, mustn't he?
Has he any ideas? What does he know?
I'm afraid I didn't ask him.
Get him. I want to talk to him.
Oh, yes, of course.
Get him.
Yes, of course. Fellows! I say fellows!
Isn't there a bell on that lift?
Oh, yes.
Well, use it then.
He'll hear me. Fellows!
So will everyone else in the hotel.
Oh, do you think so?
You'll have everyone up at the place here, and I don't want them. Ring the bell.
Oh, yes, of course. He'll be here at once.
Where does that door lead?
What door? Oh, to the veranda.
Wonder if he got in that way.
Don't open the door. Oh, don't, be careful. You'll fall. Be careful.
What on earth happened here?
Oh, I should have told you. Oh, I hope you didn't fall. Only it was still there. There's no floor on the veranda.
What?
We have the carpenters here, you know. They're making a few changes. Some new floors in the verandas.
A man could break his neck here.
It is quite a fall, isn't it?
Where are these carpenters? Have they got ladders?
Ladders? Yes, of course they've got ladders. How do you think they get up here? Do you suppose it was a carpenter that did it? Oh, but they all go home at night. They leave the tools and... I say, she might have been struck by a hammer, mightn't she?
Let's see. Might very well have been. What about their tools?
I was saying, they leave them in a storeroom, locked down on the ground floor.
We shall go down there and look presently. Let's send for these carpenter chaps.
Do you suppose... I say, do you suppose one of them could have done this? Good heavens. They do use hammers, don't they?
We shall see. I think we should have them here at any rate.
Oh, by all means, old boy. Oh, here's the lift. I'll tell Fellows to ring up the carpenter foreman and have him... Oh, Fellows, would you... Oh, it isn't Fellows, is it? Oh, good morning, Sipperley. Where's Fellows?
Good morning, sir. He went home. His time was up. I'm on duty now, sir. I'm here.
Oh. Oh, dear.
Who is it?
Sipperley, sir. I'm the day man. Fellows went home.
Get him back here at once.
Yes, sir. But I don't know where he lives, sir. In Southend, I think, sir. Or Hammersmith. Or perhaps it's Shepherd Bush. I'm not sure, sir. Houston?
Well, do you know where that carpenter foreman lives? Get him at once.
Yes, sir. So I'm not sure...
Here. Wait
Wait a sec.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir?
Sipperley isn't as bright as he might be.
No, sir. But there's Lady Johnston. Morning, Lady Johnston. She's sick. Well, what's the matter with Lady Johnston?
Please go, Sipperley.
Run along, old boy, do.
Yes, sir. Shall I, sir? Oh, is something wrong with Lady Johnston? She hurt? Is she?
What shall I tell the boy?
He'll find out sooner or later. She's dead, son.
Oh. What's the matter with her?
She's been killed.
Who killed her?
We don't know, Sipperley. Now, please go on.
I know. It's one of them carpenters has killed her. That's why you want me to go find them. I know what you're talking about. I know.
Be quiet, Sipperley.
Huh? Well, who did then? Tell me who did. Tell me.
Now, go on, Sipperley.
Yes, Mum. Sir. Poor Lady Johnston. I know. I heard him.
I heard him talking in the night.
Well.
Well, indeed. Do you have many like that?
Poor Syphilis. Still, the boy may be right, you know.
About what?
About the carpenters, of course.
Why?
Well, you said she was battered to death with a hammer. A hammer's a carpenter's tool, isn't it? A weapon.
I said she might have been beaten with a hammer. She might have, I said.
Well.
Are there no other hammers in your hotel?
The carpenters have the only one. They're the ones who did it. They must be. They did it. No, wait till we get them here. Don't you think so, Chief Inspector?
I don't know.
Well, then, who could have?
I don't know that either.
You wait till we get them here. You'll see.
Look here, old chap.
Eh?
Just run along to a telephone, will you, and ring up Scotland Yard. It's Whitehall, 1212. Tell them there's been a killing here and ask them to send some people.
Send who? Whom?
They'll know whom to send. And tell them I'm here too, will you, and I want someone to relieve me.
Yes, sir. What'll I do then, sir?
Then I suggest you go talk to Syphilis. Perhaps he and you can think up some good ideas together.
I'm your man. Oh, poor Lady Johnston.
Whilst Crumbine dashed down the stairs, which also creaked abominably, I sat myself down with Lady Johnston's corpse to think. These are the things I thought of. A, the good charitable lady had been killed in the night. Whoever did it had, with the good lady, made a great deal of noise. Note. Who heard the noise? And when? Did they recognize any voices? Someone who was familiar, or had become familiar with arrangements at the Forensic Hotel did it. Else, how had he known about Lady Johnston? How had he got in the room? That door to the outside of the veranda had been locked. And the veranda 5 floors above the street is no floor anyway. How did the intruder get in? Or had he not had to get in? Had he been inside all the time? And what had the night porter been doing? Suddenly, I must have a little talk with that night porter, and I remembered his name, Fellows. The man who had been relieved by the boy Syphilis and gone home to Southend or Hammersmith or Shepherd's Bush or perhaps Euston. The night porter would have a lot of questions to answer, I could foresee. Lady Johnston said not a word to me, but grinned horribly. There were a couple of spots on her face the person who had washed her up had missed. "Excuse me, milady," I muttered, and went to look at the outer door. The key which had locked it was still in the lock where I had left it. The inside, mind you. I opened the door. The floorless veranda yawned above those 5 stories to the street. Could a ladder, I wondered? Carpenters use ladders. I must see if that foreman carpenter or his mates had been reached yet. I closed the door, locked it. Went out and rang for the lift. After a moment, it started up. Well, I reflected, that would at least save time. I could ask Syphilis some of the questions that plagued me. Perhaps he might know something. I waited as patiently as I could. At last, it hove in sight. "Hello, Syphilis," I said. I could see Syphilis staring up at me. "Hello, Syphilis," I said.
Oh, you remembered my name, sir. Thank you, sir. Hardly anyone remembers my name, sir. Joseph Adoniram Syphilis, it is, sir. From Blackpool, way up in Lancashire, sir. I don't know your name, sir, though.
Well...
Oh, no, don't tell me. I'll find out. Poor Lady Johnston, she didn't remember my name either. She always called me boy. I hate being called boy, don't you, sir? Yes, sir. Do you want to see Mr. Crumbine, sir? He's on telephone. He's calling the foreman carpenter, sir. Mr. Morris, like you said. Only he can't get Mr. Morris on the telephone. And so he called Fellows. Fellows is the night porter, sir. And he lives in Kennington.
Not Southend or Hammersmith or Shepherd's Bush.
Or Euston. No, Kennington. Mm-hmm. Kennington isn't far away, and Fellows will be right here in a minute, and maybe you'll know who killed poor Lady Johnston. She was so nice. But she always called me boy instead of my right name, Joseph Adoniram. Don't you feel dreadfully sorry about her? I'll take you to the cellar, sir, whilst Mr. Crumbine's on the telephone. This is the cellar, sir. There.
Nothing down here.
Storeroom, sir, where we keep the guests' trunks and boxes and everything, sir. Excuse me, sir, I beg your pardon, sir. Excuse me, sir. I'm always bothering the guests, sir. Mr. Crumbine tells me, and...
Look here, Syphilis.
You're not bothering me, and besides, I'm not a guest. Why now?
Well, sir, I want you to know that I'm really not such a simpleton that Mr. Crumbine thinks I am.
Now, look here, civilly.
He thinks I'm not quite bright, sir. But I'm bright, all right. And I have the equivalent of a high school education, sir.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, sir. I know algebra, sir, up to binomial theorem, sir. And I'd wager Mr. Crumbine doesn't know that much about algebra. And I know Latin. Quousque tandem abutera Catilina patientia nostra. That means, how long, O Catiline, are you going to continue to try our patience? And I know Kipling quite well. My father was a great student of Kipling. Excuse me, sir. There's a widow in sleepy Chester who weeps for her only son. There's a grave on the Parbeng River, a grave that the Burmans shun, and there's Suba da Prag Tevori to tell how the deed was done. That's the grave of the 100 Head. I know it all, but excuse me, sir, I forget so much. I think that's why Mr. Crumbine thinks I'm not quite bright. I can't remember things. I tried for me trade test in the war, sir, but right in the middle of the examination, I forgot. I've forgotten what I forgot. But they made me go away. That's the room there where the carpenters keep their tools. Wouldn't you like to look at it, sir, while Mr. Crumbine's on the telephone? Well, goodbye, sir.
I wonder if he heard anything last night. Or has the poor beggar forgotten it? Well, I suppose we'll never know. Poor kid.
Hello, Chief Inspector. How did you get down here?
The lift.
Oh. Simply take you to the wrong place. I'm going to sack that fellow.
Oh, no. This is quite the right place. Did you get your people?
The carpenters? No. But they'll be coming in. The fellow? Yes, he's on his way. Turns out he lives in Kennington. No distance at all. What do you mean about the right place? Want something down here?
I thought I'd have a look at this place where the carpenters store their tools.
You do think it was a carpenter, did it?
Where's this place?
Just a step. Here.
Not locked up?
Well, they go in and out all day. Come on, I'll show you. Here they are.
The carpenters?
No, old chap. The tools.
Let's have a look. Saws. Whatever these things are.
Planes.
Levels, drill braces.
Miter boxes.
Hammers. I say, let's have a look at these.
Suspicious, eh? Suspicious, eh?
Yes.
Well, let's have a look.
Looks all right. So it's this one.
There's only 3.
3 what?
Hammers. Hammers. Matter.
This one's clean.
Beautiful. These carpenter chaps.
I mean it's clean.
Oh. You mean...
Like the old lady was. Carpenters don't usually wash their hammers, do they?
Well, I don't know.
I'll tell you, they don't. Look at the others. See? Sawdust, rust here, paint.
I see, but I know. Maybe it's new.
I don't know. But I don't think so.
Well, have you found them, the weapon, gentlemen?
Whitehall 1212, to which you are listening, is compiled from records of authentic cases from Scotland Yard. The research is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. In today's story, Chief Inspector Rouse has just discovered what may be the murder weapon in a cellar storeroom. Now, back to the story itself.
The people from Scotland Yard for whom I had asked, photographers, fingerprint men, all the rest, including a relief for me, had now arrived, and I sent an earnest young constable back to the yard with the extraordinarily clean hammer, with instructions to take it to the forensic laboratory people for a thorough examination. I sat down in the corner of the cellar with Alistair Crumbine and Fellows, the night porter, and held grave discussion.
Good thing you got me before I got in the bed, sir.
Why is that, fellows?
Once I got my eyes shut, sir, you'd never woken me up till Monday, sir.
Good heavens. Is today Sunday?
As ever was, sir. We all ought to be in church singing hymns or praying or going on like they do, sir. As I say, sir, it's a good thing you found me sitting there eating the last of my liver and onions and my Sunday night shirt, or I should never have waked up until 8 o'clock Tuesday night and Monday being my night off, sir.
At which time you'd have been sacked, because you're due on the job at 6:30, my dear fellows.
Sorry, sir.
That's why we weren't able to reach those carpenters.
All at Nonconformist Chapel, sir.
Well, you can arrest them Monday, Chief Inspector.
Why should I arrest?
Well, it was their hammer that Lady Johnston was murdered with, wasn't it?
We don't know that yet, you know. Wait till I hear from the laboratory.
Have to be certain you know, sir. You know what Sybil has been saying, sir?
Oh, that nonsense.
What's Sybil been saying?
If you listen to everything Sybil has been saying...
What's Sybil been saying?
He says he recognized them, sir. At least 3 or 4 times he told me, sir.
What's Sybil been saying?
Oh, a lot of nonsense.
What, fellows?
Well, sir, excuse me, Mr. Combine. He's been hearing voices.
Voices?
Voices? What kind of voices, fellows?
Well, may I tell him, sir, what Sybil has been saying?
If you want to make a fool of yourself.
I believe him, sir. That lad wouldn't tell a lie.
Hasn't brains enough to tell a lie.
Well, what's he been saying about voices?
He's been hearing him, sir, nearly every night for a week.
What sort of voices, fellows? Sybil, let's have him in here and ask him.
He's gone, sir. I met him when I came in.
I sent him out for some coffee for all these Scotland Yard fellows.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're all very grateful. Wonder where all my men are.
All over the place.
Well, sir, Sybil has been telling me he sleeps here at night, sir, the other end of the cellar. That 3 times, I think it is, he's been waked up and by strange men and voices whispering.
He's balmy.
Now, wait, sir. I thought I heard them myself. And Sybil and me we've gone hunting for them all over the hotel.
Find them?
Well, no, sir, but I believe they're the ones who stole that hammer, if they did, and killed poor Lady Johnston with it.
Sybil swears he's heard them. Unless it's an hallucination. Might be, you know.
He's been waking me up every night, practically.
You don't believe it.
Well, clues sometimes come from the strangest places.
Well, there might have been somebody planning to. Yeah. Still, we never found anybody.
It'd be extraordinary if you did, fellows.
Beg your pardon, sir?
It isn't that simple.
But, sir...
But it's interesting enough to make me want to know more, I can assure you of
you
that.
You see, sir?
Oh, nonsense. The man's daft.
Well, we'll see. And at that moment, the earnest young constable I'd sent to the laboratory with the too-clean hammer arrived. Well, Constable, I said?
Yes, sir. They've examined it. There's a preliminary report, sir.
I was being a little too Sherlock Holmes.
No, sir.
Eh?
No, sir.
What?
Well, should I be for these gentlemen, sir?
Eh? Oh, Crumbine. Well, it's your hotel, and fellows. Perhaps we may find your whisperer.
Sybil, sir.
Speak up, Constable.
Well, sir, first the laboratory said the hammer looked too clean to be true.
Huh.
It was. It had been wiped clean.
Exactly what I said.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Well, when they started to examine it under a low-power microscope, sir...
What did they find?
A drop of blood. A blood stain, sir.
Well.
Yes, sir. Under one of the claws, here, where the cleaning rag missed it.
The type?
AB, sir.
Wonder what type Lady Johnston's is.
We got a sample, sir. That's what took me so long.
What type?
They're identical, sir. This is the weapon she was killed with.
Constable...
There's something else, sir.
What's that, Constable?
Well, sir...
Will you gentlemen excuse me for a moment, please?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, Constable?
I stopped by the CRO, sir.
The Criminal Records Office, Well, that's quite right. There should be a check made of every person concerned and every crime investigated, of course.
I had them checked, sir.
Good.
Here.
Both these people?
Yes, sir.
Let's see.
Better turn your back to them, sir.
Yes. Combine and Alistair. No record. Well, I'm glad of that.
Yes, sir. Read the other.
Fellows George, no record. Well.
The other one, sir.
Sipoli, Joseph Adoniram. Oh, no.
Read it, sir.
I needn't need to more than glance at the card. Sibley Joseph Adoniram had been convicted twice. Once for robbery, once for causing grievous bodily harm, both felonies. He was not quite bright. And when Sibley returned with the coffee for the Scotland Yard men, the earnest young constable and I called him aside. In Sibley's own room, we showed him the card containing the notation from the Criminal Records Office. He looked at me with something of a sneer, and his voice wasn't the same.
Well, copper, I suppose you want to search me.
I turned away while the constable frisked him, as the Americans put it. Nobody said anything. When I turned back, Sibley was grinning at me. The constable looked at me in horror. There on the little table before him lay a blood-stained handkerchief.
It was in his pocket, sir.
Don't let that give you any ideas, Chief Inspector. I was boxing the day before yesterday with good old fellows, and he blooded me nose. Ask him.
Get him, Constable, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Fellows. Hello! Come in here, please, Mr. Fellows.
Right. Come in.
Ask him.
What's wanted, sir?
Fellows, were you boxing with Sibley here the day before yesterday?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir, I was.
See?
Did you...
Give you a bloody nose, didn't I, sir?
And here's the handkerchief I sopped it up with.
You've been carrying that wretched thing about in your pocket all this time?
But when we sent the blood-stained handkerchief to the laboratory, they found the blood on it was not type A, Sibley's own, but type AB, which was Lady Johnston's. Confronted with this anomaly, Sibley made a statement.
Yes, it's her blood. Yes, I killed her. I'm sorry I didn't get all of the blood off the hammer. I made up the story of the people whispering, so if I couldn't blame it on the carpenters, there'd be somebody else. You'll find the handkerchief I used for my bloody nose on the floor of my room, under the rug by my bed. I just pocketed the wrong one. They both looked alike. It's no good, I give up. I murdered the old fool. Why? I'll tell you why. Because everyone said I wasn't quite bright. Because nobody would bother to learn my name, Joseph Adoniram Sibley. They called me boy. Just like the old lady did. Boy. So I killed her. I wish I could kill all of you. I didn't get any of the money, though. Fellows came along too soon, looking for the people that whispered. So I went along with him. We didn't find anybody. Boy indeed. Not quite bright indeed. Well, I almost got away with it, didn't I?
Almost. Joseph Adoniram Sibley was hanged at Pentonville Prison, and his body's buried in the precincts of the prison. The boy who was not quite bright. He wasn't a boy, though. He was 27 years old, though he looked much younger, as the prison surgeon who made the post-mortem examination said.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 was Horace Braham as Inspector Rouse. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Morris Dollamore, Gordon Stern, Evan Thomas, and Lester Fletcher. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is provided by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The voice you will now hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Good afternoon. This curious object, curious unless you happen to belong to the fraternity of the Green Thumb, is not in the strictest sense a lethal weapon, but like most implements of husbandry, quite simple to make it lethal. This thing, if I may be permitted the somewhat citified form of nomenclature, is used in the eradication of weeds in a garden or elsewhere. It operates something like this, I'm given to understand. Certain substance, a powder, placed in here. The nozzle, observe the nozzle, is then placed in juxtaposition with the aforesaid weed. The handle here is pushed vigorously, like this, and a cloud of the substance is ejected onto the weed, which thereupon perishes miserably. Such a device could be, and sometimes is indeed, equally fatal to human beings, for the powder it dispenses is arsenic. Inasmuch as the former owner is no longer extant, having been hanged by the neck until dead, I shall ask Superintendent Frederick George Abbott to relate the essential facts of case number 87-300.
Superintendent Abbott has been retired from the CID for many years and is now in poor health. You will hear his voice as it must have sounded at the time of this case some 30 years ago.
Go to Hay, I was told, and I thought he was swearing at me. But I quickly learned that Hay is only just across the border in Wales. The railway station, in fact, is in England. Hay is a little town, an old one, and the market centre for quite a countryside along the River Wye, the valley called Cuthop Dingle, which separates the two countries. I sought out the local police sergeant, whose name was Jones.
Catesby ap Catesby Jones. Jones is a fairly common name in Wales, it is. But there are not so many of the ap Catesbys, I will assure you.
Oh?
I have lived here in Hay all of my life.
Then I take it that you know this chap quite well.
Yes, I know the foreigner quite well.
Foreigner? I'm talking about, what's his name, Major Birdsong?
Yes, the foreigner. He is an Englishman, Devonshire, isn't it? Where he comes from?
Sure, I don't know.
I know all about him. He came here long before the war. That would be 8 years ago, and he...
And he's still the foreigner.
Whoever is not born in Hay is a foreigner, Superintendent.
What else do you know about him, Sergeant?
Well, he became partner to Mr. Gwilym Evans, the solicitor. And when Mr. Evans died in 1913, he succeeded to the business.
Oh?
And then he went to the wars and came back a major. And then he wanted to become a partner of Mr. Arthur Hughes.
Oh.
He was the other solicitor. He had an office opposite on Broad Street. But Mr. Arthur Hughes had a young relation with him in his office. And when he died, this young man, who had served with the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, took over the business by the terms of the will of Mr. Arthur Hughes.
Ah.
Which is why you have come down to Hay from London, do you see?
As through a glass darkly.
Eh?
As through a glass darkly, Sergeant. That's from the Bible, I think.
Indeed to goodness, from 1 Corinthians, sir.
You didn't tell me the name of this young man you speak of.
Oh, for heaven's sake, he is Mr. Owen Davies, who came so near being the late Mr. Owen Davies.
I thought it was a maid in Davies' house who almost died.
That is true, of course. But if Mr. Owen Davies had eaten one of the chocolates, he might have been made ill, and he might have died, Superintendent.
But he didn't.
God be thanked.
You're certain these chocolates were poisoned?
Dr. Llewellyn examined them, Superintendent.
But why do you suspect this Major Birdsong Jones? You don't know the chocolates came from him, do you?
Who else would have a motive? And besides, isn't he a foreigner?
The next order of business, having arrived on the earliest of the 3 trains a day that served the town of Hay, was breakfast. And not bad either. Bacon and eggs, scones with bitter Dundee marmalade, several small oceans of tea. Not bad at all. Then Sergeant Jones and I called upon Mr. Owen Davies, the former Welsh Fusilier, who had avoided an untimely demise by not eating chocolates. I wanted to know more about that.
No, sir, I don't know where they came from.
Well, Mr. Davies, isn't it just a trifle unusual?
I know where they came from. Some shop or other in London, but who sent them, I don't know that.
Oh. Well, where do you think they came from?
Well, I thought my wife bought them, I suppose.
And indeed, to goodness, she thought Mr. Owen Davies had bought them, Superintendent.
So you tucked into them without asking anyone, eh?
I didn't eat any, Superintendent. Neither did my wife.
It was the maid, Gladys Powell. The maid, she ate one.
And became violently ill.
And it was arsenic poisoning. Dr. Llewellyn diagnosed and he called me.
Did she die?
By the grace of the Lord, no. But she was a very sick little girl.
Serves her right. Stealing chocolates.
Oh, I'd hardly call that stealing, Mr. Davies.
She'll not get another opportunity in my house. Sacked her.
And what made you suspicious of this other chap, Major Birdsong? Is that his name?
Kindly don't pronounce his name so loud, officer.
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
He is looking at us this very moment, Superintendent.
What? Where?
Sit still, I beg you. His office is directly across the street.
Oh, you mentioned that, didn't you, Jones?
He is looking out of his window at us this moment.
Eh? Can see us, then?
Aye.
You're sure he has no idea that he is suspected?
I am sure of that, sir.
Strikes me it's an awfully thin case against him, Jones. After all you have is the fact that he lost out on gaining this business. Look, the fellow's smiling over here. He's waiting.
He'll be coming over here any minute now. No, Birdsong.
Oh, you're on good terms, eh?
One has to be.
He's wondering who you are, Superintendent.
No, he doesn't look very dangerous.
I'm not so sure.
Look here, I came here to investigate an attempted murder, Mr. Davies. I'm beginning to believe that I'm wasting my time talking about a sordid little case of business jealousy or something like that.
Oh, no.
We don't think so, sir.
Well, I know you don't think so, Jones.
Superintendent, you don't understand.
I don't like these village feuds.
Well, I must admit, Superintendent, you might think that is what is upsetting us.
I do.
But it is more than that, sir. Major Birdsong owes me and one of my principals a large sum of money which I have been pressing him to pay.
Yeah?
And Major Birdsong has been quite insistent that he cannot pay the sum, which, as I say, is quite considerable.
Is that a motive for attempting murder?
Well, Major Birdsong is a very violent man. Like so many small men, he's a very violent man.
Indeed, yes.
Has he threatened you?
He has indulged in some very violent language.
He seems friendly enough now.
Still afraid of him.
And I, too, Mr. Davies.
May I ask why?
It's a long story.
Tell us.
Well, he lives across the border at Mayfield and Chusa Dingle.
Across the border, sir, in England.
Well, that's not so very reprehensible, Mr. Davies. Except to a Welshman.
That's not the point, Superintendent.
What is, then?
The man has rather extensive lawns and gardens at his home. And to hear him tell it, life with him is a continual battle with weeds.
Well, most gardeners...
He carries on a continuous war against weeds, quite savage,
He works harder destroying weeds than he does at his office.
Yes, with arsenic, weed killer, Superintendent.
He's the only man in the village who keeps a stock of pure arsenic on hand, Superintendent.
How do you know that?
From my father-in-law, the village chemist, who sells it to him.
Are you happily married, Mr. Davies?
Why,
I hope you are.
Why?
You just said that your wife's father also deals in arsenic, sir. In wholesale lots. Having left Mr. Owen Davies with what the Irish sometimes call a flea in his ear, I removed myself to ruminate a trifle. The suspicion of the foreigner, Major Birdsong, I must admit, appeared to me most absurd, as I've no doubt it also appears to you. Of the two, I was most impressed by Birdsong, although I'd had but scant opportunity to observe him from across the street. I went to call on him. I wanted to form a better opinion of the man. He was a small, dapper man with a most military moustache which seemed a trifle too large for him. Birdsong, I ventured.
I am Major Birdsong, yes, sir. May I be of service to you?
I noted a black mourning band on the left sleeve of his jacket. Nobody had told me about that. Another point in his favor, I noted mentally. A man still wearing mourning for close relatives, hardly the type to attempt murder. Major Birdsong, I said, I'm Superintendent Abbott of Scotland Yard. He smiled cheerfully at me through his huge moustache.
Come to arrest me for sending poisoned chocolates to Davies across the street?
Oh. You know about this thing, then, sir?
A little difficult to keep secret, you know, in a town like this, Superintendent.
What sort of chap is this, Davies?
An amiable fathead. Not so amiable either. Rather soured on the world. I suppose you noticed his expression.
Well?
Took a machine gun bullet through his cheek at Hummel on the Somme. Stiffened up his face muscles, can't smile. Well, that's not much lost to him. He never knew him to smile much before he was wounded. Poor chap.
What's this row between him and you?
Well, I was naturally a bit upset about the way he did me out of old Hugh's business, which I considered would someday be mine, and I was quite cut up. Natural, I suppose, but Davis. Odd beggar.
You owe him money?
Not anymore. If you've ever seen a mountain made out of a molehill, that was it.
I hear it involved a considerable sum of money.
He accused me. I saw you in his office with Dogberry Jones, the local limb of the law, a bit ago. He accused me as usual.
He wasn't very happy with you.
It was very annoying. It was quite legitimate, but he made rather an issue out of it. Principally, I think, because I was strapped and couldn't find the money at once.
But you settled that indebtedness now?
Yes. I fortunately came into some money recently, although it took most of it to pay off this fellow. I should be quite well off if he hadn't. Oh, well, it's all over now and forgotten.
I'm not so sure of that, Major Birdsong.
Oh, come now.
Well...
Does the man actually think I sent him poisoned chocolate?
He points to your use of arsenic.
I use my arsenic on weeds. Nasty things, I've been using arsenic for 8 years or more here. Or rather, my home. I haven't been accused of murder yet. Besides, I buy my arsenic from his father-in-law.
I pointed that out. How do he and the old gentleman get along?
Viciously.
Oh?
I think that wound of his has rather put him a little off his trolley, really. I've seen many a case like it. Nothing serious, you know, but, you know. I was in the army, you know.
So was I. Buford Corn was light infantry.
I was in the ASC.
Then I take it that, so far as you're concerned, Major, there's no ill feeling between you.
Oh, decidedly not. Business? All fair in love and war and business, you know. Why, as a matter of fact, he and I are driving over to my place, Mayfield, you know, in Cusop Dingle, my house for tea together. That's how unfriendly I am, Superintendent, even if I am a foreigner.
Well, don't serve chocolate, Major Birdsong. That's my advice. Thank you, sir, and good afternoon. Much later in the afternoon, I sat in the saloon bar of the Red Dragon with Sergeant Catesby, F. Catesby Jones, and Dr. David Llewellyn, the local doctor who had diagnosed the illness of Davy's maid as arsenic poisoning. We drank sparingly of the local beer.
I gather you don't think so much of the case, Superintendent.
I've seen and heard very little so far to convince me that your Major Birdsong's a potential murderer, Sergeant Jones.
Well, Gladys Powell was certainly poisoned by arsenic, sir, as Dr. Llewellyn can tell you himself.
There is no doubt of that, Superintendent. If I had not taken prompt preventive measures, she would be dead this minute, so she would.
Who supplied the poison, Doctor?
I know of no place in this vicinity where arsenic is kept except at Birdsong's.
And the chemist?
Well, yes, at the chemist.
Who is O.N. Davy's father-in-law?
That is so.
You think Birdsong, Lord? Don't you, Doctor?
Dr. Llewellyn, I'm thinking perhaps Superintendent should know about Mrs. Birdsong.
What about her?
She died.
Is that why he's wearing the mourning band on his sleeve?
It is.
Recent, then?
Quite.
Mm-hmm. Did she leave him some money?
She did.
That is where Major Birdsong got all the money to pay Mr. Owen Davies.
And just in time.
Oh. What'd she die of?
Sergeant, you're not drinking your beer. Pour some of it in my glass.
Here, let me get you one.
No, this is quite enough. I do not indulge very often. Thank you, Catesby.
Here, let me...
No, Superintendent, thank you.
You were talking about Mrs. Birdsong, Doctor.
Yes. She was the one in the family who had the money. Birdsong never had anything.
Not a farthing.
Not till she died.
Correct. Mrs. Birdsong had always been a little, shall I say, unstable. I was her physician, you see. About a year ago, she developed certain symptoms.
All right, Doctor. What kind of symptoms?
Her mind.
Oh.
And at last I, together with Dr. Thomas Rattray of Carmarthen, an old and valued friend of mine, and an excellent man, certified her as insane. She was in an asylum at Gloucester for some 7 months, Superintendent.
She died there?
No. She recovered rather well. Not completely, you understand, but legally sane.
Legally?
What do you know about this, sir?
Indeed, I know all about it, sir.
She was brought home to Cusack Dingle, Mayfield, their home. Do get me another beer. I'm thirsty.
I'll get it, sir.
That is good of you, Catesby. About a month after she returned home, I must add that Major Birdsong was most insistent that she be released from the asylum. About a month later, she developed another symptom, physical symptom, and then she died.
Here you are, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Catesby.
You didn't say what sort of symptoms, Dr. Llewellyn.
Abbott, I'm a true Welshman, and this man is an outlander, an Englishman. But I am also a doctor of medicine, and I have taken the oath of Hippocrates, and I will not suborn myself. He is a foreigner, but I can't help that.
I know that, sir.
Where is my beer? When her will was admitted to probate...
Just in time, Superintendent.
Just in time, leaving him all her money and cutting off the rest of her relations, father, brother, all of them, without a sixpence, 2 things came to light. One, the will was a new one, legal, of course, drawn up only a week after she returned from the asylum. Sergeant Jones, you may tell the superintendent what else was discovered.
There are certain irregularities in the witnessing of the document, sir. Indeed, there was a considerable disagreement about it, but it was finally decided that the man had had trouble enough with his wife insane and then dying. Nothing was said about it. But the evidence is there.
Yes, it is.
If evidence indeed it be, sir.
I'd like you to tell me about those symptoms of Mrs. Birdsong's, Dr. Llewellyn.
After carefully going over those symptoms in my mind as best my memory serves...
Yes?
And in the light of certain recent occurrences of which you are now aware...
Get on with it, Doctor.
I am prepared to state that her symptoms might, mind you, have been those of arsenic poisoning.
But you cannot prove that, Doctor.
A post-mortem examination could, Superintendent.
You realize what that would mean?
Shall the wicked escape while the hunters rest?
I thought for a long time that night, to the ruin of a good night's sleep, would the Director of Public Prosecutions take seriously the views of this country doctor and this country police sergeant, and order an exhumation and a post-mortem examination of the body of Mrs. Mildred Birdsong? Or would they consider me a gull, a too-ready believer in gossip? I fell asleep after a long time, and I was awakened by the clatter of a bell in my ears. Telephone. Hello?
Is that Superintendent Abbott?
Yes. This is Superintendent Abbott here. Who?
Sergeant Catesby of Catesby Jones here, sir.
Who? Oh. Hello, Jones. What on earth?
Sir, I would never think of waking you at this hour of the morning.
What time is it?
4:26.
4:26. In the morning?
Yes, sir. Sir, I wouldn't have waked you up if it had not been for Dr. Llewellyn, I assure you.
Dr. Llewellyn, what's the matter with Dr.
He'll talk to you, sir. He's right here, Dr. Llewellyn.
Where are you? Police station?
Hello, Abbott. That's you? Llewellyn here.
Yes, this is Abbott, Doctor. What's happened?
We're at Mr. Owen Davies' home, Superintendent.
Davies? Has he been hurt?
No, he is very seriously ill.
Ill? What's the matter?
I think I got here in time.
What's the matter?
You remember he went to tea at Major Birdsong's last night, Abbott?
Yes, of course.
He was taken extremely ill here in his home.
But what?
He has had nothing whatever to eat since leaving Major Birdsong's home.
What are you trying to tell me, Doctor?
About his symptoms, Superintendent. They're exactly the same as those of the maid Gladys Powell and of the late Mrs. Birdsong. Arsenic poisoning.
I hurried, of course, to the home of Mr. Owen Davies, who was moaning and feeling very ill indeed. Fortunately, said Dr. Llewellyn to me, arsenic is thrown off quite rapidly from the human body.
So he's in scant danger now, but it might very easily have been fatal.
You can be certain that this is arsenic poisoning, Doctor?
No. I cannot be absolutely certain by what rough and ready tests I've been able to make yet, but we'll know very soon.
How's that?
I've sent Catesby Jones with samples to the Clinical Research Association, and they'll find out for me whether arsenic is present.
It couldn't be anything else.
He has the symptoms of a severe bilious attack, that's true, but that rapid pulse, that could be arsenic's doing.
You're not sure, then?
Frankly, no.
But you will know?
One way or the other before very long.
May I talk to him?
Yes, of course. Not very long, though, of course.
Of course.
In here.
Well, Davis, what happened to you? Anything about your suspicions, does he, Doctor?
No, of course not.
What happened, Davies?
That's how Downer tried to poison me.
You had tea with him at his home, didn't you?
Yes, he had scones.
Had what?
Scones, you know. Those Scottish cakes. I love the blasted things. That's given me this... Oh! Indigestion.
Did he eat any of them, too?
There's some?
Yes.
No. I wish he had. Doctor, this is indigestion, isn't it? I'm not going to die, am I, Doctor?
Eventually, Owen, but I doubt you will this time.
I really thought he did poison me. After all, he did try at once.
You really do dislike the man, don't you, Davis?
Now, Owen, don't excite yourself now. Come along, Superintendent. We've had long enough with him now.
I'm going sick.
Hand me that basin, Abbott, and get out.
I got out. I went and sat in Mr. Owen Davies' chair by the fireplace in the sitting room and waited. I heard footsteps creaking down the stairway. That was Mrs. Davies, I assumed. I remember hearing Dr. Llewellyn's voice and the woman's, and I drifted off to sleep. It was still less than 5:30 in the morning after all. And then I was awakened by a distant telephone bell. And I listened.
Yes? Dr. Llewellyn speaking. Oh, good morning, Catesby. You got there all right? There was someone there. They made their test. What was it? What did they find, Catesby? Good. I'll tell Superintendent Abbott. He'll want to know.
I was on my feet before he finished talking.
Abbott!
What did they find?
What I suspected. Arsenic.
John Davidson here, Blackness AM, you know. Superintendent Abbott's mind was, of course, made up. He petitioned the Director of Public Prosecutions for an exhumation order on the body of Mrs. Mildred Birdsong. He also arrested the Major for the attempted murder of Owen Davies.
I expect you want to know how the arsenic got into the poisoned chocolates that were intended for Owen Davies and presumably into the poisoned scones. You remember that squirt gun affair that Superintendent Davidson showed you in the Black Museum? Sergeant Catesby Jones, who had kept the remainder of the poisoned candies, went over the Cusop Dingle to Birdsong's home, Mayfield. Tell us what you did, Sergeant.
I brought back that same squirt gun. It was still half full of arsenic. And tiny holes in the bottoms of the chocolates matched the nozzle of the thing perfectly. The arsenic had been injected into the candies, by goodness. And it was Major Birdsong's weed gun that had done it. For indeed to goodness, there were small traces of chocolate on the nozzle of the thing.
And so, indeed to goodness, we charged him with that, too. But we knew he couldn't be hanged for an unsuccessful murder, of course. And so did the Major himself. And so he sat in the village jail until the justice of the peace could see him. Until the late evening of that rainy day a week later. The body of Mrs. Birdsong was exhumed at 6 in the morning. It was taken to a 400-year-old stone house not far from Cusop churchyard where she had been buried. And there waited Norman Kirby, the Home Office pathologist, with Dr. Llewellyn and me. I stayed outside. At 4 that afternoon, Llewellyn came out. Well, Dr. Llewellyn, I said.
We found it.
Enough?
Some of the internal organs are fairly solid with it, Superintendent. We found, or rather Norman Kirby did, and he had the reagents to prove it,
found nearly 3.5 grains of arsenic months after she was buried. A jury can't mistake that, my boy.
He stood up in the little cell when I opened the door. Albert Birdsong, I said, I arrest you on the charge of the willful murder of your wife, Mildred Clark Birdsong.
Correct.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing, may be used in evidence. Do you have your notebook, Sergeant Jones?
Indeed, for goodness I do, sir.
I'll make a statement. Yes, I killed her. I killed her because I had to have the money. I had to pay that... No point in calling names, is there? That fellow townsman of mine, Owen Davies. I'm sorry, but she wasn't much use anyway. Her mind, you know. It's a pity, but I had to do it. That's long and short of it. I'm sorry about Davies. I'm sorry I didn't succeed. He richly deserved it. After all, it was on his account I killed Mildred, Inspector. Why not hang him instead?
No. The jury at the Summer Assizes at Hereford, the murder was committed at their home in England, not in Wales where his office was situated. That jury recommended that Albert Birdsong himself be hanged, and so he was.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Superintendent Abbott. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Winston Ross, Lester Fletcher, Maurice Delamore, and Guy Spall. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here is the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson, to brief you on case number 504 MR701.
Good afternoon. All the exhibits I have charge of here at the Black Museum are not in themselves horrible or gruesome. I admit that several of the exhibits in this case, number 504701, are so dreadful that we reserve them for the use and study of our own people exclusively. Policemen are notoriously a strong-stomached lot. But this one that I brought with me is not such a one. Look at it. It's a woman's earring. The pair couldn't have cost a great deal. Handmade, I think, by some village jeweler in France many years ago. Can you make out the design? Crudely carved representation of a left hand holding a heart and what seems to be a flower. The other one of the pair was similar, I'm told, by those who've seen it, except that it was a right hand. This is the only one left of the pair. Retired Chief Superintendent Cedric Pickard is a little older today than he was then. Hey, Cedric,
I was a brand new inspector then, John.
You still remember all the details of this case, though.
For 35 years, I've been trying to forget them, John. On the 31st of October, 1917, the Zeppelins raided London for the next to last time. About 8 o'clock on the morning of November the 2nd, some 32 hours after the air raid, I received a call from E Division of the Metropolitan Police in Bow Street. I hastened there at once. They had 4 things to show me. 1, a badly blood-stained sheet. 2, a large jute bag labeled Argentine La Plata Cold Storage. 3, a stout cord which had been tied round the bag. 4, torn bit of pasteboard on which was scrawled in pencil the words Bloody Belgium. Most curiously misspelled. There was a civilian there, too, a squatty man with a cast in his left eye, wearing a remarkably dirty cap. He stood up and I looked at him.
It's Sammy Elwood, sir. I found it. Them things I mean.
Oh, did you then?
Roadman, I am, sir. I work at Regent Square in Bloomsbury.
Where'd you find this?
In the central garden in the square, sir, behind the railing. I seen it when I first come to work this morning, sir, but I wanted to have some breakfast first, sir. Good thing I did, too, and then I untied the bag when I come back. I run for a policeman right away, sir.
Why'd you run for police?
The bag, sir. There was a lady in it.
The lady, rather the remains of the lady, for she was lacking a head and hands, had been taken to the mortuary. Sam, the roadman, obviously knew nothing about it except what he discovered when he untied the bag marked cold storage. He went back to work, a faint green tinge still underlying the grime on his face and hands. I examined the evidence. The pasteboard on which was written Bloody Belgium, I hazarded, might indicate that someone who disliked Bloody Belgians had caused the death of this one. The bag, I decided, should go to the laboratory for examination. I looked for laundry marks on the blood-stained sheet. There was one down in one corner. I telephoned it in to the Criminal Records Office and started for my office at New Scotland Yard. The telephone was ringing as I came in. Yes? Inspector Picard here.
Sergeant Toland here, sir. We found out about that laundry mark, sir, the one you phoned in.
Good.
It belongs to a Mademoiselle Albertine de Rocher.
Belgium?
Don't know, sir. Address 50 Munster Square. That's over east of Regent's Park, sir.
That's very good, Sergeant. I'll run over there at once. Care to come along with me?
Why, if I can get permission to leave here, sir.
Get your hat. I'll take care of that. Accompanied by Sergeant Monty Toland, he was a much better man on the case than on a CRO telephone, and they knew it. I proceeded to Munster Square, and we were admitted to Mademoiselle de Rocher's 2-room flat by the landlady, an old Frenchwoman with a moustache.
Bed's overflown up.
Oh. Sheet seems to be missing.
No sheet here.
Look under the bed.
1, 3 pairs of shoes.
No sheets under here. What are you looking at, sir?
Is that blood? There on the pillow.
Looks like it. And here, sir, on the blanket.
A lot of it. I wonder.
Sir, there's somebody at the door.
Landlady.
I can speak a sort of French, sir. Alors, madame, entrez.
Alors?
Come on in, the keyhole's drafty.
Pardon?
Come in.
Ask her if she knows where Mademoiselle de Rocher is.
Mademoiselle de Rocher...
She is gone.
She speaks English.
Oh, oui.
Where's she gone to?
Je ne comprends pas.
Où est-elle?
Oh, she is gone since Samedi.
Saturday.
Oui, she goes for to see her sister in
Nottingham?
Nottingham.
Oui, oui, Nottingham.
What's her sister's name?
Ça, je comprends pas.
Comment elle s'appelle, la sœur?
Je sais pas.
She doesn't know, sir.
She go away to hide in the abri when the Boche come in the air raid. Underground, in the tube, vous savez? Elle ne revient pas. Nottingham. Tu compris?
What time did she leave?
À quelle heure est-il parti?
Presque minuit.
Near midnight.
Samedi.
Saturday, yes.
She didn't come back, huh?
No. Nottingham.
Nottingham.
Oui.
Ask her who might know her sister's name in Nottingham.
Madame...
Il le sait. Cet homme-là, là-bas.
What man, madame?
The man in the picture there?
Oui. Ça, c'est Langlois, son bon ami. Langlois, il sait.
It's Langlois, her sweetheart. He might know, she says.
Where is he?
Je sais pas. C'est lui.
Where is his home?
Oh, Charlotte Street, numéro 101. 101. Langlois, Étienne Pierre, petite boucherie. Rue Charlotte, numéro 101.
What'd she say?
She says his name's Langlois and he lives at 101 Charlotte Street.
I know that. What else did she say?
She says he has a small butcher shop there.
The butcher Langlois was not there in his combination living quarters and shop in the basement of 101 Charlotte Street when Toland and I arrived. The heavy door was strongly barred and locked. Toland spoke to an attractive Frenchwoman who seemed to be the charwoman. At least she was armed with broom and pail, obviously recently used.
Pardon, mademoiselle. Monsieur Langlois est-il ici?
Non, monsieur, il est en train de livrer ses viandes. Je ne sais pas quand il sera de retour.
Oh.
Non, vous ne pouvez pas entrer. J'ai tout enfermé quand j'ai fini de nettoyer. Quelle saleté. C'est que Langlois a égorgé un veau samedi soir. Oh, le sang était tout partout. À présent, il fait ses ventes. Je regrette, mais je ne sais pas quand il sera de retour.
What'd she say?
She says he's gone.
Oui, monsieur.
Who's she?
Je suis Françoise Grimard.
Mademoiselle Françoise Grimard.
C'est moi la fiancée d'Étienne Langlois.
What'd she say?
She's the sweetheart of Langlois, she says.
How many sweethearts has this fellow got?
Oh, I don't think we'd better ask her that, sir.
Mais qu'est-ce que vous dites, voyons?
What'd she say?
She wants to know what we're talking about.
Madam.
Mademoiselle.
You tell us, Owen.
Dommage que je l'ai raté. Je vous remercie, mademoiselle. Come on, sir. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
À la bonne heure, messieurs.
Goodbye, madam.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, right. Wonder how much she knows about this affair. Said she was Langlois' sweetheart, didn't she?
That isn't all she said, sir.
I gathered that.
Said Langlois had butchered a calf in there Saturday night.
She did?
That's why she had to clean up the place.
I hope she didn't clean it up too well.
Why, sir?
I'd like a sample of that blood.
I don't understand you, sir.
I want to see if it's really animal blood, my boy. I posted 2 detectives at the Charlotte Street location to keep a close but inconspicuous watch on the home butcher shop of Etienne Pierre Langlois to report the butcher's return. Toland and I went back to the Munster Square address where Albertine de Rocha had lived. The mustached landlady assured us she knew nothing more of the affairs of Mademoiselle de Rocha. She did, however, add that Monsieur Langlois had put in an appearance there after the de Rocha woman had left. Ask her when, Toland, I said.
Quel jour, madame?
Dimanche.
Sunday.
What did he want, madame?
He had food for the cat. Mademoiselle de Rocha asked him to do so.
Was he alone?
Huh?
Était-il seul?
Oui.
How long was he here?
15 minutes, peut-être.
15 minutes.
I know. He fed the cat?
Comment?
The cat. Cat. Did he feed the cat? Eat.
No.
Why? That's what he was here for, wasn't it?
Le chat est perdu.
The cat's what?
Perdu. He has run away.
Well, what did he do with the cat food?
Oh, he take it away with him.
Why didn't he leave it here?
Je ne sais pas.
Was he here alone in this room all that time?
Oui.
Did he take anything from here when he left?
The food for the cat.
That all?
Je sais pas. I don't know.
You sure?
Monsieur, if he takes something from this flat, it is hers, not mine. Comprenez? I don't know. Aussi, he is her sweetheart, you say, n'est-ce pas? It is all right if he takes something. I don't know. Not my business.
A sheet seems to be missing from the bed.
I don't know. Je ne sais pas absolument.
I see. Well, that's that.
Seems to be, sir.
Well, thank you, madam, and goodbye.
Goodbye, monsieur.
Oh, I knew there was something else I wanted to ask you.
Oui, monsieur.
Do you know a woman named, what's her name, Tom?
Who, sir?
The woman who told us about Langlois.
Oh. Françoise Grimard.
Ah. Know her?
No, I have never heard of her.
Nowhere in all London is the art of thrusting one's nose into other people's business at lower ebb than in Soho, with its enormous foreign population. Our uncooperative landlady was a conspicuous practitioner of the ancient injunction, live and let live. As Toland and I approached 101 Charlotte Street, half a mile away, Detective Sergeant John Mullins, one of the men I'd posted to watch the Langlois establishment, called to me.
Hey, Inspector.
Who's that? Oh, it's you, Mullins.
Yes, sir. Been looking for you, sir. You went to your office at the yard, and I...
What's up?
He's come back, sir.
Langlois?
Must be him, sir. He looks like a bloody butcher. He came up and unlocked the door of the place and went inside.
He's still there?
Must be. We haven't seen him come out.
Good.
The woman came up and knocked at the door, sir, about 10 minutes ago and was admitted by him.
Young?
Well, not so young, Sergeant, but very handsome, I'd say.
What'd she say?
We couldn't hear her, sir, but she's there now. At least she hasn't come out either.
She's telling him all about the two policemen who were asking questions about him this morning. I'll take my oath.
He was there. So was Mademoiselle Françoise Grimard. They had been sharing a bottle of villainous-looking vin rouge. The kind the French soldiers call...
Pinard.
Pinard, right. It is said to dissolve the teeth that's taken in quantity by an amateur. Neither Langlois nor Mademoiselle Grimard were amateurs, apparently. They looked at us a trifle owlishly, however. We gratefully declined the drink. Langlois swilled Pinard.
What do you want, policeman?
Prends garde, Etienne.
What'd she say?
Be careful what you say, sir.
What?
That's what she said, sir.
Oh.
What do you want?
We'd like to ask you a few questions, Monsieur Langlois.
Ask them. I do not guarantee to answer.
Qu'est-ce que tu dis, Etienne?
Je dis que je ne promets rien.
Mademoiselle Grimard told us that she cleaned your place out.
He did not clean it well enough, I'm afraid.
Oh, fiche-moi le camp.
It is so dirty, François.
Si au moins tu faisais plus attention quand tu égorges tes bêtes.
What did she say?
She says I should be more careful when I butcher. C'est vrai, François.
You do your butchering in here?
Sometimes, monsieur.
Mais écoute.
Tais-toi, François.
This blood on the walls here, on the floor. It's animal blood, then?
From the calf I slaughtered.
Would you mind if I take a small sample of it?
Qu'est-ce qu'il dit?
Il veut du sang.
Pourquoi pas?
Yeah, why not, monsieur? You will find it is calf's blood. N'est-ce pas, François?
Bien sûr.
Oh, monsieur, take what you like.
If you please, Solon.
Yes, sir.
Just scrape some of those stains in. Here, take this envelope. Yes, sir. Label it. Thank you. Now, if you'll open the door and hand it to Mullins, ask him to hurry it back. You don't mind, Monsieur Langlois?
I don't mind.
Yes, sir. He's to take it to Sidney Belloc in the laboratory and have him tested at once to see if it is animal blood.
It is, monsieur.
And rush me a report here at once. I'll wait.
Yes,
Thank you, Monsieur Langlois.
but is that all you wish, monsieur?
I should like to ask another question or two, if I may.
Oh, monsieur?
Regard Etienne.
Let me alone. Monsieur.
Now, you are not required to answer this question, Monsieur Langlois.
I know that. Ask it.
You, knew Mademoiselle Albertine de Rocher, did you
Albertine
not?
Durocher, la vache, cette salope.
Françoise.
Oh, Albertine Durocher, alors oui, la connaissez, moi aussi.
Mais tu sais,
Elle qui voulait manger Étienne, cette cochonne de la rue.
tu Françoise.
Oh, elle ne reviendra plus ici, celle-là.
Enfin, c'est toi.
Oh, essaye. Elle reviendra plus jamais
Enfin,
ici.
c'est toi. Ferme ta gueule.
Eh oui, il la connaissait. Moi aussi.
C'est toi, Françoise.
Elle nous tracassera plus jamais, celle-là.
I take it the lady did know her.
She certainly did, sir.
What did she say?
Well,
Albertine Durocher.
Now, excuse me, monsieur. I think it is better you go from here.
Monsieur Langlois, I have several more questions I would
I'm
like.
sorry, monsieur. I will not answer them.
Well, you don't have to, of course.
I am sure that you will see that the matter of Mademoiselle Albertine Durocher is a very painful one for Mademoiselle Guillemard and myself. François.
Oh, alors.
Alors, c'est toi, François.
Oh, Albertine Durocher.
No, monsieur. I have answered enough. I know the British law, too, monsieur. You may not enter my dwelling without a warrant if I wish you not to. Nor must I answer questions unless I so choose. You have no warrant. I choose not to answer any more of your questions. I ask you to go away from my house. The door, monsieur.
Oh, attends, espèce de crétin.
A thwarted policeman is a sorry sight. We shambled down Charlotte Street in the general direction of Scotland Yard. And the small measure of self-respect we detained in our retreat to its sheltering walls was quickly stripped from us by Sergeant Mullins, who met us on the stairway to my office.
I was just starting out to find you, sir.
Yes, Sergeant?
That bundle of blood you sent me back with, sir.
Yes?
Laboratory says it's animal blood, sir, not human at all.
Toland and I went home. But a night of even troubled sleep helped. I found obtaining a search warrant not too difficult, and armed with it, Toland, Mullins, and I returned to Charlotte Street. Langlois greeted us with a tolerant smile, I think you'd call it, if you were a novelist.
It was the blood of an animal, was it not, Inspector?
Yes, it was, Monsieur Langlois.
Oh, I see. I did not lie to you, n'est-ce pas?
I have brought a search warrant. Is there any other room or building on these premises which you use for slaughtering? May as well tell me. We shall find it anyway.
There is a small shed.
Out this door, monsieur.
But I have not used it for many months.
Out this door, monsieur.
Wait. Go ahead, Mullins. You know what you're looking for.
Right, sir.
Is there a basement here?
It is used for storage.
We'll have a look at it later. Toland.
Yes, sir.
Have a good look round the other rooms first, Toland.
Yes, sir. Monsieur, I assure you...
Oh, on the second floor, Toland. Just run round to Munster Square, will you?
Is that not where the Mademoiselle de Rocher lives,
Just
monsieur?
run round there, will you, and see what Tom Bennett's found out.
yes, sir.
If his report isn't ready, wait for it. And come back here at once.
Right, sir.
May I ask?
There's a pathologist over there with some portable laboratory equipment, monsieur.
Mais je ne comprends pas.
He's over there looking at some blood stains. Now, if you don't mind, I'll start in this room. Is this an abattoir too, monsieur?
It is my kitchen.
It was a most dingy kitchen. A most filthy kitchen. I inspected it carefully. Greasy saucepans, well-scrubbed butcher's knives, moldy pails of rubbish, stinking half-empty tins of decayed food, and under the ancient sinks a pile of stained linen. The third item I picked up was a blood-stained towel. Animal blood, too? I asked Langlois. He didn't reply. And then something fell out of the folds of the towel onto the floor. I picked it up. What's this? I asked.
It is an earring. It belongs to Françoise, to Mademoiselle Grimard.
An earring, I said. And dropped it into my pocket. Just ask her about that.
I will give it to her, monsieur.
Thank you. I'll just ask her to identify us when she comes in. Where is she, by the way?
Oh, is it? I don't know.
You'll find her. Did you say this is animal blood on this towel, monsieur?
From the calf which I slaughtered.
Dear me, how did an earring ever get in here?
She lost it.
Saturday night? While you were slaughtering the animal?
Monsieur.
Who's that?
Me, sir. Sergeant Mullins.
Oh, come in, Mullins. You find anything?
These bags, sir.
Jute bags. What's it say on them? You read it, Langlois.
Argentine, La Plata, cold storage. I have dozens of them.
Curious. The same kind of sack the body was in. Well, let's keep them, Mullins. Now, who's that?
Oh, here you are, sir. Then it says the stains are animal blood, sir. He's certain.
I wonder how animal blood got in Mademoiselle de Roche's room. I wonder.
Monsieur, I must speak to you.
Eh? Very well. So, then you and Mullins go down to the cellar and see what you can find. Got a torch?
Yes, sir.
Go along. Now, monsieur.
Wait, monsieur. There's nothing down there.
Get along.
Monsieur, I confess.
Go on.
I did not kill her.
Oh?
I went to feed the cat. I found her dead in her room. She had been attacked. Oh, blood.
I'm reliably informed that is animal blood, monsieur.
I was frightened. The concierge, the landlady, she knew I was there. I might be accused of murder.
It is possible.
I brought the body back here. That blood out there in the kitchen, that is human blood. Her blood. I put her in the sack, but I did not kill her. I did not, I tell you. In the night, I got my horse and trap, and I drove to Regent Square with the body, and...
What did you do with the hand and the head?
We found the head, sir.
Oh, no!
It's in a cask downstairs, sir, with the hands. Can't identify it, sir, but there's an earring in one ear. The other's been torn out. If we can find it...
Who's that now? Come in. Good morning, Mademoiselle Grimard.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Et vous? On vous a mis à la porte hier. Et tiens, réponse, si veux-tu.
Mademoiselle, do you recognize this earring?
C'est à elle. C'est celui qui s'est accroché au torchon.
What'd she say?
She says it's the one that got caught in the towel, sir. Why, it's the same as the one down in the cellar, sir.
On l'a trouvé. Ils ont découvert sa tête.
She says they found it. They found the head.
Albertine. Oh, c'est lui qui l'a tué. Arrêtez-le.
Assassin, she is the one. No, she's not enough. My love, mon amour,
Stop. Helen. So she'll understand it.
Huh?
Etienne Langlois, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder.
François Grimard.
I arrest you for the willful murder of Albertine de Roche. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Come on, both of you. At the trial at Old Bailey, it was proved that Albertine de Rosa, instead of going to the air raid shelter when the alarm was given, had instead gone to the home of her lover, Langlois, who was entertaining Françoise Grimard. A quarrel ensued, and the DeRosa woman was struck on the head and killed. We found the murder weapon, a cleaver owned by Langlois. The only fingerprints on it were those of Francoise Greenmar. Langlois had gone to the dead woman's flat in Munster Square the next night with a container of animal blood in an attempt to make good his hastily conceived story. Then, realizing he must do better than that, he resorted to the practice of his profession. His handwriting matched the bloody Belgium written on the pasteboard with the body. It was a joke, he said, to foil people. It didn't. Etienne Langlois and Francoise Greenmar were hanged at Wandsworth Prison in May 1918.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Whitehall 1212 will not be heard next Sunday, giving way to a special broadcast of the Masters Open Golf Tournament from Augusta, Georgia. But we shall return to you at this time 2 weeks from today. Among those heard in this reenactment of a celebrated case were Horace Brame, Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Evan Thomas, John Durst, Patricia Courtley, and Elizabeth Eustace. The stories for radio on Whitehall 1212 are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. This evening, The Big Show stars Judy Canova, Fred Allen, Jan Murray, Vivian Blaine, Portland Hoffa, Johnny Johnston, and your glamorous hostess, Tallulah Bankhead, with Meredith Wilson directing The Big Show Orchestra and Chorus. Then, later this evening, Theater Guild on the Air co-stars Lily Palmer and Rex Harrison. Then, tomorrow afternoon and every weekday afternoon, be sure to hear the new dramatic series, The Doctor's Wife. Yes, morning, noon, and night for the best in radio entertainment. Stay tuned to NBC. Remember, tonight, Theater Guild stars Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on NBC.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is furnished by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
A great many of the visitors to the Black Museum here rather expect to find a series of tableaus of gory murders, complete with ghouls flitting about from corner to corner and blood-stained doublets. They're often quite astonished to discover a place that rather resembles the old curiosity shop, although I confess I bear but slight resemblance to Little Nell. A great many of our exhibits here are quite innocuous in appearance, although most of them have been eyewitnesses to murder. For example, this one. It's a reticule, a woman's homemade handbag, crocheted of yellow string. It accompanied a woman to her death. Sergeant Neil Poole had, I think, most to do with finding the murderer. Your turn, Sergeant Moore.
This girl was found dead near Maidstone in Kent early on the morning of the 14th of October a few years ago. A really quite chilly morning, as Octobers in England are likely to be. The Chief Constable of Kent had requested assistance from the Metropolitan Police. That's Scotland Yard, you know. And I was assigned. Maidstone is about 40 miles from where New Scotland Yard is situated in London, on what used to be called the Old Kent Road. And it was no great feat to drive there in an hour and a half. I was directed by the police constable at the scene of the discovery to the local mortuary, where I met Sergeant Miles Bowley of the Kent Constabulary.
Oh, yes, Sergeant Paul, glad to see you. We didn't expect you so quickly.
The chap in the flying squad brought me down a new Jaguar.
Wish we had one. What country got?
Mark 7 saloon, bloody thing flies.
I rode in one once. Well, like to come in and have a look at her?
Haven't had my breakfast yet.
Oh, she's not going to upset you. Very clean, strangling job.
Oh? How long do you have?
Let's see, 7:44 now. 2 hours about.
5:40.
5:35 to be exact. In here.
Wasn't light yet.
Just on sunrise. Milk roundsman saw a line beside the road.
Don't have many customers in here.
Not many, no. This is the lady.
Pretty.
Very. You see? Looks as if a scarf or something or the like had been twisted around her neck.
Medical examiner hasn't been here yet, huh?
Not yet.
Any idea who she was?
Not the foggies.
Nothing to identify her, eh?
Not a bloody thing.
What have you done?
Well, we have a man out there where she was found, trying to find something.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps you'd like to go out there.
Yes, I think so, personally. Nothing in any of the pockets of this dress? Or did you...
Pockets were empty.
Had she been...
No, lying there quite peacefully. Looked as if she'd been walking along the road and fallen down.
You've checked this fellow that found her, of course.
Yes, of course, old boy.
Odd you didn't recognize her if she's from around here, and you think the milkman would know everyone.
He didn't know her.
We'll ask him again when we find who she is. Where's her other shoe?
Haven't found it. The constable's looking for it.
She certainly wasn't going for a walk in this kind of a shoe. City side. Not very worn, either. Though that's not exactly a city dress, is it?
It's like most girls wear around here.
Well, don't look like a working girl's hands, either.
I shouldn't say so, either.
I'd like to have a talk with this milkman.
Whenever you like. I'll have him brought in.
Right. Suppose we might go and look at the place he found her now?
Well, we don't have a Jaguar 7 saloon, but if you'll ride in my Ford...
I was happy to ride in his Ford to the roadside spot where a constable waited, clutching the missing shoe. That was all he'd found. No indication of a struggle, no footprints. I checked that myself most exhaustively. Nothing. The milkman whom I interviewed told a most straightforward story. A little spry old man who knew all his customers intimately and was well and favorably known by them all. My suspicions of him abated for the moment. The other shoe, which the constable had found under a gorse branch, was no help either, except that it implied that the wearer was more accustomed to city pavements than to country roads. The medical examiner gave us his report at the Maidstone police station.
Ah, yes, Sergeant Paul. Well, there isn't a great deal to the report. Death was due to strangulation, of course.
Do you know how she was strangled, sir?
Apparently by cloth of some kind, a scarf or neckcloth, perhaps. There are no discernible marks of hands or fingers on the throat.
Was she...
She was not criminally assaulted, no. There are bruises on the right thigh, however, which were almost certainly made by a large hand, much larger than hers. Now, I've had them photographed in actual size here. This negative is of her hands to the same scale.
Marks were made by a hand much bigger than old Charlie Brooks, too.
Brooks and the milkman, Doctor.
Criminal assault was attempted, Doctor.
I'm a doctor, sir, not a detective.
Yes.
There is one curious circumstance which may have an effect on your investigation, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Judging by conditions indicated, without making an autopsy, the body of the young woman was held in an upright position for some time after death.
An upright position?
Either a standing or a sitting position, yes.
What could that indicate, Doctor?
I have no idea, Sergeant. Though I might hazard a guess.
By all means.
What, sir?
Well, I'm not a detective.
Oh, no.
But if the young woman had been riding, perhaps in a motor car... But that's absurd, isn't it?
If she was brought there by motor car from somewhere else, that'd be why nobody here'd recognize her. Wouldn't it, brother? At 11 o'clock the next morning, the 15th of October, I was informed that Sergeant Bowley had uncovered additional information about the dead woman. I hurried to the mortuary where I found him in conference with a tearful middle-aged woman who I noticed at once bore a striking resemblance to the dead girl in the mortuary. He introduced us.
Mrs. Christie, Sergeant Paul.
How do you do, ma'am?
Sergeant.
Mrs. Christie has identified the young woman for us, Paul.
It's my sister Daphne.
Mrs. Christie's other sister telephoned her from London.
Our sister Diana. Daphne started into London to visit her yesterday morning, like she does every week. She never got there.
How did you discover that, Mrs. Christie?
She had a telephone call this morning from the sister in London.
From Diana. And I hurried and telephoned the police, and they said I'd better come at once. It is Diana. Oh, my poor baby.
And where do you live, Mrs. Christie?
I used to live here in Maidstone, but I've a cottage of my own 6 miles out from the city now since my husband died. Daphne and I live. Oh, what will I do?
And that is her in there.
Oh, Daphne.
She's identified her, yes.
When did you last see her, Mrs. Christie?
Yesterday morning.
Do you have any idea who...
Daphne didn't have an enemy in the world. She was the sweetest, the kindest.
Of course, Mrs. Christie, but is there anybody at all that you could think of that might...
No.
You said she went into London every week.
Yes.
How did she go in? By bus or train or...
She hitchhiked.
Hitchhiked? Had rides with anyone who came along?
That's what she did.
But Lord, didn't she know how dangerous...
I told her. I said, Daphne, darling, you never know.
That's right, Mrs. Christie.
1,000,000 times I've warned her, Daphne. I said a day'll come. But she'd always laugh at me. Look at the money, I said, for sweets. She'd say, oh, she adores sweets. And I'd say a day'll come, and so it has come.
And the things that she was carrying, Mrs. Christie?
What?
The things that are missing.
Oh, she was robbed then.
Oh, there was the attaché case.
She was carrying an attaché case.
Well, not really an attaché case, Sergeant. An old pasteboard folder it was, but she carried it so long we always called it the attaché case.
It could be identified.
Just a cardboard folder.
It could be identified, though.
It was just an old brown pasteboard. Oh, it did have her name on it.
What did she carry in it, Mrs. Christie?
Just a few photographs that Diana had lent her. She was taking them back to London to her. Brenda's collar,
Brenda?
Brenda's Daffy's doggie. She's a little King Charles Spaniel. Oh, darling little Brenda, she'll grieve so. Oh, Daphne.
And the dog's collar was also in this pasteboard folder.
Oh, no, I remember. It was in the reticule. It wasn't in the attaché case. It was in the reticule.
There was also a reticule, madam?
Oh, is it gone, too?
We didn't find
A
it.
little yellow string reticule I crocheted for Daphne for a birthday gift last year. Oh, Daphne. Oh, dear little baby sister.
At this point, Mrs. Christie broke down completely and had to be taken away in a hysterical condition, unable to give us any further information. Upon recovering that same evening, she was able to supply a list of names of various acquaintances of her sister, and at Bowler's request found strength enough to set about crocheting a duplicate of the yellow string reticule, which she alone was able to do accurately.
The result, a most intricately contrived affair, which she completed during the small hours of the night of 16th of October, was carefully photographed and the prints given general circulation, in the hope that anyone recognizing it would communicate with us. It was, of course, obvious
that the possessor of the original would also possess information of which we stood in need. 4 days later, the original was returned to us. We showed it to Mrs. Christie.
That's it. That's Daphne's reticule that I made. You see, it's just exactly like the one I made from memory for you. I told you I'd remember it perfectly.
Sergeant Bowley asked the woman who returned it where she had got it. He reported to us.
Her name is Mrs. Jessie Bowen, B-O-W-E-N.
I never heard Daphne mention the name.
She says she didn't know your sister.
Well, where did she get it then?
She says it was given to her by a Mrs. Adelaide Greenbaum.
I never heard that name either. Where did she get it?
We're looking for her.
We found Mrs. Adelaide Greenbaum. She admitted giving the yellow string reticule to Mrs. Bowen. Where had she found it? It had been given to her by a Miss Polly Cavanaugh, she said. Who's this Polly Cavanaugh? I asked Bowley.
We'll find her.
We did. We found her visiting a cousin, a retired corporal major of household cavalry living at Alfringham. Yes, she had given the reticule to Mrs. Greenbaum. Where had she got it?
Certain Mrs. Emily Beveridge had presented it to her, she said.
I'm sure I'd never heard of Mrs. Beveridge.
I'll find her. I'm getting a little tired of reticules, though, Sergeant.
Mrs. Emily Beveridge agreed as she happily brewed a pot of excessively weak tea for the sergeant that she'd given the bloody thing, that was Bowley's own phrase, to Mrs. Cavanaugh. And where had she got it, I asked.
You may believe it or not, old boy, but she got it from a nephew, Reginald, she assures me.
And Reginald?
I have thoughtfully brought Reginald with me.
Where is he?
Reginald! Sir?
Come here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir?
This is Reginald, Sergeant Paul.
Reginald Apgar, sir. I'm Mrs. Beveridge's nephew.
Sit down, young man.
Yes, sir.
Did you know Miss Daphne, what was her name, Bowley?
Cordwainer.
Daphne Cordwainer?
No, sir.
You didn't know her?
No, sir.
Where did you get her purse?
Purse, sir?
That yellow string bag you gave your aunt.
Oh, that. I found it, sir.
When?
Why, the 15th of this month, sir.
Why are you so sure of that date, young man?
It's my Aunt Emily's birthday, sir. I gave it to her as a birthday gift. There's no use to me.
Tell him where you found it, Reginald.
Oh, floating in Beltane's Tarn, sir.
Where?
Beltane's Tarn is a pond, Paul.
I doubt Beltane the Smith ever was there, sir, but it's supposed to be haunted by it.
Tell him where it is, Reginald.
Oh. Well, sir, it's about a quarter of a mile from the road.
Tell him what road.
Oh. The road, sir, where old Charlie Brooks found that girl's body.
Tell him what girl's body, Reginald?
Oh, well, that Miss Daphne Cordwainer.
Well, did you murder her, Reginald?
Why, no, sir. I didn't murder her.
What were you doing there?
Well, sir, I'm a scoutmaster, sir.
Speak up.
Well, I introduced bird watching in my troop. We've been quite successful, too. I mean, rather bird photography more than bird watching. You photograph wildlife, Sergeant?
I do not.
Go on, Reginald.
Well, I'd heard that plover were quite plentiful around Beltane's Tarn. The first this year, you know. And having nothing better to do, I took my camera kit. I have an Adams Minex 4x5. Jolly good camera, that.
Yes, I'm sure. Will you get to the point, please?
Why? No necessity to be rude, sir. I'm getting on.
Fine.
Let him tell it his way, Paul.
May I go on, sir?
If you please.
Well, there weren't any plover. I did see a partridge in plumage, though, but he flew away before I could get my camera open. You know an Adams Minex, sir. Wonderful camera.
I don't know anything about it. Now, please get on with it.
Well, then I walked down to the town, and there was this thing floating in the water. So I picked it up, wrung it out, and took it home to Aunt Emily.
Is this true?
On a scout's honor, sir.
How did it get there?
My dear man, how could I possibly know?
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out, young man.
I'm sure I don't understand you, sir.
It may be that you will in time. Would you be willing to accompany me to this place?
To Beltane's Tarn, sir?
Would you be willing to accompany me and Sergeant Bowley here to this place and help us find whatever else we might be able to find, Reginald?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, sir. I found something else, but I doubt it's very important.
What?
This piece of pasteboard, sir. It's apparently been torn from one of those cheap attache cases. Probably doesn't mean anything.
Let's have a look, Paul.
Wait a sec.
But it's got that name written on it in pencil.
What name?
Daphne. Huh. See? Here.
Yes, I see. Reginald, would you mind waiting a moment out in the other room, please?
Not at all, sir. Here, sir?
There, if you please.
Yes, sir.
There is either the most naive young man I've ever seen, Bowley.
Think so?
Or the wickedest. Do you think he's too young to hang, old boy? And so, clambering over hill and dale in the manner of a Red Indian, I followed Reginald Atgarth from the spot where the body was found in search of Beltane's tarn. Miles Bowley followed doggedly in trace, grunting like the behemoth of Holy Writ. This time of the year, the Kentish countryside is suitable only for hares, underbrush, plover, and youthful scoutmasters, not for policemen in their piety.
How much further is it in Gog's name?
Quarter of a mile from the road, Reginald said.
Where's he gone?
Don't ask me. Probably coursing up and down like a blasted ferret.
I don't think ferrets course.
Yeah, neither do I. Call him.
Reginald! Reginald!
Reginald!
Gone away, the little blighter.
Reginald!
Why on earth you wanted to come out here with him is more than I'll ever know, Paul.
It's a good spot for a confession, old boy.
Reginald!
I wouldn't believe there's country like this left in England.
Reginald!
Calling me, sir?
Reginald.
Where have you been?
On the other side of the wall, sir.
Wall? What wall?
Oh, there's a wall across the park here. It's only 9 or 10 feet high.
9 or 10 feet?
Can't we go around it?
Well, why not?
Oh, it's 2 miles long. Too much trouble. But we can hop over it. Come along, follow me.
Hey,
Reginald.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Is this the only way to that blasted lake?
Yes, sir.
The only way?
Oh, it isn't far now, sir, after we climb the wall.
Let's sit down.
Oh, my feet.
Look here, Reginald.
Yes, sir?
Where in heaven's name are you now?
Up here on top of the wall, sir.
Top of the wall.
It's not as high as I thought, sir. It's only about 8 feet.
Come down here like a human being.
Yes, sir.
Don't jump on my feet, boy.
Those are my feet, sir.
You shook the ground.
Sorry, sir.
Look here, Reginald.
Yes, sir.
I think the time has come to ask you a question or two.
All right, sir.
Well, sit down.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you, do you really expect us to believe that whoever murdered Daphne Cordwainer took that yellow reticule of hers?
What, sir?
The little yellow string bag.
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you expect us to believe that the murderer took that thing and carried it through this infernal underbrush and up over that 15-foot wall?
It's only 8 feet.
But whatever it is, do you expect us to believe that he carried that thing all this way through all this
impenetrable forest?
Yes, just to throw it in the lake down there for the unutterably foolish purpose of making fools of Scotland Yard?
And the Kent Constabulary?
Reginald?
I know, sir. What? I expect he threw it in the stream back there by the cider mill and it floated to the tarn, sir. Sirs?
What stream?
What cider mill?
Why, back there where we started, sir. The cider mill's down the road, on a little by-road.
Where?
About a mile from Maidstone, where we came in. I thought you knew about it.
Did you, brother?
I remember it years ago, but I'd forgotten. Besides...
Bowley, I could kill you cheerfully.
Poor, I would cheerfully submit.
My feet. What about this stream you're talking about, young Reginald?
Oh, it's only a little stream, sir. It runs through the woods. Part of it's underground. Can't tell where it runs until it comes out in the tarn. Never dries up, and it...
Could he have thrown those things in the stream?
Oh, yeah, they float right down to the tarn, sir. Come along, I'll show you.
How did we get there?
Right back the way we came, sir. Isn't far, sir.
Here's what I want you to do, Bully.
Oh, no.
If you don't want to go back and find the cider mill...
It's only about a quarter mile along the road after we get there, Sergeant.
I'll never make it.
Very well.
Eh?
You sit here and rest, old boy. I'll go back and find the cider mill.
Poor, you're a gentleman.
And then Reginald will come back and show you how to find the town. And you wait there and see if my notebook, which I'm going to throw in the stream, arrives safely.
But...
And if it doesn't...
Oh, it will, sir. Things always do float down.
And if it doesn't, then you'll have the honor of arresting the young man who's made a fool of us.
Who's he, sir?
You see, Bully?
I don't understand. Who's he, sir?
Never you mind, Reginald. You'll find out, my boy. So long, Bully. Hope you're a good wall climber. Reginald showed me the weary way back to the road, to the cider mill, to the stream. He bounded away again full of the vitality of youth as I sat by the stream's edge and panted and watched him hasten away full of energy. It had taken 20 minutes to shepherd Bowley to Beltane's tarn over the stone wall. It would take half an hour, he said, for anything to float down the stream to its destination in the tarn. There was plenty of time. I walked over to the ancient building that was the mill and sat down on a pile of brand new bricks that stood in front of the door at the edge of the lane. An equally ancient cider maker came out to see who called. Hello, I said.
Hello. Well, you want a sup of cider?
I bless you in my prayers, my friend.
All right. Come on in.
With the greatest of pleasure, I assure you.
There you are. Help yourself, mate.
Your health, Gaffer.
I'll drink hard, sir. Good, eh?
Man.
It's quite a journey through the woods just to toss the thing in the tarn stream, eh?
Many people do it.
Brings luck, they say. Hasn't brought me no luck in 54 years.
See, you're going to do a little repairing, eh?
Where?
The new bricks, I mean, out there. Bricks don't come from around here, do they?
Cambridge.
Oh?
They've been sitting out there ever since 14th of this month.
14th?
14th, yes. Every man comes here has to try the tarn stream. Now, that great ox what brought the bricks tore up a cardboard sack and throwed it in.
He did? Cardboard sack?
Yeah, great envelope like. Oh, everybody throws something in.
Brings them luck.
Never brought anybody any luck. What is it? Superstition?
He throw anything else? This lorry driver that brought you the bricks?
By crikey, he did. Some kind of little yellow purse. It looked like he stole it from his girl. He threw it right in the water. It's right down there in old Beltane's tarn. Right this minute. I won't bring him any luck down there.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right, friend cider maker.
You got to throw something in, too?
No. I think I'll go find the lorry driver that threw the girl's purse in.
Won't bring him any luck.
It might.
No.
It might bring him bad luck. It did. We found him at Cambridge, loading his lorry in the brickyard. We asked him if he'd killed Daphne Cordwainer. After a while, he said he did.
Oh, picked her up to give her a ride.
But she was on her way to London. You weren't going to London.
Well, look. She tried to rob me of my purse. She was a thief.
Where did you have your purse?
What? Why, it was hanging on a peg in the back.
And she was stealing it?
She was. She attacked me while I was driving.
How'd she get back there to steal it?
While you were driving?
What was your jacket doing back there?
Why, I always hang the jacket back there. Where else would you want me to hang?
You were driving your lorry at 5 a.m. of a cold October morning.
Well, I didn't think it was cold at all. I took my jacket off. It wasn't cold.
In the rain? In your shirt sleeves?
Well, the rain didn't get in the window, you know. It wasn't because my sleeves were down.
He had the bad luck to be able to think of nothing but lies. And with the 4 convictions the CRO dug up, all of them for attacking women.
He was tried for murder. He was found guilty.
He was hanged at once with prison in January of the next year.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Guy Spall, Lester Fletcher, Kathleen Cordell, Peter Forster, and Pat O'Malley. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. It was just 175 years ago this June.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated and baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now you are to hear the voice of the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
The things we have on display in the Black Museum are mementos of crime. Murder is the most frequent category. Here, among the knives, the guns, the bludgeons, among the vials of poisons and the ropes and cords that have served as murder weapons, is this incongruous object. I'm sure you know what it is. This is a shoe, the kind known in Britain as a Wellington boot. It's an old-fashioned thing invented by the Duke of Wellington himself. You've seen Wellington boots before. The tragic thing about this one is its small size. It was worn by a 10-year-old child. Here is Chief Inspector John Mackie Marsh of the CID, who will tell you about Scotland Yard case number 343-1198.
This is the story of a person who was twice tried for the same murder. In fact, I think this is the only instance of that in the whole history of British jurisprudence. I'll tell you more about it. On the afternoon of the 5th December 1937, in Newark, in Nottinghamshire, a little 10-year-old child left her schoolroom for her home a short distance away. That was the last time she was ever seen alive, except by a few persons who did not recognize her. Her name was Nora Brady. She was the daughter of Jack William Brady, a coal carter, and Maggie Summers Brady, his wife. At about 10 that night, when Nora had not returned to her home, the police were notified and inquiries begun. During the night, the following procedures were set in motion.
All the other pupils in the school, attended by Nora Brady, were interviewed at home, most of them already abed.
Results, nil.
All the relatives of the Bradys in Newark were interviewed.
Results, nil.
All traffic on the Great North Road, which runs through Newark, was screened.
Results? Nil.
Every piece of abandoned and derelict property in a wide radius of Newark was examined.
Results? The child was not found.
The fruitless inquiries continued all through the night. In the morning, all Newark school principals were asked by the police to inquire of their pupils whether any of them had seen Nora Brady on the previous evening.
Results? One principal reported to me that one of his pupils had seen her. When, I asked?
Between 4:30 and 4:45 yesterday afternoon, he tells me.
Where?
Opposite the bus station, he tells me.
You are sure he recognized her?
He says he did, sir.
Was she alone?
He says not.
Ah. Who was with her then?
He's quite positive.
Who?
A former lodger of her father's. A man known to him as Nora's Uncle Ted.
Is he her uncle?
No, I do not believe so.
I'll ask Brady.
A little later in the day, when the news of Nora Brady's disappearance had got around the town of Newark, a Mrs. Black came forward.
I didn't see the little girl, Chief Inspector, but I did see a man waiting near the Wesleyan school she attended.
When?
At about 4:15 yesterday afternoon, about 15 minutes before school was dismissed.
What was he doing?
Just staring at the door of the school, as if he were waiting for someone.
Who was he, do you know?
Yes, sir, as a matter of fact, I do. I live next door but one to the Bradys. I was the lodger they used to have, the one they threw out, the one that Nora used to call Uncle Ted.
And the driver of a bus that runs between Newark and Redford, a small town about 25 miles away.
He said he remembered a child with a slovenly middle-aged man on the bus that left Newark at 4:45. He did not know the child, but his description of her clothes corresponded with the dress and coat she was known to have been wearing. But we couldn't find Nora Brady. I talked to her father, Jack William Brady.
No, Ted Peters ain't her uncle, sir. He's no relation to any of us. And besides, I threw him out of my house. I didn't want him about.
Why?
Well, for one thing, sir, he drinks.
Oh, great. Many people drink, Mr. Brady.
And I enjoy a pint myself after a hard day's work. But I'll have no man lying about my house 40% of the time in a drunken stupor and making a beast of himself.
Anything else, Mr. Brady?
Should really well say there was anything else. My wife's sister in Sheffield, she and her husband, they introduced Ted Peters to us as a friend of the family. Friend of the family, indeed. He had an old broken-down motor car that he used to drive them about in. That's how great a friend of the family he was. My wife's sister's husband, my brother-in-law, Bert Sickley, he know this Ted Peters from the RAMC in the war, so that makes him a friend of the family.
And what else?
And that's just it, I'm trying to tell you. We let him have a room, turning it into a blinking pigsty he did, never having a bath and sleeping in bed with his boots on and keeping scraps of greasy fish and chips and God knows what else lying about till the very roaches themselves wouldn't eat them, and pinching my shirts and using violent, filthy language before my wife and poor little Nora. I chucked him out.
And what did he say to that?
He swore something fearful till I broke two of his ugly teeth for him. And then he slunk away muttering most horrible curses and threatening me how he'd get even with me.
Oh, he threatened you?
And besides, he never paid me one single farthing of the 6 shillings a week he owed me all that time.
How long?
15 ruddy weeks. 6 times 15, 90 shillings. £4.10 he owed me altogether for rent alone. And my wife and me had to take a bleeding shovel and clean out that pigsty he'd made of our room. He went away muttering and cursing and threatening us. Is he a relation? My aunt's cat's left hind leg he is. It's Ted Peters stole my little Nora. You get her back, and at once, too. Or I'll do it. And I'll bring you back Ted Peters' stinking head in a bucket besides.
Did he ever threaten your daughter, Mr. Brady?
Little Nora? No, he never threatened her. It was me that
He didn't threaten her?
He said something to me about taking the most precious thing I had. I thought it was just talk at first, but he knowed how much I thought about Nora. And besides, he seemed to have a kind of a fascination for her. He was always bringing her bits of toffee or cakes or something. He was very good to Nora. Once he gave her half a crown, but I made her give it back.
The child loved him.
How can a child love a pig?
What's this Uncle Ted business?
Some idea she had some idea that he was connected with my wife's sister and her husband that introduced this Ted Peters to us.
I see. I think. Do this brother and sister see Ted Peters at all now?
She's mixed up on some kind of deal with him. She's got money of her own a little. She's talking to him, she says, about raising the money for him to buy a lorry and go into business. I don't know what kind of dirty business he's going into. Or he wouldn't let him touch the coal that I haul. He'd get it dirty. Go and make him let my kid go.
Does Peters live in Redford?
Redford?
The driver of a Redford bus says he saw a man with Nora yesterday.
Lives at Hilton? That's on the road to Redford. That's where he's got Nora. You go there and see.
I went to Hayton, but I didn't see what Brady had expected me to see. Ted Peters did live in Hayton, and An infinitesimal village not far from the River Idle, which is a part of the network of waterways that lies about nearby Sherwood Forest. Sheffield, where the elder Brady's sister-in-law and her husband lived, is some 50 miles away by most baffling roads. I found Peter's house, which was ingenuously named Peace Haven, at 7:45 of a windy, rainy winter night. The house was dark, but Peters lit a lamp and we sat down to talk. I spoke first. When did you last see Nora Brady, Mr. Peters?
Who's Nora Brady?
You don't know.
She's sick?
You do know.
Oh, she's that kid of Brady's in York, where I used to live. Oh, I know who she is.
When did you see her last?
About 15, 16 months ago.
Oh?
Hmm.
You didn't see her yesterday.
Well...
Is that what you're saying to me?
I saw 15, 16 months ago, sir.
There are people who will testify under oath that they saw you with her yesterday. Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
She has not been seen since yesterday.
I wonder where she is.
You don't know?
How on earth would I know? How would I know?
Has Nora been here since yesterday?
I told you, it's been 15, 16 months ago.
Will you answer my question? Has Nora Brady been in this place since yesterday afternoon?
No.
Would you mind if I search this house?
You won't find it.
In addition to searching the house, I'll have to search the grounds too, you know. I shall dig up everything.
You won't find her here.
Where is she?
I don't know.
But she has been here.
I don't know where she is now.
But she was here.
Well, she wanted to come.
Why?
Well, yesterday when I was waiting for the bus at Newark...
What were you doing in Newark?
I was expecting to meet Brady's sister-in-law.
She lives in Sheffield.
Well, I thought she might be visiting in Newark, visiting the Bradys.
She wasn't, though, was she? Why did you want to meet her?
Well, she's going to get me some money to buy me lorry.
I've heard about it. But she wasn't there, we know that. You didn't visit the Bradys to see if she was there, though, did you?
Of course not. Brady hates me.
Did you ever threaten Brady?
Well, I was indignant when he chucked me out.
I know about that, too, Peters. All about it, including your threat.
Well, then what you asking me about it for?
I'm reminding you that I know.
Brady lies.
Brady's daughter has been kidnapped. That's not a lie.
Are you going to listen to me?
With great attention, I assure you. Go on, sir.
I was waiting for the bus when this kid comes up. What's her name?
You know her name, Peters.
All right. She says to me, Uncle Ted, she says she always calls me Uncle Ted. Are you going to see my Aunt Bernice? That's her father's sister-in-law that lives in Sheffield.
What made her think you were going to see her?
She's a talk, I think. Well, I says, your aunt's coming to see me.
About the money for the lorry?
Exactly what I told her, Governor.
Get on with it.
Well, then, Uncle Ted.
She always called you Uncle Ted.
Uncle Ted, she says, take me with you so I can get to see the baby.
What baby?
The sister-in-law's got a new baby, 3 or 4 months old. She carries with her wherever she goes, you see. And that's the baby this Nora wanted to visit.
Yeah?
So she asked me if it's her back here, where this lady from Sheffield and the baby was going to be, and I consented.
You consented? This was at the bus station?
Yes, at the bus station.
What were you doing at Nora's school at 3:45?
Huh? Oh, she asked me to meet her.
Then you did bring her here?
Yes.
Where is she?
I'll have to tell you about that.
I'm afraid you will.
This morning.
What time?
About 9:30. About 9:30, there's a telephone call for me.
Where?
Oh, at her house down the road where they let me use their telephone. I haven't got a telephone.
Whose house?
Mrs. Lester's, Mrs. Kate Lester's. You could ask her.
I shall.
Well, it's from this little girl's aunt, and she says she couldn't come today. She couldn't come for another week, and there I was with little Nora that wanted to see the baby.
What did you do then?
Well, I told Nora first, and then I told her she must go.
Back home?
Oh, I told her she wanted to see the baby, so I gave her an £50 and started her off for Sheffield to see the baby. Well, what's wrong with that?
You didn't call her parents and tell them?
No. She was going to see her aunt, wasn't she?
So you say?
I gave her £50.
Is £50 enough to get her to Sheffield?
She'd have to walk a good deal of the way. Then there's the bus.
You mean to say that you sent a 10-year-old child out in this weather to walk?
Why not?
What time was this?
About noon.
When it was raining hardest, when half a gale was blowing.
Well, that's why I don't know where she is. She might have got lost.
You didn't telephone her parents?
Oh, her old man would have... Where are you going, sir? Don't you want to hear any more? Don't you want to find her?
No, I don't want to hear any more. Yes, I want to find her. That's why I'm going out and check up on what you've said. You stay right here. I shall want to talk with you when I return.
Where would I go, Governor?
I don't know where you'd go, my man. Because there's one of my constables standing outside this door in the rain. You'll certainly not get very far. I spoke to Mrs. Kate Lester, the owner of the telephone down the road. Yes, she knew Ted Peters. He was a frequent user of her telephone. Yes, Mr. Peters had talked on her telephone about 9:30 that morning. Yes, she'd overheard him, although Mrs. Lester agreed it's not neighborly to eavesdrop. It was with someone in Sheffield, Mrs. Lester said. Peters seemed to be cancelling an appointment he had had for that same day with someone in Sheffield, which apparently had to do with borrowing money to buy a lorry. Mr. Peters had decided against buying the lorry, he had said, and the person in Sheffield would not need to come and see him at all. And did he mention the name of Nora Brady, I asked Mrs. Lester? Or say anything about a baby? No, said Mrs. Lester. It was all about lorries and not coming to see him anymore, and that was all, sir. And when I returned to the Peacehaven cottage, Ted Peters was gone. The light was still on. Nothing appeared to have been taken. The constable at the front door had heard nothing, but Ted Peters was gone. We searched the place from roof to cellar. An extraordinarily filthy place, quite consonant with the tales we'd heard of Peters. There were indications that a child had been there, perhaps even whilst I'd been conferring with Peters. A school notebook, half filled with undecipherable childish scribblings, apparently quite recently done. A child's grubby handkerchief stamped in indelible ink with an N. A half cup of cold cocoa. But of the child, no other sign. And of Peters, nothing. He returned at 10 minutes after 2 in the morning, his boots muddy and his outer clothing wet from the rain. I called for more constables, and by lantern light we went over every inch of the surrounding fields while Peters watched us silently with no expression at all on his face. At 7 in the morning, I charged him with the kidnapping of Nora Brady under the Offences to the Person Act. Nora Brady was never seen alive again by anybody. Peters was tried at the Warwick Winter Assizes of Birmingham and was sentenced by Mr. Justice Armour to 7 years penal servitude. I shall not forget what the judge said to him as he passed sentence.
Ted Peters, you have been, most properly in my opinion, convicted by the jury of a dreadful crime. What you did to that little girl, what became of her, only you know. It may be that time will reveal the dreadful secret which you carry in your heart.
And Nora Brady was never again seen alive by anyone. I had thought I would never have to look on Ted Peters again either. But I saw him again. I'd seen him last in the dead of the worst winter England has had in 17 years. The next time was in balmy midsummer weather, in the following June. I have spoken before of the honeycomb of waterways that lies about the Sherwood Forest country. The River Idle is one of the principal of these streams. It flows slowly and peacefully north to the Trent. But near Hayton, where Ted Peters had his home, Peacehaven, there is a short stretch of water called Bolam Shuttle, deep, swift, and unpleasant, a part of the River Idle. On Sunday the 6th June, 1937, exactly 5 months and 1 day after Nora Brady had disappeared from the schoolroom, I was informed that a Donald Palmer, of whom I'd never heard, wished to speak to me on the telephone. I answered. Chief Inspector Marsham.
Hello, Chief Inspector. Donald Palmer speaking to you from Botry in Nottinghamshire.
I'm afraid I don't know where Botry is. Do I know you, Mr. Palmer?
I'm manager of the gasworks at Botry, Chief Inspector.
Yes.
Botry is on the River Idle, Chief Inspector.
Yes.
Only a short distance below the town of Hayton.
Hayton? What's happened now at Hayton?
It's not at Hayton, sir. It's Botry, below Hayton, on the River Idle.
Yes?
I remember you when that man Ted Peters was arrested.
Yes?
I thought you might be interested in what I have discovered in the river here, sir.
What have you discovered, sir?
A dead body, Chief Inspector.
A dead body?
Yes.
A dead...
The dead body of a child. A girl about 10 years old.
I was off post-haste to Botry. I will not tell you how I got there because I don't remember, and I can conceive anyway a few others who would have reason to go there. But there we were. Palmer, the gasworks manager, Henry Bernard, the great pathologist from the Home Office, a gaggle of country constables, me, a brace of newspaper detectives, assorted wives and sons of the gasworks men, and in an outhouse of a nearby country inn, the pathetic little body of the drowned girl. Yes, with Nora Brady. Jack Brady, her father, had been summoned from Newark and made the tearful identification. He recognized the blue jumper dress she had worn and her brown cloth and the neat cotton underclothing her mother had made her. It was difficult to recognize her otherwise. Adipocere tissue, due to long immersion in the water, Henry Bernard said, had set in. But the identification was positive. It was Nora Brady, and she was dead. Only one person was missing, but we knew where he was. And the coroner's jury was convened. Henry Bernard, the pathologist, testified.
No, this child did not die from the effects of drowning. It is true that the body has been immersed in the water for a long time. It's not inconsistent, in my opinion, to say that she has been in the water for at least 5 months. That is to say, since early January of this year, but she was not drowned. I ask you to observe this mark around the neck. This was caused before death. She was strangled.
Could that not have been caused, sir, by the neck of her dress having caught on a low branch above the water?
And been suspended by the neck, I presume you mean, sir?
Yes, sir. That might...
In that case, the mark would have been flat and broad from the neckband of the dress. This one is sharply defined, and it is cut into the flesh of the neck.
Yes, but...
And if the marks were caused by the dress supporting the weight of the body, the marks would have been oblique. You can make such an experiment yourself, sir, and find for yourself.
Well,
This mark is horizontal all the way round the neck. The child was strangled.
But...
But what?
Well, maybe that happened after she was dead.
There is no water in the lungs. I can demonstrate that to you.
Yes, sir.
And you've seen the marks on the tongue, the marks that correspond with the child's teeth where she bit her tongue. That is a characteristic of strangling or suffocation. They always bite their tongues.
Well, but...
She couldn't bite her tongue after she was dead, sir.
Oh.
The child was strangled.
There was more talk, but the evidence was incontrovertible.
Verdict of the coroner's jury?
We, the jury, find that the deceased came to her death through the agency of a person or persons unknown.
Now it was my turn again. I was myself morally certain that the person or persons were not entirely unknown. I could not help reflecting on Mr. Justice Armour's speech to Peters when he sentenced him.
You did that little girl. What became of her, only you know. It may be that time will reveal the dreadful secret.
But it's never well for a policeman to entertain prejudices. The hangman's shadow sometimes grows dim. However, I thought I might journey to the prison where Ted Peters was still serving his 7 years. But I was not sure. Then Henry Bernard, the pathologist, brought something into my desk and laid it down before me. I looked at it. It was damp and soggy. It was cracked and twisted. Obviously, it had been in the water a long time. I picked it up. What is it, I asked?
It's a Wellington boot, I should say. Wasn't that child wearing Wellington boots when she was last seen?
She was. I'll ask her father to look at this and see if he can identify it.
She wasn't wearing Wellington boots when that fellow found her body.
Wasn't she?
She had only her stockings on. All of her clothes except her hat and her Wellington boots.
Where'd you get this?
Policeman found it.
Where?
In Bolam Shuttle.
Wait. My mind went back to that evening in January, when I left Peters alone to go out and check his story of a telephone call. When I came back, he was gone. Had he been to Bolam where hers was found?
It could.
I remembered Peter's muddy clothes when he came back that night. Could you identify that mud if I found it? I asked Bernard.
If I had something to compare it with, yes.
Bolam Shuttle.
Get me the mud you want to identify, and I'll go down to Bolam Shuttle and compare it myself.
The mud was on the clothing he was wearing that night last winter.
Did he wear those same clothes at his trial?
I don't... Yes. Yes, he did. I do remember.
He wear them to prison?
That I don't know.
If he did, they've still got them at the prison where he is.
Do you suppose... Of course they are. They don't wash prisoners' clothing. They give them new.
Well?
I'll get your sample.
Mail it to me. I'll be at Bolam Shuttle.
I went to the prison where Peters was confined. I did not see him, though. My business was with the governor. I showed him sufficient cause, and he gave me Peters' muddy clothing. I posted them to Bernard and sat and waited. Finally, a telephone call was put through from Retford to me. It was a very short one.
It wasn't difficult. The mud's identical.
And then I went back to the prison and asked to see Ted Peters. To find that Peters had gone over the wall, escaped. I sat there when the governor told me, miserably clutching that kid-sized Wellington boot. The same one the chief superintendent, John Davison, showed you. The one he has in the Black Museum. Oh, we'll find him, said the prison governor reassuringly. We'll find him. I walked out miserably, still clutching the shriveled boot. They did find him, though, a week later. Lurking one night in an abandoned shed near the place in Newark where Jack Brady was employed. He had a heavy rubber kosh, blackjack you'd call it, and a caliber .32 revolver loaded. He was charged by the police with a variety of crimes against the king's peace and lodged safely in the Newark jail. That's where I saw him a day later. Peters, I said, where were you that night last January when I left you alone in that house at Retford?
Peacehaven?
Peacehaven.
Well, you know.
You had Nora Brady in that house hidden all the time I was there.
I did, huh?
And you carried her to Bolam Shuttle and killed her and dropped her body in the water.
You're lying.
She was found strangled to death.
That was way downstream.
But we found this in Bolam Shuttle.
What's that?
Nora Brady's shoe. One of the Wellington boots she was wearing that night.
It is not.
We can prove it is.
You can't prove I was at Bolam Shuttle.
Oh, yes, we can, Peters.
The boot slipped off her foot, and I'd have got it, but the water was so cold.
So cold for a little girl, too.
She didn't feel it.
Ted Peters, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. And Ted Peters went to his second trial for the same murder. This time at the Nottinghamshire Assizes in the Shire Hall in the city of Nottingham, he was found guilty and sentenced to death. And this time, after the Court of Criminal Appeals had turned their thumbs down, he was hanged at Lincoln Prison.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Horace Braham as Inspector Marsh. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Winston Ross, Beulah Garrick, Gerard Burke, Carl Hubbard, and Lester Fletcher. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Somewhere right at this moment, somebody's home is on fire. If the people who live there are lucky, they've all escaped. The firemen have arrived, and maybe they've even rescued a few odds and ends. Yes, every 20 seconds through the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. These fires kill 11,000 persons each year, disfigure for life or severely burn thousands more, and destroy $7 million worth of property. Protect your home from fire by following these simple safety precautions. Don't smoke in bed or throw away lighted cigarettes. Clean out closets, any place where old newspapers, magazines, and inflammable materials are liable to accumulate. Repair defective electric equipment and replace worn or frayed wiring. Use cleaning fluids that will not burn. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The next voice you will hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. We keep this document in an ordinary letter-sized filing cabinet, the kind you've surely seen many times. Oh, yes, here it is. It is typed on the official stationery of a London evening... never mind, it's the stationery of a London newspaper. It's titled Confession in big black letters. And it is a confession, the signed and attested confession of a murderer. No, it didn't hang him. Mr. Justice Anderson, who tried the case, castigated the man in the newspaper severely when he halted the trial. But that's not all the story. Here is Chief Inspector Hubert Allen Scott. He'll tell you the whole thing. Will you speak up, Herbert?
Yes, it was in September 1931, wasn't it, that this began?
September 1931, yes.
September 1931, the 17th, that's right. It was an empty shop at New Compton Street, Soho. I suppose you'd call them wine merchants, the people who had occupied the place. They'd moved out in a hurry, and the place was littered with the things that had been peculiar to their business. Empty wine bottles, broken casks, a few crates that had once contained rather inferior clarets. Although the place had stood vacant for some 2 months, it was still appallingly filthy and showed signs of someone having lived in the place during that time. A pair of brothers named Eaton had recently taken the place to house their sign painting professional business, or whatever sign painting is, and it was the elder Eaton, Oswald, a man who wore a most impressive beard, who had telephoned Scotland Yard. It was nearly noon when I arrived in response to the summons. Oswald Eaton sat glumly on a drum of blue paint and stared at a corner of the shop. I identified myself.
How do you do, Chief
I made my way through the litter to the counter. To the little counter in the corner of the room where the cash register had stood. And there she was.
She's dead.
A youngish woman with black hair, wearing a green woolen suit, crumpled up under the little wooden counter as if she'd fallen asleep there. Lying quite peacefully on the floor, one arm cuddling what had been a Jeroboam of... I glanced at the label, very inferior champagne. Her face... I don't like to think about her face. The woolen belt of her dress was knotted tightly about her throat. Not at all an edifying sight. Who is she, I asked Eaton.
Never saw her before.
How'd you get in here?
Sure, I don't know, Chief Inspector. Horrid, isn't it?
How many times have you been in here?
Only twice.
When?
Day before yesterday, when I saw it the first time. Yesterday, when I told the agent I'd rent it from his sign shop.
Was the agent here with you?
Yesterday, yes. Before, no.
Was she here then?
Didn't see her.
The agent didn't see her yesterday either, I expect.
Didn't say anything about seeing her.
Well, I must talk with him.
Got an office, such as it is, next door but one.
What's his name?
Harold Turner.
What sort of chap is he?
Seedy.
Oh? Office next door, you said?
Next door but one. Poor blighter.
Why poor blighter?
Poor fellow's Stony broke.
Oh.
He used to own this wine shop before he got run out of business. Lost every bean.
That's a shame. Happens to a good many people these days.
Lost his home, flat, you know. They took that away from him, too.
Where's he been living? What's the matter?
He's been living in here.
Here? I mean, in this shop here?
That's right. See? That's where he slept. That's straw over there.
Oh.
Said he'd moved to a new place when I said I wanted to rent the shop. He did.
Where? You know?
His office, I mentioned. Has a carpet on the floor. Better bed than his straw. Oh, poor beggar.
Say he's been staying here up to yesterday,
The day before. Moved out at once when I told him I wanted it. Hadn't much to move. Look, what do we do about this new tenant here on the floor? Now, I've got to get this place cleaned out.
I'll have her taken to a mortuary.
Someone killed her, you suppose?
Looks like it.
Somebody strangled her with her own belt.
We'll have to let the police surgeon decide that.
You don't see any other wounds?
And you don't know it?
Not I.
Perhaps this Turner will.
If she's from around this neighborhood, he knows everybody.
He have a key for this place?
There isn't any key. It's been unlocked all these months. Why hasn't one made? Ugly, isn't she?
Well, she's hardly at her best just now, you know.
Never was, I should say.
You say you don't know her?
Look here, Chief Inspector, my friend. You think I did this?
If I should happen to think so, Mr. Eaton, I'll tell you that, I promise you.
Well, all right. Don't keep me in suspense.
I won't.
All right.
Do you know anything about this you haven't told me?
No, I don't.
Do you suppose you could call and ask your Mr. Turner to step in here whilst I finish my preliminary examination? I'd like to have a little talk with him.
You're thinking he did it?
Will you allow me to draw my own conclusions, Mr. Eaton?
I'm sorry.
I'm hoping he can identify this woman.
Oh, excuse me.
Will you call him, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed, sir.
There was not much to examine. Though I made short work of it, Eaton had not returned when I finished. I suppose I should have stepped round to the office of Mr. Harold Turner to determine what was causing the delay, but I noted a pay telephone in the corner of the shop, and I used it instead to call Scotland Yard and arrange for the removal of the body of the unfortunate woman. And then I decided to follow Mr. Eaton. 2 doors away was the office in question. It didn't seem to me as I entered to be the kind of place an indigent renting agent was using as a doss house. It was neatly, if not elaborately, furnished, and a well-dressed young man smiled at me from a battered but quite decent desk.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, I say, I'm looking for Mr. Oswald Eaton, but,
Eaton? Oh, the chap with the beard who rented my old wine shop.
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid I haven't seen him since the day before yesterday, sir.
Eh?
I completed my arrangements with him, left him in possession. Said he'd just fix himself up a bed on the floor.
Are you Mr. Harold Turner?
That's right. I'm sorry, I don't...
Are you Harold Turner?
Most assuredly am, my dear fellow. And who would you be?
You're Harold Turner.
I've told you what...
Where did Eaton go?
Being most impertinent, sir. Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Chief Inspector Scott. Scotland Yard, you know.
What do you want Eaton for, Chief Inspector?
Why, he said... Are you the man who rented that shop to Mr. Eaton for his sign painting?
Sign painting studio? Well, I'm afraid I am, if you mean the place where I formerly sold, or rather failed at selling, a most inferior line of wines and liquors. What's he done? Set it on fire? I had my suspicions of the man from the beginning, Chief Inspector. But he's paid me my money, and there's always the insurance.
You haven't seen him this morning?
Not since the day before yesterday, as I told you.
Tell me something, Mr. Turner. Were you or were you not living in that place since your wine shop?
I think you'd have difficulty in convincing my wife that I've been living anywhere but in our flat. You're talking about living there. That's absurd.
Mr. Eaton said you'd been living there ever since he showed me the spot on the floor where you had your bunk.
Now, that's arrant absurdity, sir. Here's the telephone. Pick it up and ring through to my flat. Here. Here's the number. Or telephone my landlord. He'll tell you where I've been living since 1925, sir. You can easily find out where I've been spending my time.
All I know, Mr. Turner... You are Mr. Turner, aren't you?
Of course I'm Harold Turner.
I'm sorry. All I know is what Mr. Eaton has told me.
What Mr. Eaton has told you. Look here. He's the bloke that's been pigging it there. For 2 nights at least. Where is he? Let me get my hands on that citizen. I'll chuck him out on his filthy beard with my own 2 hands. Where is he?
He was coming here to get you.
Get me? What's he want of me? What's he want of me, I say?
We wanted you to identify the dead woman.
Look here, are you really a Scotland Yard man? What dead woman, I say? What dead woman?
Mr. Turner, I'm sorry.
You'd better be, sir, coming to me with... What dead woman?
I'm sorry. There's a dead woman in the shop where you were living. I mean...
Are you from Scotland Yard, sir, or are men in white coats looking for you?
If a man in a white coat had suddenly appeared at that moment, I'm certain that I would have slunk up to him and begged refuge in his butterfly net, pending my removal to the nearest loony bin. Instead, clutching Mr. Harold Turner securely by the arm, I proceeded back to the former wine shop. Nothing had changed.
Where's this dead woman?
Here she is.
Do
you know her?
It's Marlena.
Not Dietrich.
Marlena Corcoran.
You admit you know her?
Of course, everybody in Soho knows Marlena. You know what I mean. She's dead, isn't she?
Well, there's not much doubt of that, Mr. Turner. Who killed her, do you suppose?
I don't know. I didn't. Eaton?
We don't know, sir.
No, not Eaton.
Frankly, I'm beginning to wonder, sir. But we shall see. Tell me about her, please.
Well, Marlena's been a character about Soho for a good many years. Since the war, at least. Everyone knows her. She wasn't very smart. But, poor girl. She must have got in here hoping to find a bottle of wine or something.
She apparently did.
That bottle she's clutching never had anything in it. It's an advertising thing. Not very good champagne, either.
And she was killed.
Maybe they're fingerprints. On the bottle, I mean.
We shall see. My murder squad will be here any moment. They'll be checking on everything, fingerprints and everything.
Poor old Marlena. Wonder where the sign painting maestro went.
Ah, here come my people now.
Who's that?
My reinforcements, the murder squad. What did you say?
I said I wondered where Eaton went when he said he was going to look for me.
Oh, we'll find him. Never fear about that. The men with the grisly wicker body basket came and took Marlena away with the police surgeon. The men with the efficient little black bags and the little vacuum cleaners came, and they searched everything in the dingy little shop. The fingerprint men came with their brushes and powders and cameras and examined everything. The other men came and listened to what was said, and they echoed my confident statement. Oh, we'll find him, never fear. There were no fingerprints, was nothing at all. The police surgeon agreed she had been strangled with her own belt. And the hue and cry was raised, and Oswald Eaton was not found. And presently what was once Marlena Corcoran was buried. Then, it was 3 weeks later, and I was sitting gloomily in my office alone when a strange man entered. He showed a great expanse of gleaming white teeth as he introduced himself as a crime man from the evening, well, never mind what paper it was. And I said yes, and he sat down.
You really are Chief Inspector Scott, then? I'm afraid I didn't give you my name. Romney Benedict. I'm glad to see you, sir.
I'm afraid I'm not a very good subject for an interview, Mr. Benedict.
I didn't come to interview you, sir.
Oh?
I came to give you some information.
Oh?
I'm given to understand that you are troubled, if I may use the term, by 2 things, Chief Inspector.
If there were only 2, I should be extremely happy.
The murder of a woman in Soho.
Marlena Corcoran.
Was that her name?
Yes.
And the whereabouts of one Oswald Eaton.
I am reasonably certain that finding Mr. Eaton would be of value in solving the murder. We've been searching for him.
I can find him for you.
I trust this is not a joke, Mr. Benedict?
It is not, sir. I can produce Mr. Eaton on comparatively short notice.
Where is he?
In our office.
How long has he been there?
For some time.
I must warn you, Mr. Benedict, that if you're attempting to interfere with the...
Oh, my dear sir, let me assure you we have no thought of interfering. We're trying to assist justice, on the contrary, as we shall demonstrate to you.
You have been holding the man by your own admission, so that we have been unable to find him.
I think you'll find it rather embarrassing and, I'm sure, useless to attempt to prosecute us, sir.
Explain that.
I should be happy to, sir.
Well?
Be so good, Chief Inspector, as to have a look at this document.
What is it?
You'll see that it is clearly entitled Confession.
Confession of what?
Confession to murder.
What?
I think you'll find it in good order, sir. Dictated to one of our stenographers, approved by our own legal staff who have read it, signed by the man who dictated it. This is, of course, a copy. We have the original in our files.
What is it?
A confession to the murder of Marlena Corcoran. Signed in the presence of witnesses by Oswald Eaton. It's yours, sir. We also are interested in seeing justice done.
Did you pay him for this?
Can you pay a man for signing away his life?
I don't know.
We offer it to you freely, sir. And if you don't want it, my dear Inspector, you can read it tomorrow in the pages of our great paper.
Well, what about Eden? Where will we find him if I don't accept your offer?
We'll find him for you.
Scotland Yard finds its own criminals.
You're being dramatic, son. We found this one. Come and get him. And if you're not disposed to accept this document and prefer to read it tomorrow with our thousands of other readers throughout the British Isles and abroad, we shall be charitable when public opinion asserts itself. We shall lead you to him again, and you can use your own excellent judgment.
Give it here.
You're so gracious, Chief Inspector.
Excuse me, sir. Scotland Yard is grateful to you for assisting us, although I'm sure you're aware that this confession is not admissible as evidence.
It'll be an extremely useful guide in preparing your case.
I'm not finished, sir. I was going to say, however much we deploy your methods, and I may say your morals.
We may rely upon your well-known generosity, sir. May I suggest that you send for your prisoner at once? We're at some expense.
I shall accompany you myself, Mr. Benedict.
My car is outside, sir.
After this somewhat painfully formal exchange of the amenities of the occasion, I was relieved to be able to look Mr. Oswald Eaton once more in his beard and say to him that, among other things, whatever he might say from now on would be taken down in writing and might be used in evidence. Mr. Eaton giggled and jingled money in his pocket. I was actually sorry for the fellow. It was his own blood money he was jingling. A magistrate remanded him at once on the strength of his confession and the things I could add to jail, Bow Street. He chuckled as his cell door closed behind him. The newspaper came out with great boastful headlines. They even mentioned the sum of money they paid Mr. Eaton for his confession. We received some of the congratulations, and my name was in the story, too. We set out at once to recheck the points he made in the confession. He had confessed that he strangled her with his bare hands. I referred back to the report of the police surgeon.
The cause of death was strangulation or suffocation accomplished with the belt of Marlena Corcoran herself. There is no evidence that manual strangulation was employed.
No evidence that manual strangulation was employed. I had an exhumation order issued, and a second post-mortem examination of the victim's body was made. They established that it would not have been possible for her to have been strangled by anyone's hands. The belt was the sole cause of her death. I asked Eaton, and he laughed through his beard. I went back to the confession. I gave her a bottle of liquor to drink, and she finished it said. Then she started it on the Jeroboam of champagne, drank it all, became unconscious, and... I reached for the telephone and called Harold Turner. Didn't you say, Turner, there had never been any champagne in that bottle?
Never a drop. It was a fake. An advertising stunt. You couldn't have got a drop of liquor of any kind into it or out of it. It would have leaked out through the holes that were cast right into it.
I got the bottle and looked at it myself. It was porous. I told that to Oswald Eaton, and he laughed again. And then a man came to me and assured me he would swear to having seen and sat alongside Eaton in a public house for 5 hours the same night the murder was committed. The public house was several miles from the place in Soho. I asked Eaton about the mistake, and he laughed again. Astonishingly, we didn't have a very good case. And after Eaton had repudiated his confession, we found we were exactly where we had started. And when the trial started, Mr. Justice Anderson let it stumble along for one whole day. He was very patient. And then he stopped it. Mr. Benedict from the newspaper was in court to report on the outcome of the paper's great bid for justice. I could watch him turning several colors. Or perhaps he was reflecting the colors that my face changed as Mr. Justice Anderson spoke.
Anything more disgraceful I have never heard. A man goes to a newspaper office and says, I am confessing that I have been guilty of murder. The newspaper representatives then take him about the country, photographing him, and for hours refrain from communicating with the police, as every decent and respectable citizen ought to do as soon as he hears that a crime has been committed. I warn newspaper men of these proclivities that if they do this sort of thing, they are likely to find themselves very seriously dealt with.
Those are the exact words used by the justice himself at the time. This is another story compiled from Scotland Yard's own official files for Whitehall 1212, to which we're listening. Whitehall 1212 is researched by Percy Hoskins of the London Express. It is written and directed by Willis Cooper. No, this is not the end of the story. Listen for the astonishing and true conclusion now.
You will be interested in what happened to Oswald Eaton, the erstwhile sign painter, and the others. Eaton enjoyed the £500 he was paid for his confession for a year or so. He then quietly disappeared, and a short time later turned up as an air craftsman in the Royal Air Force. He afterwards deserted. More about that later. Mr. Benedict lost his position with the newspaper and became a betting commissioner. That is to say, a bookie, and not a very prosperous one. The mystery of who murdered Marlena McCorcoran was, so far as I've been able to discover, never solved. I was discussing the case with Harold Turner one autumn day in 1936, 5 years later.
I had a curious bit of news today, Hubert.
Yes, what was that?
Remember our old friend, the sign painter with the beard?
Oswald Eaton? I shall never forget that one.
Neither shall I. He all but had you arresting me for the murder of poor Marlena Corcoran. I wonder who did kill her.
What about Oswald Eaton?
Eaton? Oh, yes, Eaton. He was in the RAF, you know.
Still is.
No.
Huh?
He was out in West Africa somewhere.
I know.
He's posted as a deserter.
Good. Perhaps the cannibals will eat him.
Shouldn't think he'd taste very good with that beard. Not the fact he did desert.
What do they do to deserters?
Time of war, they shoot them.
Too bad he didn't wait for a war to desert.
He'll come to a bad end.
I hope so.
Clever blighter at that.
Made a fool of me, all right.
Made fools of everybody.
The way he led me on.
Wonder if he cooked up that scheme on the spur of the moment.
Must have. Came into the shop and found poor Marlena lying there, scuppered. Thought up a way to get out of my hand. What a sap I was.
No, I don't think so. Anybody'd have believed him.
I fell for it.
And then when he did get away, he rushed out and cooked up his phony confession.
And his way to get out of it.
And sold it to that stupid newspaper.
Pretty smart.
Made a profit.
Wonder who did kill that Marlena woman.
Nobody'll ever find out.
Smart, clever man.
Deserted from the RAF, though. In West Africa. That's not smart.
Hope the cannibals eat him.
You said that. And I said they wouldn't.
Count of his beard, you said.
What business you on now, Hubert?
Scotland Yard business, my good man. Same old things. Murders, robberies, fraud. Oh, there was an interesting murder yesterday. This morning, rather.
What's that?
Thank you, I will have another beer.
Huh? Oh.
Miss, couple more pints of the bitter, please.
What happened? Who?
Woman over in Clapham.
Oh, do they count murders in Clapham? Thank you, miss. Who was she?
I don't know much about her. It's no assignment of mine, thanks. Found her in her own flat.
Different from poor old Marlena, strangled in an empty...
Quite different. Right at home.
Comfortable.
With her head cut off.
How'd they know who she was?
Fingerprints. Clothes, whatnot. Besides, she was at home.
Any idea who did it?
Not yet.
Be careful, Oswald. Edel'll be confessing to it.
From West Africa. Out of the Wogs get him first.
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks since he's deserted. Time enough for him to get back to Clapham, buy a Snickersnee and go visiting. Watch for aircraftsman Eaton, Chief Inspector.
I said that wasn't all. Exactly 4 days later, I had a telephone call from my friend, Inspector Arthur Austin, who was handling the case of the headless lady in Clapham.
It's Arthur Austin, Hubert. Look, Hubert, weren't you involved in that case where the fellow confessed a few years ago?
The murder thing, you mean?
Weren't you?
I most painfully was.
We've got something like that going.
Oh, have you?
That Clapham murder, you know. Got a confession from a chap.
Chap with a beard by any chance named Oswald Eaton?
A beard named Oswald Eaton?
Oh, fool.
No, this one's got no beard, old boy. Must he have a beard?
Mine did.
Well, this one hasn't.
Pay no attention to him. Mine's a deserter from the RAF and the cannibals have eaten him.
Beard and all.
Oh, dear. Goodbye. But the cannibals hadn't eaten him. Oswald Eaton, now aircraftsman John O'Brien, had escaped them and come back to England, to Clapham, where he'd had the misfortune to fall in with an old friend, and over a few too many drinks of something or other, had unfortunately murdered her. And when the lady was dead, he remembered he had once made a tidy sum of money by making up a confession and then repudiating it. Of course, there wasn't any money in this one, but what will work once will work again, he thought. He forgot something, though. He forgot he had once been married to this particular lady friend. And when Scotland Yard began to ask questions, it was thought very strange that aircraftsman John O'Brien was the confession writer. And there wasn't any aircraftsman O'Brien, but there had been an aircraftsman Oswald Eaton who answered to much the same description. And he was a deserter, and the RAF wanted him. And when they found that the lady without a head had once been married to an Oswald Eaton, and the confession was quite useful. And Mr. Justice Anderson cheerfully put the square of black cloth on his head and sentenced Oswald Eaton to hang by the neck until he was dead. Which he did.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Scott. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Carl Hobart, Lester Fletcher, Morris Delamore, and Gerard Burt. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. In recent years, there has been a new safety slogan, just one simple word. That word is think. If you're a driver or even a pedestrian, you'll be wise to take the advice of that slogan to heart every day. Think. Always think about doing the safe thing instead of taking a foolish chance on the highway. Remember, drive as though your life depends on it. It does. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling crimes.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is the story of Scotland Yard file number 202124. Here is Chief Superintendent John Davidson to brief you.
These two rooms constitute the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard, in which are preserved many of the objects which were of importance in solving of crimes which have confronted us. The exhibits in here range from lethal weapons to the most innocent of hearing items. They're all classified and filed most carefully so that they'll be available for study. We find them quite useful. A bloodstain that led Scotland Yard men to the discovery of a murderer in 1930 may be of great assistance in solving a similar crime in 1952. Here, I show you a plain mirror, tagged 202124. A plain, gilt-framed mirror. Its frame badly tarnished. Just such a mirror as you might find hanging in 100 cheap flats in London's West End. But with one small difference. This smudged fingerprint here in the lower left-hand corner. Here, just there, above the frame. This mirror had looked on murder. This is the murderer's fingerprint. Oh, now here is Superintendent Charles Brereton of Scotland Yard. He's the man who solved this case, 202124.
I had the assistance vote on of Marjorie Ashley, remember?
Why, wasn't Marjorie Ashley the woman who was murdered?
Yes. That fingerprint's in her blood. On a morning in February 1942, a scant 2 months after your Pearl Harbor, I had a telephone call from Inspector Francis Xavier Costello at West End Central Police Station. What is it, Frank, I asked?
The woman was apparently murdered, sir. Strangled with a green scarf. Her name was Rachel Soskin, sir.
Where'd they find her?
Wyndham Place, Merriman, sir. Identified her from her purse. The murderer had thrown it away, but we found it. Nothing in it but her identity card.
Well, what are you calling me for? Can't you handle a routine murder, Inspector?
Excuse, sir, but I don't think it's a routine murder.
Why?
Well, sir, the woman, in addition to having been strangled, had been horribly beaten up.
I'm sure that's regrettable, Costello, but after all, is it so unusual?
It is that, sir. The doctor here says the blows were inflicted after death.
The report from the mortuary by Keith Yarrow, the Home Office pathologist, confirmed the report. The woman had been brutally beaten after she had died from strangulation. At first glance, it appeared that the murderer, in an attempt at robbery, had inadvertently committed murder, but with the discovery of the beating...
Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper flourished in the years 1888 and 1889, 53 years before. He would have been at least 75 years old. Criminal Records Office was consulted. The names of every possible suspect were dredged up and thoroughly investigated, but to no avail whatever. Investigation of the murdered woman, Mrs. Rachel Susskind, disclosed the fact that she had been a quiet, highly respectable person whose husband was absent in the African campaign. There was not a single clue of any sort. On the third day, I had another telephone call from the West End Central Police Station. Inspector Costello again.
There's another, sir.
Another what, Inspector?
Another murdered woman, sir.
Oh?
Water Street in her own flat. Name? Marjorie Ashley, 26. Lived alone.
Same type of woman?
A dancer.
Uh-huh.
Found her this morning about 10 o'clock. The landlady looking to collect her rent.
Had she been robbed?
The room had been ransacked. Apparently only money had been taken, but the way she'd been killed, sir.
How?
Butcher knife, sir. Her own. It's rather dreadful.
Anything new on the other case?
No, sir. This could be the same chap, sir.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, what are you doing?
He left his calling card this time, sir.
Mm-hmm. With his name?
No name, sir. But it's him, all right.
Who?
Jack the Ripper, sir.
It could have been Jack the Ripper's calling card, right enough. I visited the room myself with Inspector Costello.
They've got the knife in the laboratory at the yard, sir.
No fingerprints, I expect.
Not on it, sir, I'm afraid. But they're looking. But here's his calling card, sir.
Blood.
Like a slaughterhouse, sir. But here...
On the mirror?
Yeah, he touched it, sir. The fingerprint men from the yard is sure it's not hers.
Smudged a little.
He says they can classify it all right, sir. He's photographed it. They're working on it now.
Well. You say she was robbed?
Took all the money, emptied her purse.
Wanted to make it look like robbery.
I think we're fools. If you could have seen her, sir.
Thanks. Well, he's left his prints. We'll find them.
I don't think we'll find his prints in the files, sir.
Why not?
They didn't have fingerprints in Jack the Ripper's day, did they?
Costello was right. They charted the fingerprint found on the mirror, the one you saw a moment ago, but it could not be found under any classification in our files. 48 hours later, the police found the body of Margaret Newton in her flat in Gosfield Street near Tottenham Court Road.
It's the same one, sir. Her purse empty, the place turned upside down, and she... Well, slaughterhouse again, sir. Worse than the last one.
Fingerprints?
Yes, sir. A bottle of bath salts has been smashed. Or one of the pieces. 2 sets of prints, hers and his.
Who was she?
No particular occupation, sir. Seen around various West End nightclubs a great deal.
Mm-hmm. Must have met him in one of them.
Who, sir?
Jack the Ripper, old boy. In the Criminal Records Office at Scotland Yard, men worked long hours sifting files for the names of known or suspected sex offenders. Men with criminal records which included crimes of violence. Each was painstakingly investigated. Fingerprints of all were checked with those we had found at the scenes of the last 2 murders. The results? Nothing. The West End of London was terrified. Women stayed in their homes after dark behind locked doors. Hundreds of suspects were questioned. The results? Nothing. Nightlife in the West End all but ceased to exist. 2 days later, Mrs. Doris Brooks, the wife of a hotel manager, was murdered in her flat not more than a mile away from the scene of the last crime.
I'm ready for the loony bin, sir.
Oh, we all are, Costello. No clues this time at all?
None at all, sir. Beat his hair the same way as he did the others, but he didn't leave any clues. Any fingerprints.
Well, a fat lot of good the other fingerprints have done us anyway.
Yes, sir.
Well, cheer up. We'll get him eventually. He's crazy, obviously. He'll slip.
Well, how many more poor women will have to be murdered before we do, sir?
Well, have you any ideas, then?
No more than you have, sir.
What puzzles me is why he still keeps up the pretense that the motive's robbery.
The man's got a diseased mind.
Well, obviously.
I mean, I think he thinks he's fooling us, sir.
He is.
He could have got more than £20 from all his victims.
It isn't money he wants. He's a maniac.
He takes their money, then.
That's how he thinks he's fooling us, Costello. He's done this before.
Every assault case in the last 10 years has been examined. He's not any of them.
Somebody knows him.
We've checked the acquaintances of all 4 women, sir. If we could find one person that more than one of them knew...
Well?
There's no such person, sir.
3 days went by. 4, 5, a week. There are no more reports of violence, either attempted or consummated, on the persons of any more London women. Our people were still hard at work. The scene of each of the 4 crimes had been gone over again and again for clues. But none. None at all. Our voluminous files of crime yielded nothing. Women began to appear again on the streets of London, but still almost as much as a man's life was worth for him to speak to an unescorted woman. The newspapers were still full of warnings. Women screamed for a policeman when a strange man lifted his hat to them. But some women are foolhardy. Such a one was Miss Paula Ingram. I heard about her from the station superintendent at C Division in Savile Row, Arthur Austin. I hurried to Savile Row to see Miss Ingram. A slight, rather pretty little woman with astonishing blonde hair.
Of course, I don't know, sir. I know there's lots of soldiers walking the streets, sir, looking to pick up a bit of fluff, especially if they're good-looking, you know.
Go on, please, Miss Ingram.
Well, it was last night as I was coming out of a place in Jermyn Street when this bloke stopped me. "Hello, sweetness and light," he says. And I didn't realize he was speaking to me.
Oh. You didn't see his face, of course.
No, sir, I didn't see his face, but I could tell he was in an RAF uniform.
How?
With a little cap, you know. I could see that. Air cadet he was. I could see the white on the cap. Mm-hmm. Well, going somewhere, he asked me, and I stopped off a moment to speak to him. I always try to be nice to the forces, and he sounded so nice and so polite.
Go on, please.
So I stopped and we started to talk.
Mm-hmm.
He kept getting closer to me, but I didn't give it much attention.
Why?
I thought perhaps he was going to try to kiss me. They often do, you know, especially the RAF lads. And all of a sudden, I felt his hands on my neck.
What did you do?
It came to me in a flash. This is Jack the Ripper, I thought. And I tried to push him away, but he just got his hand around my throat, and I just screamed, "Help, help," I said. And he let go my neck and said, "Now, don't." And I screamed again, and he turned and ran.
Uh-huh.
And then I thought to myself, you're making a bloody fool of yourself. And I called after him, but he was still running. And I thought, well, now, maybe I haven't. And I came over here to the police station and reported it. Did I make a bloody fool of myself, sir?
You didn't see his face?
No, sir. But he was most pleasant-spoken, though he was rather forward. Oh, dear. Now I wonder if I did the right thing.
You're still alive, aren't you?
Yes. But, oh, dear.
What's the matter?
So is he.
We kept the news of Paula Ingram and her experience out of the papers. Might be trivial, but then again it might not be, I said to Costello.
This girl Ingram, sir. What do you think of her?
London's full of girls like that, unfortunately.
Soldiers call them Piccadilly Commandos.
Right.
That was the kind of women Jack the Ripper specialized in, wasn't it?
Oh, will you stop that Jack the Ripper stuff?
Well, wasn't it? Wasn't it, sir?
That's a pretty thin sort of clue, Inspector.
What about the other 4 women that were killed? Weren't they the same kind?
Well,
sir. Could be a clue, couldn't it? All the same class of women. Same way Jack the Ripper used.
How are we going to find this Jack the Ripper? How do we know whether he's the right one? How do we... Excuse me. Superintendent Brereton here. Oh, yes, Superintendent Austin. Oh, is that so? Well, that's quite encouraging. He's on the way. Good. We'll wait. I expect... Oh, here he is now, I think. Open the door, will you, Costello?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes, I think it is one of your men.
Okay, I'll take it.
Right. Costello's got it. Thank you. This is most awfully good of you, old man. Yes, that's it. Thank you. I'll tell you what luck we have. Goodbye. What is it, a gas mask?
Yes, sir. The Superintendent Austin at Water Street.
Let's have it. It was found in a doorway on German Street shortly after noon, Austin said. Let's see. LAC Frederick Gordon, RAF, number 7071 256.
1256.
Well, let's see what we shall see, Costello? German Street. Not 2 doors away from where our Miss Ingram had her encounter with the amorous airman. Hand me the phone, will you, Costello?
Yes, sir.
Give me the air ministry, please. Here, you take this. Ask them where leading aircraftsman Frederick Gordon is stationed, will you, whilst I'll take a look at this thing.
Yes, sir. Think that's him, sir?
We'll see. Huh, what's this?
Hello? Inspector Costello, Scotland Yard here. I wonder, can you tell me where to find LAC Gordon, Frederick Gordon, number 7071256? Quite. I'll wait. What have you found, sir?
Look, in the gas mask bag.
Yes? Regent's Park, special cadet wing there. Thank you. She said he was a cadet, sir.
I think you'd better go see him.
Yes. What did you find of the case, sir?
Does a woman's comb and a lipstick marked DB look like part of an RAF cadet's kit? While Inspector Costello set out for Regent's Park, where the special RAF cadet wing was quartered, preparing for their commissions, I took the things I'd found in the gas mask case down to the property room. May I see the effects of these women, Mrs. Rachel Suskin, Miss Marjorie Ashley, Margaret Newton, Mrs. Doris Brooks?
Jack the Ripper murdered.
If you insist on calling them that?
Yes, I got them right here all together.
Well,
sir.
let's see them.
Yes, sir. Well, here's the first one, sir. Rachel Suskin.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing in it but her identity card, sir.
Well, let's see another.
Marjorie Ashley.
That all?
Just a handbag, sir.
Uh-huh.
What is it?
This comb.
Same as the other things in it. Where did you get it, sir?
The RAF had it. Matches, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Let's see the others.
Margaret Newton.
Empty. Next.
Doris Brooks.
Right.
What is it, sir?
Was there a lipstick in this?
No, sir.
Then this one was hers.
Must be, sir. Yeah, initials on it. D.B. Doris Brooks. Yeah, just like the silver pencil. And the comb. And nail file. Sterling. All the same initials. D.B.
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Well, that's all I wanted.
Property room. Who? Oh, yes, sir. Superintendent Brereton. The call is for you, sir.
Who is it?
Who is it, please? Inspector Costello, sir.
Oh, good. Thank you. Brereton here. Hello, Costello.
I'm at Regent's Park, sir.
Yes?
He's gone, sir.
Well?
The warrant officer here tells me he's on task.
Well, where did he go? Does he know?
Yes, sir. He heard Gordon say he was going to visit a lady friend of his.
Back in my office, I had just completed the telephone call when my door was flung open. Costello entered with a man in Royal Air Force blue.
Come on in.
Ah, you did find him, Costello.
No, sir. This is Warrant Officer Gibbons. He's from Gordon's cadet wing at Regent's Park, sir.
Sir, I believe you're wrong about Gordon.
Why, Mr. Gibbons?
Gordon's one of the most popular cadets in the entire wing, sir.
Well, what does that prove?
Well, I don't believe Gordon's capable of the things...
What's he like, Mr. Gibbons?
Well, he's a fine chap, sir. I admit he does chuck his weight about a little, but most of the chaps call him the Count because he's so, well, he's a gentleman, sir.
May I ask, Mr. Gibbons, what did you do in civilian life?
I was sales representative for the Peerless Bicycle Company of Ealing, sir.
Ah, I see.
Warrant Officer Gibbons has brought Gordon's fingerprints with him, Superintendent.
Fingerprints?
We require fingerprints to be taken on all men posted to this wing, sir. A new regulation.
Very praiseworthy, I'm sure. May I see them?
By all means, sir.
Thank you. Costello, will you ask Ernest Whiting to bring up those fingerprints we have so he can compare them?
I'll take these down, sir.
If Mr. Gibbons doesn't mind.
Oh, not at all, sir.
Good. All right, then, Inspector.
Right.
You told Inspector Costello Gordon was going to see a lady friend.
Yes, sir.
Did he mention her name?
No, sir.
Why is he so popular there at Regent's Park?
Well, sir, he's very pleasant. He has lots of money, and he spends it quite freely.
Ah.
And the men, they like him a great deal, sir.
I dare say. Would you, of course, recognize Gordon?
Oh, yes, of course, sir.
We may ask you to do so.
All right, sir. Is he here?
I think he will be, eventually.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
But you may need to go with us to identify him.
Do you know where he is, sir?
I think I know where to find him.
My, you Scotland Yard people, you're marvellous.
Not always, Mr. Gibbons, I'm afraid. Excuse me. Yes. Superintendent Brereton here.
I'm calling for Superintendent Austin, sir.
Good. Any news?
Yes, sir. The porter from the Silver Kitten...
The what?
The nightclub, sir, where Paula Ingram works.
Oh, yes, the place on Germ Street where she...
That's it, sir. Mm-hmm. Well, he came in only a minute ago. He said there was a RAF man, an airman, asking him where she lives.
Miss Ingram?
Paula Ingram, sir.
Did he tell him?
Unfortunately, yes, sir.
How long ago was that?
But he asked, about 10 minutes ago, sir. Then he got rather terrified. He knows the story, sir. And he ran right over here to tell us.
You have men at the place where she lived?
Yes, sir. But there are hundreds of men on the street in airmen's uniforms, and we haven't any idea what he looks like.
Well, I can remedy that. I have a man here who can identify him.
Well, we're afraid we'll be too late, sir.
Be there as soon as I can. Now, where the devil's Costello? Costello!
Ernest Whiting says they're the same, sir.
Eh?
The fingerprints, sir. He says he'll swear that they're the same as the ones that we have.
Oh, I still think there's some mistake, sir.
There isn't. If Ernest Whiting says they're the same, they're the same. He knows more about Come on, Mr. Gibbons.
Where are we going, sir?
After Jack the Ripper. Come on, quickly.
But I say...
Here's your cap, Mr. Gibbons. We need you.
Traffic didn't hamper us very much. We were in one of the cars of the flying squad, and nothing seems to bother them. Pedestrians scuttle for the pavement as we skidded around corners on our way to the house off German Street, which Paula Ingram had given us as her address. Now, of course, you followed me. I had ordered policemen to that address as soon as I'd heard that Gordon was on his way to see a lady friend. Somehow or other, he'd obtained her name. I was certain that eventually he'd find the address, and I proposed to find him. If possible, before he'd attack Paula Ingram. It was a long way there. Our car drew up at last a few doors away from the house. Have you seen him yet?
There have been several RAF men along the street,
Come on, Costello.
Come on, Mr. Gibbons.
Oh, thanks.
Come on.
This house. Come on. Up the stairs. Hurry. Quiet. This is the room.
Perhaps he's been here.
Quiet.
Hear anything? I did. Do you?
I don't hear a thing. Do you hear this?
Shh.
I say. I was going to say. I think I can smell something.
Heard perfume.
No, sir. It's the kind he always wears.
Perfume?
He always wears it. It's Channel's Russia leather. I'd recognize it anywhere. We're always spoofing him about it.
Come on, at that door. Come on, now.
Oh, he came back. It's Chester River.
Gordon, what on earth?
You recognize him, Gibbons?
Of course I do. He's Cadet Frederick Gordon. You copper's knock, you.
Frederick Gordon, I charge you with the willful murder of Marjorie Ashley.
Take your filthy hands off.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
Don't touch me.
Are you all right, Miss Ingram?
He said he'd come to kill me. He said I'd have to die. He said I...
Search him, Costello.
Hold your arms up, Gordon.
Get away from me.
Hold your arms up, please. What's this?
I know what that is. It's the carving knife the cookhouse sergeant told me had been stolen by somebody. That's the King's property.
I shouldn't worry about it, Mr. Gibbons. Cadet Gordon isn't going to use it. Bring him along, Inspector. At his trial, Gordon was asked why he committed these 4 savage murders. He smiled. He was an extraordinarily attractive young man, and he did have a winning smile. He was asked again, why?
It's really quite simple. When I was posted to the special wing, I realized that these young men, my fellow cadets, were young men of the best families, used to much better things than I was. I wouldn't be patronized by them. I'm as good as they. But I need money. Realized, of course, that an officer of the Royal Air Force, which I was soon to be, wouldn't stoop to stealing from his comrades. Oh, I have stolen before, sir. But not since I became a cadet. I felt I must have money, however.
Why?
One must keep up one's standards, my dear man. But I decided to acquire money. There are many women with full purses, women the world would never miss. And I hit upon this scheme. I would rid the world of quite undesirable people, and I'd have their money. Nobody'd ever suspect they were destroyed for their money if Jack the Ripper killed them. You'd be too sure the murderer was Jack come back to Earth, and you'd never notice their money, too, was gone. I think that was rather clever. They'd be looking around for human fiends and never even glance at the handsome RAF cadet. I've been told so many times that I'm quite attractive to women. I did very well, thank you. My only regret is that I didn't kill you, Miss Ingram. She had a good bit of money. You'd still be looking for Jack the Ripper, wouldn't you, Superintendent?
Despite the desperate representations by counsel that Frederick Gordon was insane, a jury at Old Bailey found him guilty of the murder of Marjorie Ashley. He was hanged in June 1942, still smiling in the most charming manner.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, Chief Crime Reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here is Chief Superintendent John Davidson of Scotland Yard, custodian of the famous Black Museum.
The exhibit I have to show you today from our Black Museum files is neither more nor less unusual than anything I've shown you. But, like many other of these intrinsically unusual objects, it has acquired a certain interest because of its association. Now, you've seen thousands of these. It's a string of varicolored plastic beads made by cutting plastic tubes of various colors into short lengths and stringing them together to form a woman's necklace. The string has been broken, but it's been retied, you see. The man who tied it together is here beside me. He was in charge of the case number 696966. This is Detective Inspector Herbert Case of the CID. Herbert?
This case is one of the few in which the press was able to be of considerable assistance to us. Not, I assure you, by usurping the functions of the police, as so many fictional newspaper men do so fictionally successfully, but by passing on to us with remarkable celerity everything they discovered, and leaving the dirty work to us whose job that is. I applaud such pressmen, as does every good policeman. On the 9th of August last year, the Criminal Investigation Department of Nottingham received a trunk telephone call from London. The call was routed to me. The caller identified himself.
John Marchbanks speaking.
Inspector Case here, Mr. Marchbanks.
Oh, yes, yes. Look here, old fellow. I've had a telephone call from Nottingham that I suspect wants investigating.
Yes, sir?
A man's just called to tell me that he is willing to sell me, for a considerable sum of money, the exclusive first-hand story of a murder.
May I ask who you are, sir?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm editor of the News of the World in London. We've the largest circulation in you know.
I've seen your paper.
Yes. Well, this chap told me that he had the story. Says you chaps don't know anything at all about it yet. So I thought I'd better notify you.
Oh, well, that's very good of you, sir. Did the man give his name?
Yes. I told him I'd have to consult my superiors, and I ring him back at 12:25. He's at the telephone kiosk there, and the number's 6333191.
And his name?
Brown. George Brown, he said. Although I suspect that rather too easy, isn't it? Probably his nom de plume.
You're going to talk to him at that number, sir?
At 12:25, I told him. Yes.
Thank you, sir. We'll be there with him. Goodbye.
Good luck. And don't forget the News of the World, Inspector.
It was, of course, simple to determine the location of the telephone kiosk from the number. I proceeded there at once with Detective Sergeant Victor Mann to find a young man with excessively long hair talking rapidly into the phone. We moved closer to listen as best we might through the closed door.
Nobody knows about it except Victor.
Did you say that's in, Inspector?
What place is...
I expect you'd better find out, Sergeant.
All right, sir.
Well, £150. I need them...
Your name, George Brown?
Excuse me, this is...
I'll have that telephone, please.
Look here, who are you?
CRD cop, give us the phone. Hello, are you there? Hang on a sec, please. This is the police. You want to talk, Inspector?
I say.
Are you George Brown?
I am. I was...
It's him, Inspector.
Thank you. Just wait, you, Brown. Hello, is that Mr. Marchbank? It is? Good. Was that your man? Right, we're here. We'll have a talk with him. Eh? Oh, yes. Of course, I'll remember. Thanks very much, sir. Now, Mr. Brown.
Who are you, the police?
We are. What's your cards?
I was going to call you at once, officer, just as soon as I got finished with my London call.
I suppose you tell us now.
We're right here.
May I sit down, please?
On the bench there.
Leg feels better when I sit down.
What's the matter with your leg?
Always been that way.
Sit down, Sergeant. Now, what's this, Brown, about the murder you know about?
Well, I don't know if it's a murder or not, sir.
You told the editor of the News of the World it's a murder.
Well, I think it's a murder.
Where?
It's in an old derelict orchard about half a mile from here, sir.
It's a woman, you told the editor?
Yes, sir, a woman.
Is the body still there?
Yes, sir. I'm sure nobody'd find it.
Why hasn't it been reported to the police?
Well, I found it just yesterday, you see, and I thought I'd try to make some money out of it before I told you chaps. Can't blame me for that, you know.
Well, can't we?
Do you want to take us there?
Well, under the circumstances, sir, I suppose there's really no choice, is there?
There is not. Come along.
I'm on my leg, will you great-o?
I felt sorry for young George Brown as he limped along with us in the direction of his derelict orchard. Down Edwards Lane, past the Roxy Cinema and the Metropole Hotel, jabbering about his bad luck at every step.
How'd you chaps get on with me? I'd have stood to make £250 if you hadn't butted in.
150 the bloke on the telephone was saying to you. Or you were saying to him, cock.
Well, 150 isn't hay, you know, till a fellow's out of work. Now, I shall never see it, thanks to you.
Serves you right, trying to make fools of the police.
Well, I didn't make fools of you, mate.
Don't come a Gracie Fields on us.
How much further is this place, Brown?
Down the hill there. There's a path.
I don't see a path.
You'd never have found it. I'll show you. Here, see? It's all grown over, but there's your path.
Where's this body?
See down there at the bottom?
That pile of rags?
It's a coat. Been thrown over.
Who threw it over?
How do I know? The murderer, very likely.
How'd you find her?
Saw beads lying on the path here. Oh, I'd better give them to you, hadn't I?
You had.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot them. Here.
Better tie them together, hadn't I? How do you know they're hers?
I don't know. Seems probable, though, don't it?
Proceed. Well, come.
Oh, I'm not going down there again. I've seen her.
Now, come on, pal.
No, I won't do it. It was tough enough climbing up and down yesterday with my leg. I'll stay here. You go on.
Too right, you'll stay here. Shall I climb down, sir?
I'll go. You stay here with the prisoner.
Prisoner? I'm not arrested, am I?
You are now. I arrest you on charge of willfully concealing evidence of a violent death, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
That is for you, cook.
What are you going to do with me?
The body was that of a woman about 30, I judged, lying on her side, fully dressed, the coat carefully placed over her. There was no immediate means of identification, and the only obvious wounds were the bruises about the head, which had caused the face to become quite black. The body was removed to the mortuary at Leanside for examination by Dr. Crofton, the police surgeon, and by Dr. John Little of the Home Office Forensic Science Laboratory. Mann and I took Brown to a justice of the peace on the charge we had made of concealing evidence. He was allowed to go after he'd been bailed under the Criminal Justice Act of 1925, which permits the police to go bail themselves in such cases. In the meantime, a card found in a pocket of the coat which had covered the body had provided the first identification. The card bore the name of Mrs. Anne Battersby of 97 Longmead Drive, Nottingham, who had been reported missing on Friday the 3rd of August, 6 days earlier. Lodgers at the Longmead Drive address identified the broken string of beads, the coat itself, and certain other articles as the missing Mrs. Battersby's. I talked with Sergeant Mann.
Yes, sir. That's who it was, all right. This Battersby woman. Body's been identified.
Who identified her?
Her husband and these other people, sir.
What about her husband?
Oh, I've talked to him, sir.
You all right?
Well, I brought him along with me, sir.
He here now?
Yes, sir.
Let's have a look at him.
All right, sir. Mr. Battersby.
Yes?
Come in, please. Inspector Case, Mr. Battersby.
Sit down. Sit down, Mr. Battersby. I was wondering if you can tell us anything, sir.
I'll try to, sir. I can't imagine.
Your wife's acquaintances, is there anyone at all?
I don't know of any. The ones I know are other women. No woman did that, Inspector.
No. How do you account for her being found in that particular place, Mr. Battersby?
I don't know. That near the Roxy Cinema. That's where she was going when she left. She told Tommy.
Tommy?
Thomasina Jane, our daughter. She was home when Anne left.
Where were you, Mr. Battersby?
At work.
What's your occupation?
Advertising copywriter.
For an advertising concern?
No, I'm self-employed. My office is in St. Peter's Gate.
I see. And when did you discover your wife missing on the 3rd?
She wasn't there when I came home. At 10 o'clock at night, I notified the police at once.
What time did you leave your office?
About 9:30.
I see. Is that your usual leaving time, sir?
No.
What is your usual time?
About 5:30.
Uh-huh.
I was working that night on a new advertising campaign.
You could prove that, of course.
I'm afraid I can't. I was alone. I had no office employees, and I was quite startled when I realized how late it had got, and I hurried home.
When you found your wife absent, where did you think she was?
I didn't know. Tommy woke and said she'd gone to the cinema. I telephoned there, but there was no answer, and I called several of her friends.
Women friends?
Of course. Well, only one of them was at home, Danielle Dupuy, and she was...
What did you expect to find out, Mr. Battersby?
Why, poor Anne used once in a while to stay the night, Danielle.
Without leaving you a message?
Well, I thought she'd forgotten to call Tommy, or perhaps Tommy had been asleep and hadn't heard the telephone.
But your wife was not there?
No. Danielle said she'd seen her that afternoon.
Where?
Near the Roxy Cinema, about 4 o'clock.
And where were you at that time?
I was in my office working.
Where you stayed all evening?
Of course.
Going without your dinner?
I'm afraid so.
But that you can't prove. Can you?
Look here, are you accusing me of my wife's death?
Not yet, sir. Now, let me tell you what Dr. Little, the Home Office pathologist, said to me. I called on him the next morning, the 9th, at his laboratory, where the body had been taken for a more complete examination. He'd been working most of the night, and he was tired.
Oh. Well, I've discovered several things, Herbert.
Any progress?
I let you decide. First, she'd been dead for about a week. That, with the bruises on her face, which I think were made by someone's fist, accounts for the dark color of her skin.
Almost black.
Yes.
She was murdered about the time she disappeared, then?
I think I can say so.
How quickly did the discoloration set in?
Almost at once. A day or so, let's say. Oh, I can hardly keep my eyes open.
I'm sorry.
It's my job. Second, she died of strangulation, suffocation. I think, remembering the bruises, it was manual strangulation.
Yeah.
By the condition of the stomach contents, she died about 4 hours after her last meal.
Ah. If we can discover when she ate last, then we'll know almost the exact time of her death.
The day and the time.
I'll try to find that out.
All right. No, we used my little laboratory vacuum cleaner on her clothes.
What did you find?
Nothing much. Except these hairs. Longish.
Black?
Yes. Recognize them?
They're not her husband. He's almost bald-headed. What hair he has is sandy.
Traces of grease on this.
Can it be identified? You suppose?
I doubt it. But we can compare it with samples of Brill cream and other messes people put on their hair and identify it that far.
Will you do that?
Of course. Probably the murderers.
I'm sure.
On here. This is what we found under her fingernails. Oh,
More hair?
shreds of fiber.
From her coat or dress?
From somebody else's coat or dress.
You think another woman, Doctor?
Can't tell. Bring me the garment she clawed these bits from, and I'll prove that's what they're from.
How?
Comparison microscope nearby.
Ah.
I'd like to see those beads you were talking about, too. Sorry.
What for?
I want to see if they fit into these marks in her neck.
Marks?
I think the boil strangled her with her own beads. So do you mind clearing out and letting me get a few winks of sleep like a good man?
You going to sleep here?
Oh, the lady won't snore.
Leaving Dr. Little to his well-earned rest, I sought out Sergeant Mann for a conference. He listened attentively to my instructions.
All right, sir. I've got it all, I think.
The beads.
They're taken to Dr. Little.
Right. That is it.
Ask him for samples to be there.
What else?
Look over his wardrobe and get samples of fibres from everything and bring them to the Forsenic laboratory. Oh, yes, and find out from him how to reach the Stanley du Puy.
I admire your pronunciation, Sergeant.
Well, the girlfriend of Mrs. Battersby.
And ask her to come and see me.
Ask her?
Fetch her.
Hope she's pretty.
She's French.
On his swallow, he lally pulls.
What?
French, I'll speak it like a native.
Well, try it on Mademoiselle Dupuy.
Try what, sir?
Get out of here. Send in that man that's waiting.
Man, sir?
The newspaper fellow.
Oh, the little fat man from London.
Send him in.
Yes, sir. You can come in, sir.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me. I'm addressing Inspector Case, am I not?
You are, sir. I take it you're Mr. Marshbanks.
Off the News of the World, London. I was speaking to you yesterday, sir.
Very glad to see you, sir.
Oh, thank you. May I sit down?
By all means. Well, you uncovered a real one, Mr. Marshbanks. What brings you to Nottingham?
I came down to see this murder story merchant, Brown. He telephoned me again last night.
Oh, did he?
Told me that you've arrested him.
Well, teach him to conceal evidence. He's on bail now, but he'll get sent down for a few months when his trial comes up. What did he tell you?
Tell me?
When he telephoned you.
Oh, well, I promised to give him £70 for his story, provided you have no objections. It's our type of thing, after all, you know.
Come down his price, isn't it?
No, that was my doing. We're not in business for our health, you know. It's all right with you, provided, of course, that I show you the story first.
I see no harm in it, as well.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you. Ordinarily, I'd let our staff man here in Nottingham handle it, but I wanted to get away from my desk, and I confess this intrigues me.
Yeah.
I say, I was thinking of something. Can't put down an old newspaper man, can you, Constable?
Inspector.
Huh? Oh, I am sorry. Of course, Inspector. That's many bloody things about constables in the paper, you know. I am sorry. Do forgive me.
What are you thinking of?
Oh, I was just thinking, what if this young chap turns out to be the murderer himself? Wouldn't that be jolly?
Would be quite interesting, Mr. Marshbanks.
I know what I should do.
What?
I should give him an extra £50. But only if his story is exclusive, sir. Only if it's exclusive, mind you.
You're very generous, sir.
It'll be worth it. Oh, it'll be worth it.
Well, sir, if I allow you to leave me upon your lawful occasions now, I trust you will leave me to mine.
Huh?
I shall see you again before the day's over, sir.
Oh, with my exclusive story, I promise you, sir. Good morning.
Before the day was over, I'd said, a great many things happened before that day was over. First, at about 3 in the afternoon, Dr. Little telephoned me from his forensic laboratory.
Well, I had a good sleep, Jake.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir.
This is about an hour ago. Your Sergeant Mann brought in samples from Mr. Battersby's clothing. He sent them for them, he said.
All right.
I checked about half of them. They don't match the samples under her fingernails.
Oh, they don't.
Cheer up, Herbert. I've still got quite a lot to look at and compare. Oh, and here doesn't match either. Sergeant Mann brought a sample of that. No, like it.
Well, I expected as much.
Just thought I'd let you know we're working on that wide awake. Oh, Robbie, I'm wide awake and we're working it better. Well, I'll ring you if I find anything.
Good, thank you. I'll be here. As I sat down the telephone, there was a knock on the door. Yes? Come in.
Thank
you, Sergeant. It is the inspector's case, n'est-ce pas?
I am the Inspector Case, yes, ma'am.
This is Mademoiselle Dupuy, sir.
Danielle Dupuy.
Oh. I'd like to ask you a few questions, please, Miss Dupuy.
The Sergeant Man? No, he has already asked me questions, monsieur.
What have you been asking her, ma'am?
Oh, not about the case, sir.
He asked me, do I know Anne Battersby? Yes, I say, and I do not. She is dead. Oh, hélas, ma pauvre amie.
You saw her on the day she disappeared?
Oh, I see her 2 times. Twice? I see her twice, oui.
Twice?
Once, when she is about to leave for the cinema. The Roxy to see Une lettre pour 3 épouses. Letter for 3 wives. But I am making luncheon for me and my friend. And I am desolate I cannot go with her. Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh! I just think if I go with her, I am dead too.
Oh, well, cheer up, Mr. Puey. You didn't go with us. Excuse me, sir.
So what did you do then, please, Mr. Dupuy?
I give her my lunch with my friend. Haricots verts.
She means green beans.
At what time?
Hein? Oh, 15 hours. Pourquoi?
Wait just a second. Put me through to Dr. Little at the forensic laboratory. Doctor.
Who is it?
Herbert Case.
Nothing new yet, Case.
Look, I found when Mrs. Battersby had her last meal.
Uh-huh. When?
At 3 o'clock on the 3rd.
Do you know what she ate?
Green beans, for one thing.
Good. That's what the report says. I've guessed it, then. She was killed between 6 and 7 o'clock on the 3rd. That all?
For now, thank you.
Bye.
And when was the other time you saw Mrs. Battersby that day, Miss Dupuy?
It was about just before 5 minutes to 6.
Where, Miss Dupuy?
Hold it, Sergeant. Are you sure of the time, Miss Dupuy?
I am always sure, Monsieur the Inspector, and it was on Edward's Lane, only just past the Roxy Cinema. And of that I am also certain.
Did you talk with her?
I did not. How am I to know who is this man she is talking with?
Man?
She is walking down the street, Edward's Lane, towards the old orchard, with a man, and he is talking to her.
Would you recognize this man again, Miss Dupuy?
Oh, I am not sure I would know his face for sure.
Did he have a lame leg?
How do you know that?
Did he?
Why?
I wish you had asked Mrs. Battersby to go with you.
But I could not, monsieur. I had a very important appointment. Why do you wish so?
Because I think you saw the man who murdered her about half an hour later. And that wasn't all that happened before the day was over. I turned Miss Dupuy over to the matron who applied cold cloth to her head. 50 minutes later, Marshbanks of the News of the World returned and came cheerfully into my office.
It's wonderful.
What's wonderful?
The story.
Brown story? Is it written already?
I've got the first paragraph here, and as soon as we've looked it over, we're going over to the Black Boy Hotel. I have a room there, and he's going to finish it on my portable typewriter. Never travel without the portables. Made in Switzerland, you know. Used by correspondents everywhere.
May I see the story?
Of course. Wonderful idea. He calls it I Saw Something White. Isn't that a ripping title?
What's it mean?
Well, let me read it. As I slowly walked up the rustic paths in the derelict orchard, I saw something white on the path before me. What could this be? Raced through my mind. I hurried forward and bent over the white object, and my heart almost stopped. It was the white face of a dead woman.
That's enough.
Don't you want to have the rest of it?
No, I want to hear the rest of it from Brown.
Oh, how fortunate. I asked him to wait for me in the anteroom.
Isn't it? Just a second. Sergeant Man, get Miss Dupuy and ask her to come to the anteroom at once. Fetch her if she has any objections.
Yes, sir. Miss Dupuy?
I think Mr. Brown has met her.
Oh, French, eh?
Come on, let's find Brown. Oh, do you happen to have an extra £50 on you, Mr. Mustang?
£50?
I think you're going to owe it to Mr. Brown.
Eh?
Your proposition, you remember. Come on. Oh, there you are, Brown.
Oh, how do you do, Inspector? Have you been reading my story? The first paragraph, I mean.
I found it very interesting.
I like it very much indeed.
Well, thank you.
You said you saw her white face.
Oh, I thought that was rather a good touch.
It was if you'd seen her face within an hour or two after you'd killed her.
What are you saying?
The combination of the blows she had received in the face and the strangling with her beads and the hot weather. Her face has been that ghastly black color since a few hours after she died. Mr. George Brown.
Black, that's what I meant. Much black.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Queen. Have you ever seen this man before?
Oh! It is he! It is the man with the limp. Yes, I have seen him. He is the man who did kill her. Oh,
And this time the warning was a trifle different from the first time. George Brown, I arrest you for the willful murder of Anne Battersby. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. This is a little of the testimony of George Brown, but not the sizes when he was tried for murder.
Yes, I killed her. No, there was no reason for it. No reason except I hate everyone. Everyone hates me and my crippled leg. I'm glad I thought so many times about a perfect crime. She laughed at me once as I dragged my way down Edwards Lane. I promised myself she'd be the first to die, and after I'd murder her, I'd seek out the others who laughed at the poor cripple. So I asked her to help me over the road in the rough orchard. She laughed and she said, "But Harry, she didn't know she was going to die. I hate her. I hate you. I hate everybody. It's a crime if I hadn't tried to make money for the races out of it. Should have been satisfied with her life, strangling the lots and smiles out of her with her own paltry bead. I hate her. I hate her."
There was a great deal of that. He was found guilty, but they didn't hang him. He was sent to the asylum for the criminal insane at Broadmoor. He hanged himself 5 months later. Poor demented boy.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Horace Braham as Inspector Case. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Maurice Delamore, Carl Harbord, Lester Fletcher, Glenn Farmer, Gerard Burke, and Patricia Courtley. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
Whitehall 1212.
Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is furnished through Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Listen now to Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, for a briefing on case number 270809.
Good afternoon. I hope you don't think that we're mere souvenir collectors here in the Black Museum. We do collect articles that have figured in many of the crimes we have solved. But we have better reasons for doing so than the morbid satisfaction of gloating over them. They form a kind of criminal compendium, not of how to do murder, but how murder has been done. And the items we have on our shelves here fall into several categories. Illustrations of motives, demonstrations of methods and means, and examples of the mistakes that caused the murderer's arrest and punishment. Of course, we have these souvenirs from other types of cases, but the reputation of the Black Museum rests largely upon the predilection of the human race for violence and unlawful death. If you're contemplating this oldest of crimes, bear in mind the fact that here at Scotland Yard we have thousands of reminders of the hopelessness of it, and change your mind before the hangman says to you, "Stand here, please," as he did to the man who owned this dark gray shirt. Yes, that's blood on it. Some of it is his. Chief Inspector Eric Lincoln solved that case, number 270809. I'll ask him to take over.
John, you're always quoting a verse from the Bible about the wicked fleeing when no man pursueth.
Proverbs 28th chapter, 1st verse.
And what happens when the wicked stand still and all men pursue it?
You can't pursue a man that's standing still, Eric.
But when he joins the pursuit, he stumbles over the last man in the race, John.
Who's the last man?
The hangman. Francesca Nicholson had been missing nearly a week when Peter St. John of a well-known London evening newspaper laid the packet of photographs on my desk.
She's not particularly pretty, is she?
She was not particularly pretty. Too tall.
5'9½".
Wears eyeglasses.
You tell me her eyes are blue and quite pretty, like a gazelle's, this fellow said. I've never seen a gazelle.
Gazelles have brown eyes. Quite prominent teeth.
Like horses, aren't they?
Well,
you think she'd not be too hard to find?
I should say so.
Well, they haven't found her.
What's her name, Nicholson?
Nicholson, yes, sir. Francesca Nicholson. Lived with her mother in Kensal Rise. Had her hair done one day, put on a new dress, packed a small attaché case, and bunged off. Not to return.
I can read, Peter.
Oh, sorry.
How old is she?
26. It says there.
Sorry.
Quite all right, huh?
Been rowing with her mother?
Me?
The girl, fool.
Mother assured me that they were on the best of terms.
Maybe Mother was telling her what her. Maybe Mother beat her.
Don't think so, sir. Neighbors on Kensal Rise say they're pretty pals here.
The girl have any enemies?
None discernible, sir.
Boyfriend?
One, the cove that discussed Gazelle's eyes.
What's he like?
I think he bathes often enough. 2 front teeth missing, no eyebrows, dirty blonde hair, no great toe on his left foot.
How do you know about his toes?
He told me about him in detail.
Where's he live?
chickens live in a much nicer place than he does.
What's his opinion?
He's sure the Mormons have got her.
Mormons?
That's what the silly blighter said.
Mormons don't kidnap people.
I suggested that, so he changed his mind. Said you might have had a nerve storm and wandered onto the moors and perished.
What moors?
Just moors in the middle of her nerve storm.
Nerve storm? Is the man crazy?
Well, as our American cousins say, I think he has a button or two missing. Seriously, though, he's frightfully upset about her disappearance. Trying to be helpful. That's where I got these photographs.
How did he find out she was missing? You tell him?
No. That's where she was headed for when she left home.
Crowborough?
Crowborough and the chicken farm.
Why?
We've been engaged for 4 years.
Engaged to be married?
Quite. I don't know about her except what I hear, but he's genuinely in love with her. Tears as big as small hen's eggs appear every time he mentions her.
For a blighter? Well, did she go to visit him often?
Oh, every few months, apparently. He used to stay with a family named Powers. The chicken farm's a mile or two outside the town.
These Powers people, do they know anything about all this?
They're quite mystified. They were expecting her, but she didn't show up. This boyfriend...
What's his name?
Tufty. Norman Tufty. He came into the Powers to greet her, and there she wasn't.
Then he reported her missing?
Not for 3 days. Hard to telegraph from Crowborough, I suppose, or hadn't the money or something. But he wrote a postcard to her mother. Quite worried.
You see the postcard?
And there it is. Right there beside the photograph.
Oh, yes. My own darling Francesca, where did you get to Saturday? I went to meet you, but did not turn up. I suppose you were detained unexpectedly for some reason. What's that word?
Devotedly, I think.
Devotedly Norman. Doesn't seem very devoted.
British understatement, old boy.
And when did he call the police? The same day?
He didn't call the police himself.
He didn't?
It was the Powers. Mrs. Powers, who seems to be very nice, talked to a constable of the Sussex police she knows, and he came round to the chicken farm.
I mean, this devoted Norman didn't even do that much?
Oh, he told me he was going to walk into the police station and tell them himself as soon as he'd finished feeding the chickens.
Suppose he really would have, Peter?
Constable told me that our boy, Chicken Fancier, was quite annoyed when he called. Spoke quite sharply about people who stuck their long noses in his business.
Aha, said the chief inspector.
I twirled my moustache, too, when I heard that.
Go on.
Well, Mrs. Powers told me that Mr. Tufty came roaring in from the chicken farm, full of reproaches for her, because she told the constable that Miss Francesca was missing.
This thing's beginning to smell quite fruity, isn't it?
He called Mrs. Powers certain unpleasant names. He owled, the lady said, like a ape. Mr. Powers heard the altercation and came up, threatening to dot him one, and Norman left in a towering but ineffectual rage. He's a little bit of a chap.
The fruity odor increases.
Till presently it suffused the entire room. I called Mr. Norman Tufty again to ask him a few civil questions. Mr. Tufty was out. I must have inadvertently snooped a bit in his absence.
Reprehensible.
I think so. In the course of my inadvertent snooping, I found this in the cupboard.
That's it. Envelope addressed to Norman Tufty, Esquire, the Chicken Ranch. Near Crowborough, Sussex. So what?
Have a look at the return address, Chief Inspector.
Mrs. Norman Tufty. Might be his mother, old boy.
He's an orphan. Smell anything now?
After receiving permission from the Sussex Chief Constable, I went to Crowborough and Peter St. John with me. I found a small room at the local hotel, the Pied Merlin, whilst Peter took the other one. After breakfast the next morning, worst I ever ate in my life, we tramped out to the chicken farm. Mr. Norman Tufty kicked at a hungry hen who was investigating the contents of a peak-green biscuit near the door of the hut and walked towards us. Peter St. John hadn't exaggerated when he spoke of Tufty's disregard for baths. He reminded me of a crafty pig. He smiled an unpleasant, gap-toothed smile at Peter.
Oh-ho!
Oh-ho, Mr. Tufty.
The journalist fella.
You remember me?
Snooper.
Asking questions.
May I present...
I don't want to know no more of your ilk, mister. What do you want now?
I was interested in what you might have heard of your fiancée, Mr. Tufty.
Think I've murdered her?
Who's trying to pick up any news?
Well, I haven't heard anything, mister.
No news at all?
Give you a spot of news for half a crown.
Done. What's the news?
I killed her.
Oh, did you?
Killed her dead. Buried her, too.
Where, Mr. Tufty?
See where that old black hand's scratching?
There by the old tree stump.
Ah, that's the place. Dug a hole and buried her deep.
Well, tell me how you killed her, Mr. Tufty.
Hit her over the head with the axe. She didn't half bleed.
That her blood on your shirt, Mr. Tufty?
Who's this fella?
This, Mr. Tufty, is Chief Inspector Lincoln of Scotland Yard.
Well, blimey. That's given out as good as you get. That's rich, that is. Chief Inspector of Scotland Yard.
It is funny, isn't it?
You're a funny blatter, St. John. Chief Inspector of Scotland Yard, that's good. Say, who are you? Another one of those journalist chaps or what?
As a matter of fact, sir, I am Chief Inspector Lincoln of Scotland Yard.
But I'm all right, man. Even talks like a Scotland Yard bloke right out of the cinema.
And here's my card.
You're not going to arrest me, are you, sir?
This
is an awful thing, sir. Me making a fool of myself this way. I thought you was joking, too.
It wasn't a very good joke, Mr. Tufty.
Well, I hardly know what to say, sir. I know it was a terrible thing to say. And my poor darling Francesca missing like this.
I'm surprised you can make jokes at all.
I'm not ashamed of myself, Mr. St. John. And you too, Chief Inspector Lincoln, sir. Making such jokes about my poor darling Francesca. When nobody knows if she's laying dead in the fields or held prisoner by a band of white slavers.
Oh, come, Tufty.
Scotland Yard will find her, Tufty.
Oh, I don't think so.
Of course we will.
Oh, do find my darling Chief Inspector. Go out and search the airways and the barways and bring her safe back to me, side. Maybe she's run down by some hit-and-run driver and lost her memory.
Calm yourself, Mr. Tufty.
Oh, put a sock in it. Hold your tongue, you nasty sod, you.
Look here, Oaf, you hold your own filthy tongue. I'll stuff it on your throat, you.
Stop him, Chief Inspector. He'll murder me. He'll kill me.
Go ahead, Peter.
I'm sorry.
Stop him, Chief Inspector.
Shut up. Get back to your chickens, Tufty.
But, sir...
I'll talk to you later, without Mr. St. John. Come on, Peter.
But Chief Inspector...
We'll find your Francesca all right, Tufty.
Speaking of smells, my dear Chief Inspector, what a towering stink Mrs. Norman Tufty will raise if and when you do.
You suppose that bar is open at the Pied Merlin? Hope we both meet as a glass of beer.
Oh, preferably two.
The bar was open, and the beer, by contrast to the breakfast, was reasonably satisfactory. Peter swilled down his first glass and set it down.
And what do you make of that, my dear Watson? Inquired Holmes.
The man's crackers.
That was a hatter. 4 beer, please, miss.
Doesn't like you, does he?
Score 1-1. I don't like him.
You porter fellows ask too many questions.
Think that was why he told us that fairy story?
No.
What do you think?
About the same as you think.
Sure, I think of it. I'm of 2 minds.
Are you?
One, he's either insane...
Probably.
Or two, he's resorting to an old device which has been used successfully by better men than Norman Tufty, Esquire, which is telling a half-truth in the hope that nobody will believe him.
You think he killed the girl?
You're the Scotland Yard man. I work for a living.
There's a compulsion murderer sometimes feel to talk about the murder in a kind of elliptical fashion. Seem to enjoy seeing how far they can go without getting themselves caught.
Remember that chap at Wembley who killed his mother? Remember? What's talking about things lying on the floor? Just like a dead woman, he kept saying to people.
We hanged him.
I reported the execution.
Good morning, Constable.
Morning, Mr. St. I hear there's a Scotland Yard gentleman here in the village, sir. Would you be in?
This is Chief Inspector Lincoln, yes. Constable Ernest Busby, Chief Inspector.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Constable.
Have a spot of pigs here, Constable?
I'm on duty, sir. I was wondering, Chief Inspector, if you'd seen Mr. Norman Tufty yet.
Yes, we saw him earlier this morning.
I wonder why he didn't say anything to me about seeing you, sir.
Oh, so you've seen him this morning, did you?
I did that, sir.
I trust he received you courteously.
I was out that way, Chief Inspector. Matter of a dog had no license, and stopped by to inquire whether Mr. Tufty had any new information about his missing Miss Francesca.
He's feeding the chickens?
No, sir, he was digging an hole.
Digging a hole, eh?
Well, more properly, sir, filling up an hole. One of his hens had died of the pip, sir, and he was burying her. Sir, do you think he's dotty? Insane, sir?
Surely one buries chickens when they die.
He patted down the ground with a spade, sir, and he looked up at me, and he grinned at me kind of crazy-like, sir.
And what did he say, Constable?
Oh, I made a note of his exact words, sir. Just like I buried poor darling Francesca after I cut her up in pieces on the chopping block there. Pointing to the chopping block where he chops up the chicken's heads, sir.
Oh. And then what, Constable?
Well, sir, I admit I was horrified.
I think you would be.
Sir, if you please, I'm talking to the Chief Inspector.
Forgive me.
Forgive me.
What did the man do, Constable?
Sir, he bursted out laughing like a ruddy jackass. Did you think he was dotty, sir?
It's a compulsion, Constable.
Is that actionable, sir?
Fortunately, no, Constable.
Could be if he keeps it up, couldn't it, Chief Inspector?
We'll see.
Oh, I almost forgot, sir.
Forgot what?
Violet!
What?
I'm calling the young lady, sir.
What young lady, Constable?
Violet. Come in, please, Violet.
Who's there?
Come on in, Violet. Now, these gentlemen won't hurt you. Gentlemen, this is Miss Violet Dipkett. He was employed as a kennel maid by Colonel James Seymour, who raises Bedlington Terriers on the place next to Mr. Tufty's.
Morning to you, gentlemen.
Morning.
Oh, morning.
Violet is a bit of information I thought you might like to hear firsthand, Chief Inspector.
Well, Miss Dipkett?
Speak up, Violet. Do.
I've seen her, sir.
Who, Miss Dipkett?
Speak up, Violet.
Well, they're Miss Francesca, sir.
Miss Francesca Nicholson? When did you see her, Miss Dipkett?
Saturday, sir.
Tell the Chief Inspector how it was, Violet.
Well, sir, I was walking up the lane to the kennels, and Miss Francesca comes hurrying along the bar road toward Mr. Tuffy's farm, and I see her, and she seen me. And she said, "Hello, Violet." And I said, "Hello, Miss Francesca." And she said, "Have you seen Mr. Tuffy?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Oh, there he is. Hello, darling." And I started to hurry faster, and I said, "Goodbye, Miss Francesca." And when I come to the end of the lane, she was walking along with him.
What time was that Saturday, Miss Dipkett?
Oh, about after 2 on Saturday, sir.
That's all she knows, sir. She told me.
She was carrying one of the little suitcases, sir.
An attaché case?
Oh, one of the little suitcases, sir, like a doll baby suitcase. Can I go now, Constable, please?
Yeah, unless you wish to ask any more questions, Chief Inspector.
No, you may go, Mr. Eccles.
The doggies will be crying for their lunch, sir.
Oh, by all means, let's not keep them from their lunch, Mr. Eccles.
No, sir. They get pig's liver and skimmed milk. Thank you, sir. Goodbye, sir.
She telling the truth, you think, Constable?
Violet did get down no hour to tell a lie, sir. She says she saw Miss Nicholson. She's seen her.
What are you thinking so hard about, Peter?
I'm wondering whose blood that is on Tuftish.
Sir, there's a gentleman out here to see the other gentleman, sir.
Who, me?
No, sir, the other gentleman, he said.
Me?
Yes, you, sir. The gentleman in the checkered jacket, he said, sir.
Who is he, Ralph?
It's Mr. Tuffy, sir.
Oh. Go ahead. See what he wants now, Peter.
He's coming, Mr. Tuffy. Good day, sir.
Does Tufty know that Violet saw...
No, sir. I met her after I talked to him.
She won't say anything, will she? To him, I mean.
No, sir. I don't think so. She's rather shy. Being with dogs all the time. Besides, if she does, she knows I'll warm her bottom with a birch twig.
Eh?
She's my niece, sir.
What do you think, Constable?
About all this?
Yes.
Well, the nasty little beggar digs a very neat hole in the ground, sir. I shouldn't wonder if he's had practice. Here's Mr. What's his name, sir?
St. John. He's a reporter.
Oh.
Well? What do you want?
Miss, another beer, please.
Yes, sir. Another pint, sir.
Quite simple and quite to be expected, Chief Inspector.
Oh, what?
He wanted to know... Oh, thank you, Miss.
Here, beer, sir.
In fact, he offered to give my half-crown back if I'd tell him what that Scotland Yard man was up to.
Oh?
What he was going to do.
Why don't you tell him?
I told him that you were coming out this afternoon with a gang of navvies and dig up his whole bloody farm, Chief Inspector.
I at once follow out the suggestion of Peter St. John, although I'd already made up my mind to find out whether Norman Tufty had been burying dead chickens or a dead woman. I wanted another talk with the man. I sent Constable Busby to bring him to the local police station where I could talk in an atmosphere more calculated to impress a man of Norman Tufty's type. He sat down opposite me, smelling of chickens. Don't you ever change your clothes, Tufty? I asked curiously.
Haven't any clothes to change to, Chief Inspector.
I'd like to check a little more on what you've told us, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
All right. When did you last see Miss Francesca Nicholson?
5 months ago.
Where?
At my farm. She came down from Kensal Rise to visit me. Stayed in the village with Mrs. Powers, but she spent a great deal of time at my farm.
You were engaged to be married?
Right.
You intended to marry?
Of course.
She believed that, did she?
She did.
What did you do when she didn't show up on the Saturday when she was supposed to arrive?
Why, I stayed around my farm and worked, then came into town and waited for her.
I have found a witness who saw Miss Nicholson on that day.
I don't believe it.
And who saw her with you?
I don't believe that either. You're trying to...
Trying to what, Mr. Tufty? Yes?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Constable Busby.
I've got it, sir.
Thank you. You can get started then.
Right, sir.
Busby, did you tell Chief Inspector you seen her that day?
What
with me?
It wasn't Constable Busby who saw you, Tufty. Go on, Constable. I want to know what happened.
Yes, sir.
I know your police trick.
I interrupted you, Tufty. What was it you were accusing me of when Constable Busby... you said I was trying something. And what am I trying to do to you?
You're trying to make me talk.
In my poor, benighted fashion, that is exactly what I'm trying to do, Tufty. It's quite legal, I assure you.
I won't talk. I didn't do nothing.
You've told 2 separate people that you murdered Miss Nicholson and buried her body.
I was having a joke with you.
Oh, wasn't that joke in rather poor taste, Tufty?
Well,
I see you're still wearing that blood-stained shirt.
It's my blood. I cut myself killing chickens.
You seem to have bled a lot.
Some of it's chicken blood.
Well, I'm sure you wouldn't object to allowing our laboratory to examine the shirt, would you? Would you?
You're trying to frame me up?
You've been reading crime novels. American crime novels. I'd like to tell you something, Tufty. Constable Busby came in here to tell me that he has obtained a search warrant.
What for?
To dig up your farm.
Well, they won't find anything.
I wonder.
They won't.
They'll be there in a few minutes.
But I tell you, they won't find anything.
Well, they'll try. If they have to dig up every inch of your farm. Beginning at that place where you said you were burying the chicken this morning, and progressing on to where you told Mr. St. John and me the body was buried, Tufty.
Listen.
I don't hear anything.
What do you think they'll find?
The body of Francesca Nicholson?
Well, I didn't kill her.
Who did?
I love Francesca.
Do you also love your wife?
How do you know about her?
You shouldn't let letters lie about.
Yes. I love my wife.
And is that why? Who is it?
It is I, even I, Artaxerxes the king.
What do you want, Peter?
I want to show Mr. Tufty something.
What?
Something I found in a hole, Chief Inspector. Look, Mr. Tufty.
What is that?
After I get the dirt brushed off, you'll see that it's an attaché case.
Where'd you get it?
Where did you get it?
It was in a shallow grave, Mr. Tufty, where you said you were burying a chicken this morning. Oh, it's all quite legal, Chief Inspector. I was there with my spade poised when they brought the search warrant. And I came back here on a motor bicycle, which I rented. Very fast, Mr. Tufty.
That was what I heard.
Uh-huh. You heard me coming. Just take a look at the name on this attaché case.
Francesca.
Listen to me.
Listen to me, Mr. Tufty. I arrest you on suspicion of murder.
It'll take much more than suspicion, Mr. Chief Inspector, to hang me.
Oh, don't worry about that, old boy. Constable Busby was digging up her left leg, and I had to hurry away.
On suspicion of murder of Francesca Nicholson, I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
I'd be glad to take it down, Tufty. I use a typewriter quite well. So speak up, old boy.
When the attaché case that had belonged to Francesca Nicholson was unlocked and opened, it contained one article, an unfinished dress for a baby. That was why Norman Tufty murdered her. He already had a wife, and he said at the trial that she had hanged herself at the farm when he told her he couldn't marry her, and the baby would have to be born without a name. It was easy to disprove that. The corpse's neck was not broken. But Norman Tufty's was, most thoroughly, at Wandsworth Prison 5 weeks later, on a cold and foggy morning.
Appearing today on Whitehall 1212 were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Lester Fletcher, Morris Dallimore, Gordon Stern, and Patricia Courtley. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. If your home is dry, there's no silt on the living room floor, you can be truly grateful. But you have neighbors who are much less fortunate. The victims of devastating floods appeal to you for help. Their immediate need is for food, shelter, for clothing, and medicine. There is another need which remains long after the floodwaters recede.
Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true story of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, the caretaker of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. I have here from our file number 198920 a rusted lock complete with handle. Once it was brightly nickel-plated and both handsome and utilitarian. Now its beauty has been completely destroyed by the effects of a very hot fire, and its usefulness is ended by the fact that it is locked. Some of its parts have been fused by the heat which it endured. It's part of the right-hand door of a motor car, the door next to the driver's seat. It was locked before the fire. I should like you to meet Chief Inspector Albert G. Clark, who is known, as all clerks are, as Nobby.
The 5th of November, 1605, was the day set by a certain Guy Fawkes to touch off a number of barrels of gunpowder he had secreted in the vaults under the Houses of Parliament, thereby blowing the members of the august body, complete with King James I, through the roof. Unfortunately for Mr. Fawkes, and happily for the monarch, a Lord Monteagle learned about the enterprise and flung Master Fawkes into a dungeon, from which he emerged only to be hanged. Thus, the principal form of celebration of Guy Fawkes' Day on the 5th of November is the kindling of cheerful bonfires, in which effigies of Guy Fawkes and other gentry are burned to the accompaniment of hilarious noises. Quite late in the evening of the 5th of November, 1930, quite another type of bonfire made history near Hardingstone, which village is quite near Northampton. This is the way they related the story.
My name is Spiller, John Thomas Spiller. My friend here is Victor Charles Espinwall.
It wasn't truly the 5th of November. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning of the 6th.
But it was still close enough to be practically Guy Fawkes' Day.
Be still, John Thomas. We were walking home from a Guy Fawkes dance in Northampton.
Hardingstone is only a step from Northampton.
You walk along the main London road from Northampton till you come to the turn-off to the left on Hardingstone Lane.
Only about 2 miles.
2 miles. First, as we started to turn off to Hardingstone down the lane, a motor car passed us.
Going towards London?
Very fast, blinding us quite.
Aye.
And when it got past us, we saw a man.
The moon was quite bright.
So we could see his face quite well.
He hadn't any hat.
He climbed out of the ditch onto the metal road.
And he looked as if he were mixed up. Wasn't sure what he was doing, like.
And we gaped at him. Didn't know what to say either. And it was just at that precise second I saw the blaze round the bend.
Down Hardingstone Lane, where there shouldn't be any blaze.
And I said to John Thomas here...
What's the blaze, you said?
And the man from the ditch...
The man without a hat?
He said, it looks as if someone's having a bonfire.
A late bonfire, he said.
Yes, that's right.
And we turned to look in the direction of the blaze.
Down the lane toward Hardingstone.
And when we turned back to look at the man...
He was running away.
Hurrying away.
That's right, hurrying away.
He didn't say a word.
He stopped at toward London, and then he stopped and looked around.
The moon was so bright.
And then he turned toward Northampton, and he started to hurry that way.
We'd have done something, but he was hurrying down the road. Anyway, we didn't care who he was.
And there was the bonfire.
We just thought it was a bonfire, Victor.
Yes. And so we went on down the lane to see who made the fire.
And the fire seemed to be getting bigger, so we hurried.
And suddenly, there it was.
Right there in front of us.
Blazing like
blazes.
The flames were 15 feet high.
But we could see what it was.
It was a
motor
car. And there was somebody in it.
In the driver's seat.
And he was on fire, too.
He was dead.
The boys had forgotten about the hatless stranger who climbed out of the ditch and ran away. They went for a policeman. Quite a number of men arrived. The fire was clearly visible in the village, of course. And presently it was put out and only sizzled. The unfortunate occupant of the driver's seat was carried away in several sacks and put away to cool in the cellar of the local hospital. Then the two boys remembered the man without a hat, and they told Sergeant Moody about it. Sergeant Moody was the bald-headed one from Northampton.
He wasn't very old, was he, Victor?
About 35.
36, I was thinking.
35.
He looked like a commercial traveller.
He had no hat.
Victor, we said that.
He seemed confused, I think I'd say. Wouldn't you, John Thomas?
Bewildered, I'd say.
He finally went off toward Northampton.
He started the other direction first, though.
Toward London. But you went down the road toward Northampton.
A dark man.
Needed a haircut.
Wore a checkered waistcoat.
And a dark red tie.
He had a tiny black moustache.
And a wart on the left side of his neck.
A cut on his right hand.
Limped. His right foot.
Bulgy eyes.
Pop eyes.
Tall.
Weighed about 11 stone.
Would you know him again, Victor?
Certainly I'd know him, John Thomas.
It was all very suspicious, Sergeant.
Him running away like that.
From the fire?
I think he had something to do with it.
I think you ought to find him, Sergeant.
Sergeant Moody and the rest of the Northampton police made quite a point of trying to find the hatless stranger that day, but he wasn't to be found. By mid-morning, both the burned car and the burned victim had cooled off enough for a closer examination. There wasn't enough left of the man, they had decided it was a man, to tell anything about him. The car proved to have been a Morris Minor saloon, and the registration plate, though badly burned, was still legible. Sergeant Moody.
I put in a trunk call to County Hall, Westminster, in London, to check the name to which that number was issued.
We'll have it for you in half a second, Sergeant. That was MU-1468, wasn't it?
MU-1468, yes. That's a London registration, according to the book.
Right. We'll have it for you in... here it is now. The name is Paget. Donald Patrick Paget. Address, Oxford Road, Finchley. The car is a Morris Minor saloon.
Was, you mean? Donald Patrick Paget, Buxted Road, Finchley. Thank you very much. I then consulted the London Metropolitan Telephone Directory in the Northampton station to discover whether a telephone number was listed for the name Paget in Buxted Road, Finchley. It was. I spoke to a woman who identified herself as Mrs. Pamela Paget, wife of the owner of the car. I broke the news to her as gently as possible, and she announced her intention of proceeding to Northampton. She arrived the same day, the 6th of September.
I came as quickly as I could, Sergeant. Where is he?
The remains are in the hospital mortuary, Mum.
I suppose I couldn't see him.
I'm afraid I must advise strongly against it, Mrs. Paget. I'm afraid he'll be a trifle difficult to identify.
I'm not easily shocked, Sergeant.
Well, yes, Mum, but perhaps it would be better to wait until you're rested. I could have a nice cup of tea sent in for you.
No, thank you, Sergeant.
Good hot tea?
Thank you. Perhaps you could tell me how this thing happened.
Well, we don't know a great deal about it ourselves as yet. It happened only this morning, and we've only completed our preliminary examinations. We thought perhaps you might shed some light on the matter.
I'm sure I can't.
You and the late Mr. Paget were on good terms, of course.
We were.
Of course. What was Mr. Paget's occupation?
He was a commercial traveller.
Commercial traveller.
I must notify the people he represents.
And the insurance companies?
Yes.
Yes.
I suppose Mr. Paget was alone when this happened?
Well, there was nobody else in the car when, at the time of the fire, Mum, but there was a curious circumstance I meant to ask you about at once.
Yes?
The two young men who discovered the fire report that there was another person.
A man or a woman?
Oh, a man? What would a woman be doing there?
Oh.
A man. He was proceeding along a ditch beside the road. There were, of course, not certain that this man had any connection with the case, of course. But,
what did this man look like? Did he give his name?
Oh, no, there was practically no conversation with him, and he hurried away. He's not been seen since.
Do you have his description?
Yes, I have the description given by the young men who saw him. It was quite a bright moonlight night, as you remember. If indeed the moon does shine in London.
The description, please.
Age about 35 or 6. He wore no hat.
That could be anyone.
A dark man, weighing about 11 stone, wearing a checkered waistcoat. Huh?
My husband was wearing a checkered waistcoat.
A dark red tie.
And he wore a dark red tie.
I'd best call these young men to see if they can remember any more details about this.
Go on with the description, please.
Oh, yes. The man had a small black moustache, a wart on the left side of his neck, a cut on his right hand, and bulgy eyes. Pop-eyes, the young man said, and dark curly hair. And he limped, his right foot. Limped.
His left foot, Sergeant.
Huh?
He limped with his left foot. He was wounded in the war in 1916. He limped with his left foot.
Do you mean to say you recognize this man, Mrs. Paget?
Of course I do.
Who?
He's the man you thought was burned to death in the motor car.
Who?
My husband, Donald Paget.
But Mrs. Paget!
So Don's added murder to his other sins at last, has he?
The reporters, the self-styled crime men, pounced on the story by mid-afternoon and flung their headline broadcasts from Land's End to John O'Groats' house. Before nightfall on the 6th of November, a third of the people of England, Scotland, and Wales were peering into the faces of perfect strangers, hoping for a glimpse of Donald Patrick Paget, the proclaimed fugitive. At Scotland Yard we went a little more slowly. We weren't as certain as the newspapers. They got me an impression of the dead man's teeth, and when it arrived I dispatched it to one Clement Walter, who was Paget's dentist of record. Mr. Walter telephoned me at the Yard at 10 minutes after 8, the night of the 6th.
Is that Inspector Clark?
Yes, Clark speaking.
Walter here.
Walter?
The dentist, man. Paget's dentist. I should think you'd know my voice by now.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Walter. Did you have anything to report?
That impression of your precious dead man's teeth.
Yes?
They're nothing at all like Donald Paget's.
Really?
I've checked exhaustively through all my rather extensive records. It has taken a great deal of time.
I'm sorry, sir.
It is quite impossible that the dead man's teeth could be those of Paget's. I would be glad to demonstrate to you at your convenience. But if you could have the actual teeth, I could show you more graphically.
All right, sir. Thank you very kindly.
My fee will be, in view of the fact that this work has been done after hours, 1 guinea, sir.
I am sure that the Home Office will consider it money well spent, sir. Good night. Sergeant Talbot.
Coming, sir. I was just about to come in, sir.
Do so, by all means.
Yes, sir. I've checked 4 persons so far, sir.
Well?
I asked each one to give me his own description of Paget, sir. And they're all his close acquaintances.
And?
But they all agree in detail with that given by the 2 young men at Hardingstone.
The hatless man climbing out of the ditch.
Each one of them said independently that Paget was one of those odd chaps who's never been known to wear a hat winter or summer.
Looks as if he's our boy, then. Wait a sec, will you?
Yes, sir.
Novick, Inspector Clark, here.
Mrs. Pamela Paget here to see you, sir.
Oh? Well, ask her to come in.
Shall another lady to come in too, sir.
Eh? Who's she?
Miss Ellen Huh?
Who's she?
Don't know, sir. She is with Mrs. Paget.
Oh, all right. Send her in, too.
Yes, sir.
Ever hear of an Ellen McEachran, Talbot?
No, sir. There was an Alice McEachran, sir, pickpocket. She was struck by a tram last Tuesday in Hammersmith Broadway. She was killed.
Talbot, you're a mine of information. I doubt this is the same one, though.
No, sir. That's all, sir.
Yes, thank you. For now.
Is this Inspector Clark's office, please?
Right here, Mrs. Paget. Come in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Come in, my child. Inspector Clark, this is Miss Ellen McEachran.
How do you do, Miss McEachran? Won't you be seated?
Thank you.
Well, Mrs. Paget, I'm afraid that it was your husband.
I was certain it was.
Yes.
I'd just come back from Hardingstone, and I went straight away to find Ellen.
Excuse me, Mum.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Mrs. Paget.
Do sit still, Ellen.
Yes, Mum.
That bald-headed sergeant up there, what's his name?
Sergeant Moody?
Oh, Moody, that's it. He said something when we were talking about not being sure whether the body in the fire was a man or a woman.
He told me that on the telephone this afternoon. Apparently they're sure now that it was a man. The medical officer...
Yes, I know, but I didn't know when I came back. That's why I went to find Ellen here.
You thought perhaps it might be me, but it wasn't, was it?
No, child, it wasn't. Neither you nor your father.
I'm afraid I'm...
Father's still in jail. You can't burn up people in jail, now can you, sir?
Will you tell me what you're talking about, Mrs. Paget? What has this child and her father got to do with the...
I was afraid it was Ellen MacDonald had murdered.
Or my father, you said.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Well, Ellen's father had threatened to do bodily harm to Donald.
Threatened to burst his bloody neck? Oh, pardon me.
Eh? Why?
Because he wasn't paying the 20 shillings a week he'd agreed to pay, of course.
What 20 shillings?
For my baby.
What?
The father of Ellen's 3-year-old child is Donald Paget, Inspector Clark.
John Davidson from the Black Museum shared a pint of mild and bitter with me that night after I finally shut up shop. I don't know, John, I said.
About what?
People.
No accounting for tapes. Yeah, fine original statement there.
True, though.
You were speaking about the wife.
Yes. Married to this fellow. He goes out and contracts bigamous marriage.
To a girl who's an obvious idiot, you say.
Well, not very clever.
Maidservant, you said.
What we used to call a slavey.
Fortunately, that class is disappearing.
Doesn't help the ones that are left, John.
The Paget class never dies out.
I shall do my best to assure this one's dying out.
We were talking about his wife.
Yes.
She apparently doesn't have any resentment toward this young, what's her name, Ellen?
Ellen. Why should she? It wasn't Ellen's fault that she has the mentality of a mangle-woozle. Any resentment she harbors is towards her husband.
The missing Donald Patrick Paget, Esquire, who lit one too many bonfires on Guy Fawkes Day.
For which, God willing, he'll hang.
Do you have any ideas regarding the unfortunate man in the car?
None.
Well, I know nothing about it, Nobby. But, knowing nothing about it, I may have an idea.
What?
The lawful wife may have an idea, too.
Mrs. Paget?
Aye.
Explain, please, John.
If a man commits, what shall we call it, an indiscretion like this, marrying bigamously and fathering a child...
The law of the land calls it a felony.
For the purpose of my argument, let's disregard the legality of the thing, Nobby. Now, we have here the situation of a husband committing a grave offense against his wife.
And the law.
Disregard the law. Empirically, I mean. He commits this heinous crime. The wife, practicing true Christian forbearance and charity, forgives the man, or at least declines to prosecute him.
Well?
Now, bear with me. Given that set of circumstances, would not such a man be inclined to repeat the offense?
Well,
having convinced himself that he'll be allowed, as our American cousins say, allowed to get away with it again.
It could be, John.
Assuring himself that he need only to satisfy his wife's goodness of soul, her love for him, which she has demonstrated, and the payment to the unfortunate young woman of a sum of money proposed by the court. Well,
I don't see where your argument's going, John, but...
It's not a bad argument, Nobby. And it follows out the one advanced by Mrs. Paget. Assume that the wrong girl's father threatens unpleasantness to Brother Paget.
Oh, you're saying that the dead man may be the father of still another victimized girl.
That doesn't sound reasonable.
Well,
Mrs. Paget was convinced it was reasonable in the case of young Ellen, is it? She's forgiven a lot, but she boggles at the thought of murder. So, for that matter, do I.
What do you think?
Well, I think if I were doing it, I'd look about and see if the temporarily missing Mr. Paget has made any other excursions into the extramarital. And then I'd discover whether the father of the bride is enjoying good health or has recently been the victim of an all-consuming fire. And then I should order another half pint for poor old John Davidson, who is now extremely thirsty.
John Davidson's ingenious idea was almost right. Mrs. Paget knew of no other liaisons with women of any age, intellectual state, or social standing which had been contracted by her husband.
We have been horribly unhappy, Inspector, during all of our married life. But I have tried to make allowances. Donald was severely wounded in the war. He was buried alive at Chesterton. They despaired of his life for a long, long time.
I didn't know about that.
He was such a wonderful person, Inspector. Before we were married and he went to France. At Chesterton, only 3 months after he went overseas, I made a vow to myself that if Don recovered and got well, I don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Paget.
I swore to myself that no matter what happened, no matter what he did, I would try.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Paget, but...
He's been unfaithful to me so many times. But this time with Ellen was the only one I knew all about. I was afraid Ellen's father was... Don's mind was affected, you know, by that dreadful wound. He makes mistakes. He does things. He can't hold on to a job. We haven't any money. I've tried so hard, Inspector. But not murder. Not murder. Even if it is Donald. That's why I came to you. If it's murder, not even for Donnie.
I went away from there back to my office. It was the morning of the 7th of November, less than 32 hours since the young men had found the blazing car. There was a telegraph form in its envelope on my desk. I looked at it. From Cardiff, in Wales. Tore open the envelope. Signature. Arthur Llewellyn. I don't know any Arthur Llewellyn. What's the message say? Donald Patrick Paget will arrive at Hammersmith bus terminal at 9:30 p.m. today, the 7th. Important you meet him. You will recognize him from his description, Arthur Llewellyn. John Davidson, it appeared, was wrong. I telephoned him to say so. I didn't telephone Mrs. Paget. 9:30 that night, I met Donald Paget as he stepped off the Cardiff bus. It was easy to recognize him. We went in a CID car to my office and talked.
I've given up, Inspector, anyhow. It can't be done. I wonder if I could see my wife.
She's waiting in the anteroom. You can see her if you want to, if she wants to, after we get this over.
All right. I did it.
Very well. Donald Patrick Paget, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder and warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Sergeant Talbot, do you have your notebook?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
I'll make a statement. I had to do it. First, I got rid of nearly every penny of money we had. I spent it on women. It's funny to say that when I love Pamela. I love poor Pamela, and I treated her so badly. Just women. I don't drink, I don't smoke. But women find me attractive, I'm afraid, and I'm their undoing. And mine. And Pamela's. Yes, and that kid of Ellen's. I couldn't pay the building society on the house. They'd have thrown us out in another month. I couldn't pay Ellen. Old McEachran had had me in jail. It was just the end of things for me. And for Pamela. So I picked him up when he asked for a lift. And I poured petrol all over him after I strangled him, and I stuffed him into the driver's seat. Then I got out and poured a trail of petrol down the road to the car and lighted it. And then I remembered I'd locked him in. I tried to run back to the car, but it was too late. I ran back and down the ditch, and that was when those boys saw me. The game's up. I'd intended to run away and be listed as dead in a motor car accident, and Pamela'd get the insurance. But they'd seen me. I did run away. It isn't very clear to me, I'm afraid. I went to Cardiff. Went to see a girl I used to know, Gladys Llewellyn. But she was gone. And her brother Arthur saw me. He hated me for some reason. Did he telegraph you? I knew I was done for. Can I see Pamela now? Please?
All right, Sergeant.
Oh, wait. There's one more thing. I don't know who he was, the man I murdered. He was a complete stranger. He just happened along at the right time. I don't know his name. I'm sorry about him. But I'm sorry about so many things. Now may I see Pamela?
All right, Sergeant.
Hello, Pam, darling.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Pamela. I'm so sorry.
I brought you some of the cigarettes you like. Donald.
The identity of the dead man was never learned. Donald Patrick Paget was tried at the Bedford Assizes and found guilty of murder. On the 10th of March, 1931, he was hanged at Bedford Prison.
Appeared today on Whitehall 1212 in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Gerard Burke, Gordon Stern, Lester Fletcher, Basil Langton, Francois Grimard, Eula Garrick, Patricia Courtley, and Victor Chapin. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Because blood has been available in Korea until now, many, many lives have been saved. However, the present rate of donations is far below that needed to build up our reserve supplies.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is compiled through arrangement with Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Chief Superintendent John Davidson is the curator of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard. He will brief you on today's case from the official files of Scotland Yard, number 899MR952.
Good afternoon. If you're a murderer by trade, I would suggest that there is no surer way to hasten the end of your career than to select a policeman as your victim. Now, this thing is the running board of a motor car. It was concerned in the brutal death by violence of a police constable. Now, Chief Inspector Quentin Tabsit of Scotland Yard knows more about this case than any other person.
I think that's true, John. Although there were two other men who knew more about it than I.
But they're not living.
No, they're not. Comparatively few men survived hanging. The Chief Constable of Essex telephoned the CID from Romford at 9:05 on the morning of Tuesday, September the 27th, asking that officers be sent to Stapleford Abbots, a village halfway between Romford and Ongar on the London-Chelmsford Road. I was first on the Chief Inspector's rota, so I was assigned to the case. Accompanied by Detective Sergeant Philip Melanchthon Wise, I went at once to Stapleford Abbots, which is about 4 miles outside the limits of the Metropolitan Police area. I was shown the body of Police Constable William George Greenley, who had been stationed there, and which had been found alongside the road a few miles from the village at 6:30 that morning, the 27th. The constable explained to Wise and me what had happened.
We know it happened sometime after 1:30 a.m., Chief Inspector, because I met him at a conference point at that time.
Where, Constable?
Near Grove House, on the road to Ongar, about 600 yards from where the body was found, sir.
Go on.
He'd been shot 4 times, sir. Twice through the head and these other 2.
That's...
Yes, sir. They shot the poor chap square in each eye.
Horrible.
Well, they drowned in their own blood, sir.
At least they'll hang.
Bill Greenley and I was kids together, sir.
They'll hang.
He had his pencil in his hand, sir. His notebook was lying on the road near him. He'd evidently stopped a car and was talking to them.
Marks on the road?
I'll show you, sir. It isn't far. I'd rather like to get out of here.
Wise and I followed the constable along the road to a spot where it had been cut to a small hill. The banks on either side at the edge of the road shoulders were about 6 feet high.
That's the place, sir. Here's where they found him, sir, where the grass is pressed down.
Little blood here.
Not as much as one would expect, sir. Over there on the other side, you see there's quite a blood stain on the grass. We think he was first shot there, and then he dragged himself across the road and he shot his eyes out on this side.
Yeah. There was a motor car here, all right?
Yes, sir, we saw that.
Where's my sergeant, Sergeant Wise?
Down the road a bit, sir. Back there.
Oh, yes. What are you looking at, Sergeant?
I'm down here, sir.
Come along. What?
That car was going pretty fast. See here.
Skidded off the road, didn't it?
When he flagged it down, no doubt.
See, it skidded through the grass on this side. Tire marks where it stopped.
Right toward London, wasn't it?
No doubt about that, sir, from the marks.
Was there anything written in Constable Greenley's notebook that would give us any idea?
Nothing, sir, after the notation about meeting me at Grove House at 1:30.
Much traffic through here, Constable?
Not much, sir.
This chap was certainly going pretty fast.
Especially on a twisty road like this one, I'd say.
Many fast drivers around here?
No, sir, none I know of.
Stranger then, probably.
Except he must have known these twisty roads pretty well, sir.
Which puts us right back where we started, doesn't it?
Well, he had a good reason for wanting to.
What'd you say, Wise?
I said either that, sir, or he had a good reason for wanting to get back to London in a great hurry.
Now, why would a stranger take the chance of breaking his neck by driving this kind of a road at 40 miles an hour? He's going at least that fast along here by the tire marks.
And why should he murder a policeman who stopped him?
What do you think, Sergeant Wise?
Well, what we need to look for is some crook running away from something. Running back to London to hide.
It's a pretty shrewd guess, Wise.
Well, I think so myself, sir. But what was he running from?
Well,
I wonder if that was a stolen car he was running away with, sir.
At the tiny police station back in Stapleford Abbots, I asked to have someone remove the bullets from the body of Constable Greenleaf. A local surgeon volunteered to do it for us for the usual fee provided by the Home Office. After some difficulty, I was put through to Whitehall 1212 in London. I asked for Inspector Bailey.
Inspector Bailey speaking.
Hello, Pat. Tabsett here.
What are you up to, Cranston?
Need to know something, old boy. Got any reports of a car stolen last night in this part of the country?
What part of the country are you in?
Oh, Stapleford Abbots, Essex, I'm sorry.
I have to look it up. Where shall I call you?
Well, I'm at the police station in Stapleford Abbots. Ring me back as soon as you can, will you, please?
Right. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, what do you think, Wise?
Oh, it isn't a bad guess, sir. We'll see. By the way, I had a look at those powder stains on the face of the dead chap.
Oh?
Had a smell, too. They're from black powder. Old-fashioned black powder, not modern nitrocellulose. That'll be something else to check on if we do find anybody. If he has a gun that shoots black powder cartridges...
Right.
Excuse me, sir. There's a telephone call for you, sir.
Who is it, Constable?
London, sir. You can take it on that same phone you were using, sir.
Thanks. Don't go away. Chief Inspector Tabsett here.
It's Bailey here, Chief Inspector. You used second sight or something up there.
What?
The first item on my list of stolen cars for last night is a four-seater Morris Cowley touring car. Painted blue, index marked TW6120. Stolen at about 2:30 a.m. from the garage of Dr. Kelm Haggerty of Billericay. Guess you don't know the name's 12 miles east of where you are.
Just a second. Blue Morris Cowley, four-seater. TW6130.
No, 6120.
Right, TW6120. Dr. Kenelm Haggerty, Billericay, about 2:30 a.m. Thanks, old boy. Do as much for you one day. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that might be our car, gentlemen.
All we have to do now is find it, sir. If it is.
We'll find it, Wise.
I hope so.
Now, look, Wise. This car was taken from Billericay at about 2:30 a.m. What I want you to do is to get around the countryside between here and Billericay and talk to people.
Yes, sir?
I want you to find out if any of the people around here happen to hear a car driving at high speed sometime between 2:30 when it was stolen and 6:30 when they found the constable's body.
Yes, sir.
We'll accomplish two things, you see. A, whether that's the car we want, and B, by plotting on a map when and where it was heard, its probable destination. You see?
Right you are, sir.
You see?
Oh, certainly.
You said there's not much traffic in these parts, Constable.
There isn't, sir. Somebody will be sure to have heard it.
Well, let's get cracking then.
Yes, sir. Where will you be?
I'll be back at the yard. I'm going to check up on known motorcar thieves. I'll be in touch with you. Good luck, boys.
Thank you, sir. Come on, Constable.
I returned to my office at Scotland Yard. Before setting in motion our machinery for checking the whereabouts of known criminals who were at liberty, I dispatched Emmons Carlson, an expert on motorcar tires, to Stapleford Abbots to see if he could identify the tire prints the motor car had left on the road. He'd hardly left London when I had a telephone call from Sergeant Wise.
We've already had some good luck, sir. A farmer 4 miles this side of Billericay heard a car traveling at high speed at 2:40 in the morning, and a widow, a mile and a half further along, heard it. She thinks at 2:45 or thereabouts. She says it sounded like a Morris Cowley, like her own car, sir.
Better and better, I thought. A little later, reports began coming into me on the known criminals who had been checked in London. 14 had already produced alibis. One, a smash-and-grab artist who had dabbled in motor cars, a chap named Whitey Wogan, was having difficulty proving his. The search went on. Information on the stolen Morris Cowley, identification number TW6120, was given general circulation. With no results. 3 reports the next day from Sergeant Wise.
One from a retired colonel of the Cherubim, sir. 5 miles east of Ongar. Heard a car at 3:15 a.m. One from an apothecary at Ongar. 5 minutes later. One from 2 men returning from a British Legion meeting at about 3:30. Say they were almost run down by a blue Morris Cowley a few miles south of Ongar. They didn't see the number.
26 more people with criminal records were checked. All had alibis. Whitey Wogan still refused to talk. Emmons Carlson reported him from Stapleford Abbots.
Here it is, sir, on the chart. I made these photographs on the spot. You see? Pretty blurred they are, sir, but you can identify them. Now here, on the chart, type B, 1/32, or 1/23, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
4 parallel lines around the circumference of the tire. Diagonal lines at the edges of the tire.
Mm-hmm.
Short diagonals the other direction, in the center. Oblique parallelograms, you might say. Can't be anything but a Dunlop Fortuner tire.
Does that do us any good, Carlson?
I telephoned Dr. Kenwell Haggerty, sir, at Billericay. The stolen car was equipped with Dunlop Fortuners.
No doubt now that was the murder car. Another report from Sergeant Wise placed the car 5 miles north of where the constable was murdered at 3:30 a.m., still headed south. I ticked off the reports on a map of the area. It was a circuitous route, but there was no doubt of it. The car was headed for London. But then the trail was lost. A report from Percy Young in the ballistics laboratory.
About those bullets taken from the body of the constable who was shot near Stapleford Abbots, Chief Inspector.
Yes, Percy, what'd you find out?
They're all from a Webley 38 caliber revolver. Seems to me, I should say, somewhat obsolete manufacture, but I'm not sure of that.
You could identify the particular gun they were fired from if we got hold of it, could you, Percy?
Of course. Take it in.
Unfortunately, I haven't got it, Percy. Unfortunately, I haven't got anything. Unfortunately, all I've got is the knowledge of the car the murderer rode in. And the fact that the car's probably somewhere in London. With the murderer, I hope. Unfortunately, I have no idea who he is. Yet. But we'll find out. You can't murder a policeman and get away with it. I'll bring you the gun sooner or later. Sergeant Wise came in.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Wise.
Got some news for you.
Good. What?
They found the car.
They have? Why didn't they tell me?
Your telephone was busy, sir.
Ah. Brixton.
Been there all night, apparently, they said.
Sure it's the car?
Blue Morris Cowley, 4-seater, number TW2160.
Mm-hmm.
Fingerprint people and all are there now. Looking it over.
Brixton, you said?
Brixton, yes, sir.
That's where Whitey Wogan lives.
Who, sir?
Car thief.
Oh.
Won't tell us where he was the night of the murder.
I'll bring him in, sir.
Better. I'll go and have a look at the car first, though. Here's his address. See you later there.
Right.
Could be possible, I thought, as I drove over to Brixton in the police car. We'd see. They were going over the Morris Cowley with a fine-tooth comb as I arrived. They hadn't found much, according to the sergeant in charge.
Nothing very much, sir. Let's see that list, Packer. Ah.
Drops of what appears to be blood on right-hand running board, sir.
You collected them?
All right, sir. Laboratory's got them all ready, sir. Bits of grass and daubs of clay on the edge of the same running board.
We'll want that to compare with clay from the spot where the constable was murdered, Sergeant.
See to it, Zachary. Oh, yes, sir. Between the cushions of the front seat, this revolver cartridge, sir.
What kind is it?
Obsolete type, sir, for a Webley 38, but the issue of this kind of black powder cartridge was discontinued in 1913, sir. I'm quite an expert on firearms, sir.
Good. That's just the kind we were looking for, Sergeant.
I'm very happy, sir.
That all? What about fingerprints?
Not a sign of one so far, sir. Still looking, sir, but so far clean as a cold streamer's boots, sir. And who might you be, miss?
My name's Miss Winnie Clapsaddle, mister. And I'm here because I come with a sergeant, so don't give me none of your back chatter or dot you one over the ear roll like I done him.
Oh, don't
open your fly trap to the cops, Whitey dear.
What's going on here?
Excuse me, Chief Inspector.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant White. What?
Excuse me, sir. This is Whitey Wilson.
Don't say a word, Whitey.
And, who are you, please, miss?
I'm his sweetheart. I'm the barmaid at the Chesterton Public House, and I'll thank you for none of your back chat neither, mister.
Now, look here.
She insisted on coming along, sir, when I picked up Wogan here.
And I'll do the talking, too.
Perhaps you can tell us, then, young woman, why your sweetheart is in possession of all those newspaper cuttings referring to this murder case.
It's still Whitey Duck. He's in possession of these here blinking newspaper cuttings because he wants to find out what it is you coppers is badgering him for. The poor lamb.
Oh. And the blood-stained bandages I found in your room, Wogan?
Don't blush, Whitey, dear. It happens to anyone.
What are you talking about?
Hold your temper, Whitey, love. I'll tell you why they're there, and I'll tell you why my poor little Whitey don't want to tell you where he was while this murder was going on. It's because I hit him over the noggin with a Guinness bottle when he refused to kiss me in public. And it took 2 constables to drag us to the police station. That's why.
Is this true, Wogan?
Of course it's true. And you can prove it by looking at the police charge sheet for that last night when we was both in the clink for disturbing the peace. He never murdered no one, mister. He's just plain embarrassed.
It was true. Our only suspect had been nursing a broken crown in jail, which his 13-stone sweetheart had inflicted on him. We were at a dead end. The evidence had run out. Here was the murder car. Here was the victim's blood. The forensic laboratory established that the stains were of the same blood type as Constable Greenlee's. We had a cartridge which we were certain was from the murder gun. Scotland Yard had traced everything but the murderer himself. The coroner's inquest on the body of Constable William George Greenlee returned a verdict of death at the hands of person or persons unknown. He was buried with full police honors, and the bugler sounded the last toast at his funeral, because he had once been a soldier. The Home Office began paying his wife her pension. We kept on. We questioned more than 1,500 persons who might conceivably have committed the murder. Our man was not among them. He was still at large. No policeman ever forgets the murder of another policeman. The months went on, and Wise and I were assigned to other cases. One day, almost a year later, Wise came into my office.
This is what I've been missing. It really was such a life-changing event for me. I can eat more natural foods, things that you can actually chew. You need to eat, even salads was a challenge. The ability to be able to just put a mouthful of food in your mouth and chew wherever, because chewing actually is, you've heard that chew your food 32 times. Gosh, to be able to do that, to be able to chew your food completely is a life change. You curious how you can have a smile like this? Take a 60-second quiz and find out.
The driver shot down a side street and disappeared.
Yes?
I said it was a hunt, sir.
Go ahead.
To be able to do that? To be able to...
This lorry driver noted down the number of the car.
Well, what?
It was a stolen car.